Upon awakening from slumber, he found himself inexplicably transported to a brutal world dominated by orcs, where he became the solitary human among a tribe of beasts. What should have rendered him prey instead allowed him to rise through cunning and mysterious powers, from being a figure of ridicule among the orcs to becoming the chieftain who commands the entire orc tribe. He leads his clan in the hunt for colossal beasts, conquers rival factions, and establishes a formidable empire of his own in a realm where strength reigns supreme. Can a mere human truly dominate the mightiest of orc tribes? If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, subscribe for more exciting content. Chapter 1. The Chieftain. I hereby declare, the new chieftain of the Black Iron tribe is. As old Gus trembled and extended his frail hand to point at Durongda, the tribe's most valiant warrior, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky, landing precisely where Gus had indicated. The assembled orcs gazed with wide, bell-like eyes at this unexpected visitor from above. A human, an oddly dressed human. Where did this human come from? Someone in the crowd of orcs exclaimed angrily. Silence, old Gus remarked, his gaze fixed on the diminutive figure before him, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment. Clearly, an unforeseen event has transpired, but according to our customs, this human shall be our future chieftain. No, Gus, he is but a human. Durongda, who was meant to ascend as chieftain, bellowed. Yang Xiu stood there in a daze, utterly perplexed by the situation. The towering, green-skinned beings surrounding him spoke in a language he could not comprehend, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. Most importantly, this place did not resemble Earth at all. What is happening? Wasn't I just at an internet cafe playing League of Legends all night? How did I end up here? I must be dreaming, Yang Xiu thought, slapping himself sharply across the face. Smack! A wave of intense pain surged through his cheek, and Yang Xiu winced, clutching his stinging face. This was no dream. He had inexplicably crossed into another realm after merely sleeping for a while. What a nightmare! This was the singular thought racing through Yang Xiu's mind. Durongda, according to our ancient tradition, anyone who stands before the incumbent chieftain during the selection ceremony shall become the new chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. Gus asserted, his body aged yet exuding the undeniable aura of authority forged from years of leadership. Despite Durongda's reputation as the tribe's mightiest warrior, he found himself unable to counter Gus's command, begrudgingly masking his displeasure and casting a disdainful glance at Yang Xiu before retreating among the orc ranks. The Black Iron tribe was a diminutive clan of merely 16 members, relying on the sporadic hunting of stray antelopes and horned cattle to survive. In the desolate expanse of the plains, one could scarcely find a tribe weaker than theirs. Recently, Chieftain Gus had sensed his waning vitality and sought to appoint a new leader to guide the Black Iron tribe. On the day of the selection ceremony, none anticipated that a human would descend from the heavens, disrupting all plans. Child, come here, come to me. Old Gus beckoned from his chieftain's throne, gesturing towards Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu froze momentarily, struck by the uncanny resemblance of these peculiar beings to the orcs depicted in the recently released film Warcraft. According to the lore of the Warcraft universe, humans and orcs were sworn enemies, and finding himself amidst orcs could spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Yang Xiu hesitated to approach Gus, instead spotting a narrow gap in the surrounding crowd of orcs through which he could escape. He dashed toward it, half his body already through when he heard, "Catch him," old Gus commanded from his seat. Instantly, a towering green-skinned orc seized Yang Xiu and effortlessly tossed him near Gus. "Do not fear, child. You are now the new chieftain of the Black Iron tribe," old Gus said, stroking Yang Xiu's forehead and producing a large orcish finger bone from seemingly nowhere, coated in a layer of black powder. Yang Xiu could not comprehend the old orc's words, standing frozen as the orc drew 3 horizontal lines across his face with the finger bone. Thus, in the annals of orc history, the first human chieftain was born upon the desolate plains. Given the tribe's feeble strength and modest means, the Black Iron tribe possessed but a single tent for habitation. Consequently, residing in this tent became a privilege reserved for the chieftain, and Yang Xiu was honored to be led into it by Gus, witnessed by a dozen or so orcs. "It seems you do not understand the orc language, but fortunately, I have a treasure from my past." Old Gus rummaged through several wooden chests within the tent before producing a dark, fruit-like object from a small corner. As Yang Xiu observed Gus making a gesture for him to eat it, he recoiled in revulsion. The fruit was caked in dust, appearing filthy and aged. Consuming that would surely be fatal. Yang Xiu exclaimed, his expression one of distaste, crossing his arms to signal refusal to old Gus. The old orc chuckled heartily, and in the next moment, Yang Xiu felt an overwhelming force prying his mouth open, the fruit being unceremoniously thrust into his mouth. "Cough, what the hell? Child, can you now understand what I am saying?" "How could I possibly understand?" "Oh." Yang Xiu paused, Suddenly realizing that the orc's words were becoming intelligible to him, it seemed that after being forcibly fed the fruit, he could indeed comprehend the orc's speech. What did you feed me? Yang Xiu inquired. A translation fruit, a marvelous item that facilitates communication between different races, Old Gus explained. My name is Gus, the former chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. It is a pleasure to converse with a human while I still draw breath. Old Gus sat on the ground, gazing kindly at Yang Xiu. Oh, hello, my name is Yang Xiu. I am equally honored to converse with you today. Could you kindly inform me of the nearest human settlement? I believe it would be prudent for a human such as myself to return to the company of my kind. Yang Xiu mimicked Gus's posture, sitting on the ground. That is unlikely. What you need to do now is lead the Black Iron tribe on the path to greatness in the days to come. Old Gus replied with a smile. Me? Why? I am but a human, and are you not the chieftain? Why not lead? I believe I have already mentioned that I am the former chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. You are the current chieftain. The desolate plains, where Yang Xiu found himself in this world known as Padawiya, lay in the western region, an exceedingly barren and resource-scarce area. A century ago, humans who had once been subjugated by orc rule rose up one day, waging war against the powerful race that had enslaved them for countless eras. Armed with human ingenuity and technology, they expelled the orcs from the Golden Basin where they had thrived for centuries, driving them into the desolate plains. The victorious humans seized the territory once inhabited by the orcs, but the orcs did not relent in their resistance, launching multiple counterattacks, all ultimately thwarted by the humans' superior weaponry and powerful mages. Originally, the orc clans were formed as a loose alliance without a definitive leader, but the humans employed cunning strategies to sow discord among the orc tribes, resulting in the fragmentation into numerous clans. Currently, the number of tribes on the desolate plains exceeds tens of thousands, each led by a chieftain with the authority to make all decisions. The Black Iron tribe was once a grand community of 9,000 members, but after suffering immense losses during the Fourth Rebellion against humanity, it has since entered a state of decline, now reduced to a mere 16 orcs. Old Guess, rather than hastily pressing Yang Xiu to assume the role of chieftain, chose instead to recount the century-long history of the orcs. Even if you cannot defeat the humans, you could seek refuge elsewhere, perhaps in the southern reaches of the world, or the north or east. The lands there must surely be more bountiful than this desolate plain. Yang Xiu inquired, perplexed. The humans, after driving us into this barren expanse, erected an iron fortress at every point of connection to the outside world, effectively severing our migration routes and condemning us to linger within this wasteland, awaiting our decline that in times past. Our tribe could still send warriors to partake in the resistance, but that is no longer feasible. The Black Iron tribe has been reduced to the weakest of existences, and unless a miracle occurs, it shall fade into the annals of history. Old Guest lamented, gazing sorrowfully at Yang Xiu. Originally, I intended to bestow the chieftaincy upon Durongda, our mightiest warrior. However, your sudden appearance, unharmed and seemingly divine, has left me utterly bewildered. Yang Xiu, do you understand why I am adamant about entrusting the chieftaincy to you? Why is that? He asked. Because you are human. From their inception, humans have been scorned by orcs for their frail physiques, easily dispatched with a single blow. Yet, humans have accomplished feats that no other race could achieve a century ago. None would have believed that we orcs would be driven into this desolate plain by such feeble beings. It is akin to a beast locked in a cage. We have waged 4 rebellions for our freedom, yet all have ended in failure. Yang Xiu, it is precisely because you share my humanity that I believe you possess the potential to lead the Black Iron tribe to resurgence and guide us away from this barren wasteland. Chapter 2. The Decision. I apologize, but I fear I cannot meet your expectations. Each of your subordinates possesses greater strength and a more pronounced aptitude for leadership than I do. Yang Xiu declined. Yet, the most formidable force in this world is wisdom, which the orcs lack. Yang Xiu, your arrival is no mere coincidence. It is a divine blessing bestowed upon our Black Iron tribe, Gus urged, his tone tinged with reluctance. Ultimately, Yang Xiu did not acquiesce to the notion of becoming the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. As a student recently transported from a world of technology, he found it unfathomable to lead a handful of orcs, akin to those depicted in films, on campaigns of conquest, and to fortify this meager tribe seemed utterly absurd. Old Gus insisted that Yang Xiu remain in the tent to ponder the matter, for the new chieftain had already been determined and could not be changed. Meanwhile, at the eastern boundary of the desolate plains, humanity had erected a magnificent steel fortress a century ago. Creaking sounds echoed as a massive gate, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, was slowly lowered by iron chains. Dozens of human soldiers mounted on warhorses escorted 4 horse-drawn carriages out of the fortress, clad in exquisitely crafted armor, each bearing a weapon resembling a shotgun slung across their backs. "Uncle, is this meager force sufficient for our hunt against the orcs?" A finely dressed youth inquired, bowing his head towards the middle-aged man seated beside him. Since humanity had driven the orcs into the desolate plains a century prior, this territory on the continent of Padawia had become a veritable prison. The orcs within the desolate plains were treated as prey, as noble hunters would venture in with their retainers to slaughter the sparse tribes. Antis was a nobleman devoted to the extermination of orcs, a notorious executioner within the kingdom. Each year, he would lead his hunting party into the desolate plains for a prolonged spree of brutality. The firearms and gunpowder they wielded left the orcs utterly defenseless against the slaughter. Even the mightiest among them would succumb to the hunter's gunfire. Observing his nephew who had joined him for this excursion, Antis responded with a smile. "The elites I have brought are all seasoned veterans. Those orcs stand no chance against us. Fear not, Onlanks, I have claimed the lives of over 10,000 orcs. Those foolish creatures can be shot down from 100 meters away." The human hunting party swiftly advanced into the heart of the desolate plains, the colossal gates of the steel fortress rising slowly behind them, soon fading into silence. "Humans, this shall be your dinner tonight." Delanda handed a sizable roasted leg of lamb to Yang Xiu. With only 16 tribesmen remaining in the Black Iron tribe, all meals were shared in a circle, except for the sentinels on external patrol. According to old Gus, this practice helped to deepen the bonds among the tribesmen. As the scorching sun dipped below the mountains, a luminous moon ascended into the night sky. Within the Black Iron tribe, aside from the 2 orcs on guard, Gus and the 15 others gathered around the fire, feasting on the day's freshly caught antelope. "Yang Xiu, have you considered becoming the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe?" Gus inquired, taking a bite of meat. All the orcs turned their gazes upon Yang Xiu. They respected Gus's authority, recognizing that whoever he designated as chieftain would assume the role. Since Yang Xiu had fortuitously seized the chieftain's position from Delanda, the orcs of the Black Iron tribe had silently accepted this human chieftain in their hearts. "Honestly, Gus, I still haven't figured it out. I don't know how to be a competent chieftain. Look at the tribesmen of the Black Iron tribe. They are stronger and more agile than I am. If it weren't for you, I'd probably struggle to find food at night. Are you truly willing to bestow the chieftaincy upon me?" Yang Xiu lamented. The orcs present were moved by Yang Xiu's words, for indeed, if it were left to him, they might not even catch an antelope. Although this human was diminutive, his candidness was refreshing to their ears. In the darkness, several hundred meters away, a convoy of carriages halted in the wilderness, gazing at the flickering glow of firelight from the Black Iron tribe. Antis stood outside his carriage, discreetly observing the situation of the orc tribe through a finely crafted monocular. "Fortune favors us. We have stumbled upon a small tribe with limited numbers, perfect for a slaughter," Antis declared, retracting the monocular and gesturing for the entire convoy to set forth towards the Black Iron tribe. "Chieftain, we are under attack." Just as Yang Xiu was savoring his roasted lamb leg, an orc who should have been on watch dashed into the territory of the Black Iron tribe. He rushed to Gus's side, quickly relaying the situation he had discovered. "Humans?" Gus furrowed his brow. Each year, numerous orcs perished at the hands of human hunting parties emerging from the steel fortress. These humans pursued orcs like prey, ruthlessly slaughtering them. Gus had only ever heard tales of the human hunting parties from orcs of other tribes. He had never anticipated that the Black Iron tribe would encounter them today. "Chieftain, let me confront them. These brutes are too arrogant. Driving the orcs into this wretched place is not enough. They dare to provoke us." Delanda, the foremost warrior of the Black Iron tribe, had already set aside his roasted lamb to grasp his battle axe. Gus restrained him with one hand. Addressing the crowd, "We must not engage. Our tribe cannot afford to lose any more members. Orcs prefer battle. Better to die in combat than to flee." A dozen orcs, inspired by Delanda, seized their weapons and rose in a furious uproar. Hearing of the human presence outside the Black Iron tribe, Yang Xiu felt a surge of hope. This unexpected turn of events seemed to offer a chance to escape the orcs' entanglement, and perhaps he might even be taken back to human territory. "Absolutely not. We must leave. The Black Iron tribe must endure. If you all perish, the tribe will cease to exist." Gus admonished fiercely. "Chieftain, if we flee now, it will appear as though we fear those humans," Delanda protested, discontent. "Do you comprehend why I appointed Yang Xiu as the new chieftain? Look at your temper. How can you lead the Black Iron tribe? You lack the composure and deliberation befitting a chieftain. If entrusted with leading the tribe, it would only lead to ruin. Follow me. The Black Iron tribe cannot perish." Under Gus's stern command, the orcs called back the last sentry outside and retreated in another direction. Regrettably, Antis had already dispatched men to surround the escape routes of the Black Iron tribe. Observing the panicked orcs fleeing, Antis smiled as he picked up a firearm, using the torch held by a nearby soldier to aim at an orc in flight. With a crack, a flash of fire erupted from the muzzle. An orc beside Yang Xiu collapsed to the ground, a thumb-sized hole appearing in the back of his bare skull, blood gushing forth as life slipped away. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiu felt a rush of dizziness, his legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. To see a life extinguished so abruptly before his eyes was unimaginable. This world seemed far from safe, as a life could be snuffed out in an instant. Yang Xiu, stand up, the last to depart. The lagging Gus observed Yang Xiu seated on the ground and hurriedly rushed to assist him in rising. Antinous' nephew, peering through his binoculars, was taken aback as he exclaimed, "Uncle, there's a human among that group of orcs. Oh, how disgraceful to mingle with orcs. Such a wretched individual must not be allowed to live under the guise of humanity." Antinous immediately aimed his firearm at Yang Xiu, now targeting a fellow human. "Hurry! Those human weapons can kill from a great distance." Old Gus hoisted Yang Xiu's weakening body and began to flee. At that moment, a chill enveloped Gus's heart, and his instinct honed through years of combat compelled him to shield Yang Xiu with his own body, diving to the side. Crack! The flash of Antinous' gun rang out. Thud! Gus! A bullet pierced Gus's chest, and Yang Xiu bore witness as the projectile traversed through Gus's body, narrowly grazing his shoulder before vanishing into the distance. Ahead, Durongda turned back to witness the horrific scene but found himself powerless to intervene. He could only rush to Gus, who lay on the ground. "Yang Xiu, please lead the Black Iron tribe and help us rid ourselves of the threat posed by humanity." Blood gushed from Gus's chest, a clear indication of his fading vitality. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on everything concerning the Black Iron tribe. Yang Xiu was left speechless. The bullet had seemingly been aimed at him, and had it not been for Gus's valiant act, he would undoubtedly be the one lying lifeless on the ground. In this light, he owed the old orc a debt of life. "Yang Xiu, please promise to become the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe," Gus gasped, pleading for breath. "Very well. I accept your request. I will ensure that all members of the Black Iron tribe escape the desolate plains." Yang Xiu gritted his teeth, responding solemnly to Gus. A faint smile appeared on the old orc's face as he summoned his final strength to bid farewell to Durongda. "You must protect Yang Xiu. He is the future hope of the Black Iron tribe." With that, he discreetly retrieved a yellowed finger bone from his pocket and slipped it into Yang Xiu's trousers, unnoticed due to the dim surroundings. As Gus closed his eyes for the last time, Yang Xiu felt an inexplicable heaviness in his body, a sensation akin to having received a favor yet being unable to repay it, as the benefactor could no longer receive his gratitude. The time he had spent with Gus barely totaled 2 days, yet the old orc had willingly sacrificed himself to shield Yang Xiu from a fatal bullet, something Yang Xiu could never have anticipated. Gazing at Gus's lifeless form, Durongda prepared to hoist him onto his shoulder, but the cavalry of Antinous was already in pursuit. Yang Xiu seized Durongda's body, exclaiming, "Come with me, you must survive. Only then can we avenge Gus." They had no time to carry away Gus's body, forced instead to flee into the encroaching darkness. Yang Xiu cast a final glance back at the human hunting party, which, accompanied by the remaining orcs, faded into the night, while Gus's body was reclaimed by Antinous' orders. "Open the 4th carriage. Spare not a single filthy orc." Antinous, frustrated that such elaborate efforts had culminated in the death of merely one old orc, spoke darkly. The soldiers of the hunting party hurried to the last carriage of the line, where they heard low, ominous growls emanating from within, causing a chill to run down their spines. 2 soldiers approached and opened the carriage door, revealing 3 massive hunting dogs, their fur a chaotic mix of colors and each the size of a calf, lying quietly inside. The dogs bore fierce visages, their fangs bared, and their mouths encased in iron muzzles, drooling profusely. "Bring out the hunting captain," the leader commanded, but none of the soldiers dared to move, exchanging nervous glances, reluctant to approach the 3 beasts. "I said bring them out. Are you deaf?" The captain seized the nearest soldier and, with a fierce shout, hurled him into the carriage. Woof! Sensing the presence of a living being, the 3 hunting dogs sprang to their feet, viciously lunging at the unfortunate soldier. "Help me! Help me!" Though the dogs were muzzled to prevent biting, the soldier curled into a ball in panic, as the dogs attempted to crush him beneath their powerful paws. "Now!" the captain urged again, and several soldiers scrambled up onto the carriage, laboriously fastening chains around the dogs' heads before struggling to pull the formidable creatures down. Chapter 3, The Wargen. In the darkness, peril lurked at every turn as Yang Xiu ran alongside the members of the Black Iron tribe, who had just lost their chieftain, across the desolate wilderness. The human hunting party showed no signs of relenting in their pursuit. Yang Xiu glanced back and saw dozens of flickering lights behind them, accompanied by the occasional shouts of curses from humans. Capture them. Lord Antonis has decreed that not a single orc shall escape. Observing the faint figures running in the distance, the hunting party members shouted, while the 3 massive hunting dogs sat at the forefront, drool pooling beneath them. No filthy orc can escape my grasp. Antonis confidently approached the 3 dogs, stroking their heads. These hybrid hunting dogs, of uncertain lineage, possessed strength that commanded respect from all soldiers. Raised by Antonis, these dogs had helped him personally slay thousands of orcs across the desolate plains, tearing them to shreds with their jaws. Go, my good children. Bring me the heads of our enemies. Antonis removed the muzzles from the dogs, accepting a glass jar handed to him by a nearby soldier. He dipped his hand into the jar, swirling around the contents, and when he withdrew it, his hand was smeared with blood. He applied the thick, sanguine substance to each dog's face, inciting them into a frenzy. Go forth. Antonis laughed. Woof! Like 3 shadows of darkness, the hunting dogs vanished into the night, heralding a massacre that no one could foresee. As he ran, Yang Xiu felt as though he were blind in the light of day. The night on the desolate plains was impenetrably dark, aptly described as a hand's breadth away from blindness. Woof! Yang Xiu turned, having faintly heard barking in his ears. What dogs could be out at this hour? He wondered. Woof! Suddenly, a dark figure sprang from the shadows to the right, pouncing upon an orc and bringing him crashing to the ground. Durongda reacted swiftly, charging toward the shadow. Woof! The hunting dog was knocked away by Durongda, who had collided with the orc beneath it. Simultaneously, 2 more cries erupted from the left as 2 orcs from the Black Iron tribe were caught off guard and bitten on the thigh by 2 additional hunting dogs, their anguished screams piercing the darkness. The sudden emergence of the enemy left everyone at a loss, until Durongda retrieved a wooden tube from his leather armor. With a gentle twist, flames erupted from the tube's opening. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Yang Xiu finally discerned the shadowy assailants of the Black Iron tribe, 3 massive hound-like creatures, each as large as a calf. Cursing under his breath, he noticed that 2 orc warriors, bitten by the hounds, had lost substantial chunks of flesh from their arms. Nearby, other orcs brandished their weapons and charged towards the 2 hounds on the left. The piercing fangs of the beasts glistened with blood, and the malevolent visage of Antis, painted crimson with gore, was a sight to behold. The orcs gripped their weapons tightly and surged forward. With Antis's hunting party pursuing from behind and the 3 hounds blocking their retreat, they had no choice but to act swiftly. Otherwise, they would be overtaken. Thanks to the light emitted from Durongda's wooden tube, the element of surprise was lost, and the 3 hounds immediately turned their focus towards him, launching their assault from 3 different angles. With a battle axe raised in one hand, Durongda, the foremost warrior of the Black Iron tribe, deftly sidestepped one hound's lunge and aimed a strike at another hound's throat. Most creatures possess vital weaknesses, and the throat is among them. Severing it would likely ensure death. Durongda's axe flashed with lethal speed, and if it connected, it would surely behead the beast. The hound twisted in midair to evade the strike, the axe barely grazing its neck. A sense of foreboding surged within Durongda as he realized his attack had failed, prompting him to retreat. However, unbeknownst to him, the last hound had circled behind and collided with him, sinking its teeth into the wooden tube he held. The flames extinguished, plunging the scene back into darkness. Grug, grug, grug. The 3 hounds transformed into relentless predators in the shadows, their dark forms darting around, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Yang Xiu, a frail yet perceptive human, sprinted towards Durongda the moment the firelight faded, fearing the hounds would turn their attention to him. However, action proved swifter than thought. Before Yang Xiu could reach Durongda, a shadow materialized behind him, pinning him to the ground. Without a moment's warning, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen as a hound's jaws tore through his flesh, spraying blood like a fountain over him, saturating even the beast that held him down with its own gore. Yang Xiu succumbed to the pain and fainted, unnoticed by all as a red glow suddenly emanated from the finger bone in his pocket at the moment blood gushed forth. The hound, mouth agape with anticipation, prepared to relish its delectable meal. Bang bang bang. A tremendous noise erupted from Yang Xiu's chest as the red light from his pocket stealthily entered his body. As the hound's maw drew perilously close to Yang Xiu's throat, his eyes sprang open, now ablaze with a crimson glow. The hound, caught off guard, was seized by Yang Xiu, who bit into the throat, pinning him down. His teeth glimmered with a faint red hue as they pierced the hound's flesh, and its blood surged into Yang Xiu's mouth at a frenzied pace. Grug, grug, grug. A copious amount of blood cascaded down his throat, and in mere blinks, the hound was drained to a husk, a fractured white magical circle emerging from its body and ultimately embedding itself within Yang Xiu's heart. Woof, woof. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining two hounds charged angrily at Yang Xiu, who stood up casually and waved his hand. Suddenly, their blood erupted from every pore, coalescing into two crimson orbs in Yang Xiu's grasp. Ga! Yang Xiu, with blood-red eyes, tilted his head to regard Durongda and the others. The orcs felt an unsettling tightness in their veins, as if their blood yearned to burst forth. Terrified, they stared at the eerily transformed Yang Xiu, unable to comprehend how this human had seemingly morphed into a different being, swiftly dispatching the three hounds that hunted their kin. Thud! Yang Xiu's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. In a distant realm, a dog-headed man traversing the snowy peaks came to a halt, gazing skyward. Stars within the celestial river dimmed under his gaze. My lineage has been stolen? The dog-headed man stared in astonishment at the staff in his hands, which bore a hollow center containing a white cross-shaped gem that spun incessantly, eventually pointing towards the desolate plains. He regarded the distance with a darkened expression, remaining silent for a long moment. By the time Antis's hunting party arrived at the site of Yang Xiu's transformation, they found only the three hounds, now lifeless corpses. Antis emerged from his carriage, his countenance darkening as he beheld the fate of his beloved hounds, casting a grim glance into the depths of darkness. These orcs are peculiar. Forget it. Let us head to the oasis instead. Upon the desolate plains, the morning light began to emerge over the horizon. Just the night before, the Black Iron tribe had lost their elder chief and was now engulfed in sorrow, with 10 or so orcs wearing expressions of utter despair. Durongda clutched his battle axe tightly, the words of old Gus echoing in his ears. Previously, all orcs had only acknowledged Yang Xiu's chieftainship under old Gus's command, but since the events of the previous night, each orc regarded him with trepidation. Orcs revered strength, and none dared to disclose to Yang Xiu the events of the night prior, choosing instead to collectively forget. For the state in which Yang Xiu had found himself invoked fear. Even he, upon awakening, had no recollection of his actions. Yang Xiu. Upon hearing Durongda's voice, Yang Xiu instinctively turned his head. There he saw Durongda kneeling, raising his axe high above his head. Please lead us. Lead the Black Iron tribe. The surrounding orcs, inspired by Durongda's actions, followed suit, raising their weapons with a semblance of fervor. Yang Xiu, momentarily bewildered, pondered how Gus had willingly sacrificed his life to affirm Yang Xiu's role as chieftain, believing wholeheartedly that he could guide the Black Iron tribe towards revival. Faced with the sincere expressions of these orcs, Yang Xiu felt compelled to act on Gus's behalf. Rise all of you. I promise to fulfill old Gus's wishes. I will do my utmost. After all, he saved my life. Yang Xiu nodded, beginning to chart a course for the future of the Black Iron tribe. In the past, whether in novels or games, any civilization, faction, or organization aspiring to flourish required territory, manpower, weapons, and resources. At present, the Black Iron tribe had suffered a devastating blow. The enemy's numbers still unknown. Their territory had been lost, and to prevent encountering that human army again, they could not return. They must find a suitable place to reside. To strengthen the Black Iron clan, your current numbers are insufficient. I require more orcs to join our ranks. By the way, on the day of your arrival, I was curious as to why there are no female orcs in your clan. How do you increase your population? Yang Xiu, accompanied by 15 orcs, casually sought a sheltered hillside to temporarily settle down, with plans to relocate once a more suitable location was found. Chief, you may not know this, but the number of female orcs is exceedingly scarce in the desolate plains. How could a small clan like ours possibly have any? Durongda explained. No wonder your clan consists of only a handful of individuals. It's quite pitiful, Yang Xiu thought, shaking his head. In this day and age, female orcs have become a rare commodity among their kind. The desolate plains are devoid of resources, with sustenance relying on hunting animals. Due to the rampant hunting by orcs over the years, animal populations have plummeted at an alarming rate, and food is becoming increasingly difficult to find. I believe that within a few decades, finding meat will become nearly impossible. Moreover, the 3 unique water sources in the desolate plains are controlled by 3 colossal orc clans. Other clans must trade food for water, which is undeniably tyrannical. Yang Xiu gleaned some fundamental information from Durongda. Apart from the orcs, the desolate plains are home to 3 native races: bearmen, goblins, and gnolls. These four races often clash over territory and food. Among them, the bear men possess the greatest strength. Yet their low reproductive rate prevents them from contending with the numerous orcs for dominance in the desolate plains. The orcs rank second in strength, followed by the gnolls, with the goblins at the bottom. Tell me, Durongda, how many gnolls could the remaining 15 orcs of the Black Iron Clan defeat? Yang Xiu suddenly had an idea and was eager to confirm it. Ha! Those cowardly and despicable gnolls. One orc warrior could take on 10 of them. No, 20. Durongda asserted confidently, appearing not to be boasting. Excellent. Then hasten to lead me to a group of gnolls, Yang Xiu urged, already formulating a grand plan in his mind. To rapidly strengthen the Black Iron Clan, the only solution was to swiftly increase their numbers. Since orcs alone could not suffice, why not recruit members from other races? Similar to the orc faction in War 3, which included trolls and tauren alongside orcs. Under Durongda's guidance, the group of over 10 abandoned their previously chosen territory and sought out a gnoll den. Gnolls are adept diggers, favoring the construction of their lairs underground, typically remaining hidden during the day and venturing out at night to forage. It is worth noting that gnolls are also social creatures. The entrance to this gnoll den was only as high as Yang Xiu's forehead, compelling the orcs to stoop low to enter. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring visibility. Chief, there should be a few gnolls inside. These creatures are quite cunning, so it would be wise for you to stand back a bit to avoid injury, Durongda advised. Very well, call them out, but ideally restrain them, Yang Xiu replied. Ha! No need to call. I'll take my men directly inside to bring them out. Eggshell Hammer, come with me. Durongda laughed heartily and led the 2 towering orcs, each over 2 meters tall, into the den. Before long, hoarse roars of fury echoed from deep within the lair. Standing behind the several orcs, Yang Xiu watched as Durongda emerged, each arm pinning a yellow-furred, hunchbacked gnoll. The gnoll's fierce gazes betrayed their attempts to escape Durongda's grip, but his bulging muscles effectively clamped their mouths shut, rendering even speech a challenge. The remaining 2 orcs each captured a gnoll, and as Yang Xiu leaned in for a closer look, he noted that these creatures possessed wolf-like heads, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, significantly shorter than the average orc. Their muscles appeared pitifully frail, leaving Yang Xiu puzzled as to how they had managed to maintain a balance of power with the orcs in the desolate plains for so long. This one I've questioned. His name is Jamuri, the leader of these gnolls, Durongda stated, unceremoniously tossing Jamuri to the ground, where 2 towering orcs immediately restrained his arms to prevent escape. Damn orcs! How dare you come looking for trouble? You brainless fool! Jamuri spat, his beady eyes darting toward Yang Xiu, the one conversing with Durongda. A human? How is it that there is a human here? Yang Xiu stepped forward, positioning himself 2 or 3 meters from Jamuri, and boldly inquired, Are you satisfied with your current existence? Get away from me, human. Your presence exudes the foul stench of malice. Orcs, how could you possibly coexist with humans? Have you truly forgotten your hatred? Jamuri wrinkled his nose in disdain. One of the orcs immediately struck him squarely in the eye, causing it to swell dramatically. Do not shout at the chief. The orc bellowed. Chief! Jamuri's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he stared at Yang Xiu in shock. Indeed, I have succeeded the former orc chief and am now the new leader of the Black Iron Clan. Can you respond to my inquiries appropriately? Yang Xiu pressed. Durongda, you green-skinned monkeys have appointed a yellow-skinned monkey as your chief? Jamuri burst into laughter, but seconds later, he was met with a punishing blow from Durongda to his lower body. Jamuri, now grim-faced, knelt on the ground, agony rendering him speechless. Why can't we engage in a civil conversation without resorting to violence? Yang Xiu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Once Jamuri regained his ability to speak, the dialogue could finally commence in earnest. Yang Xiu stood beside Durongda, with 6 restrained gnolls not far away, and directly asked, Are you willing to join the Black Iron Clan? Both Jamuri and Durongda exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom what thoughts were swirling in Yang Xiu's mind. Given the current circumstances of the desolate plains, which I am sure you have experienced over the years, do you not wish to leave this wretched place? Yang Xiu inquired. Who wouldn't want to? Those damned humans have constructed iron fortresses throughout the desolate plains. Despite the orcs' 4 feudal rebellions, we are still forced to compete for territory. Jamuri scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Durongda, who responded with a sharp slap. It is precisely because of the orc senseless resistance that I realize relying solely on orcs cannot free us from the human's grip in the desolate plains. We must harness the strength of others, and that strength lies within the 3 other native races, one of which is you as a gnoll. Jamuri. Yang Xiu pointed at the gnoll. Me? I have been entrusted by an individual to accomplish 2 critical tasks. First, to restore the Black Iron tribe to its former glory. And second, to lead the Black Iron tribe out of the Steel Fortress, escaping the desolate plains. However, at this moment, I believe a third endeavor may intertwine with these two, namely, to recruit you into the Black Iron tribe, positioning you as the Warg King. At this juncture, a palpable aura of verbal prowess emanated from Yang Xiu. Gemry was momentarily taken aback by Yang Xiu's proclamation. Me? The Warg King? Chapter 4, Recruitment. The Warg King? Have you ever contemplated the notion of ruling over all the wargs that inhabit the desolate plains? Yang Xiu seductively intoned. Gemry pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. I have considered it. Precisely. Follow me, and I shall ensure that you possess countless warg subordinates. You need not venture forth to hunt for prey, for sustenance will naturally be delivered to your very lips. Observing the glistening drool at the corners of Gemry's mouth, Yang Xiu inquired, Do you wish to contemplate joining my Black Iron tribe? Gemry gazed at Yang Xiu, and suddenly, a ripple of distortion appeared before him, as a towering canine figure manifested behind Yang Xiu, emanating an immense pressure. Startled, Gemry trembled, and the ethereal image dissipated like ripples in water. Confounded, Gemry scrutinized the human before him, uncertain of the apparition he had just witnessed. Yet, feeling the inexplicable intimidation, he exclaimed, On what grounds should I trust your promises, human? In response, Yang Xiu, with a smile, confidently asserted, Simply put, should I desire it, I could multiply the number of your subordinates several-fold. What say you to a wager? I can procure for you a band of wargs who have lost their leader and are thus leaderless, allowing you to easily acquire a new group of followers, provided you consent to join my Black Iron tribe. The night over the desolate plains, devoid of illumination, would plunge one into an obscurity so profound that the path would become invisible. Yang Xiu and his companions found a hillside adorned with massive boulders before sunset, a locale perfectly suited to shield against the wind and light, with a singular path ascending, rendering it an ideal residence for the Black Iron tribe in the future. Delongda, if we were to conquer an orc tribe, could we not incorporate individuals like Gemry into our ranks? Yang Xiu inquired as he sat beside the fire. Certainly, as long as we can win the chief's loyalty, we can merge with their tribe. There have been previous attempts by other tribes to join with us, but ultimately, Chief Gus rejected them, Delongda replied while polishing his battle axe. Loyalty? How does one earn such allegiance from another tribe's chief? Delongda glanced at Yang Xiu. It is essential that they perceive following you will contribute to the freedom of the orcs. Despite the machinations that have fragmented the orcs into numerous tribes, every chief yearns for the day when their kind can break free from the confines of the Steel Fortress. Ah, the freedom of the orcs, Yang Xiu mused. From the equipment of the humans who killed Gus, it is evident that their technological advancements have reached the era of firearms. While the orc inhabitants of the desolate plains appear to be armed with leather armor and bone weapons, akin to a primitive state, the disparity in technological prowess is glaring. This is reminiscent of the time when the technologically superior British easily triumphed over the indigenous tribes of Africa with their firearms and cannons. It appears that extricating the Black Iron tribe from the desolate plains will not be a simple endeavor, as the two factions are not on the same level of strength. Yang Xiu contemplated. At the foot of the hill, the wargs returning from the hunt brought forth a bountiful dinner, a robust horned bull. Your race's unique night vision is indeed advantageous. The orcs cannot hope to capture such delectable prey by night, Delongda remarked, offering his first praise to Gemry. The chief's dinner must comprise such exquisite fare, Gemry scoffed, deftly slicing through the bull's flesh with a sharpened stone knife. Observing the stone knife laboriously cutting through the meat, Yang Xiu inquired, Are there no minerals in the desolate plains? Your weaponry appears quite antiquated. Chief, the crafting of metal weapons is a skill exclusive to humans. Currently, only a few large orc tribes possess the knowledge to forge iron weapons. Otherwise, do you think the feeble humans could force us into the desolate plains? Delongda chuckled. Fool! Without weapons, those mages among the humans can still inflict heavy casualties upon your kind, Gemry retorted disdainfully. Mages! Yang Xiu's heart raced with excitement. He had long pondered the nature of the world into which he had been transported. Was it one of swords and sorcery, or that of knights and firearms? Now, hearing the mention of mages from Gemry, he could ascertain that this world indeed followed the former paradigm. Delongda, what exactly is a mage? Yang Xiu inquired. Do not heed the warg's ravings. Mages, when approached by orcs, meet their demise with a single stroke. However, should they be afforded the opportunity to unleash their magic, they can indeed be quite troublesome, Delongda replied, maintaining a straight face. Heh! Gemry fell silent, focusing intently on the task of butchering the bull. Mages, I must seize the opportunity to witness one, Yang Xiu thought to himself, deeming this experience worthwhile in his journey through time. Banal, the chief of the bull tribe, has been contemplating how to strengthen his tribe, which consists of merely 30 members. The issue of their sparse population has long plagued him. Without the presence of female orcs to propagate, the only means to increase their numbers is through the conquest of smaller tribes. Regrettably, orcs are notoriously stubborn. Even if one manages to defeat them, as long as their chief does not concede, the tribe will never betray their own. Adjacent to the bull tribe lies the rock tribe, also with 30 members, and the two tribes have harbored animosity for many years. Yet neither has been able to overpower the other, resulting in a protracted coexistence. Hey, make sure to pitch that tent tightly. Otherwise, how will the chief stay dry in the rain? Gemri earnestly directed a group of orcs. By Yang Xiu's decree, the small hill adorned with giant stones has officially become the base of the Black Iron tribe. The sole access road to the summit makes it easily defensible, while the sharp rocks on the surrounding slopes would inflict heavy losses upon any enemy attempting to ascend. For a small tribe, this location is exceptionally suitable for habitation. To this end, Delongda even bartered with a neighboring tribe for a semi-new tent using the horned bull they had hunted the previous night, providing Yang Xiu with a place to stay. Chief, the sentinels have gathered intelligence from the vicinity. To the east of our tribe lie two tribes of approximately 30 members each, known as the Bull and Rock tribes, both of which are beyond our current capacity to confront. Delongda reported on the observations made by the orc sentinels. 30 members, quite a substantial number. Are there any wargs in the area? Yang Xiu inquired. To the west, 300 paces away, there exists a warg den, estimated to harbor around 50 individuals. According to the sentinel speculation, 50 individuals. Yang Xiu was taken aback. The last time Gemri was captured, there were only 6 wargs. Yet this newly discovered den boasts a staggering count of 50. No worries, Chief. The 15 warriors from our Black Iron tribe are more than sufficient to subdue those wargen. Delongda confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest. Are you certain? I do not wish for any casualties. Our Black Iron tribe's warriors are already few in number, Yang Xiu replied, casting a skeptical glance at Delongda. When does the chief plan to set out to reclaim that pack of wargen? Yang Xiu pondered, reflecting on the notion of bolstering their strength by recruiting outsiders, a thought that had never crossed the mind of the elder chieftain Jess during his reign. Orcs have never favored relying on external assistance, which led to their unsuccessful 4 attempts at rebellion, ultimately confining them to this desolate land. Delongda, however, held Yang Xiu in high regard, as his strategy seemed to genuinely promise an augmentation of the Black Iron tribe's power, albeit not solely reliant on Orcish strength. There's no rush. Let us first discuss the matters at hand. We cannot deceive with the pretext of the Wargen King this time. Gemri will not accept us employing such tactics on a second Wargen. This operation requires you to bring back the leader of this Wargen den, and then have Gemri personally oversee the recruitment, Yang Xiu stated slowly. Chief, do you mean to stage a performance, and then await a horde of Wargen to join our Black Iron tribe? Yang Xiu smiled. Outside the Wargen den, observing Delongda swagger in with 14 orc warriors, amidst the sounds of fierce combat, he emerged carrying a diminutive gray-furred wargen. Yang Xiu nodded to Gemri beside him. You may proceed. Can you manage the numbers inside? Rest assured, Chief. I am destined to become the Wargen King, Gemri exclaimed with a thumbs up, rushing into the Wargen den with his subordinates. The orcs nearby, seeing Gemri vanish into the cave, expressed their concerns. Chief, what if Gemri betrays us with those wargen? What? Are you incapable of handling such a multitude of wargen? Yang Xiu inquired with a hint of bemusement. No, wargen are no match for orcs, one orc proudly asserted. Then all is well. Should Gemri dare to betray us, seize him and beat him so thoroughly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. A sinister smile crept across someone's face. Chapter 5, The Racial Secrets of the Wargen. While Gemri went to recruit the wargen, Yang Xiu left a few orcs to guard the location and proceeded to the rendezvous point established with Delongda. At this moment, the gray-furred wargen was securely bound by ropes, vociferously protesting. You orcs cannot treat me this way. Your enemies are the humans, the gray-furred wargen exclaimed. Silence. Delongda slapped the wargen's face, causing it to quiet down in pain. The fur color of the wargen typically blended with the earth's yellowish hues, a protective coloration evolved over millennia in the desolate plains, rendering them difficult to detect by enemies or prey during the day. However, the wargen leader before Yang Xiu sported an unusually conspicuous gray coat. Delongda, Yang Xiu approached, and perhaps due to a lengthy absence from humans, the gray-furred wargen stared wide-eyed at Yang Xiu, astonished at the sight of an orc standing peacefully alongside a human. Chief, Shall we eliminate this creature? Otherwise, those wargen may prove troublesome for Gemry to subdue, Dulongda queried. Do not kill me. I possess many secrets you surely yearn to uncover, the gray-furred wargen implored. Yang Xiao was about to instruct Dulongda to act, when he suddenly felt a surge of curiosity at the wargen's claim. You hold secrets? Indeed, human, the gray-furred wargen began, but was swiftly interrupted by a punch from Dulongda. He is our Black Iron Tribe's chief. Yes, chief. The wargen swayed its head in confusion, repeating the title. What is your name? Yang Xiao inquired, stepping closer to the wargen. My name is Lang, noble chief of the Black Iron Tribe. I know a tremendous secret that these orcs fail to recognize the value of. You are human, and I trust you can perceive the significance of this secret. I now wish to exchange this secret for my life. Lang gazed earnestly at Yang Xiao. Oh, then speak. If it truly holds great importance, I may consider letting you go, Yang Xiao replied with a serious demeanor. Lang, somewhat incredulous, studied Yang Xiao for a moment, but realizing he had no ground for bargaining, he slowly divulged. Do not be deceived by the apparent scarcity of resources in the desolate plains. The underground mineral resources are remarkably abundant. 2 months ago, a human army departed from the Iron Fortress, bringing with them 3 large carts filled with weapons and goods into the desolate plains. My subordinate discovered this and followed the army until he saw them constructing a fortress 3 kilometers north of here. Yang Xiao, having listened intently, found himself puzzled. Is this the secret you speak of? I fail to see its value in sparing your life. Those humans have established a mining factory within that fortress, extracting iron. Lang emphasized meaningfully, locking eyes with Yang Xiao. The discovery of iron represents a monumental leap in human civilization. With iron, humanity can abandon cumbersome stone weapons and the arduous task of smelting bronze, developing sharp, easily shaped, lightweight iron weaponry. It is through the mastery of iron that civilization has driven the primitive orcs from their homeland, confining them within the prison-like desolation of the plains. To suggest that orcs could escape the blockade established by the human-built iron fortress with their current level of technology is utterly implausible. From Yang Xiao's understanding, humanity's technological advancements have already reached the point of firearms, which are exponentially more effective than cold weapons, allowing a single feeble human to slay dozens of orcs with ease. Thus, in this era, if orcs sought to wage further rebellion, the outcome was all but certain defeat. Upon hearing from Lang that iron had indeed emerged in the desolate plains, Yang Xiao felt an inexplicable thrill. With materials at hand, perhaps he could forge an entire set of armor for the few orcs of the Black Iron Tribe. Iron weapons and armors would be a breeze against those smaller orc tribes. Excellent, this secret is indeed of great value. Please provide me with the precise location of that mining factory, and once I locate it, I shall grant you your freedom. Yang Xiao nodded, regaining his composure. May I first return to inform my subordinates? I fear they might think I have perished. Lang glanced towards the wargen den. The orcs present erupted into laughter, and Yang Xiao, observing Lang's bewilderment, remarked, Apologies, but they are no longer your subordinates. If all goes as expected, the Black Iron Tribe shall soon gain some wargen. You should remain here quietly. Once we confirm the details you provided, we shall release you. After assigning 2 orcs to guard Lang, Yang Xiao turned to Dulongda and headed towards Gemry, pondering whether the task had been accomplished by now. On the vast expanse of the yellow sands, a regiment of 49 werewolves emerged from the depths of a cavern, neatly arranged. At the forefront, Gemry rubbed his palms together, surveying his newly acquired subordinates. Most members of the werewolf race lacked self-assertion. Without a werewolf to guide them, they would likely struggle even with their daily hunts. Following the loss of their leader, Lang, Gemry's arrival provided the stability these werewolves desperately needed, effortlessly consolidating the entire werewolf enclave under his command. Chieftain, as per our agreement, I am now a member of the Black Iron Tribe, Gemry called out to Yang Xiao, who was approaching from a distance. Just honor the agreement. Yang Xiao replied with a satisfied nod. Heh, look what I found. As Yang Xiao drew near, Gemry swiftly picked up a 2-meter-long black spear from the ground and rushed over. What? Have you found some spoils? Yang Xiao chuckled, noting that the spear glimmered in the sunlight, clearly not crafted from stone. Chieftain, this is a treasure. It's an iron spear, Gemry exclaimed excitedly. Iron? Yang Xiao took the spear from him, immediately feeling its slight weight, and noted the unmistakable sensation of iron. The spear stood taller than Yang Xiao himself, with a remarkably exquisite tip, far beyond the craftsmanship of a mere artisan. The spear is so long. How could you werewolves possibly use it? Chieftain, let me give it a try, Durongda said, taking the iron spear from Yang Xiao and swinging it casually, only to return it with dissatisfaction, stating, It's too light. can't harness the strength of an orc. Fool, Gemry retorted disdainfully, you have no clue about the spear's true purpose. In the hands of a werewolf, a long spear can unleash tremendous power. Haha, you werewolves love to boast. A spear so light would snap under a single blow from an orc's axe. Durongda laughed heartily. At that moment, a majestic eagle soared through the sky. Gemry turned to Yang Xiu and said, Chieftain, give me the iron spear, and I'll show you the pride of the werewolves. Curious about the banter between Durongda and Gemry, Yang Xiu handed over the spear. Gemry grasped the long spear, his cunning eyes narrowing into slits. Without any grand gestures, he extended his arm and hurled the spear with incredible precision. Fast, exceedingly fast. Before anyone could react, the eagle emitted a pitiful cry as it plummeted from the sky, the iron spear embedded in its body. A spear that Durongda had previously dismissed. Confidence radiated from Gemry's face as he declared, within 200 meters, I can shatter anything to pieces. Not just me, every werewolf can achieve this. Some werewolves hastened to retrieve the ill-fated eagle along with the spear, and for the first time, the orcs, including Durongda, regarded these werewolves with newfound respect. This race, once perceived as weak and easily outmatched, suddenly appeared rather formidable. Yang Xiu gazed at Gemry in astonishment. You possess such capability, yet I've never seen you utilize it before. It seems even Durongda hasn't witnessed it. Chieftain, throwing is an innate talent of every werewolf. However, ordinary materials cannot withstand our throws. I once crafted wooden spears for hunting, but they shattered upon release. Only iron and stone spears can withstand our might, Gemry lamented. Excitement coursed through Yang Xiu as he observed the 50-odd werewolves present. Initially, he had intended to use them as mere cannon fodder to minimize losses for the Black Iron tribe during future conquests. However, it was now evident that these werewolves were not mere cannon fodder. They were high-damage, long-range snipers. If each werewolf were equipped with 2 or 3 iron spears, those smaller tribes would stand no chance against the Black Iron tribe. Chapter 6. The Path Ahead. The display of the werewolf's talent reminded Yang Xiu of Lang's mention of that human castle. If they could seize that location and secure a source of iron ore, the strength of the Black Iron tribe would undergo a qualitative transformation. Gemry, take these newcomers back to the tribe. Durongda and I need to inspect a certain location, Yang Xiu commanded. With the recent addition of so many individuals, it was imperative to settle the werewolves before further development could proceed. Chieftain, where are you headed? Gemry inquired curiously. A place that can make you stronger. As the 50-odd werewolves began their journey back to the tribe, Yang Xiu instructed Durongda to bring Lang along, ordering him to lead their group to the human castle he had spoken of. Chieftain, you must keep your promise. Once we confirm the situation, you must release me, Lang said, walking at the forefront of the group, occasionally glancing back at Yang Xiu with unease. Rest assured, how far is that place? Yang Xiu replied impatiently, having been asked that question no less than 20 times during their trek. The group continued along the path Lang had indicated. Due to the numerous hills on the desolate plain, and some areas with significant geological faults, the castle rumored to produce iron remained elusive to their sight. Chieftain, we are almost there. It's just ahead. Lang pointed toward a location not far ahead. The geological fault referred to a section of flat land that had inexplicably sunk, creating a rugged terrain with significant height differences between the two areas. 100 paces away, a deep crevice revealed itself, and Yang Xiu and the orcs crouched down, stealthily approaching the edge. Below, nestled in the sunken basin, stood a formidable castle at its center. From the elevated terrain, Yang Xiu could observe the castle's interior, including the billowing black smoke from its chimneys. Chieftain, see? I didn't deceive you. There truly is a factory for iron extraction. Lang exclaimed, excitedly pointing to the minecarts transporting iron ore from the castle's depths. The freshly mined iron was swiftly delivered by human workers into nearby buildings. The castle was heavily guarded, with numerous armored sentinels vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Yang Xiu quietly withdrew his head from the edge of the crevice. Though the iron was enticing, it was clear that the Black Iron tribe in its current state could not breach the stronghold. With merely 15 orcs wielding bone weapons and 50 werewolves, they were clearly no match for the well-equipped human guards. Let us return for now. We shall come back when we are stronger, Yang Xiu said with a hint of regret. As per their customs, the orcs released Lang, who, once the leader of over 40 subordinates, was now destined to wander the desolate plains alone. The Black Iron tribe had officially established its foothold on this land through a blending of two races. As the werewolves and orcs ventured forth to hunt, news of the Black Iron tribe's establishment reached the chieftain of the Bull tribe, Boehner. Chieftain, a new tribe has emerged near our territory, a returning sentinel reported, detailing the findings from his reconnaissance to Boehner. A new tribe? How many individuals originally inhabited the region where the Bull tribe resided, only to find themselves facing the formidable Rock tribe, a persistent adversary that frequently clashed with them over the plunder of food resources? The sudden emergence of an unknown tribe has cast a shadow of concern across Boehner's countenance. Uncertain of their origin, they have established their tribe upon the hills, with many aspects obscured by the massive stones on the slopes. I cannot ascertain the precise number of inhabitants, yet this tribe is often frequented by orcs, who at times appear to collaborate in the hunting of wild beasts. Orcs? Boehner was taken aback. Among the 4 races inhabiting the desolate plains, orcs, bearmen, goblins, and orcs, there has always existed mutual disdain, occasionally igniting conflicts over territory. Who could have anticipated that orcs would coexist with orcs? This tribe is indeed remarkable. Make sure to bring more people to observe them, and it would be best to ascertain their name and population, Boehner instructed. At that moment, Yang Xiu was seated within the tent, contemplating the future development plans for the Black Iron tribe, utterly unaware that their very roots had drawn the attention of others in recent days. What a perplexing situation. That fortress is beyond my reach, and I cannot rely on the 15 orcs of the Black Iron tribe to conquer other orc tribes. The wargs, lacking iron spears, cannot unleash their full combat potential. Even with over 50 wargs, they are no match for a handful of orcs. What should I do now? Yang Xiu lamented as he lay back upon the ground, reflecting on his previous life as a mere gaming enthusiast, a couch potato with no particular skills, now thrust into the role of a human chieftain with a modicum of military might. A stark contrast indeed. According to the logic of the games, such as the orc tribes in War 3, to grow in strength, one must mine gold, gather wood, and produce orc soldiers. However, my Black Iron tribe possesses none of these resources. A skilled artisan cannot create a meal without ingredients. The current state of the Black Iron tribe is nothing short of a shambles. Lacking technology, resources, weapons, and with a pitiful population of only 15 orc warriors. The 50 or so wargs I have summoned are of no use at this stage. Chieftain, it's time for a meal, Du Longda called from outside the tent. Today's lunch consisted of antelope meat. Those who had ventured out hunting in the morning were fortunate enough to encounter a passing herd of antelopes, managing to catch several thanks to the orcs' formidable strength. Chieftain, recently, some orcs have been loitering near our tribe. Whenever we approach, they immediately flee, a sentry reported. Are they orcs from another tribe? Yang Xiu inquired. It seems so. Wandering orcs are quite rare in the desolate plains, came the response. It appears we have drawn someone's attention. You mentioned before that there are 2 tribes nearby, correct? Yang Xiu asked as he took an antelope leg from Jamuri. Indeed. One is called the Bull tribe and the other the Rock tribe, both of which outnumber us by at least double, Du Longda replied. Then keep an eye out. If any sentries appear again, do not engage with them. We shall trouble them once our strength has grown sufficient. By the way, what was the matter with trading the horned bull for a tent last time? Are there markets in the desolate plains? Since Du Longda had returned from his last excursion with a tent from an unknown source, Yang Xiu had been quite intrigued by the matter. I traded that with a medium-sized tribe nearby. It is common for such tribes to establish markets for exchanges with others. This is quite normal. The larger the tribe, the larger the market and the more goods available. For instance, the Iron Song, Battle Axe, and Roar tribes have the largest markets, but they are far from our location, Du Longda casually explained. Please elaborate. I am not familiar with these matters. I need to understand everything related to orcs, Yang Xiu insisted, sitting up straight and abandoning his antelope leg. Du Longda, seeing that Yang Xiu had no intention of eating, set aside his food and began to explain. After the orcs migrated into the desolate plains, we divided the land into 4 regions: Oasis, Coastal Area, Wasteland, and Battlefield Gorge. The Oasis is the only place in the desolate plains with green vegetation and fresh water, occupied by the 3 largest orc tribes. The water we drink flows from the Oasis. The coastal area lies on the far west of the desolate plains, bordering the sea. The orcs residing there trade fish and marine life with external tribes. The Wasteland is the area where we currently reside, characterized by barren hills with no water or vegetation, relying on wandering animals for sustenance. The Battlefield Gorge is devoid of orc habitation, as it leads directly to the human-established Iron Fortress, where the 4 rebellions were ignited. Are the 3 largest orc tribes the Iron Song, Battle Axe, and Roar that you mentioned earlier? Yang Xiu queried. Indeed. Orc tribes are categorized into 4 sizes. Tribes with fewer than 50 members are considered small. A tribe with 200 orc warriors and a priest can be deemed medium-sized. A large tribe consists of female orcs and has a population exceeding 1,000, while a super-large tribe with over 10,000 members, 5 priests and 1,000 female orcs, can settle in the Oasis. Medium-sized tribes can begin establishing markets to trade with others, Du Longda reflected, ensuring he had nothing further to add before he resumed eating heartily. Fascinating, Yang Xiu nodded, as Du Longda's revelations expanded his understanding. He had not anticipated such intricacies within the orc tribes. By the way, what exactly is an orc priest? Is it impossible to become a medium-sized tribe without one? Chieftain, you need not concern yourself too much with that. Orc priests are peculiar individuals, draped in cloaks and wielding wooden staffs, often engaging in dance without much purpose. You could simply find an orc to impersonate one, Jamuri chuckled. Have you encountered an orc priest? Yang Xiu asked. Do not speak foolishly. The powers of an orc priest are beyond your imagination. Each priest possesses the ability to communicate with the divine. They can heal injured orc warriors, restore the health of the sick, and provide guidance when the tribe is lost. Orc priests are revered figures among all orcs, Du Longda asserted, casting a serious glance at Jamuri. Chapter 7 Outing. Jamuri, however, found it hard to believe Du Longda's words. While Du Longda was disinclined to engage in a debate, orc priests typically remain within their tribes and seldom venture out, which is why outsiders rarely comprehend the power of this mysterious role. Since the decline of the Black Iron tribe, no orc priests had emerged from among them. Du Longda, could you take me to see that medium-sized tribe you mentioned? Yang Xiu inquired. Establishing a market would attract wandering orcs for trade, promising a lively atmosphere. In recent days, Yang Xiu had only encountered those few orcs from the Black Iron tribe, leaving him feeling as though he were trapped in a single-player game, quite dull indeed. Chieftain, that may not be appropriate, Du Longda replied, looking troubled. Why not? The orcs harbor a deep-seated animosity toward humans. The Thunderclap tribe was once a powerful tribe, but after many of their kin were slain by humans, they dwindled to a medium-sized tribe. If you were discovered, it could be perilous, Du Longda explained. No worries. I'll simply conceal myself with a cloak. I can bring a few members from our tribe to shield me, Yang Xiu smiled. At the encampment of the Black Iron tribe, situated several kilometers to the south, there lies an orc settlement firmly established upon the plains. The orcs have constructed towering walls around their village, interspersed with scattered arrow towers. Within the tribe, one can find a variety of oddly shaped buildings, and the number of tents exceeds 20. In stark contrast, Yang Xiu's Black Iron tribe appears rather meager. As the Thunder Roar tribe is the only medium-sized tribe in this region, nearby smaller tribes send representatives daily to trade essential goods such as fresh water and weapons. Draped in a cloak made of antelope hide, Yang Xiu, under the protection of Durongda and 5 orc warriors from the Black Iron tribe, successfully infiltrated the Thunder Roar tribe. Chief, that is the orc shop where healing potions crafted by the orc priests are sold. Chief, that building is the weaponsmith housing finely crafted weapons. The tents over there are where the members of the Thunder Roar tribe rest. We must not venture there. Throughout their journey, Durongda explained the surroundings to Yang Xiu. The Thunder Roar tribe, with its stone pathways connecting the buildings, bore a striking resemblance to a human village, aside from the slightly dilapidated structures. Yang Xiu surveyed the bustling orcs around him, noticing some adorned with various totemic tattoos, and immediately inquired, Durongda, what is the significance of these patterns on the orcs? Why do you not bear any? Upon hearing this, a sense of melancholy washed over the 5 orc warriors accompanying them from the Black Iron tribe. Chief, those are the tribe's totems, bestowed only by the priests upon valiant warriors. Our Black Iron tribe has long been without its totem, Durongda replied gravely. During his tenure as chief, Yang Xiu learned that the Black Iron tribe was once a formidable force before its decline, although the details of its former stature remained elusive. However, given that they had once possessed a totem, it stood to reason that they must not have been lacking in strength. Have patience. Yang Xiu reassured Durongda with a pat on the arm. I shall ensure you obtain your rightful totem. Under Durongda's guidance, the group arrived at the market of the Thunder Roar tribe, a bustling thoroughfare lined with wooden stalls. Many orcs displayed their wares upon furs spread across the ground, inviting the attention of passers-by. Here, currency was unnecessary. Goods were exchanged directly for other goods, although some larger tribes employed gold for transactions, as Durongda noted. The market stalls were crowded, each brimming with patrons, giving an impression of lively commerce. By the way, can iron be purchased here? Yang Xiu suddenly asked. Iron? Such items can only be found in the markets of larger tribes. Nowhere else sells it. Durongda shook his head. Nearby, an orc adorned with the totem of the Thunder Roar tribe patrolled with a stone axe in hand. Given the nature of this trading hub, skirmishes frequently erupted among the smaller tribes when they lacked goods to barter, prompting the chief of the Thunder Roar tribe to establish a patrol force to maintain order. After browsing the market, Yang Xiu found little of intrigue, as most vendors offered only mundane necessities like water and leather armor. "This is rather dull. Let us depart," he declared, just as an object at a nearby stall caught his eye. A book, an aged tome with yellowed pages. The stall's proprietor, a hunched old orc draped in a purple cloak, appeared to be asleep, motionless in his seat. Approaching, Yang Xiu was about to pick up the book and peruse its contents when the old orc's voice emerged from beneath his cloak. "To read this book, you must purchase it. Is it not permissible to merely glance at it? How can I know what it contains if I cannot look?" Yang Xiu replied, puzzled, casting a curious glance at the old orc. The old orc lifted his head, and though Yang Xiu's figure was obscured by the cloak, it was evident that he was not like the average orc. He was notably shorter and leaner. The book contains an account of a human's observations of the world beyond the steel fortress. "I require 3 days' worth of food in exchange. If you are unwilling to comply, kindly leave." 3 days? You are quite unreasonable. 3 days of food could procure a new weapon here. Durongda exclaimed incredulously at the old orc, deeming him a shrewd merchant. The old orc merely shook his head, adopting an expression that suggested Durongda's ignorance, before turning to Yang Xiu. "Young man, orcs have never sought knowledge. If you truly desire this book, I can accept 2 days' worth of food. That will not suffice. I require 3 days. However, I do not have that much food on me at present. How about you accompany me back to my tribe, and I shall provide you with what you seek upon arrival?" Yang Xiu proposed. The old orc nodded. Apart from the book, his stall displayed only bones and hides, making it easy to pack. As he began to gather his belongings, Yang Xiu hastily opened the newly acquired book. "Goodness, English?" Yang Xiu was taken aback. The first page bore an elegantly penned preface in English. Fortunately, during his time on Earth, he had studied the language well from a young age, and to enjoy American television shows without subtitles, he had memorized numerous English words. He could easily comprehend English magazines as well. "My name is Anlikad, and I am a lord," read the first line of the book. Yang Xiu continued reading. "Unfortunately, my territory has been accused by the royal family of colluding with orcs, and everything I owned was seized by those people. I was exiled to the desolate plains, where the orcs harbor a deep-seated hatred for humans. Were it not for my encounter with a benevolent orc priest, I might not be alive today. Thank the gods. With the assistance of the orc priest Derek, I have managed to survive in this orc tribe. I taught them how to build sturdier homes, dig wells, and transform seawater brought in from the coast into distilled water. These successes have forged friendships with the orcs. For the first time, I discovered that orcs are not the malevolent, bloodthirsty beings as commonly portrayed. They are warm and friendly. It appears that this book serves as a daily journal for Anlikad, chronicling his experiences within the orc tribe. Initially, Yang Xiu found it rather tedious and was about to set the journal aside when a passage about strategies to strengthen the tribe piqued his interest. "The Iron Song tribe has become like my home. I aspire to elevate this tribe from a medium-sized group to something greater. My hidden goal is to establish Iron Song within an oasis. Oh heavens, how audacious! I also hope to discover mineral veins on the desolate plains, and forge sturdy armor and sharp weapons for each warrior of the Iron Song tribe. Below are the specific processes involved." Yang Xiu was perplexed as to why Anlikad, merely a lord, possessed such vast knowledge akin to that of a sage. The latter half of the journal was filled with meticulous details on how to forge weapons and armor, along with methods to enhance the strength of orc warriors and tips for improving the success rate of female orcs giving birth to female offspring. It is indeed a pity for such a man to be merely a lord. He is more suited to be a chieftain. Yang Xiu, filled with admiration, closed the diary, and he now had a clearer understanding of the future development of the Black Iron tribe. With this diary by Anliker, he firmly believed that given some time, the flourishing of the Black Iron tribe would no longer be a mere dream. Once the old orc had gathered his belongings, he followed Yang Xiu and Durongda away from the Thunder Roar tribe. Although they had only procured a single diary on this trip, for Yang Xiu, it was worth more than gold. The rise of the Black Iron tribe depended on it. Not long after the group from the Black Iron tribe departed from the Thunder Roar tribe, Chieftain Derek had already left with that band of orcs. Inside a large tent of the Thunder Roar tribe, Chieftain Xiu Dun sat in a chair, listening to the report from the patrolling guards. "No need to concern yourself with him. Derek has lost the power of the orc shaman. He is now merely an old fellow who can barely wield a weapon." Chapter 8. The Development Plan of the Black Iron Tribe. The desolate plain was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, as common creatures like lizards and scorpions crawled out of their nests in search of food. With a swift motion, a massive foot crushed the lizard that scurried past. The days of travel had left everyone feeling somewhat fatigued. It was hard to believe. Derek marveled at the sight of a human becoming the chieftain of an orc tribe. The stark contrast of Yang Xiu's appearance made him stand out remarkably. How did you come to accept him? Derek curiously inquired of Durongda. That is not for you to know. Once we reach our tribe and you receive the reward promised by the chieftain, you may take your leave, Durongda replied, his expression stern. Aware that his exorbitant price for the diary had aroused the ire of the foremost warrior of the Black Iron tribe, Derek merely shook his head and fell silent. Before long, a hill adorned with sharp rocky outcrops appeared in the distance. What is that? Yang Xiu's gaze fell upon a circle of uneven walls surrounding the encampment of the Black Iron tribe. What on earth is Gemri up to? Durongda stared in astonishment at the tribe's remarkable transformation, as the path to the hill had been entirely claimed by the wargs, armed with wooden spears. As Yang Xiu and Durongda approached the entrance to the hill, a warg rushed over. Chieftain, you have returned, the warg exclaimed, gazing at Yang Xiu with palpable excitement, as if celebrating a joyous occasion. What is happening here? Where did these walls come from? Yang Xiu inquired. These were taken by Chief Gemri. He said it would enhance the tribe's defenses. That's quite a clever idea, Yang Xiu instinctively praised, leading the group up the hill. Atop the small hill, the scene had dramatically changed since Yang Xiu's departure. The flat ground was now covered with a thick layer of animal hides, and the number of tents had increased from 1 to 3. Gemri stood at the entrance of one tent, munching on what appeared to be fruit. Chieftain, you have returned. Gemri joyously greeted Yang Xiu as he approached from the hillside. Dressed in leather armor, he had evidently upgraded his gear, suggesting that significant events had transpired during Yang Xiu's absence. What happened? I barely recognize the tribe anymore. Yang Xiu smiled and asked. Haha. Chieftain, you wouldn't believe the happenings while you were gone. I, along with the remaining orcs, struck it rich. Gemri excitedly recounted. Just 2 days ago, a band of orcs passed near our tribe. I noticed they were only 5 in number and pushing 2 carts of goods, so I led my men and raided them. The walls and tents were all obtained from that raid. Though Gemri appeared to be in high spirits, Yang Xiu's expression darkened. While the specifics were unclear, it was evident that Gemri had pilfered goods from another orc tribe. What became of those 5 orcs? Yang Xiu asked. 4 were captured, but 1 managed to escape. Gemri replied nonchalantly. Yang Xiu decided to set this matter aside for the moment and instructed Durongda, go fetch some food for Derek. Afterward, he retrieved Enliker's diary from his pocket. Respected human chieftain, Derek approached Yang Xiu. May I settle in your tribe? I will contribute my strength to this community. You wish to join us? Yang Xiu, concerned about the limited number of orcs in the Black Iron tribe, found Derek's willingness to join to be a fortuitous development. Despite his advanced age, although your tribe may seem weak, I believe that under your leadership, the Black Iron tribe will undoubtedly become a legend among orcs. Derek's flattery brought an ear-to-ear smile to Yang Xiu's face. Very well. I grant you permission. Yang Xiu nodded, once again flipping through the pages of the diary. He was astonished by Enliker's ingenuity in devising a method for cultivating crops in such a desolate place. It was well known that orcs were naturally averse to labor, yet Enliker had ingeniously resolved this flaw with a simple solution. I wonder if Enliker is still alive. The orc tribe he stayed with must have grown quite powerful by now, Yang Xiu pondered. Meanwhile, in the bull tribe, Boehner mobilized half of the tribe's warriors. Just 2 days prior, his kin had traded for timber to repair their walls, only to be ambushed by the newly arrived tribe. Fortunately, one of his clan members managed to escape and inform Boehner. Otherwise, the bull tribe would have remained oblivious to the identity of their assailants. Arm yourselves. This time, we shall teach that tribe a profound lesson, Boehner declared, gripping his hefty hammer, as he led the charge out of the bull tribe. The Black Iron tribe, unaware, was about to face its first battle since Yang Xiu's ascension. At that moment, Yang Xiu was directing Durongda and the others to venture outside the tribe to gather some cacti. Potatoes and corn were scarcely traded on the desolate plains, primarily because these items were too difficult to procure from the human world, and also due to the orcs' preference for meat as their primary sustenance. Chieftain, weren't you supposed to buy goods from that orc tribe? Why did you bring back nothing but a person? Gemri inquired. His curiosity piqued as he leaned closer to Yang Xiu, eyeing Derek, who was resting against the mountainside. There was nothing of value there. I found it beneath my notice. How about you? Do those new wargs heed your commands? Yang Xiu, enjoying his conversation with Gemri, found this cunning warg's manner of speaking to be quite slick. If Yang Xiu was the emperor of the Black Iron tribe and Durongda a loyal general, then Gemri was the obsequious official who delighted in flattering remarks. Unlike Durongda, who dared not jest with Yang Xiu, Gemri's playful banter provided an amusing diversion. Those little wretches? I've already got them groveling before me. Chieftain, when shall we seek out a warg den for a bit of fun and perhaps recruit more members? Patience is a virtue. I hold your throwing talents in high regard, yet at present, there are no suitable weapons for your use. Having too many people on hand would only complicate matters, Yang Xiu remarked. Alas, Chief, it must be said that suitable spears are simply non-existent on these desolate plains. If you could have the orcs of Durongda craft some stone spears for us, that would suffice, Gemri replied nonchalantly. Hehe, let us not speak too soon. Grant me some time and I shall ensure you wield iron spears, Yang Xiu said with a mischievous grin. At the heart of the world lies the city of Pedivia, once the domain of the orcs, now transformed by humans into a grand metropolis known as Marlin Imperial Capital. Here reside the nobility, royalty, and esteemed magicians, all of high status within this highly developed city. From the vantage point of Marlin Imperial Capital, one can behold towering classical structures interspersed with wizard towers, while the common folk jostle in narrow pedestrian walkways, with the broad carriageways reserved solely for the nobility and affluent merchants. It must be noted that Marlin Imperial Capital exhibits an extraordinary leniency towards the rights of the wealthy, as everything is tailored to serve the upper echelons of society. On the pedestrian paths, the throngs are so tightly packed that movement becomes nearly impossible, whereas the carriage lanes, 3 times wider, remain eerily vacant, highlighting the stark class divide. People seem to have forgotten how, a century ago, their ancestors united to wrest control of the world from the orcs, subsequently driving this formidable warrior race into the resource-deprived desolation of the plains. The arduous struggles of the past have merely paved the way for the indulgence of the royal court and the exploitation of the lower classes. General Hagel, overseeing the 5 mining expeditions dispatched to the desolate plains, has received reports that 2 of these teams have already discovered and begun extracting mineral resources. Within the command center, the formidable first general of the Marlin Kingdom, iron-blooded Hagel, meticulously reviews intelligence pertaining to the national army. The mining expeditions were his directive, as his unwavering ambition is to eradicate the orcs entirely. He is not content merely to confine them to the desolate plains, allowing them to wither away. Uncertainty lurks in every endeavor. Time alters all. Hagel firmly believes that once the orcs have licked their wounds inflicted by humanity, they will resurface. Thus, the total annihilation of all orcs has become this iron-willed general's foremost principle of action. The objective of the 5 mining teams entering the desolate plains is to establish a stronghold. This way, should the Marlin Kingdom's forces engage the orcs, they will have immediate access to weaponry supplies from the mining facilities, ensuring the complete obliteration of the orcish threat. Have the mining teams been discovered by the orcs? Hagel inquired. Not thus far. They have selected secluded locations as their bases, so the likelihood of detection appears minimal, came the response. Hagel nodded. Caution is imperative. If we succeed this time, we can entirely rid ourselves of this race, and our descendants shall no longer have to live in fear of the orc menace. If the general's objectives are fulfilled, the people of the kingdom will undoubtedly rejoice. Chapter 9. Without warning we strike. Boehner led his kin to hide behind a rock, not far from the territory of the Black Iron tribe. Witnessing his stolen timber repurposed into walls by others ignited a fierce rage within him. This despicable tribe has affronted us. We must teach them a bloody lesson, Boehner bellowed, raising his weapon, and had he not been restrained by his comrades, they would have charged forth to confront the Black Iron tribe. As a chieftain, Boehner possessed a sharper intellect than the average orc. He recognized that confronting them head-on would likely result in mutual destruction. Thus he devised a plan, a duel. Chief, a band of orcs has intruded into our territory. They seek to challenge you to a duel. Yang Xiu, deep in thought about how to seize the human fortress, was interrupted by Gemri, who rushed into the tent, exclaiming urgently, "A duel?" The mere mention caused Yang Xiu to assess his own physique before replying, "Send Durongda instead." But those orcs insist they wish to challenge the chieftain. Gemri pointed toward the direction down the mountain. "Remember, in the event of a duel, do not refer to me as the chieftain. Call for Durongda. Come, lead me to these orcs. How many are there?" Yang Xiu stepped out of the tent, stealthily peering down the mountain path. Before him stood a dozen or so orcs, brandishing weapons at the entrance of the Black Iron tribe, while a group of wolfmen held wooden spears, locked in a standoff. "Where is Durongda?" Yang Xiu inquired. "He has already descended. Look," Gemri gestured toward Durongda on the mountain path below. "Bring some men along. If a fight breaks out, we must capture these orcs and not allow them to escape. I suspect they are connected to the items you lost last time," Yang Xiu instructed. The issue of the Black Iron tribe's manpower had long troubled Yang Xiu, since assuming the chieftaincy, He had yet to engage in a battle for population annexation. It wasn't due to a lack of desire, but rather that most orc tribes outnumbered the Black Iron tribe. With only 15 members, they were indeed a rarity, and Yang Xiu even questioned whether the Black Iron tribe might be the weakest on the desolate plains. I must seize that mining facility soon, so I can begin annexing other orc tribes, he resolved within himself. Are you the chieftain of this tribe? Boehner asked Durongda, eyeing him suspiciously. What business do you have in my tribe? Durongda responded, noting the hostility emanating from the armed strangers before him. Your tribe previously sent wolfmen to raid my cargo. I demand an explanation. Otherwise, prepare for an unending duel. Boehner raised his axe, pointing it menacingly at Durongda. As the first warrior of the Black Iron tribe, Durongda could not tolerate such provocation and charged forward, weapon drawn. The battle erupted with fervor as the two factions clashed violently. Durongda deflected Boehner's axe strike, his muscles quivering under the strain, veins bulging in his biceps. Your strength is commendable, Boehner sneered, laughing maniacally. Durongda retorted, you are simply too weak. With a sudden force, he shoved Boehner's weapon back, roaring as he slammed into Boehner's chest with a shoulder charge. Your words are foul, warrior. Boehner guffawed, rubbing his chest, for Durongda's blow had struck with considerable force, leaving him with a rare twinge of pain. Durongda remained silent, pressing the attack and limiting Boehner's movements, denying him any opportunity for a counterstrike. Meanwhile, Gemry had rallied his followers, surrounding the invading orcs from the Bull tribe, their wooden spears aimed threateningly at them. Durongda, the chieftain has commanded that not a single one is to escape. Gemry conveyed Yang Xiu's orders to Durongda. You are not the chieftain of this tribe? Boehner was incredulous, astonished that Durongda could stand against him. Then how formidable must the actual chieftain be? The Black Iron tribe boasts a great chieftain. I am merely his subordinate. Since the chieftain has decreed that you shall not leave, you will all remain, Durongda declared confidently. The speed with which the weapon was wielded in his hand accelerated, catching Boehner off guard as Durongda revealed yet another hidden skill, resulting in a grievous wound carved along his forearm. Seizing this moment, Gemry hurled a rope that seemed to materialize from thin air, ensnaring Boehner in its grasp. Observing the opportunity, Durongda swiftly disarmed Boehner, casting his axe aside before pinning him to the ground with sheer force, while Gemry, alongside two wolfmen, took advantage of the situation to bind Boehner securely. Following suit, under Durongda's formidable combat prowess, the dozen or so orcs that Boehner had brought were captured alive, subsequently hoisted up the mountain by the orcs of the Black Iron tribe. Chief, these individuals have been brought up. Not a single one has escaped, Durongda reported to Yang Xiu. Like others witnessing Yang Xiu for the first time, Boehner felt as though he had stumbled upon a gateway to a new realm upon encountering the human chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. You actually follow a human? Boehner exclaimed in disbelief. What, are you surprised to see me? Yang Xiu replied, observing the Bull tribe chieftain bound like a dumpling, contemplating how to persuade him to join the Black Iron tribe. Traitor, have you forgotten the orcs' hatred? You would willingly follow a greedy human. Boehner shouted furiously at Durongda. Hey, there's no need to be so angry. After all, it was you who approached us first, Yang Xiu remarked as Derek, the elderly orc, unexpectedly emerged from the tent. Young orc, I wonder if you would be willing to believe an old orc like me, Derek said, as an orange halo illuminated his form. This sudden display rendered everyone present silent, their attention captivated by Derek's performance. An orc shaman? Boehner gasped in astonishment. The orange aura surrounding Derek was indeed the hallmark of an orc shaman's endurance halo. Yang Xiu and Durongda shared looks of surprise, as they had not anticipated that the old orc Derek would be the fabled shaman of legend. The contrast was striking. Derek extended his arm, revealing a series of peculiar totems, before placing his palm gently on Boehner's forehead. Trust me, young orc. Yang Xiu will lead the orcs to freedom. What he requires now is time and your assistance. I hope you can aid him as Durongda has. It must be said, at that moment, Derek resembled a charlatan. The orange halo was unique to orc shamans, known among them as the endurance halo, which supposedly significantly enhanced the strength and speed of any orc standing within its bounds. It was precisely this miraculous ability of orc shamans that enabled the orcs to survive amidst human gunfire. Chief Yang Xiu, I wish to lead all the orcs of the Bull tribe into your fold, Boehner proclaimed, as if under a spell, his demeanor transformed entirely. Yang Xiu stared in astonishment. How had this once defiant individual suddenly become so compliant? Chief, with the addition of the Bull tribe, you can commence your plan to unite the orc tribes, Derek said, retracting the endurance halo and wearily returning to his dwelling, exuding an air of humility. What is your name? Yang Xiu inquired of Boehner. Chief, I am Boehner. Since you have resolved to join the Black Iron tribe, I welcome your inclusion. Are these all the members of your tribe? Half of them remain in the tribe. I did not bring them all. Very well, then return alone and bring the remainder of your tribe, along with any supplies you can muster. Understood? Although Boehner had expressed his submission with Derek's assistance, Yang Xiu dared not allow him to return with the others. Should this turn out to be a mere momentary lapse in judgment, the consequences would be dire. Under Boehner's command, the captured orcs were integrated into the Black Iron tribe, causing Yang Xiu's numbers to surge from 15 to 45, a most fortuitous development. After issuing his orders, Yang Xiu hurried to Derek, eager to uncover the reason behind Boehner's sudden compliance and the entire tribe's capitulation. Chapter 10. The Secret of the Orc Shaman. Human Chieftain, Delongda and the others likely have not shared with you the true world of the orcs, Derek stated calmly. The true world of the orcs? Yang Xiu queried, perplexed. Did you truly believe that orc battles are always as they were between Boehner and Delongda? Such confrontations are deemed lowly among orcs. Any moderately powerful tribe could easily conquer insignificant tribes like the Black Iron tribe in the wasteland, Derek observed, intent on imparting knowledge to this human who had unexpectedly entered their world. Yang Xiu sensed that Derek was about to reveal insights previously unknown to him, and thus he quietly seated himself, awaiting Derek's elaboration. In truth, any orc tribe with fewer than 200 members is unworthy of the title tribe. The existence of small tribes like the Bull tribe and the Black Iron tribe is either the result of exiled members from larger tribes long ago or due to the decline of once mighty tribes. Yang Xiu, do you understand what true power is? Derek inquired. Power? Humans possess powerful firearms, advanced metallurgy, and mysterious magical armies. If all orcs were like Delongda, how could we have survived so long against human assaults? Derek softly replied, you know nothing of orcish power. Long before orcs dominated this continent, humans were but subservient races alongside elves, dwarves, and trolls, laboring to procure sustenance for us and singing our praises. It was during that era that orcs wielded the frenzy power, a force only ignited with the aid of orc shamans. Orc shamans can manipulate the life force of enemies, instilling hope in allies while bringing ruin to foes. Eventually, human ingenuity became their mightiest weapon, driving orcs into desolate plains. And what is this frenzy power you speak of? Without a word, Derek extended his right hand, and his withered palm, ravaged by time, suddenly erupted in a boiling display of vitality. Yang Xiu watched in awe as Derek's form miraculously rejuvenated, his body expanding like a sponge until it reached a colossal size. Yang Xiu assessed that, at this moment, even 5 Delongdas would be powerless against him. Derek's arms were thicker than Delongda's entire leg, rendering comparison futile. Before Yang Xiu could marvel further, Derek's body reverted to its original state, panting heavily as he collapsed to the ground. Are you all right? Yang Xiu helped him up, pondering how this frenzy power bore resemblance to opium, exhilarating in use, yet leaving one languid and spent thereafter. Cough, cough, due to certain circumstances, I cannot utilize my frenzy power for extended periods, Derek said, clutching his heart, as if to provide Yang Xiu with a glimpse of the extraordinary. He suddenly shed his cloak. As Yang Xiu beheld the scene before him, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. On Derek's chest lay a festering wound, long since decayed, through which the size of a fist revealed the heart hidden within. A pungent stench of rot emanated from the ulcer, prompting Yang Xiu to cover his nose and inquire, what happened here? A human's handiwork, cursed magic, Derek replied as he donned his cloak once more. I have lost the powers of an orc shaman and with it, my dignity as an orc. I am but a worthless wretch now. It's alright after all. You were once formidable, Yang Xiu comforted. Derek seemed perplexed. Oh, I merely meant that your past prowess is commendable, he chuckled lightly. Derek, do you know why I requested to stay? Derek posed the question. Why? Glancing at the diary in Yang Xiu's hands, Derek slowly articulated, because you can comprehend that diary. I have captured several humans who ventured into the Silent Plains, yet none could decipher the text within. Clearly, the writings do not belong to the language of this world as humans. You carry his shadow, and your modus operandi is remarkably similar. The idea of rallying the other races of the Silent Plains was proposed by him as well, but alas, he was not a chieftain like you, and thus his efforts faltered. That him you speak of, who is it? Anlikad, Derek replied. You know Anlikad? Are you? Yang Xiu quickly flipped through the earlier pages of the diary, which chronicled Anlikad's transformation from a territory into a kingdom as a prisoner. When Yang Xiu read about an orc shaman rescuing Anlikad, he exclaimed, You are the orc shaman who saved him? If I am not mistaken, Anlikad documented his insights in that diary. The methods therein can strengthen any tribe, even the Black Iron. As long as you follow his guidance, you will become the fourth super tribe to enter the oasis. At this point, Derek paused, a meaningful smile crossing his face as he continued. The tribe I once belonged to with Anlakad was called Iron Song. Iron Song? The name struck Yang Xiu as familiar, yet he could not recall its significance. Iron Song tribe. Chieftain, it is one of the three great tribes of the oasis. Du Longda burst into the tent, excitement radiating from him, while behind him, Jamuri struggled to hold him back. But the orc's strength easily overpowered the wolfman, pulling him in as well. You too? Have you been eavesdropping outside? Yang Xiu stared incredulously at the pair. Though his discussion with Derek was not of monumental importance, having others secretly listen was hardly a pleasant affair. Feeling guilty, Du Longda quickly exclaimed, "Apologies, chieftain." Jamuri mimicked Du Longda's gesture, performing an orc salute with exaggerated seriousness. "Never mind, you have inadvertently reminded me. Derek, how did you, once a shaman of the Iron Song tribe, end up selling Anlakad's diary in a mediocre tribe?" Yang Xiu inquired. "By the way, what became of Anlakad?" With a sigh, Derek released a heavy breath, as if the question unearthed unspoken memories. "Anlakad is dead." "Dead?" Yang Xiu gasped, for the diary revealed Anlakad to be an erudite individual, his thoughts resonating with scholarly wisdom. "This is why I wish to remain in the Black Iron tribe, human chieftain. I hope you will sound the horn of vengeance for me against those treacherous orcs. They must be shackled to the searing pillars, wailing for a century. Anlakad's death and the curse upon me are the doing of the traitors from the Iron Song tribe," Derek shouted passionately, revealing a deep-seated animosity towards one of the three super tribes of the oasis. "Derek, we are but a fledgling tribe of 45, barely established with your aid. You expect us to confront Iron Song?" Yang Xiu replied, apprehensive. "If only you are willing to agree, I shall devote my life to cultivating new shamans for your tribe, to garner more orcs, enabling the Black Iron tribe to challenge Iron Song's might." "Very well," Yang Xiu conceded, recognizing the merit in Derek's conditions. With Derek's support, those small tribes that had never encountered orc shamans would, like the Bull tribe, fall under his influence, granting Black Iron the right to ascend to a mid-tier tribe. "Wait a moment, Derek. I recall you just mentioned that you could no longer utilize your shamanic abilities." Yang Xiu pondered, sensing a discrepancy. "Yang, I have stated that I will devote my life to strengthening the Black Iron tribe," Derek asserted resolutely. To demonstrate his sincerity, Derek rose and approached the bewildered Du Longda. Placing a hand upon Du Longda's chest, an orange aura enveloped him, and amidst the haze, a figure rested its hand upon Du Longda's head. As if activating his fervent power, Du Longda's body began to swell visibly, growing from over 2 meters to 3, his muscles bulging like swollen lumps, exuding immense strength. "My word!" Yang Xiu exclaimed, astonished by the transformation. For Du Longda now resembled a mountain of muscle, his arms thicker than Yang Xiu's waist, and his legs stood like two sturdy pillars. Yang Xiu feared that a single punch from Du Longda could reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. "This shall serve as my gift to you, human chieftain," Derek remarked, turning back with a knowing smile. Chapter 11. The Power of Fervor. Derek had once been a formidable orc shaman, and after rescuing Anlakad, the two had developed the Iron Song tribe into one of the three most powerful orc tribes. Yet, he never divulged to Yang Xiu the events that transpired, why Anlakad had perished, or how he had come to be cursed by humans, losing his shamanic abilities. The truth behind the betrayal of the Iron Song tribe remained locked within the confines of his heart. The fervent power buried deep within Du Longda's orc bloodline has now been activated. He can now contend with 5 ordinary orcs simultaneously, Derek stated, appearing fatigued after his earlier display, settling onto the ground as he spoke. "Chieftain, I feel invigorated." Du Longda flexed his biceps, resembling one who had consumed an abundance of strength-inducing potions, and Yang Xiu could even see the breath billowing from his nostrils. "Could you revert to your original form? Your appearance is rather daunting," Yang Xiu requested. As per Yang Xiu's demand, Du Longda shrank back to his usual self. "Very well, I shall comply with your request. However, the adversary I face is of Iron Song's caliber. The Black Iron tribe as it stands is no match. I must also attain a level comparable to Iron Song before I can fulfill your request," Yang Xiu replied, nodding in agreement. "No problem. With the insights gained from Anlakad, you are undoubtedly able to lead the Black Iron into the oasis." Derek exuded an unusual confidence, though it remained uncertain whether he placed his faith in the living Yang Xiu or the deceased Anlakad spirit. Gathering all the orcs before him, Yang Xiu gazed confidently at the throng of orcs that had amassed. Following the commotion instigated by Barnell and his men, the numbers of the Black Iron tribe had suddenly doubled, making the originally defensible encampment feel somewhat cramped. Yang Xiu summoned Durongda, proclaiming, "I have a task for you. Take these orcs and subdue the nearby tribes, and return with the captives when you are done. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Durongda replied eagerly. Having recently acquired the power of fervor, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his strength. As he watched Durongda depart the Black Iron tribe with a weary yet determined band of orcs, Yang Xiu did not remain idle. The journey to usher the Black Iron tribe into the oasis would be long. Relying solely on gradual development might take decades to achieve such a goal. "Jamuri, gather 10 wirgins and accompany me to a location. And, by the way, bring along some tools suitable for digging," Yang Xiu instructed as he led a contingent of wirgins in a different direction. "Chief, what is our purpose here?" Jamuri inquired surreptitiously during their journey. "You will find out upon arrival," Yang Xiu responded, well aware of Jamuri's nature. Just a hint of a secret would set him bouncing about like an agitated monkey. In the basin where the human castle resided, Yang Xiu and Jamuri concealed themselves in an unseen corner of a fortress. "Chief, how did you discover this? I never imagined those wretched humans would venture into the desolate plains and establish a territory here," Jamuri exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed the distant castle. "One of the wirgins named Lang informed me of this. Thus, I spared his life," Yang Xiu replied nonchalantly. "What are we doing here, Chief?" Jamuri pressed. I've heard Durongda speak highly of your digging prowess. Show me if you can carve a tunnel directly leading beneath that castle." Yang Xiu gestured towards the fortress, indicating a straight path. "Of course, let me take a look." Jamuri promptly knelt down, his large nose fervently sniffing the soil's crevices. "The earth here is not too hard. We can dig, Chief, but we must align ourselves correctly," Jamuri speculated. "Take your time to decide. As long as we eventually breach the castle's interior, I am indifferent," Yang Xiu replied dismissively. Having received Yang Xiu's consent, Jamuri conferred with his kin and then began to dig with his tool. Before long, they had excavated a pit deep enough for a person to stand in. "That will do. The direction seems correct. Let's proceed." Jamuri emerged from the pit, leaving his fellow tribesmen to shoulder the burden, and took a seat beside Yang Xiu to rest. "Aren't you going to assist?" Yang Xiu asked, momentarily taken aback. "Chief, with so many of us here, do you really expect the king of wirgins to handle such trivial matters?" Jamuri scoffed, a disdainful smile on his face. Meanwhile, while Yang Xiu was already digging, Durongda and the orcs had arrived at the Rock tribe, a former rival of the Bull tribe. "Enemies!" The guards of the Rock tribe shouted hoarsely from behind their walls. The entire tribe stirred into action as more than 30 orcs armed themselves and emerged from their tents, perfectly matching the number of Durongda's entourage. "Orcs, you have trespassed upon the territory of the Rock tribe," the orcs of Rock tribe warned, observing Durongda and his companions blocking their sole exit. "Bring forth your chieftain," Durongda commanded, hurling his axe, which flew through the air and embedded itself deeply into the wall of the Rock tribe. A declaration of war. In the realm of orc tribes, to initiate a war of conquest, the instigator must cast their weapon into the opponent's territory, thus formally declaring hostilities. Black Iron. Black Iron. It must be noted that the newly joined orcs of the Black Iron tribe adapted to the chant with remarkable speed, already beginning to roar in unison. Sensing the battle fervor of their assailants, the orcs of the Rock tribe were not to be outdone, bellowing the name of their tribe with fervor. Amidst the din of both sides, the chieftain of the Rock tribe, Iron Hand, emerged from his tent. Most had long forgotten Iron Hand's true name. As a veteran of the rebellion, he had lost his right arm in battle and had since commissioned a human blacksmith to forge a prosthetic steel arm, earning him his moniker. "I have never heard of your tribe, outsiders." Iron Hand coldly regarded Durongda and his crew, his body adorned with scars that spoke of past glories. "It matters not whether you have heard of us. From this day forth you shall be assimilated into the Black Iron tribe," Durongda declared with a grin. "Arrogant orcs are hardly worthy of the title of warriors. You shall pay for today's provocation," Iron Hand retorted, extracting Durongda's axe from the wall and, with his rusted iron arm, returning it with precision to land just before Durongda's feet. Simultaneously, both Iron Hand and Durongda signaled their respective tribes, and they surged forward, weapons raised, ready to clash. Durongda retrieved the axe at his feet just as Iron Hand charged towards him wielding a warhammer. "Ha!" Iron Hand bellowed, the hammer descending like a falling star aimed directly at Durongda's head. Amongst orcs, the notion of retreat or evasion was foreign. Fearing the impression of cowardice, Durongda swiftly raised his axe, intending to block Iron Hand's thunderous assault with the shaft of his weapon. With a resounding crack, the bone weapon shattered beneath the force of the hammer, sending the splintered remnants hurtling toward his face. There was no time to evade. Failure to do so would cost him his life beneath Iron Hand's hammer. Fervor. Durongda's body suddenly expanded, his height surging from over 2 meters to 3, his massive hands seizing Iron Hand's warhammer with ease. The power of fervor not only transformed his physique but also multiplied his strength significantly, enabling him to effortlessly wrest the warhammer from Iron Hand's grasp. "What? You possess the power of fervor," Iron Hand exclaimed, taken aback as he lost his weapon, recalling a familiar scene from the past, his expression one of astonishment. This power of fervor necessitated the aid of an orc shaman for activation, and in this wasteland, where numerous small tribes resided, most young orcs were unaware of its existence. Iron Hand had only learned of it through his experiences during the rebellion. With a colossal fist, Durongda remained silent as he struck Iron Hand with tremendous force. Overwhelmed by Durongda's might, Iron Hand, along with his warhammer, was sent flying 10 meters away, unable to rise from where he sat, clutching his chest. Not satisfied with a single blow, Durongda roared as he plunged into the throng of the Rock Tribe's orcs, attacking anything in his path. In mere moments, he had felled 5 enemy orcs, his muscles bulging, and his face contorted into a fearsome visage. "Stop him," Iron Hand gasped, clutching his chest. Suddenly, 5 orc warriors from the Rock Tribe brandishing stone axes charged at the fervently empowered Durongda. Ignoring everything around him, Durongda extended his hand to deflect 2 of the axes, yet 3 others struck his body. With a grunt of pain, he swatted one orc aside with a powerful slap and stomped down forcefully on another. Grasping the necks of the 2 orcs, he violently slammed them together. "Is there anyone else?" Durongda bellowed at the last standing orc. Though he bore some wounds, his swift incapacitation of 4 orc warriors immediately drew the attention of all present. Orcs revere strength, and Durongda's formidable combat prowess undoubtedly earned him the recognition of all the tribesmen of the Rock Tribe. Iron Hand, maintaining a stoic demeanor, rose and declared, "Cease this, I submit." Chapter 12. Infiltrating the interior. "Don't crowd, you're pushing me." A few Wurgens hurriedly squeezed into the tunnel they had just excavated. But due to its narrowness, they became stuck at the entrance, their bare backsides comically exposed. "Chief, the path to that human fortress has been dug out. Shall we proceed directly?" Gemry inquired of Yang Xiu. "Of course, aren't you curious why I sought to seize this fortress? Come with me and you shall see." Yang Xiu replied just as Gemry rushed forward to extricate the foolish Wurgens stuck in the hole. "One at a time, you clueless fools. Let the chief go first," Gemry chastised. Instantly, 10 Wurgens formed a line, clearing the entrance for Yang Xiu. "It's all right," Yang Xiu reassured them. Given that the Wurgens were roughly of human stature, he slightly bent down and crawled through the excavated opening. Since he had not brought any lighting equipment, the tunnel was shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the passage was straight, so Yang Xiu did not have to worry about losing his way. Shutting his eyes, he began to crawl forward. "Gemry, yes? This tunnel needs to be widened. It must accommodate Durongda and the others as well," Yang Xiu remarked. "Chief, are you planning an internal assault? Truly impressive. Impressive, my foot. Don't tell me your people have been digging for so long and only now are you grasping my intentions?" Clearly, this aspiring Wargen king was just beginning to comprehend Yang Xiu's motives. After an indeterminate time of crawling, Yang Xiu, positioned at the forefront, suddenly encountered a layer of earth. The tunnel ended here. "What's going on? Why is there no path?" Yang Xiu queried. "Above, Chief, there's a passageway," a Wargen behind him alerted. Only then did Yang Xiu look up and reach out. He discovered that the soil above had formed a hollow, leading to an upward tunnel. In this darkness, without a warning, it would have been impossible to notice. "Is this the mining factory?" Yang Xiu asked. "Not entirely sure, but it must be within the human fortress." Hearing the response, Yang Xiu rolled over and faced upward, probing into the vertical passage. After crawling for a short while, he encountered a solid stone slab. Expecting it to be somewhat heavy, Yang Xiu casually pushed against it, only to find it easily lifted. Damn, what a shoddy construction. Peering through the small gap revealed by the lifted stone slab, Yang Xiu squinted to observe the situation outside. The dim light beyond emanated from oil lamps affixed to the walls. In the faint glow, he discerned that he appeared to be in a cavern, surrounded by loose stones and earthen walls. From the depths of the cave, the faint sound of metal clashing against hard surfaces echoed, reminiscent of the sound of a hammer striking iron nails, which Yang Xiu had previously encountered at construction sites. "Is anyone there?" Yang Xiu pondered, his mind swirling with questions. This place seemed to be the very mine he had glimpsed from a height during his visit to the fortress. The mining factory must have been collecting iron from the mine. Surely, this area was teeming with miners. "Gemry, we have a situation. Stay alert." Yang Xiu whispered to those below, deftly pushing the stone slab aside and stealthily emerging from the tunnel. The mine was exceedingly spacious. Upon crawling out, Yang Xiu noticed several branching paths nearby, their origins unknown. The sounds he had heard earlier were emanating from the second passage to his left. Just send up 2 individuals. The rest stay below, Yang Xiu instructed as he pulled Gemri from the tunnel. Given the uncertainty of the situation, Yang Xiu feared that if too many emerged, and they encountered trouble, everyone would scramble back into the tunnel, which was far too small for a mass exodus. Gemri brought out another wargen, while the rest remained in the tunnel. Chief, what shall we do next? Yang Xiu pointed toward the noisy passage. Let us investigate. Perhaps we can capture a miner and inquire about the situation. Some areas of the mine were supported by thick wooden beams, and the ground was strewn with scattered stones. Yang Xiu occasionally spied moldy breadcrumbs, indicating that the mine beneath the fortress had been established for quite some time. Accompanied by 2 wargens, Yang Xiu ventured into a long, straight mining tunnel. As he neared the corner ahead, he suddenly heard voices and quickly halted, careful not to make noise on the gravel beneath his feet that might attract attention. Ham, old man Jigger can't keep going. If this continues, he'll perish here. Alas, there's nothing we can do. We're trapped here with no chance of escape. Sop, you should take Grandpa Jigger to rest. Let him take today off. No, I want to help. Yang Xiu listened intently to the exchange, realizing these 2 were not willingly mining here. His curiosity piqued. He stealthily approached the corner to see what was unfolding. Before him stood 3 extremely diminutive figures, grotesque in appearance, with oily green skin and pointed ears, which somehow seemed oddly familiar to Yang Xiu. Goblins? He inadvertently uttered aloud. Upon hearing the noise, the 3 goblins turned to see Yang Xiu hiding behind the corner, their expressions shifting dramatically. Mister, we're not slacking off. Please don't hit me. Yes, Mr. Little Ham has been diligently completing today's work. Bewildered, Yang Xiu watched as the 3 goblins suddenly dropped to their knees and began to knock their heads against the ground, the sharp stones beneath visibly causing them pain. Their foreheads soon bloodied and disfigured, a sight too distressing to behold. Enough, enough, get up. Yang Xiu stepped forward to the 3 goblins, who were so short they barely reached his waist, appearing almost childlike. With his assistance, he helped them to their feet, just as Gemri arrived, equally perplexed by the presence of goblins. Wargen? Ham gazed at Gemri. Are you being forced to mine here? Yang Xiu inquired. No, my lord. We are voluntarily participating in the glorious mining operation, proclaimed the oldest goblin, Jig, with an earnest expression. Yang Xiu found it amusing. You need not be so anxious. I am not affiliated with the humans in this castle. If you speak to me honestly, I might even be able to assist you in escaping. Yes. Please tell the truth quickly, the timid goblin, Gemri, urged from the side. Among the 3 indigenous races of the desolate plains, the orcs aside, the wargs are cunning, the bearfolk are hot-tempered, and the goblins are characterized by their cowardice. While the former 2 races possess unique combat skills that have allowed them to survive in this harsh environment, the goblins, on the other hand, are adept only at thievery and looting. They have persisted through the years largely due to their prolific breeding capabilities. Each female goblin is remarkably fertile, capable of birthing a dozen offspring in a year, with each litter typically numbering 20. Furthermore, the goblin race is notorious for its incestuous practices, which contribute to their diminutive and unattractive stature. Yang Xiu observed the 3 goblins, Ham, Jig, and Sop, with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, having never encountered such a grotesque species before. Their drooping eyes and flat noses were not the only peculiarities. Each goblin bore some deformity. For instance, Ham's exposed chest revealed a conspicuous protrusion of bone that made him appear quite strange, while Sop suffered from severe knock-knees, rendering him significantly shorter than the others. Tell me everything you know, and I shall help you 3 escape from here. What do you say? Due to the diminutive stature of the goblins, Yang Xiu seated himself on the ground to match their height. My lord, can you truly help us? Ham hesitantly asked. There are many human guards outside the mine. Rest assured, I will not deceive you, Yang Xiu replied, gesturing toward the direction he came from. Moreover, we need not venture outside the mine. My lord, many of our kin are still deep within the mine. Could you not? Jig tentatively probed. Cannot, Yang Xiu stated firmly. His purpose for entering was merely to investigate the castle situation, preparing for a future assault. Taking the 3 inconsequential goblins away was one matter, but to attempt to rescue all goblins would only alert the enemy. However, do not despair. If you cooperate and inform me of everything here, I shall send someone to rescue your tribe in a few days. Yang Xiu reassured them, believing that if he managed to conquer the castle, Freeing these goblins would pose no significant challenge. All right, my lord, Sop responded eagerly, clearly having long desired to escape, and he promptly divulged all he knew, much to the dismay of Ham and Jig, who were unable to stop him as Gemry and another warg pulled them aside. About half a year ago, a group of humans arrived at my goblin village. They rode armored warhorses and captured my kin using firearms and iron swords, bringing us here. This place did not have a castle before. One of those humans, clad in a robe and wielding a staff, somehow summoned this towering castle from the ground. My kin and I have been imprisoned here, forced to mine day and night, and many have perished from exhaustion, Sop lamented. The robed figure with the staff you mention must be a sorcerer, Yang Xiu pondered. My lord, that is all I know, Sop bowed respectfully to Yang Xiu. And what about you? Yang Xiu turned to Jig and Ham. The two averted their gazes and Sop, confused, remarked, Old Jig, Haven T, the human guards frequently taken you outside the mine? You must know more than I do. A chill ran through Jig as he silently cursed. You wretched little brat, you've doomed me. Yang Xiu shot a disdainful glance at the uncooperative little goblin. In an instant, Gemry seized Jig by the legs, hoisting him upside down. Speak, Gemry bellowed, baring his teeth menacingly at Jig. Indeed, the cowardly goblin could not withstand the pressure. I'll tell you everything, he exclaimed. Just put me down. Gemry complied, and Yang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Jig hesitated, glancing in a particular direction, and whispered, You shouldn't have come here. This is no ordinary place. You have no idea how formidable the human army above is. I advise you to leave. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just share what you know about this place, Yang Xiu insisted, fixing his gaze on Jig. There are many human warhorses outside the mine. They call them heavy cavalry. Most soldiers remain inside the buildings, and I cannot ascertain their numbers. My lord, they always call me out just to clean up after those horses. Beyond that, I know nothing. Jig knelt, feeling aggrieved. And what of the sorcerer? Do you know anything about him? Yang Xiu inquired further. I do not know. Aside from the first day, I have not seen that man again. You claim to know nothing, yet you spoke so mysteriously earlier and urged me to leave? Yang Xiu frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Jig. I'm sorry. Jig quickly bowed his head in apology. This is proving to be quite troublesome. Yang Xiu mused as he rose from the ground. He had initially assumed that the human guards within the castle were merely armored soldiers, but now, the presence of a mysterious sorcerer complicated matters considerably. It seemed he would need to reconsider his approach. The sorcerer introduced too many variables, and should Durongda lead his men in, unexpected complications could arise, Yang Xiu contemplated. Very well, since you have fulfilled my request, Gemry, have someone escort them to safety. Yang Xiu gestured towards the three goblins. Gemry, of course, would not undertake such a task personally. He turned to the only accompanying warg and instructed, Take them to the underground passage and wait there for me and the chief. Understood. The warg immediately led the three goblins back down the mining path. Chief, what shall we do next? With only Yang Xiu and Gemry remaining, and seeing no intention of leaving from Yang Xiu, Gemry inquired. Tell me, if we were to seize this place, would you and your wargs be able to conquer the entire wasteland if I were to equip each of you with iron spears? Yang Xiu mused aloud. Gemry's eyes lit up. Yang Xiu's proposal undoubtedly maximized the combat potential of the wargs. Currently, the Black Iron tribe, including Gemry, consisted of 50 wargs. If each were to wield 5 iron spears, then the enemy forces would suffer an assault of 250 spears from 200 meters away before the battle even began. That's incredible, Gemry exclaimed. Absolutely. Those foolish orcs would fall to the ground after just 3 or 4 iron spears. I swear, if my wargs are equipped with iron spears, I will deliver the entire wasteland into your hands. Gemry gazed at Yang Xiu with fervor, his imagination already conjuring the scene of their enemies meeting a swift demise. Well said, let us return for now. I must ponder the matter of seizing the castle further. Perhaps I shall consult Derek, as he might possess insights into the true strength of human sorcerers. Yang Xiu circumvented Gemry and retraced his steps. Durongda, you claim you are not the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe? Is there a warrior in your tribe who surpasses you in might? Iron Hand sat upon a flattened rock, gazing with surprise at Durongda, who was rallying the orcs of the Stoneclaw tribe. No, he is not exceptionally powerful, but he possesses clever ideas. I deem him a commendable chieftain, Durongda remarked with a mysterious smile. The Stoneclaw tribe, including Iron Hand, comprises 35 members. With the addition of 30 from the Bull tribe and the original 15 from the Black Iron tribe, the total has swelled to a considerable 80, rendering the original hillside rather cramped for such a multitude of orcs. I find myself increasingly eager to meet this enigmatic chieftain. By the way, what is the situation with that pack of wargen at the foot of the mountain? Why do you coexist with such feeble creatures? Iron Hand transformed into a curious child, bombarding Delongda with questions. Hey, Delongda, have you been looking after my kinfolk at the mountain pass during my absence? Boehner has returned to the Black Iron tribe with his remaining kinfolk. Boehner? Iron Hand? These two rival orc chieftains had never envisioned a day when they would coexist within the same tribe. The grudges of years resurfaced in their minds upon meeting. Iron Hand leaped down from the rock and strode towards Boehner, who was equally defiant. The orcish provocation between them resembled that of bulls, each seeking to assert their might through collision. Boehner and Iron Hand's foreheads collided fiercely, their protruding tusks scraping against each other like knight swords, while their muscular chests crashed in a powerful display of flesh against flesh. Hey, mate, I senti it about time to replace that rusty hand of yours? Have you been relying on this cold companion to alleviate your solitude all these years? Buddy, you ought to mind your own affairs. I prefer to use my familiar companions. And you, have you not found a friend among your kin to share passionate encounters over the years? Oh my, the nearby orcs, captivated by the spectacle, formed a circle around Boehner and Iron Hand. More and more unknowing orcs arrived to witness the scene. Most had previously belonged to the Bull tribe and the Stoneclaw tribe and were well aware of the chieftain's long-standing enmity. Just a few years prior, a rare female orc had roamed this land, captivating the two tribes with her allure, as she seduced them with the promise of companionship after years of scarcity. Both Boehner and Iron Hand were entranced, feeling themselves ensnared in the throes of love. Ultimately, to determine the female orc's fate, Boehner and Iron Hand agreed to a duel. The victor would claim her as a mate. The battle was fierce, with Boehner suffering a broken finger and Iron Hand sustaining a broken nose. In the end, Iron Hand emerged victorious. According to the expected course of events, Iron Hand was to enjoy the long-awaited fruits of his conquest. However, the true conclusion of the tale was that the female orc fled. If it weren't for your suggestion of a duel, I would have already savored the beauty of Moria. Nonsense. If anyone were to taste it, it would be me first. Moreover, that female fled before our duel even began. Boehner and Iron Hand continued their orcish tussle, attempting to push each other back. But their strengths were evenly matched, making it impossible to discern a victor. Good heavens! What is happening? No one noticed as Yang Xiu and Gemri ascended from the mountain pass. The chaotic scene before them was unimaginable for what was once merely a 15-member Black Iron tribe. Chieftain, these orcs are unfamiliar faces. Should we not avoid them? What if we are attacked? Gemri said with a hint of trepidation. You expect me to hide? Yang Xiu cast a disdainful glance at Gemri. I am the chieftain here. If I am intimidated by this mere gathering of orcs, how can I ever lead the Black Iron tribe towards resurgence? How can I ensure your ascension as the Wargen king? These orcs dare to be so brazen in my tribe, and I must teach them a lesson. Having declared this, Yang Xiu climbed onto a nearby wooden frame used for roasting, shouting at the boisterous assembly of orcs. Quiet down, all of you. I am the chieftain. Ha ha ha. Boehner and Iron Hand must surely remember that incident clearly. Indeed, I still recall it vividly. Yang Xiu's voice, though not loud, silenced the gathering of orcs. 80 towering figures, each more than 2 meters tall, turned their gaze upon Yang Xiu, who stood upon the roasting frame. Despite his earlier bravado with Gemri, facing such a formidable assembly would daunt any ordinary individual. Prior to becoming chieftain, Yang Xiu had been an ordinary third-year university student, utterly unremarkable, even more so than the average person. A nervous chuckle escaped him, as Yang Xiu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, to ease the tension, he forced a smile and said, Greetings all. Welcome to the Black Iron tribe. I am your most sagacious chieftain, Yang Xiu. At a certain section of the Iron Fortress, a group of human soldiers lowered a massive wooden basket along the city wall. Dimly, 3 figures could be seen standing at the base of the wall. Once the soldiers delivered the basket to its lowest point and watched as the 3 figures entered it, they began to hoist the basket by the ropes affixed to it. What manner of creatures are these, that such a heavy load proves challenging even for a dozen soldiers to lift? The basket barely moved upward after a considerable effort. Amidst the howling winds outside the Iron Fortress, after several minutes of struggle, the soldiers finally hoisted the basket to the parapet, from which 3 orcs emerged. Greetings, weak humans. The orc leading the trio grinned menacingly. Chapter 14. The Black Iron Alliance, Part 2. Orcs. The soldiers, though they had not engaged in battle for years, still recognized the visage of their old adversaries whom they had once driven into the desolate plains. They had received orders to retrieve 3 warriors returning from reconnaissance, but never anticipated that the figures emerging from the basket would be orcs. Trevor's scarred body bore numerous totems, the most prominent being a horn-shaped emblem on his chest, the insignia of the Ironsong tribe, one of the 3 major tribes of the oasis. The 2 irritable orcs accompanying Trevor also bore the horn emblem. "Trevor, what should we do about these lowly soldiers who have spotted us?" queried Gabriel, one of the 3 heads of the Ironsong tribe. "Eliminate them. Until the tyrant has fully subjugated the entire orc race, we cannot allow anyone to discover our dealings with the human leadership," Trevor declared, seizing a human soldier by the head and effortlessly hurling him over the castle wall. With Trevor's approval, the 2 bloodthirsty orcs, Gabriel and Star, commenced their onslaught against the handful of human soldiers present. In the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, the soldiers were swiftly cast from the parapet, meeting their demise upon the jagged rocks below. "Let us proceed. That fellow Hegel must be growing impatient." Trevor and his companions adeptly located the staircase leading down the city walls, where the guards had likely been relieved of their duties by Hegel's orders. After traversing for quite some time, they encountered not a single human soldier. Upon descending 3 flights, an open door came into view, revealing a general from the human kingdom awaiting them inside. Hegel greeted Trevor, who unceremoniously seated himself opposite Hegel, while Stahl and Gabriel casually chose their spots to sit. "How prepared are you for the other 2 tribes of the oasis? Have the items I provided been of any use?" Hegel inquired as he removed his military cap and placed it on the table. "With a little more time, the entire oasis will fall completely under the tyrant's control. We are here once again to request additional strength potions," Trevor replied. "Very well, as per our usual arrangement, I will require a priest's finger bone." Hegel nodded in agreement. Trevor produced a yellowed finger bone from a beast-hide pouch at his waist and tossed it to Hegel, saying, "You have not given up on this endeavor, yet we cannot harness the power of the priest's finger bone." Hegel pinched the finger bone between his fingers and smiled rarely, stating, "The ambitions of humanity are beyond the comprehension of your kind. I presume you have eliminated those soldiers during your visit?" "Indeed. Our meeting with you must remain undiscovered by others. By the way, Hegel," Trevor placed a mithril ring upon the table, "as your partner, I must remind you to refrain from extending your reach into the desolate plains, and do not allow those troublesome mages to leave the Iron Fortress. They are as fragile as ants." Gazing at the ring on the table, Hegel chuckled at Trevor and quietly took the ring into his possession. "Understood. I shall promptly withdraw the human forces from the oasis. Do not harm them." "Not a problem, but this time the strength potions will surely meet your expectations." Hegel gently clapped his hands, causing one wall of the room to suddenly swing open, revealing 2 burly men in iron masks who emerged carrying 2 large wooden crates. "1 box of strength potions, 1 box of weakness potions. May you find them enjoyable to use." Stahl and Gabriel hoisted the 2 crates and followed Trevor out of the room. Hegel coldly watched the retreating figures until they vanished from sight, before softly commanding, "Recall the stationed troops in the oasis." The iron-masked man responded, "What about the troops in the wasteland?" Hegel paused briefly. The wasteland was far from the oasis and a barren region lacking resources. It was unlikely that the Warsong tribe would pay any attention to it. "Let the troops in the wasteland remain there for a while longer." "Yes. Damn orcs. One day I will plant your heads across every inch of the desolate plains." Hegel muttered with disdain. "Humans?" Iron Hand glared at Yang Xiu, who was currently on the grill. As an orc who had participated in the rebellion, his hatred for humanity ran deeper than that of Du Longda. Iron Hand's arm had been severed by humans during the war. "Du Longda? How could your tribe have a human?" Iron Hand questioned, staring at Du Longda. "He is the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe." Iron Hand had expected the chieftain of Black Iron to be a more formidable orc warrior, but was taken aback to find a human in that position, which he found unacceptable. "I refuse. How can a creature from such a weak race become our chieftain?" "Boehner, did you already know about this?" Iron Hand bellowed angrily. "Iron Hand," Du Longda held his shoulder firmly, speaking in a low voice. "Do not speak such words about the chieftain. He is a trustworthy human." "Impossible. I will only acknowledge him if he engages in a duel with me as a warrior." Iron Hand pointed at Yang Xiu. "Come now, Iron Hand. What does your dissent matter? Du Longda and I have accepted him, and even the orc priests believe the chieftain can lead us. Your words carry little weight." Boehner interjected to ease the tension. "You have orc priests in your tribe?" "Indeed, Du Longda possesses the power of fervor, which must be the result of the orc priests." Iron Hand remarked. "Human, why do you believe you have the right to lead us? Judging by your physique, I could defeat you with a single hand." A former warrior of the Stone tribe voiced. Yang Xiu smiled. "If you deem humans so weak, why were we driven into the desolate plains? Exiled from our homeland? We have languished in this forsaken place for over a decade without hearing the voice of a female orc. Is this your notion of a powerful orc? The crowd fell silent, for there was no argument against the truth in Yang Xiu's words. I was initially very reluctant to become the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe. Wouldn't it be better for me to return to human territory? However, the late chieftain Old Gus chose me. He even sacrificed his own life for my safety. Before he passed, I promised him that I would lead the Black Iron tribe towards strength, that I would guide our orcs out of the desolate plains. This was the wish of an old orc, a true hero who died worrying for our kind. Yang Xiu paused and pointed at Iron Hand. And what of you? How many years have you spent in the wasteland? How long have your kin suffered alongside you? What have you done for them? Is your goal to lead your people into the oasis? To guide them away from the desolate plains? Mine is. How dare you question my right to be the chieftain of the Black Iron tribe while you squander your days? My aim is to lead them towards freedom. Freedom. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, causing all the orcs to stir, each roaring the name of freedom. Indeed, since being expelled from their homeland and thrust into the desolate plains, the orc race had lost all semblance of freedom. They were like lions and tigers trapped in a zoo, their dominion granted only by the mercy of humans. Now, do you acknowledge me as your chieftain? Yang Xiu called out loudly. At that moment, Du Longda's mind was flooded with visions of Old Gus urging him to protect Yang Xiu. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, "Recognition! Recognition! Recognition! Recognition!" All present responded affirmatively to Yang Xiu, who stood at the grill, for it was their first encounter with such an idealistic chieftain. Gemri, hiding to the side, secretly echoed the call for recognition, and amidst the uproar, the disparate members of the Black Iron tribe began to feel a semblance of familial unity. Yang Xiu looked down at the crowd with satisfaction. His eloquence had not been in vain, appealing to both reason and emotion, and it was clear that he had swayed these orcs. He even felt a twinge of emotion himself as he discreetly wiped the corner of his eye. Commanding the orcs to quiet down, Yang Xiu declared, "Disperse now. Our tribe is preparing for a significant undertaking soon. Everyone should get ready." With that, he leapt down from the grill and entered the tent where Derek resided. The commotion outside had already drawn the attention of the former orc priest, who sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling warmly at Yang Xiu as he entered. "Yang Xiu, you truly are a remarkable chieftain. Under your leadership, the Black Iron tribe will surely gain entry into the oasis. What is so remarkable? Is it merely my way with words?" Yang Xiu shrugged. Derek inquired, "Do you have any plans for the future? With a few more tribesmen, your clan could evolve into a medium-sized tribe, and establishing a market would greatly benefit you." "I haven't considered expanding the tribe for the time being," Yang Xiu replied. "Speaking of plans, I was just about to ask you, Derek, how well do you understand human sorcerers? Just how formidable are they?" Yang Xiu seated himself directly in front of Derek. Derek pondered for a moment. If a sorcerer is caught in close quarters, he becomes utterly ineffective. However, when protected and permitted to unleash his magic freely, the enemy will soon learn the true meaning of terror. Why the sudden interest in this topic? Recently, I discovered a human castle housing an iron ore extraction facility, and I am contemplating seizing it. It would enable our people to wield iron weaponry, Yang Xiu explained. That is indeed promising news. Have you encountered any obstacles? Derek asked. Yes, as far as I know, there should be a rather powerful sorcerer within that castle, and I am still uncertain of his whereabouts, Yang Xiu responded. Perhaps you could attempt to capture a magic-eating hound, Derek suggested. A magic-eating hound? Chapter 15, Journey to the Coastal Region. The magic-eating hound is highly sensitive to magical auras, capable of discerning the intensity of magical energy. Most importantly, it is immune to any form of magic and can actively seek out the source of magical power. It should be of some assistance to you, Derek nodded. Immune to magic? Yang Xiu exclaimed, astonished. This remarkable ability, known as magic immunity in games, is exceptionally powerful. I had no idea such a creature existed in the desolate plains. Do not be overly jubilant. The magic-eating hound is nearly extinct in the desolate plains. During the previous resistance wars, most orcs began hunting them to obtain their hides for armor, used to withstand the magic of human sorcerers. Nowadays, you can only find them near the coastal region. Derek dampened Yang Xiu's enthusiasm. I have heard of the coastal region from Dulanda. The desolate plains consist of oases, wastelands, coastal areas, and battlefield canyons. We are currently in the wasteland, which is quite distant from the location you mentioned, Derek explained as he produced an old piece of beast hide from beneath his cloak and handed it to Yang Xiu. This is a map of the desolate plains. I hope it proves useful to you. Upon receiving the hide from Derek, Yang Xiu beheld an exquisitely drawn map painted with an unknown pigment. He realized that the desolate plains resembled a rectangle, with an extensive gray wall on the far right. The map bore a lengthy string of names inscribed in an unintelligible Orcish script, which he surmised referred to the Iron Fortress. From right to left, the first area depicted was a stretch of brown land, marked only by a large skull, devoid of any text. To the right of this brown expanse lay a yellow wasteland dotted with solid circles of black, red, and white in varying sizes. Derek, what do these two areas and the differently colored dots signify? Yang Xiu inquired, perplexed. The area adjacent to the Iron Fortress is the battlefield canyon, followed by the wasteland. The black dots indicate the locations of large tribes, the red dots represent medium-sized tribes, and the white dots signify smaller tribes with more than 200 members but lacking Orcish priests. Small tribes like your Black Iron tribe are not marked on the map, Derek explained with a humorous tone. Yang Xiu chose to disregard the mockery in Derek's voice and continued examining the map. To the left of the wasteland, there was a green circular region, roughly the same size as the wasteland, with a shallow blue lake at its center. So this is the oasis? It even has trees and water. No wonder only the strongest tribes can inhabit it. The living conditions are exceptional, Yang Xiu remarked enviously. Having arrived in this world for several days, he had yet to wash or brush his teeth, and he lacked even toilet paper. His clothes were filthy, and there was no place nearby to clean them, rendering the wasteland akin to a slum within the desolate plains. Further to the left of the oasis, the map revealed the presence of the ocean, with a white expanse separating the oasis from the sea. Is this the coastal region? Yang Xiu's finger pressed down on the white space. The area was densely populated with dozens of large black dots, indicating the presence of significant orc tribes. If you intend to seek out the magic-eating hound, the journey will be perilous. You will encounter orcs from other tribes, human armies hunting in the desolate plains, ferocious magical beasts, and various uncertainties, Derek cautioned. Then perhaps I shall forego the search for the magic-eating hound. Yang Xiu decisively abandoned the idea. What do you plan to do about the castle we discussed? As a sorcerer, he will undoubtedly be hiding in a very secretive location. If you do not resolve this swiftly, your warriors could be obliterated by magic the moment they enter. Do not forget, the Black Iron tribe has only just begun to show signs of growth. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Xiu realized that as long as a sorcerer resided within the castle, he could not recklessly lead his tribesmen into an assault. Without the aid of a magic-eating hound to locate the sorcerer's position, bringing in even a large number of warriors posed a risk of total annihilation. Derek, if I do not encounter any unforeseen circumstances while searching for the magic-eating hound, how much time will this round trip take? Yang Xiu inquired. Approximately 4 months. It is already October, and by the time you reach the coastal region, it should have begun to snow. You might even enjoy the snowy scenery of the coast, Derek replied with a smile. 4 months for what appears to be just a few fingers' distance on the map. I never imagined it would take so long. The desolate plains, regarded by orcs as a prison, are this expansive. I cannot fathom how vast the human territories surrounding the Iron Fortress must be, Yang Xiu reflected, steeling his resolve for this arduous journey. Very well, I shall make preparations and aim to depart soon, Yang Xiu declared, determination etched on his face. Oasis Warsong Tribe. If the Black Iron tribe can be considered a refuge for displaced individuals, the medium-sized tribes represent ordinary villages, and the large tribes equate to small towns, then the Warsong tribe of such a grand scale is akin to a city. Trevor rode through the streets of the Warsong tribe atop the most common mount among orcs, the Kodo beast, with Gabriel and Star following silently behind. 2 crates filled with potions exchanged from Hygel were securely fastened to the Kodo's broad back. Trevor, Priest Amon's requests that you see him immediately upon your return. An orc warrior approached, addressing Trevor. Amon's is looking for me? A sense of unease washed over Trevor as he instructed Gabriel and Star to deliver the 2 crates of potions to the chieftain before hastening towards Amon's tent. The position of an orc priest is highly esteemed in any tribe, which is why few orcs dared to dwell near Amon's tent. Peering into the tent, Trevor beheld Amon's performing an ancient Orcish dance, his body adorned with mysterious symbols painted in the blood of beasts, muttering a medley of incoherent phrases. Amon's? Trevor tentatively called out. With a sudden twist, Amon's neck contorted towards his shoulder, producing a loud crack as if a bone had dislocated. As I gazed upon Amon's, his neck was contorted in a most peculiar manner, resting upon his shoulder, his eyes devoid of life as they fixated on the newly arrived Trevor. He is not dead. Not dead, Amon's muttered. Who? Derek. Impossible, he fell victim to the curse of humanity. There was no chance of escape, especially since I shattered his spine, Trevor countered. The divine does not deceive me. He knows all. Derek is alive, still existing on the desolate plains. Trevor, we once personally extinguished the lives of Anlacord and Derek to eradicate the feeble will for peace within the tribe. Now, a coward remains who is aware of the tyrant's schemes, and we cannot allow him to disclose this to the unsuspecting orcs. Ammons straightened his neck, his eyes rekindling with the brilliance of intellect. What do you wish me to do? The desolate plains are vast, and I have no inkling of his whereabouts, Trevor inquired. The wasteland, he must be in the wasteland. Derek has taken Anlacord's journal. It is there that he may find hope for revenge. My acquaintance with Derek spans too long. He must be fervently seeking to forge a marvel akin to the Warsong tribe, rallying for vengeance against us from the oasis. The wasteland? Trevor, one of the 3 titans of the Warsong tribe, had never ventured into such a forsaken realm. In his understanding, the orcs within the wasteland were mere savages wielding stone and bone weaponry, living lives devoid of cleanliness and never experiencing the warmth of a female orc. He did not anticipate that Derek, once the high priest of the Warsong tribe, would seek refuge in such a place. This matter requires your personal intervention. Do not delegate it to anyone else, Trevor. Due to your negligence, Derek has already grasped a second chance at life, and I do not wish to witness him seize a third. Ammons regarded Trevor with a cold stare. Following Derek's departure from the Warsong tribe, Ammons had assumed the role of the new high priest, and even Trevor, one of the 3 titans, could not disregard his commands. Very well. I shall make preparations and depart today, Trevor nodded, turning to leave. Just as he was on the verge of exiting the tent, Ammons suddenly remarked, "Should this endeavor fail again, I shall ensure the tyrant is made aware of it." A terrifying visage flashed through Trevor's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily as he quickened his pace. Alone within the tent, Ammons eerily knelt and laughed. Everything is about to commence. Chapter 16, Departure. As Yang Xiu resolved to personally journey to the distant coastal region, he contemplated and decided to bring along Delonda, Boehner, and Ironhand. He entrusted the duty of guarding the tribe to Derek, and for this reason, he specifically declined Gemry's request to accompany the team, commanding him to remain within the tribe to keep an eye on the old orc. "Chief, take me with you. The Wurgens are the finest scouts on the desolate plains," Gemry insisted, clinging to Yang Xiu's leg. "Alas, this time I am bringing Delonda, Boehner, and Ironhand. You and Derek are the only ones capable of managing the situation within the tribe. I leave you here to help me monitor him, preventing Derek from attempting something drastic." "Gemry, your task is quite severe, but I have faith in you," Yang Xiu said, extricating his leg from Gemry's grasp. "Oh, Chief, take me with you. For months without seeing you all will drive me mad. Gemry, you will stay and watch over the tribe. Upon my return with the castle in our grasp, I shall arrange for 100 Wurgens to be brought in as your subordinates. How does that sound?" Yang Xiu, pressed by Gemry's persistence, resorted to tempting him with promises. 200. Gemry raised 2 fingers. "Deal. Ensure you guard the tribe well, understood?" Yang Xiu acquiesced. "Yes, I shall fulfill the task." Upon finishing, Gemry dashed back to the hillside, quickly disappearing from view. "Let us hasten, for Derek has mentioned that winters on the coastal side are exceptionally frigid, unbearable for orcs not raised there." Yang Xiu draped a cloak over his shoulders and led Delonda, Boehner, and Ironhand westward. The destination was not one that could be reached merely by foot. The 4 of them required the aid of mounts to embark on their journey. Thus, Derek had thoughtfully prepared a travel guide for Yang Xiu to the coastal region. Who knows how this old orc acquired such knowledge? For kodo beasts, for cactus sacks, a compass, these are essentials for our journey. Do you all know where to procure them? Yang Xiu inquired, gazing at the map in his hands. The Thunderclap tribe has them. We can trade there, Delonda replied. Then let us proceed to the Thunderclap tribe, Yang Xiu confirmed. The distance between the Black Iron tribe and the Thunderclap tribe was approximately a 6-hour journey. The 4 set out in the morning, arriving at the Thunderclap tribe by afternoon, where numerous orcs were seen entering, presumably to trade goods. "Chief, the kodo beasts are sold at the stables, though that area is somewhat out of the way. Should we buy the kodo beasts first or something else?" Boehner inquired as he walked ahead of Yang Xiu. "Let us purchase the cactus sacks and compass first. We will acquire the kodo beasts afterward," Yang Xiu decided. Cactus sacks are not a part of the wasteland cactus, but rather a type of adhesive algae that grows at the base of cacti. This algae clings to locations with water sources, storing water within its body, expanding to the size of a fist. The water contained in a cactus sack is exceedingly abundant, making it a favored commodity among the orcs in the wasteland. Yang Xiu needed to traverse the desolate land, making water essential, while the compass was equally vital for navigation. The group quickly located a stall selling both items. "Chief, you come out without bringing any materials for trade. How can we negotiate with others now? Delanda observed that each of them had empty hands, while Yang Xiu appeared ready to purchase goods. Fear not. This time, Derek has provided me with a substantial amount of valuable items, Yang Xiu boasted, pulling a bulging cloth pouch from his pocket. Oh, what is this? As he handled the pouch, Yang Xiu unexpectedly discovered a hard object that had somehow found its way into his pocket. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a yellowed finger bone. Did Derek also slip this to me? I don't recall it. Yang Xiu pondered but ultimately returned the finger bone to his pocket, perhaps having forgotten that Derek had indeed given it to him along with the pouch. Yang Xiu produced a gold bead the size of a mung bean and extended it to the vendor. Upon seeing the gold in Yang Xiu's hand, the vendor selling the cactus sacks and compass widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Gold! Will this suffice for the cactus sacks and compass here?" Yang Xiu gestured toward the abundant pile of cactus sacks on the stall. Yes, quickly take it." The vendor, fearing Yang Xiu might change his mind, immediately packed the items from the stall and handed them over to this wealthy patron. "Gather your belongings. We are heading to the beast pen to procure some kodo beasts." This time, Duroder and a few orcs accompanied Yang Xiu on this outing. There was no need for Yang Xiu to carry anything himself, as Iron Hand effortlessly cradled the prepared cactus pouch in his arms, making his way towards the beast pen with ease. The beast pen is a unique structure of the orc tribes, specifically designed for the breeding of kodo beasts, dire wolves, and rock lions. Due to the pungent odor of kodo beast excrement, many tribes opt not to build their pens near residential areas. The Thunderclap tribe, however, has chosen to situate their beast pen at the outermost edge of the settlement. As Yang Xiu approached within 100 meters of the pen, he was already assaulted by the foul and acrid scent wafting through the air. "Good heavens, what a terrible stench!" Yang Xiu exclaimed, pinching his nose. "Chief, it's rather premature to complain about the smell. Once you mount a kodo beast, you'll truly understand what foulness is," Boehner chuckled ominously. His words seemed to evoke some long-buried memories in Duroder and Iron Hand, both of whom began to smirk at Yang Xiu, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Moo! Upon entering the beast pen through the large gate, Yang Xiu beheld a herd of colossal creatures that resembled a cross between rhinoceroses and giant lizards. If these were indeed the kodo beasts of which everyone spoke, Yang Xiu finally comprehended the mischievous smiles that Duroder and the others had exchanged outside. He observed the kodo beasts relieving themselves beside a mound of dark, muddy soil, their droppings oddly resembling the color and shape of the mud mound. Then, to his astonishment, these seemingly foolish creatures galloped headlong into the mud mound, only to be partially buried beneath a cascade of indistinguishable debris that slid down the slope. "Goodness! Surely, that cannot be feces," Yang Xiu gasped, never having witnessed creatures so joyously frolicking in their own excrement. This was utterly depraved, lacking all semblance of dignity. "What would you like to purchase? Kodo beasts or dire wolves? Apologies, but we are currently out of rock lions. At this moment, only these two mounts are available." A friendly orc with a shovel approached, greeting Yang Xiu and his companions. "Boss, are those the kodo beasts?" Yang Xiu inquired, pointing at the creatures rolling gleefully in the filth. "Indeed, those are the kodo beasts, renowned for their endurance and cargo capacity on the desolate plains," the proprietor promptly replied. "Oh, then I would like 4 dire wolves," Yang Xiu said with a smile. Duroder pulled Yang Xiu aside and cautioned, "Chief, please do not purchase the dire wolves." "Why not? If we do not buy the dire wolves, we are left with those filthy kodo beasts," Yang Xiu retorted, puzzled. "Though I have never been to the coast, I know it is quite distant. The endurance of the dire wolves is the poorest among all mounts. They cannot carry us that far. Furthermore, they are prone to sleepiness, collapsing into slumber when fatigued, and require rest to regain their strength." Duroder enumerated the dire wolves' numerous shortcomings, leaving Yang Xiu in a quandary. "If I were to buy a kodo beast, could I have someone here clean off the excrement?" Yang Xiu hesitated to ask. "Ah, Chief, what are you thinking? Water is more precious than kodo beasts in the wasteland. Who would spend it to wash a kodo beast?" Duroder waved his hand dismissively. Yang Xiu glanced back at the contented kodo beasts emerging from their dung hills, his heart heavy as he trembled and uttered, "Boss, please provide me with 4 kodo beasts that are free of excrement." Chapter 17, Wasteland Raiders of the Desolate Plains. Moo. After paying the equivalent of 4 kodo beasts in gold, Yang Xiu and his companions emerged from the beast pen, leading 4 enormous kodo beasts that appeared to be the size of automobiles. Each beast sported 2 horn-like protrusions atop its head, and its sturdy, pillar-like legs pressed firmly against the ground. Due to Yang Xiu's prompt purchase, the proprietor even gifted them 4 sets of saddles for riding. "Haha, it has been ages since I last rode a kodo beast," Iron Hand exclaimed, effortlessly leaping onto the saddle, settling comfortably in place. Yang Xiu distinctly noticed the Kodo beast beneath him sink slightly under the weight, its previously upright legs now bending slightly. There are no war drums for sale here. When we locate the next medium-sized tribe, if they have war drums, Chief, you might consider equipping each Kodo beast with two. Duroder and Boehner climbed onto their respective Kodo beasts in succession. War drums? What are those? Yang Xiu inquired, intrigued. They are instruments that imbue Kodo beasts with combat prowess. Upon hearing the sound of drums, a Kodo beast will enter a state of frenzy. Many warriors equip their Kodo beasts with war drums, Duroder explained, giving the rear of his Kodo beast a light pat. Typically, they are attached here. Yang Xiu, lacking the towering stature of Duroder and the others, struggled to climb onto the back of the Kodo beast, which stood over 2 meters high. He had to grip the saddle tightly as he ascended. Despite the creature's peculiar habits, their stability while carrying riders made them commendable mounts. Yang Xiu felt as though he were seated on solid ground, unaffected by the Kodo beast's movements. Chief, where shall we head next? Boehner inquired. Yang Xiu retrieved the newly purchased compass from his bag containing the cactus pouch. This world's compass bore some resemblance to a terrestrial compass, with a red arrow indicating 12 o'clock and a black arrow at 6 o'clock, while the rest of the compass face featured only a slender needle that appeared to be silver. Can you read the compass? Yang Xiu asked, realizing he could not decipher this world's version. Let me see, Iron Hand said, guiding his Kodo beast closer and taking the compass from Yang Xiu's hand. The coast lies to the west, correct? Iron Hand asked. Indeed, west is in that direction. Iron Hand pointed towards the sun, and Yang Xiu glanced at the compass needle, which was perfectly aligned with the red arrow. So the red indicates the west, and the black must indicate the east. Yang Xiu mused silently. Now aware of the direction, the four adjusted their Kodo beasts and set off towards the west. At a certain location along the Thunderclap tribe's walls, Yang Xiu remained oblivious to a group of orcs greedily watching his retreating figure. The leader of this group held a black frog in his hand, from which a golden bead resembling a pearl was being regurgitated. Boss Tutankhamun, that short fellow has a full pouch of gold. I observed him closely while he made his purchases. A one-eyed orc commented, fiddling with his teeth. This gold is pure. It does not resemble anything that could be mined from the wasteland. The orc, who was regarded as the leader, extracted the golden bead from the frog's mouth, adding, moreover, his stature is quite peculiar. Have any of you ever seen such a diminutive orc? Upon hearing this, the dozen or so orcs present felt a sense of unease. The one-eyed orc pondered and then asked, if he is not an orc, then the only creatures of such size on the desolate plains would be gnolls or humans. Humans? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Regardless of the circumstances, we must seize the gold concealed by this fellow. The Night Wolf tribe is currently hosting a grand trading assembly. At that time, Priest Agd will step forward to bestow the frenzy power upon any orc capable of affording the gold. We must capitalize on this opportunity, Tutin remarked sinisterly as he observed the figures of Yang Xiu and his companions growing increasingly distant. Vidabane, he commanded. Yes, replied the one-eyed orc. I see they are heading west, where the only path is the Yellow Earth Canyon. You take some men and intercept them within the canyon while I lead the remainder to block their retreat, Tutin ordered. Understood. A few of you come with me, Vidabane called as he led a group to the outskirts of the thunderous tribe, where no fewer than 20 giant wolves rested. A few swiftly mounted the wolves and dashed out, confident that their speed would easily surpass that of Yang Xiu and his companions riding Kodo beasts. Chief, you must exercise caution on the upcoming path. We may encounter the wasteland bandits, Durongda cautioned. Wasteland bandits? Yang Xiu inquired, glancing around the desolate plains. They are a group of orcs expelled from their original tribes, who have banded together in the absence of new tribes to join, subsisting through robbery. We refer to them as the Wasteland Bandits, Boehner explained. Oh, it can't be that fortuitous. To encounter such misfortunes on what was supposed to be a rare excursion. Yang Xiu chuckled. At that moment, the group had been traveling for a couple of hours, and the once flat terrain began to exhibit subtle undulations, as if the elevation were significantly increasing. Strange, why do I feel as though we are ascending? Yang Xiu remarked, peering ahead to inspect the ground. Up ahead lies the Yellow Earth Canyon. The terrain in this vicinity is naturally elevated, which is why we are indeed ascending, Durongda warned. The road westward is blocked by the Yellow Earth mountain range. The Yellow Earth Canyon is the only passage available. Typically, the wasteland bandits prefer to ambush travelers within the canyon. Chief, stay close to me to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After some time, the Yellow Earth Canyon that Durongda had mentioned finally came into view. Before their eyes, an immense mountain range obstructed their path westward, with a section carved out to create a canyon that allowed passage without scaling the mountains. Slow and steady wins the race. The group riding Kodo beasts leisurely approached the canyon. Meanwhile, within the Yellow Earth Canyon, Vidabane and his subordinates had long been waiting, yet Yang Xiu and his companions remained elusive. Vidabane, do you think those individuals have changed course? Why have they yet to arrive? Some began to question. As Tuten's foremost subordinate, Vidabane could not tolerate doubts cast upon his leader's decisions. Silence. Do you not trust Tuten's words? He rebuked. Just as the individual was about to argue further, Yang Xiu's figure suddenly appeared outside the Yellow Earth Canyon. Vidabane cast a triumphant glance at the doubter and retorted. Next time someone dares to question Boss Tuten, they can leave the organization directly. Chapter 18. The secret of the priest's finger bone. As Yang Xiu and his companions drew nearer to the Yellow Earth Canyon, they remained oblivious to the fact that others were already lying in wait within. Upon entering the narrow passage, when one looked skyward, they could see only a slender sliver of the sky, flanked by towering cliffs that were nearly impossible to scale. Was this Yellow Earth Canyon always here? Yang Xiu inquired from atop his Kodo beast. No, before the orcs migrated to the desolate plains, this area was divided by the Yellow Earth mountain range. At that time, the only means to reach the other side was to traverse the mountains. Iron Hand interjected, seemingly well-informed, speaking ahead of Durongda and Boehner. Then who excavated this Yellow Earth Canyon? Such a monumental undertaking, Yang Xiu exclaimed in mild astonishment, considering that the orcs were technologically primitive, relying largely on bone and stone tools. Hollowing out a section of a mountain was no small feat. It was the Night Wolf tribe. Iron Hand replied with a hint of admiration. They dispatched 5,000 of their clan members, endowed with frenzy power, to dig for 3 years from the other side of the Yellow Earth mountain range to create this canyon, allowing for intertribal communication. 5,000. Yang Xiu gasped, realizing that any tribe boasting over 1,000 members was considered a major tribe. The ability of the Night Wolf tribe to send forth 5,000 to excavate a mountain signified their formidable strength. The Night Wolf tribe has maintained a significant tribal scale since the first 4 resistance wars. Chief, you need not be overly astonished. Once we pass through the Yellow Earth Canyon, we will come upon the Night Wolf tribe, where we can procure war drums for the Kodo beasts. Durongda chuckled. That will depend on your luck, Durongda remarked just as a foreign voice echoed from behind them. Yang Xiu turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, a dozen or so orcs mounted on giant wolves had appeared behind the 4 wasteland bandits. Durongda, Boehner, and Iron Hand exclaimed simultaneously, their brows furrowing at the sight of their numbers. Tuten inserted 2 fingers into his mouth and produced a continuous whistle within the Yellow Earth Canyon. From the other end of the canyon, the sounds of charging beasts could be heard as 7 wasteland bandits on giant wolves blocked the path ahead of Yang Xiu's group. Flank them. Greetings. I trust you are aware of who we are, Tuten proclaimed, maneuvering his giant wolf around Yang Xiu and his companions. I know you are wasteland bandits, but unfortunately for you, we have only brought along some cactus pouches on this trip, so you shall not be able to seize anything, Durongda replied, eyeing Tuten, who wore an arrogant expression. Ha! I'm afraid your deceit holds no weight with me. Recognize this? Tuten brandished a piece of gold, grinning. I captured an orc and took him to a secluded spot, where I knocked out 7 of his teeth to extract the identity of this gold's owner, a cloaked individual. If you willingly surrender all the gold you possess, I will leave with my men immediately. Otherwise, you shall all perish here today. With that, Tuten drew a curved iron blade from behind him. Yang Xiu glanced at Durongda. What do you 3 think? Should I yield or not? Chief, do not surrender. If we capitulate to these ruffians today, how will I ever face the Black Iron tribe again? Iron Hand urged, his steel fists clenched with resolve. Boehner, Durongda, what are your thoughts? Indeed, Chief, why yield? When I dealt with the Rock tribe, Iron Hand dispatched far more men than these wasteland bandits, and I still had them lying flat on the ground for days, Durongda declared confidently, fixing his gaze on Tuten and his subordinates. Damn it, do you have the gall to bring that up? If it weren't for your frenzy power, I would have taken you down long ago, Iron Hand retorted, momentarily flustered by Durongda's comments about the past. As Tuten and his companions showed no intent to hand over the gold, he raised his blade and commanded, kill. The wasteland bandits on both sides of the Yellow Earth Canyon drew their weapons, revealing an array of iron blades that, combined with the speed of their giant wolves, posed a significant threat. It's time to strike. Iron Hand bellowed, seizing his warhammer and charging towards Tuten atop his Kodo beast with a battle cry. Boehner, you guard the chieftain while I deal with the marauder Delanda approaching from this side. Before I could finish my words, he had already leaped off the Kodo beast and dashed away. Hey, you forgot your weapon. Boehner noticed that the battle axe Delanda had brought along was still hanging on the Kodo's back. He quickly reached out, seized the axe, and hurled it towards Delanda, who was preparing to catch it mid-air. Slay them! The rallying cry of the wasteland marauders was exceedingly brutal. Tutank swung his weapon against the hammer descending from Iron Hand. Being made of iron, his weapon afforded him a slight advantage in material strength. The stone hammer wielded by Iron Hand was swiftly severed at the handle by Tutank's blow, causing the entire hammer to tumble to the ground. Haha, perish! Tutank laughed heartily, and with a swift motion, he aimed a strike at Iron Hand's chest. The clang was not the visceral impact he had anticipated. Tutank felt as if he had struck a solid object. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Iron Hand's steel right hand had seized his blade and, with astonishing strength, crushed the edge into a crumpled mass of metal. When it comes to prowess, my Iron Hand is far superior. You didn't see this coming. Iron Hand pressed down on the Kodo's back and, leveraging his strength, lunged at Tutank, effortlessly pulling him from his mount and pinning him to the ground. The remaining wasteland marauders, witnessing their leader being ruthlessly subdued, slashed their curved blades wildly at Iron Hand's unprotected back. In a frenzy, each of the 10 or so marauders delivered a few strikes, leaving Iron Hand's back a bloody mess, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, the force of his iron fist intensified, and in a matter of moments, Tutank's face was left battered and bloodied, with only a breath still clinging to life. Viterbane, hurry and save our leader. Over with Delanda, a wasteland marauder noticed Tutank being mercilessly beaten down by Iron Hand. However, Delanda was a berserker, a warrior of unparalleled ferocity, and even 7 marauders struggled to subdue this drug-fueled behemoth. In desperation, Viterbane abandoned Delanda and charged towards Tutank. As he passed by Yang Xiu and Boehner, who had been observing the fierce battle between Iron Hand and Delanda for some time, Boehner felt a surge of excitement and positioned himself on his Kodo to block Viterbane's path. Stand aside. Viterbane, anxious to rescue Tutank, was enraged to find someone daring to obstruct him and swung his blade forcefully at Boehner's head. Don't be in such a rush, young man. Boehner dodged Viterbane's attack with a graceful bend. Those chosen to be chieftains among the orcs typically possess strength far beyond that of ordinary orcs. Both Iron Hand and Boehner had once held the title of chieftain, and even Delanda had been a candidate for chieftaincy. Moreover, he was fueled by berserker strength. The wasteland marauders they faced were no match for the trio. Just as Boehner focused his attention on the furious Viterbane, no one noticed a marauder stealthily descending from the giant wolf, wielding a curved blade as he crept towards Yang Xiu's back, swiftly closing the distance to within 2 or 3 meters. Chieftain, be cautious. Delanda inadvertently glanced back and caught sight of the marauder poised to strike Yang Xiu, who was seated atop the Kodo. Yet, by the time Delanda issued his warning, it was too late. Hearing Delanda's voice, Yang Xiu instinctively turned around, only to see a blade descending toward his head. Reacting on reflex, he leaned back with all his might, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Thud! Though he dodged the fatal blow, the marauder's curved blade still found its mark on Yang Xiu's waist, inflicting a grievous wound that gushed blood, rapidly soaking his lower half in crimson. The intense pain radiating from his abdomen robbed Yang Xiu of strength, rendering him unable to maintain his position atop the Kodo. With a sudden weakness, he collapsed to the ground, staining the earth beneath him a vivid red. Chieftain! Delanda roared. For Yang Xiu was the one entrusted to him by the dying old Gus, and now, due to his oversight, Yang Xiu's life hung in the balance. At that moment, a wasteland marauder lunged at Delanda with a blade. In a fit of rage with no outlet, Delanda seized the marauder's arm with one hand and gripped his throat with the other. With a violent yank, Delanda tore the marauder's arm and head from his body, leaving a gruesome scene. Most of the wasteland marauders, witnessing this orc warrior towering a full meter above them suddenly descend into such brutality, hesitated, their aggression quelling as they watched Delanda stride towards Yang Xiu. Gasping for breath, Yang Xiu felt his consciousness begin to waver as the significant loss of blood caused his surroundings to blur and double. The force of the marauder's strike had nearly cleaved him in two. Am I to perish? The blood surging from his body had painted the ground crimson, and at that moment, he seemed to hear faint celestial hymns resonating from the sky, a profound sense of peace enveloping his heart. Mother, Father Yang Xiu's eyes glistened with tears as the faces of his parents materialized in his mind. He sorrowfully murmured, I shall never again stay up all night. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible cracking sound echoed through the air, so faint yet distinct that every person present could hear it. Crack, crack, crack. The sound grew louder until it resonated like a cataclysmic collapse, drawing the attention of all to its source. Yang Xiu, lying in a pool of blood. Amidst their gazes, a red light suddenly emanated from the pocket of Yang Xiu's trousers, as a finger bone struggled free, emerging from his pocket and hovering quietly above him. What is that? The thought crossed the minds of all present. Chapter 19. The Eye of the Blood Priest. The red glow radiating from the finger bone resembled a miniature sun, its nature a mystery to all, rendering them hesitant to approach. Ah! Iron Hand bellowed, delivering a final punch to Tutank before standing up with satisfaction. Having learned such brutal combat techniques during his time in the Resistance, when outnumbered, one must focus on a single opponent. If one can incapacitate or kill them, then it is a worthwhile sacrifice. Iron Hand's back bore the scars of Tutank's minion strikes, exposing bone beneath the flesh. Yet suddenly, the surrounding wasteland marauders ceased their actions, leaving Iron Hand perplexed. Following their gazes, he witnessed the finger bone breaking free from Yang Xiu's pocket. A flicker of recognition stirred within Iron Hand. He felt an eerie familiarity with the finger bone, as if he had encountered it before. The finger bone began to tremble violently, shedding fragments of itself, revealing the true form concealed within, a single drop of crimson blood. At the moment the blood appeared, the previously absent gravitational pull seemed to return, and all witnessed the droplet plunge directly onto Yang Xiu's brow, forming the image of an eye. The eye of the blood priest. Upon witnessing this scene, Iron Hand was immediately reminded of memories long sealed away in the recesses of his mind, stirred by the peculiar condition of Yang Xiu, reminiscent of his experiences from many years ago during the Resistance War. It is said that above the orc priests exists a profession even more esteemed. A mysterious vocation evolved from the orc priests known as the blood priest. Allegedly, blood priests possess the ability to manipulate blood, exerting control over the elemental essence within any living being, thereby altering the strengths and weaknesses of a race, as well as their temperament and physique. For instance, a blood priest could transform the lineage of a dragon into that of a goblin, resulting in the dragon's physique becoming diminutive like that of a goblin, its character turning timid and cowardly, and its racial ability, dragon flame, being irrevocably lost. This enigmatic and formidable profession had vanished from the annals of the Resistance War long ago, as the blood priests, wielding their terrifying blood manipulation abilities, had slain numerous powerful human warriors and mages, prompting the human kingdoms to dispatch their most skilled assassins into orc territory to eliminate the blood priests, ultimately leading to their extinction and rendering them a curious tale in orc history. Iron Hand had encountered a blood priest during the Resistance War, who bore a strikingly similar eye pattern on his forehead, now appearing on Yang Xiu. Blood seeped from Yang Xiu and flowed back into his body in a manner reminiscent of time reversing, while the dirt that clung to him was repelled, rendering him as if he were merely resting on the ground, revealing none of the mortal wounds he had previously sustained. The onlookers, confronted with such an uncanny occurrence, were momentarily paralyzed with fear, standing still lest they disturb the figure lying on the ground. Suddenly, the orc who had inflicted wounds upon Yang Xiu clutched his head in agony, and 7 slender streams of blood erupted from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as if manipulated by an unseen force, drawing forth a copious amount of blood that coalesced into a blood sphere the size of a grinding stone. The unfortunate creature, now devoid of its internal blood, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As Yang Xiu's fingers began to tremble, his body, once on the brink of death, regained strength due to the returning blood. Chieftain, Delanda knelt beside Yang Xiu, retracting his fervent power. Coughing, Yang Xiu expelled a dark crimson phlegm from his throat and calmly rose from the ground. "You all must perish," he declared, his gaze cold as ice, fixing on the wasteland marauders present. Clenching his right hand into a fist, the orcs immediately began to bleed profusely from their pores, as great torrents of blood formed several massive blood spheres in the air. With a decisive flick of his hand, Yang Xiu sent the spheres crashing against a nearby mountainside, instantly staining it crimson. "Chieftain, it's my fault for not being by your side." Banal anxiously approached Yang Xiu, this once seemingly feeble human chieftain now instilling a sense of fear. Iron Hand approached silently, recognizing that Yang Xiu's method of killing mirrored that of the blood priest he had encountered before, and the floating symbol above Yang Xiu was undoubtedly the priest's bone. "Chieftain, may I ask a question?" Iron Hand hesitated, gazing at the reborn Yang Xiu. At that moment, the blood-red eye on Yang Xiu's forehead appeared particularly eerie, causing even the fearless Iron Hand to shy away from direct eye contact. "Speak," Yang Xiu gestured with his index finger, prompting the festering wounds on Iron Hand's back to scab over, rapidly reducing to faint scars. "Chieftain, where did you acquire the priest's bone?" Iron Hand inquired cautiously. "The priest's bone? Are you referring to this?" Yang Xiu gestured to the blood eye on his forehead. "Indeed. The bodies of orc priests are imbued with immense energy, which concentrates into the 10 bones of their fingers upon their demise. Orcs have long sought to extract the energy contained within the priest's bones, yet none have succeeded, Iron Hand explained, gazing at Yang Xiu. As for the priest's bone, I cannot say. It was already in my pocket when I discovered it, Yang Xiu replied, shaking his head and touching the blood eye on his forehead. This blood eye resembled a tattoo, its texture identical to that of his skin, with no abnormalities, yet it symbolized the mysterious power of the blood priest. Iron Hand, since you are aware of the priest's bone, what does it mean that I have suddenly acquired this ability? Yang Xiu inquired. That is the eye of the blood priest, chieftain. Iron Hand divulged all he knew about the blood priests, as Banal and Delanda learned for the first time of a profession more powerful than the orc priests and gazed at Yang Xiu with admiration for possessing the eye of the blood priest. Let us proceed, but do not disclose this matter. I am not yet proficient in controlling it, and I do not wish to invite trouble, Yang Xiu said, pulling his cloak lower until half of his face was obscured, before mounting the Kodo beast. The three nodded in agreement, perhaps inspired by Yang Xiu's newfound aura as chieftain, or perhaps shaken by his recent display of lethal prowess. Delanda, Banal, and Iron Hand began to genuinely acknowledge Yang Xiu, the human chieftain. Iron swords, newly forged iron swords, fresh water, just brought from the oasis, emperor crabs, emperor lobsters, emperor ribbonfish, fresh from the coastal waters. In contrast to the medium-sized Thunderclap tribe, the Nightwolf tribe, being a large tribe, appeared much more sophisticated. Its internal construction resembled that of a human town, with stalls lining the streets, and orcs had built their homes on wooden frames several meters high, creating a neat aesthetic. The four of them left their Kodo beasts at the Nightwolf tribe stables and proceeded to the market to see if there was anything worth purchasing, as well as to procure a few war drums for their Kodo beasts. It must be said that the offerings and foot traffic of a large tribe far exceeded that of the Thunderclap tribe's market. After walking just a few steps, Yang Xiu encountered numerous items he had never seen before, such as three-tailed monkeys and whips that could be utilized as ropes, truly bizarre and astonishing. Delanda, where is the weapons vendor? We are heading into a rather perilous area, and your current weapons may not suffice, Yang Xiu remarked casually. Chieftain, it is unnecessary. Our current weapons are adequate, Delanda gently declined. Do not worry about the cost. Derek provided me with enough gold for our expenses. Yang Xiu halted, and Delanda, unable to find a reason to refuse, replied, just at the intersection ahead to the left, there is a blacksmith shop. Then let us proceed. Yang Xiu led his three subordinates into the orc blacksmith shop Delanda had mentioned. Inside, the walls were adorned with a dazzling array of exquisite weapons, each appearing of exceptional quality. Owner, Yang Xiu called out into the shop. Coming. A rotund orc, his belly resembling that of a woman in advanced pregnancy, emerged from the smithy in the back, his bare arms glistening with sweat. This orc was taller than Delanda, and Yang Xiu could only reach as high as his belly. Greetings, my friend. I am the proprietor here, Chai Gu. What can I assist you with? The stout orc exuded warmth, greeting each of Yang Xiu's companions with fervent embraces. As Chai Gu approached Yang Xiu with arms wide open, Yang Xiu promptly declined, stating, I think I'll pass. I am primarily here to procure 3 reliable weapons for my companions. Ah, splendid. You have come to the right place, for I am renowned as the finest weaponsmith in the wasteland. Speak, my friend, what kind of weapon do you fancy? Chai Gu chuckled heartily, patting his belly. I'll take a heavier axe. The ones I've used before were too light, feeble as a woman's touch. Ban Er interjected first. Such a request is quite straightforward, exclaimed Chai Gu, leading them to a colossal axe. This imposing weapon stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a long, sharp blade that radiated a faint blue glow. Behold, my friend, I have named this magnificent Peace Skull Cleaver. With it, you can sever the head of any foe, claiming it as a trophy in your Orcish endeavors, Chai Gu declared, effortlessly lifting the axe and presenting it to Ban Er. Seeing Chai Gu's ease in handling the massive weapon, Ban Er assumed it was not overly heavy and mimicked Chai Gu by extending one hand to grasp the handle. However, the moment Chai Gu released his grip, the axe's immense weight caused Ban Er to stumble, crashing it to the ground. Good heavens! This is heavy, Ban Er exclaimed. Haha! This beauty weighs in at 300 pounds. My friend, Chai Gu chuckled, patting Ban Er on the shoulder. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Or shall I fetch something lighter? No, this one will do. I adore Skull Cleaver, Ban Er replied, joyfully hoisting the massive axe and began to twirl it about. Very well. Our friend has found his cherished companion. What about the rest of you? Feel free to tell me what weapons you desire. Chai Gu turned to Iron Hand and Du Long to Chai Gu, Could you help me reforge this Iron Hand? Iron Hand pointed to his right arm, which was his true weapon. Ah, how fortuitous! Chai Gu exclaimed, noticing the rusted arm. You won't believe it, but I just forged a new arm guard yesterday, and it would suit you perfectly. With that, Chai Gu dashed into his storeroom, rummaging through a pile of weapons, and emerged with a pitch-black shoulder guard. This armor was entirely black, adorned with 20-centimeter iron spikes at the joints, and the fingertips were crafted into sharp points, complete with grooves for bloodletting, ideal for piercing an enemy's heart. Clearly pleased, Iron Hand wasted no time in removing the iron hand from his right arm, revealing his bare forearm. Chai Gu, without further ado, pressed the arm guard into Iron Hand's embrace. Truly, a formidable orc warrior. This arm guard is perfectly suited for you, Chai Gu said with reverence. Next, only Du Longda remained. At his request, Chai Gu retrieved two two-handed battle axes from the storeroom. The weight of the axes caused Du Longda's forearms to tremble as he grasped them. Du Longda, are these axes not too heavy? Would you like me to fetch you lighter ones? Yang Xiu inquired. Not at all, Chief. These will activate my frenzy power, Du Longda replied through gritted teeth, shaking his head. With each of the three having selected their preferred weapons, Chai Gu's eyes crinkled with a smile as he addressed the group. My friends, how will you pay for these fine items? Will gold suffice? Yang Xiu asked. Indeed, that would be splendid. Gold is my favorite, Chai Gu exclaimed. Yang Xiu produced a cloth pouch and poured a handful of gold coins onto Chai Gu's counter, asking, Is this enough? Oh ho ho. This is merely half of the total, my friend, Chai Gu said, sweeping the coins into his palm. Reluctantly, Yang Xiu retrieved another handful, depleting the pouch significantly. Come again next time. I'll give you a discount of 20%. Chai Gu bid farewell as he watched Yang Xiu and his companions depart the blacksmith's shop, a cheerful grin on his face as he returned to his forge. Chapter 20. A rare encounter with a female orc. With their new equipment Du Longda Ban Air, and Iron Hand appeared notably transformed from their previous selves. Yang Xiu observed them experimenting with their new weapons, reminiscent of children reveling in a newly acquired toy, and found it quite amusing. At present, he contemplated the potential uses of the Eye of the Blood Priest. Beyond merely extracting others' blood, did it possess any unique abilities? According to Iron Hand, the Blood Priest could alter a race's bloodline elements. Yang Xiu surmised that these bloodline elements were akin to DNA on Earth, determining a being's genetic makeup. However, aside from sensing the flow of blood within others, he could perceive nothing further, and he had no idea what these bloodline elements looked like. Chief, shall we now purchase war drums, or shall we peruse further? Ban Air clutched the axe Yang Xiu had just acquired for him, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Yang Xiu glanced at Du Longda, asking, Are you fatigued? If the weapons are too heavy, we can first procure the war drums and then retrieve the Kodo beast. Not at all, Chief. Let us continue to explore, Du Longda insisted, bearing the two hefty axes, his face reddening under their weight. Iron Hand relieved him of one axe, allowing Du Longda to breathe easier. Remarkable. This axe is quite substantial, Iron Hand remarked, surprised. Haha, Du Longda. It seems you cannot wield the weapon the chief procured for you without activating your frenzy power. Ban Air laughed. The group followed the throngs of people until they reached a dilapidated street, where the orc stalls were laden with what appeared to be discarded items. Wait, how did we end up here? Let us turn back. This place is filled with human refuse, Ban Air said, surveying the street known as Garbage Street by the Night Wolf tribe, ready to retreat. Hold on, Yang Xiu interjected. Let us explore a bit more. I wish to wander. With the chief's decree, there was no room for dissent, and Du Longda and the others trailed behind Yang Xiu as they perused the area. Perhaps due to the scarcity of customers on Garbage Street, the moment they entered, they were met with the fervent calls of the stall owners. Yang Xiu noticed that the vendors were all elderly orcs, with not a single young face among them. The wares offered were mostly glass bottles and broken human weapons, lacking any distinctive quality. These old orcs, unable to hunt for sustenance, risked their lives scavenging outside the iron fortress for items humans discarded. While most of their finds were indeed worthless, luck could yield high-value items such as tobacco, flint, potion remnants, and even human literature, Iron Hand explained. Indeed, it seems there is nothing of use, Yang Xiu noted, having traversed nearly half the street, observing only a collection of utterly useless trinkets, with the most valuable items being merely broken human swords. Yang Xiu shook his head, intending to veer off the refuse-laden street at a nearby fork, when a stall in the corner caught his attention. Displayed there was an unremarkable mask. How much for this? He inquired, approaching the stall and pointing at the item he desired. The The stall owner, with her face buried in her knees, slowly lifted her head upon hearing Yang Xiu's voice. To his surprise, the orc proprietor was actually a female orc. Unlike the male orcs he had encountered, this female orc had a cascade of curly black hair and a notably elongated face, with 2 yellowed tusks protruding from her mouth. Despite her femininity, she still exuded the rugged aura characteristic of her kind. However, it was not these features that revealed her gender. Rather, it was the orc infant suckling at her bosom. "Do you wish to purchase my wares?" the female orc asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I would like to buy this mask," Yang Xiu replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he observed her nursing unabashedly before him. He crouched down to indicate the mask. As a human, Yang Xiu found it difficult to appreciate the beauty of the female orc. But his 3 companions, strong men who had not laid eyes on a female in decades, were a different story. Du Longda, Bainer, and Tai Shou gazed intently at the parts of her that made Yang Xiu uncomfortable, their expressions serious as they openly admired her. Noticing a tattered leather cloak beside the mask, Yang Xiu reached out to feel the material, which seemed significantly lighter and more breathable than his own cloak. Crafted by Du Longda from antelope wool, he decided to purchase both items. "How much for these 2? He asked the proprietor. "I'm not sure what to charge, friend. You can decide." The female orc hesitated, eyeing the mask and cloak Yang Xiu had picked up. "Well, if even the owner doesn't know the price, I'm at a loss," Yang Xiu replied, retrieving a gold bean from his pouch and offering it to the female orc. To his surprise, she looked astonished as she gently bit into the gold bean resting in her palm. Thank you, friend. My name is Funa. May I ask for yours?" she inquired gratefully as she spat out the gold bean. Yang Xiu knew he could not reveal his true name, as it would expose his humanity. Instead, he randomly conjured a familiar name in his mind. "I am Jamuri." Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the Black Iron tribe, a jackal-like creature sneezed unexpectedly. "Chieftain, that's rather ungracious of you. If you don't wish to reveal your name, mine could suffice," a voice chimed in. "Indeed, Chieftain, Funa is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How wonderful it would be if she remembered my name." Agreed. The 3 enthralled orc followers trailed behind Yang Xiu, engrossed in thoughts of the enchanting female orc. "She is so lovely. Why don't you abduct her for our tribe? That way we could see her every day," Yang Xiu remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 orcs. "Impossible. In the desolate plains, forcibly abducting a female orc or engaging with her against her will would result in dire consequences, as her tribe would send someone to execute you." Bainer shook his head emphatically. "Is it really that severe?" Yang Xiu was incredulous. No wonder the orcs of the former Black Iron tribe, the Bull tribe, and the Rock tribe remained bachelors. He had often wondered why they couldn't simply purchase a few female orcs from those large tribes to bear children. Unaware of this unwritten rule. Chapter 21. The Thief. Yang Xiu donned the mask he had purchased, which, being a human-made artifact, fit his face surprisingly well, completely concealing his features. "Let us acquire some war drums and not waste time," he said, clutching his newly acquired cloak, as the abundance of orcs in the Night Wolf tribe made it impractical to change his appearance outright. He would have to hold it instead. "Chieftain, could we first find somewhere to eat? We didn't bring much food, and hunting along the way isn't feasible," Bainer suggested. "Is there a place to eat in this tribe?" Yang Xiu asked, intrigued, as he had not anticipated that orcs would have establishments for dining. "Yes, there is a place in the Night Wolf tribe known for its excellent roasted lamb legs. You must try it," Chieftain Bainer urged. "All right. Although our journey to the coast is somewhat rushed, we can spare some time for a meal." The 4 of them first located a shop selling war drums, casually selecting a few before Bainer led them to the eatery known for its roasted lamb legs. Suddenly, a figure darted from the crowd and collided with Yang Xiu. "Watch where you're going," he exclaimed, remaining rooted to the spot, while the stranger, rather brazenly, accused him of carelessness. "You?" Yang Xiu observed the person before him, similarly cloaked in black, obscuring their features, yet their physique appeared rather slender, unlike that of an orc. "I say, friend, it was clearly you who bumped into me. Your clumsiness is your own fault," Yang Xiu replied coolly. "Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you," the cloaked individual retorted, swiftly circumventing Yang Xiu and vanishing into the throng. "Chieftain, what happened? Are you all right?" Du Longda inquired, having only just registered the fleeting incident. "It's nothing. Someone just bumped into me," Yang Xiu replied, somewhat perplexed, as he and Bainer, Du Longda, and Tai Shou entered the chosen restaurant. At that very moment, in a corner of the Night Wolf tribe, the individual who had collided with Yang Xiu grinned. Indeed, a plump target. He gleefully opened the bag he carried, revealing a substantial amount of gold glistening enticingly. From beneath his cloak, he extended a fair, delicate arm into the bag, retrieving a gold piece the size of a mung bean. High purity, not alloy. This is a windfall. This gold is sufficient for Bachi to seek Agdi and activate his bloodline power. After tossing the gold back into the bag, he composed himself and swiftly departed the scene. Owner, 7 roasted lamb legs. Please. Boehner called out to the orc behind the counter as he settled down. Can we eat that many lamb legs? Yang Xiu questioned, skeptical of Boehner's extravagant order. Haha, my apologies, chieftain. Those 7 are for myself. This place serves lamb legs from young lambs, which are quite small. A few 1 tea suffice, Boehner said sheepishly. Oh, in that case I'll have 2, Yang Xiu replied, noting that the orc menu was exclusively comprised of various roasted animal parts, devoid of rice, noodles, dumplings, or porridge, requirements far too extravagant for the orc culinary tradition. Having spent so much time here, Yang Xiu had grown weary of the monotony of meat. When will I get to explore human society in this world? He mused inwardly. Du Longda and Tai Shou also ordered 7 roasted lamb legs each, resulting in a staggering total of 23 legs ordered at their table, a rather daunting number indeed. Chieftain, now that you possess this, what compels you to venture to the coastal shores? By the way, we are still unaware of the true purpose behind this journey to the coast. Iron Hand subtly indicated towards his own brow. It dawned on Yang Xiu that Banner and Iron Hand were oblivious to the matters concerning that castle. It is not prudent to discuss such matters here, but once we leave the Night Wolf tribe, I shall enlighten you. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would merely be a matter of time before our tribe flourishes into a formidable force akin to the Night Wolf tribe, Yang Xiu remarked with an enigmatic smile. Is that true? Iron Hand and Banner gazed at Yang Xiu in astonishment. It is worth noting that the Black Iron tribe is merely a modest group of 80 individuals, and excluding Derek's injury, we currently lack even a proper shaman. What gives you the confidence that the Black Iron tribe can evolve into a tribe of the Night Wolf stature? I can attest to the truth of the chieftain's words, Du Longda interjected, seeing that the 2 dared to question Yang Xiu. Just as Banner was about to inquire further, the roasted lamb legs they had ordered arrived at their table. The sight of the delectable lamb legs caused Banner to cast aside all trivial thoughts, seizing one and devouring it eagerly. Iron Hand and Du Longda followed suit, each grasping a lamb leg, consuming it with a fervor as if they bore deep-seated grievances. My friends, have you finished your meal? After the 20 or so roasted lamb legs had been thoroughly consumed, leaving only bones behind, the restaurant owner approached their table, ready to collect payment. Yang Xiu reached into his pocket, only to discover it empty. The bag containing his gold had inexplicably vanished. What? Yang Xiu exclaimed in shock, rising to pat his pockets vigorously. Both sides yielded nothing but emptiness. The bag was truly gone. Friend, you cannot be implying that your money has disappeared, the owner inquired, having encountered such situations frequently. The Night Wolf tribe attracts many outsiders daily, including a fair share of thieves. Could it be that someone pilfered your belongings? Think carefully, did anyone brush against you? Upon the owner's words, Yang Xiu suddenly recalled the individual who had collided with him on the road earlier that day. Yes, I was bumped into by someone while coming here for dinner, Yang Xiu replied. It must be so. My friend, you have been targeted by a thief, the owner lamented, perhaps also contemplating whether the cost of the 20 roasted lamb legs could be reclaimed. Owner, will this suffice for payment? Yang Xiu, discerning the owner's thoughts, extracted 3 golden beans from his shoes and handed them over. Fortunately, before embarking on this journey, Yang Xiu had considered the possibility of losing his bag and had prudently set aside a few beans for emergencies, never anticipating their necessity would arise today. That will be more than enough. You need not part with so much. Should you enjoy our roasted lamb legs, you are welcome to return again, the owner said, accepting only 2 golden beans and leaving 1 for Yang Xiu. Very well, Yang Xiu smiled, never imagining he would encounter a thief today. It seems the gold has vanished without a trace, unlikely to be recovered. Fortunately, the 4 of them had already procured their intended purchases before the theft occurred. Upon exiting the restaurant, Du Longda and the others, visibly furious, surrounded Yang Xiu, asking, Chieftain, did a thief make off with Derek's gold? Yang Xiu nodded. Indeed. It must have been the person who bumped into me before we arrived here. However, given the time that has elapsed, that individual is likely long gone. Should I ever catch that scoundrel, I shall make him regret his actions, Banner declared with a fierce intensity. The loss of Yang Xiu's half-bag of gold meant that their future expenditures at the restaurant and for necessary supplies would be severely constrained, which was indeed inconvenient. Let us be grateful that we prioritized purchasing weapons before dining. Otherwise, our losses would have been far greater, Yang Xiao consoled the trio. Having acquired what was needed and dined, it was time to set forth on their journey. Arriving at the coastal shores in the depths of winter would be rather too late. Do not miss out, friends. Here stands Agdi, the shaman of the Night Wolf tribe. To those yet to awaken their fervent powers, seize this opportunity, who knows when the next chance will come. At the passage leading from the Night Wolf tribe, which had once been a vast expanse, a colossal tent had been erected, and a throng of orcs adorned with wolf head tattoos stood outside, calling out. Upon hearing that a shaman was present to activate their fervent powers, numerous orcs passing by were drawn to the scene. A particularly brash young orc rushed forward, disregarding any formalities, intent on entering the tent. Halt! Have you brought gold? An orc from the Night Wolf tribe blocked the young orc's path. Gold? Is it not free to have one's powers activated? Dream on. Without gold, be gone. Shaman Agdi is quite busy. The orc dismissed the naive hopefuls, continuing to call out to the crowd. Gradually, individuals began to emerge from the onlookers, having exchanged a bag of gold to gain entry into the tent. As Yang Xiao and his companions passed by, they were astonished to learn that a shaman was collecting gold to assist others in awakening their fervent powers. It was noteworthy that among the 80 members of the Black Iron tribe, only Du Longda possessed such powers. Seeing Banner and Iron Hand slow their pace, captivated by the tent, Yang Xiao urged them, do not linger. Derek has already selected suitable candidates for shaman among our people before we departed. I believe that once we retrieve the food demon hound, we shall see some results. In time, you too may activate your fervent powers. Banner and Iron Hand nodded, retracting their eager gazes, and proceeded towards the enclosure of the Night Wolf tribe, where the Kodo beasts were housed. As Yang Xiao lifted his left foot, a sudden tearing sensation gripped his chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan. His brow twitched, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, he felt his blood surging through his veins at an accelerated pace. Unbeknownst to him, the eye of the blood priest on his forehead widened abruptly, transforming the world within his vision into an abyss of black, while a crimson luminescence illuminated the bodies of every orc around him, revealing a throng of red silhouettes. This new world, perceived through Yang Xiao's eyes, fascinated him. Though only 2 colors were discernible and the orcs' features remained obscured, he could distinctly sense their positions and actions, as the currents of their blood betrayed their every move. Chapter 23. The Arcane Arts of the Mind. I have resided in the Night Wolf tribe for many years, and it has been quite some time since I encountered any race other than orcs. Meeting you two today is indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Agdi remarked with a flourish. How did you discern that I am a blood priest? Can you truly see it? Having never showcased his abilities before Agdi, Yang Xiao was taken aback by the revelation. There must be some hidden truth behind this. As he journeyed towards the coastal shores, he wished to keep his identity concealed amidst the many orc tribes they would traverse. No, I cannot see it. I merely sensed the aura of a blood priest when you made your move outside, Agdi explained. I'm here with the sole purpose of taking her away. You don't have any objections, do you? Yang Xiao pointed at the elf girl, Lias, who was sitting on the ground. He had not forgotten the grudge he held against her for stealing his purse. No objections, but human. You think you can just leave after killing members of the Night Wolf tribe? Agdi chuckled. As the priest of the Night Wolf tribe, he was also a member of it. Yang Xiao had just slain one of his kin, making their peaceful dialogue quite rare. Yang Xiao watched Agdi warily, secretly attempting to control the blood within the latter's body, only to find it as heavy as steel, rendering him incapable of extracting it from Agdi. I mean you no harm, human. On the contrary, I have a request for you. If you agree, I shall ensure you and your companions leave the Night Wolf tribe unscathed. The old orc stood up, rummaging within his leather armor, and produced a small ancient bronze statue. This statue, no larger than a finger of an orc, depicted an orc standing with its arms crossed, with wolf heads sealing its mouth at both ends, lending it a rather bizarre appearance. This is the key of Solando, and I hope you can deliver it to the Grand Priest Ramon of the Howling Wind tribe by the coast. Agdi naturally handed the statue, known as the Key of Solando, to Yang Xiao. Why choose me? There are so many orcs in the Night Wolf tribe. Yang Xiao received it, feeling its weight, which must have been around 5 to 6 pounds. The surface felt remarkably smooth, resembling both copper and iron. He couldn't help but examine it further, asking, No, this matter was arranged long ago. The escorting of the Key of Solando must be entrusted to you, human, Agdi replied with a smile. If possible, do make haste. This elf and orc are now your responsibility. I still don't understand. What do you mean it was arranged long ago? This is my first visit to the Night Wolf tribe. Agdi's words grew increasingly perplexing, and Yang Xiu looked at the key of Solando in confusion. Ever since he entered this tent, the orc priest had maintained a demeanor as if he already knew everything, as if he had met Yang Xiu long before. Agdi gazed kindly at Yang Xiu, remaining silent until he suddenly recited a bitter and obscure incantation. In an instant, Yang Xiu lost consciousness. Chief! Yang Xiu was abruptly shaken awake. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the back of a kodo beast, with Durongda riding alongside on another kodo beast, swaying back and forth. Where am I? Yang Xiu felt as though he had just awakened from a deep dream, his mind still foggy as he surveyed his surroundings. All he could see was a vast expanse of yellow earth, with only Durongda, Bainer, Iron Hand, Laius, and Botzi leisurely riding their kodo beasts. How did these two end up with us? Yang Xiu pointed at Laius and Botzi, puzzled. Yang Xiu, have you forgotten us? Both Botzi and I are your companions, Laius said from beneath her cloak, sounding disgruntled. Companions? Yang Xiu struggled to recall the memories in his mind, clearly remembering how this elf had stolen his purse filled with gold and handed it over to the orc guarding the tent. An act that had led him to kill that orc. Didn't we agree to go to the coast together after leaving the Thunderclap tribe? How could you forget such things after just a short nap? You really are a scatterbrain. Laius pouted in dissatisfaction. With no recollection of what Laius mentioned, Yang Xiu turned to Durongda and asked, Did Agdi really let us leave the Night Wolf tribe so easily? Chief, what's wrong? What Night Wolf tribe? Durongda looked utterly perplexed, his expression suggesting he was not lying. You don't know the Night Wolf tribe? I bought you new weapons there and treated you to roasted lamb shanks. And hey, where are your new weapons? Yang Xiu exclaimed, surprised to see Durongda, Bainer, and Iron Hand empty-handed, still wielding the bone weapons they had brought from the Black Iron tribe. He distinctly remembered purchasing new weapons for them. Chief, what new weapons? We've always used these, Durongda said, patting the battle axe hanging at the waist of the kodo beast. Durongda, don't mind him. I think he is still half asleep, Laius scoffed. Elf, you stole my gold and still dare to linger by my side. Yang Xiu thought of this detestable thief and contemplated using the power of the blood priest to teach her a lesson. Yet, the blood within her body showed no response to his control. What's going on? Is the power of the blood priest ineffective? Yang Xiu removed his cloak, touching his forehead. Chief, what's the matter? Bainer asked in confusion, noticing that Yang Xiu seemed like a different person after waking, muttering about nonsensical things. You really don't remember the Night Wolf tribe? We don't remember. Durongda, the three responded in unison. Then what about these two? Why are they following us? Yang Xiu pointed at Laius and Botzi. Yang Xiu, have you forgotten us? Both Botzi and I are your companions. Laius shouted, clearly displeased. Companions? Didn't we meet on the way from the Thunderclap tribe and agree to go to the coast together? How could you forget such things after a nap? You really are a scatterbrain, Laius pouted again. With no recollection of what Laius claimed, Yang Xiu had no choice but to ask Durongda. After we left the Thunderclap tribe, didn't we encounter wasteland bandits in the Yellow Earth Gorge? I even obtained the Eye of the Blood Priest, and then we went to the Night Wolf tribe. Have you all forgotten about this? Chief, what's wrong? During the 3 days since we left the Thunderclap tribe, we've been traveling through the wasteland. We did pass through the Yellow Earth Gorge, but we didn't encounter any wasteland bandits. What is the Eye of the Blood Priest? Durongda looked at Yang Xiu with confusion. Oh, perhaps the chief was lost in a deep dream, mistaking dreams for reality. Iron Hand could not help but yawn. Durongda, look at me. See if I have a red eye here. Yang Xiu pointed at his forehead, calling for Durongda to come closer. There's no eye at all. At that moment, Yang Xiu appeared as if he were a neurotic, speaking of things that nobody understood, and soon everyone ceased to pay him any mind, idly passing the time on their kodo beasts. Could it really be a dream? Yang Xiu pondered. If it is a dream, it's too vivid. I can still clearly remember the feeling of being struck in the Yellow Earth Gorge. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Xiu, and he called out. Laius, come here for a moment. What now? Laius approached reluctantly, guiding her kodo beast toward him. Estimating the distance between himself and Laius, Yang Xiu spoke. Laius, I have never seen your body, have I? Yes, why? Laius looked at him quizzically. Just then, Yang Xiu suddenly reached out, pulling aside Laius's cloak, revealing her snowy, ample bosom. Exactly. I've seen this scene before. It's not a dream. None of this is a dream, Yang Xiu remarked. Observing that Laius's figure was identical to what it had been within the tent, the events he had previously experienced were indeed real. If this is not a dream, he continued, casting his gaze upon everyone around him. Durongda, sever your arm. Yang Xiu commanded. Without hesitation, Delongda grasped his battle axe and swiftly chopped off his other arm, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground. Suddenly, a strange occurrence ensued. Delongda's body began to contort grotesquely, twisting like a pliable noodle into several segments, and the Kodo beast beneath him underwent a similar transformation. Banal, decapitate those two, Yang Xiu bellowed. Without a word, two heads soared into the air, and the surrounding space grew dimmer, swiftly plunging Yang Xiu into darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found Agdi watching him with a look of satisfaction, while Yang Xiu lay sprawled on the ground, assuming a riding posture. Was it you who orchestrated all that just now? Someone squinted and inquired. Chapter 24. The Key of Sodaron. No, I merely recited a mental incantation. It was truly the Key of Sodaron that induced your dream, Agdi replied. Yang Xiu raised the statue in his hand, reflecting on how terrifyingly real the dream had been. Had it not been for the differing memories of Delongda and the others within the dream, he might have been lost in it indefinitely. You must clarify the matter of the Key of Sodaron for me, or I shall not agree to escort you, Yang Xiu declared, placing the Key of Sodaron on the ground. This object was far too peculiar, and the orc priest Agdi exuded an air of mystery as well. Humans are indeed filled with curiosity toward the unknown. I initially should not have disclosed this to outsiders, but given that you have become a blood priest, I shall share a few details about the Key of Sodaron. However, before we proceed, should we not concern ourselves with your orc subordinates? They appear to be in danger of being taken by the Nightwolf tribe's warriors. Agdi chuckled. Outside the tent, Delongda and the others were engaged in combat with a group of orc warriors who had rushed to the scene. Though the three had once been esteemed chiefs with strength surpassing that of ordinary orcs, they found it somewhat challenging to contend against the hundreds of encircling foes. Why has the chief been inside for so long? Is something amiss? Delongda anxiously gazed at the tent's entrance. You should be more worried about our current predicament. The chief is now a blood priest and cannot possibly be harmed. Iron Hand grunted, blocking a large sword swung by a Nightwolf warrior with considerable effort. Shall we charge into the tent? There are far too many people here. We should take the chief and flee, Banal proposed. This suggestion resonated with the three, and they began to move toward the tent when Agdi coincidentally pulled back the tent flaps and stepped out alongside Yang Xiu. Cease all actions, Agdi commanded. Upon seeing Agdi's figure, the orc warriors present promptly halted their movements and lowered their weapons. Agdi the priest, Jowan is dead. It was these people who did it. One orc pointed to the lifeless body on the ground, which bore a gaping wound in its chest. Agdi cast a calm glance. First, remove Jowan's body. I will inform the chief of this matter. You may disperse. Within a tribe, the status of an orc priest ranks just below that of the chief. With Agdi's words, the disgruntled orc warriors had no choice but to carry away the orc slain by Yang Xiu. Seeing that the situation had temporarily settled, Agdi turned to Yang Xiu. Allow your subordinates to remain outside. Once I divulge the details concerning the Key of Sodaron, you may hasten your departure. Are you in such a rush? Are you pressed for time? Yang Xiu inquired, perplexed by Agdi's repeated urgings. Agdi offered no response and directly entered the tent, with Yang Xiu following closely behind. When the orcs launched their second resistance war against humanity, we captured the Iron Fortress. It was our closest approach to escaping the desolate plains. Just when all the orcs believed freedom was within reach, an anomaly occurred. A faction of orcs suddenly turned on their kin, as if they had lost their sanity. Their eyes turned crimson, and they slaughtered indiscriminately. Our resistance army was forced to halt, capturing those deranged orcs, which ultimately became the precursor to our defeat in this resistance war, Agdi recounted. What exactly happened to those orcs? Is it related to the Key of Sodaron? Yang Xiu inquired, expressing his concern. Not quite. At that time, the orcs believed it best to ignore the crazed ones and focus on escaping the Iron Fortress. Some orc priests insisted on not abandoning their comrades, wanting to rescue everyone. However, the symptoms of madness among those orcs were peculiar, and no priest knew how to treat them. This delay allowed human reinforcements to arrive, and the orc army was forced back to the desolate plains. This event became a lifelong regret for many of the older orcs, as they were so close to the outside world. Agdi lamented, a look of regret crossing his face. Yet Yang Xiu showed little interest in the orcs' past grievances, instead pressing, you still haven't explained the purpose of the Key of Sodaron. Is it connected to the matters you previously mentioned? And what of those deranged orcs? Did the orc priests manage to cure them? Do not rush me. The secrets of the past cannot be conveyed in mere moments, Agdi replied, settling down and clearing his throat. After the orc army retreated from the Iron Fortress, they returned to their respective tribes. The deranged orcs were confined and taken to the largest coastal tribe, where the orc priests there observed their condition and sought treatment methods. However, years passed without any progress. Instead, the number of afflicted orcs at the coast grew, and they were secretly sent to the Forbidden Cape. The Forbidden Cape? I've never heard anyone mention this place, Yang Xiu interjected. This is a closely guarded secret among the orc elite. Were it not for your status as a rare blood priest, I would not divulge this to you. Do you know why? More than a decade after the Fourth Resistance War, the orcs have shown no intention of launching a Fifth Resistance War. Agdi queried. Why? From those deranged orcs. Priests from the coastal region discovered a form of frenzy element. This element could awaken greater power within orcs, even more potent than the frenzy force. That priest was named Sodaron, the former high priest of the Howling Wind tribe. He proposed the idea of creating a frenzy potion from this element, with the condition that orcs maintain their rationality, distinguishing friend from foe. We orc leaders, in pursuit of producing this frenzy potion, temporarily shelved our plans for the Fifth Resistance War. So, the key of Sodaron was given to you by this priest named Sodaron? Agdi cast a glance at Yang Xiu and said, No, the priest Sodalan has long since passed away. The Sodalan key is a legacy of his planning. He encapsulated his insights from the study of the frenzy potion within countless Sodalan keys and distributed them to the priests of all the major tribes, hoping that by involving more individuals in the research of this potion, they would pen their own reflections and thoughts, which would then be submitted to the Howling Wind tribe to refine the frenzy potion. Your previous encounter with the dream was merely a protective measure of the Sodalan key's spiritual enchantment. Any non-orc priest who touches a Sodalan key would face that very circumstance. Fortunately, I noticed that the power of the spiritual enchantment was diminished after you triggered it. Otherwise, you would have found it quite difficult to awaken from that dream. Oh, so you want me to deliver the insights and thoughts contained within the Sodalan key to the Howling Wind tribe, correct? This task seems quite simple. Every orc in your tribe could accomplish it. Previously, Agdi mentioned that only you could escort the Sodalan key, and Yang Xiu felt a sense of pride, realizing that this seemingly trivial task was actually quite straightforward. No, the Night Wolf tribe cannot manage this. Agdi shook his head. Just a few years ago, a mysterious organization emerged across the desolate plains, specifically targeting orc teams escorting the Sodalan keys dispatched by tribal priests. Not a single Sodalan key escaped their grasp. All were taken, and to this day we know nothing of this organization. Each orc within the Night Wolf tribe bears the totem of the Night Wolf, and once they depart with the Sodalan keys, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of that group. Hence, you, Yang Xiu, are the most suitable candidate. Oh, so you intend for me to shield your tribe from danger? Yang Xiu realized, understanding that all this talk culminated in the fact that the members of the Night Wolf tribe were susceptible to that mysterious organization's scrutiny. That is not the sole reason. More importantly, you are a blood priest, and with your abilities, you can surely unearth the key to creating the frenzy potion. To be honest, over the years since obtaining the Sodalan key, I have not conceived a better idea than that of Priest Sodalan, Agdi admitted with a hint of shame. But I am but a human. Are you not concerned that I might divulge everything you have confided in me? Yang Xiu inquired. Haha, although you are human, I can see that your heart does not reside with humanity. Otherwise, your subordinates would not refer to you as chief. I never envisioned a human chief among the orcs. And now there is also a human blood priest. Pray, if the frenzy potion can indeed be successfully created, the orcs will be free from the confinement of the desolate plains forever. Agdi earnestly gazed at Yang Xiu. Hearing this familiar plea, the image of old Gus surfaced in Yang Xiu's mind. He too was someone willing to sacrifice everything to liberate the Black Iron tribe from the desolate plains. Wasn't the promise he made to old Gus akin to Agdi's aspiration? Very well, I shall take your Sodalan key along with me, Yang Xiu said, glancing at the statue at his feet. If I touch it, will it still trigger the spiritual enchantment? Haha, fear not. You are now its master. Agdi chuckled as he picked up the Sodalan key from the ground and placed it in Yang Xiu's hand. Then I shall take these two along as well. I have some unresolved issues with them. Yang Xiu pointed to the dazed Liasi and Batsi, still resentful about the theft of his money pouch. Do you require me to activate the frenzy power for your 3 orc subordinates? The journey to the coastal area may not be entirely safe, Agdi suggested. Certainly, that would be appreciated. Yang Xiu nodded, recognizing the value of this free enhancement, which would bolster Bainer and Tiesho's fighting capabilities significantly. Chapter 25. The Heritage of the Elf Liasi. With Agdi's assistance, Yang Xiu and his companions managed to ride safely away from the Night Wolf tribe on their Kodo beasts. Yang Xiu also instructed Delanda to bring Liasi and Batsi along, having never anticipated encountering such a rare race as elves on the desolate plains. The war drums purchased earlier in the Night Wolf tribe were roughly the size of a basin, crafted from wood with drumheads seemingly made from some kind of fish membrane. Following Delanda's example, Yang Xiu skillfully secured the 2 war drums to the sides of the Kodo beast. Oddly enough, when he lightly tapped the drumhead, the Kodo beast beneath him suddenly became agitated, its large nostrils flaring as it expelled 2 jets of steam, quickening its pace considerably. Chief, if there's no urgent matter, please refrain from beating the war drums excessively. A frenzied Kodo beast is quite difficult to control, Delanda cautioned. Oh, can I give it a light tap? Yang Xiu asked. If you find the Kodo beast too slow, a few taps should suffice, but do not overdo it, or it may spiral into madness. Alright, Yang Xiu nodded. Liasi and Batsi were bound tightly and tossed onto a Kodo beast by Taizhou and Boehner. Once the group had thoroughly left the Night Wolf tribe and found themselves surrounded by an expanse of barren earth, Yang Xiu finally instructed Taizhou and the others to release the 2. At that moment, Liasi and Batsi appeared just as they had in Agdi's tent. Yang Xiu retrieved a cactus pouch from the supplies on one of the Kodo beasts, gently pricking a small hole in it with his finger before pouring the juice directly onto Liasi's face. Ah! The previously dazed Liasi abruptly awakened, shaking her head in panic until Yang Xiu emptied the cactus pouch of its contents. You're awake. How do you feel? Yang Xiu smiled, pulling back his cloak and removing his mask, regarding Liasi with a playful expression. You're human? Liasi gasped incredulously, her small mouth hidden beneath the cloak. Is that so surprising, my lady elf? Yang Xiu said, lowering Liasi's cloak to reveal her stunning visage. Elves are renowned for their beauty. Being seen by a stranger was incredibly uncomfortable for Liasi. As an elf wandering the desolate plains, it was exceedingly perilous, as orcs could mingle with any humanoid intelligent beings. Thus, Liasi usually concealed her appearance beneath her cloak. Thanks to you, my gold is gone. Given your knack for thievery, I presume you possess quite a few valuable items. Yang Xiu feigned a look of dismay, gesturing toward his own person while his hands stealthily sought to slip under the cloak of the young girl. What are you doing? Liasi exclaimed in alarm, attempting to evade Yang Xiu's reaching hands, only to find her body bound tightly and unable to move. Do not struggle. No one will come to your rescue, Yang Xiu remarked nonchalantly as he delved into Liasi's cloak, removing it and exposing her alluring form. She was clad only in a sleeveless leather armor, and the shoddy craftsmanship left gaps through which her delicate skin was partially visible. However, Yang Xiu did not dwell on this aspect. Instead, he meticulously searched through the cloak, which typically harbored hidden pockets for concealing precious treasures, and Liasi's was no exception. He unearthed a silver pocket watch, a jade whistle, and a short sword wrapped in a leather sheath. Let go. Do not touch my belongings. Upon seeing Yang Xiu retrieve these items from her cloak, Liasi became agitated, shouting loudly, Haha, and now you're nervous? When you stole my pouch. You certainly did not behave like this. Yang Xiu humorously drew the short sword from its sheath, only to be momentarily stunned by the exquisite treasure, deceptively wrapped in an unassuming exterior. The blade, measuring roughly the length of a forearm, was adorned with 7 gemstones of varying hues, arranged in the spectrum of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Each gem, about the size of a lychee, dazzled Yang Xiu's eyes as he pulled it forth. The hilt, crafted from gold, was entwined with a delicately carved serpent of white jade, and the sword's worth alone equaled that of 50 of Yang Xiu's pouches. My goodness! With such wealth, why resort to stealing from me? Yang Xiu remarked to Lias. I am certainly no mere human, Lias retorted nonchalantly. I am an elf. Ha! Spare me, Agdi has told me you are a half-breed, a mix of elf and human, which makes you half a person. Yang Xiu quipped. Agdi? That orc shaman from the Night Wolf tribe? Lias pondered, realizing that he was the one behind her unexpected encounter with the orc shaman, causing her to lapse into a stupor, from which she awoke as Yang Xiu's captive. He is quite astute, knowing that you pilfered from me, and thus delivered you into my hands. A good man indeed, Yang Xiu said with a grin, skillfully sheathing the sword and tucking it into his cloak. What is this? A whistle? Is this unremarkable short sword truly so valuable? Yang Xiu inquired, turning his attention to the jade whistle. Casually, he wiped his hand across the whistle's opening and raised it to his lips to blow. Hey, don't! Lias exclaimed, turning her flushed face away as Yang Xiu looked at her in confusion. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you had used it, Yang Xiu exclaimed, spitting out a couple of mouthfuls and nonchalantly stowing the whistle away. Seeing Yang Xiu's disdainful demeanor towards her, Lias felt a surge of irritation. This whistle and sword are sufficient to compensate for your pouch. Return my pocket watch and release both me and Batsi. Huh? Yang Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. If this elven girl was willing to forego the sword and whistle, The value of the pocket watch must surely surpass both. Curiosity piqued, he couldn't resist picking it up. "Don't look!" Laius hurriedly cried out. At this moment, Yang Xiu paid no heed to the words of a captive. He opened the pocket watch, revealing a glowing blue magical array. To his astonishment, a spectral female elf emerged from the array. The apparition bore a striking resemblance to Laius, though her figure was even more alluring, gracefully adorned in a flowing white gown. She stood serenely above the magic circle. "Laius, by the time you receive this magical message, you should have arrived in the human kingdom. As your mother, I regret that I cannot be there to watch my beloved daughter grow. Missing the moments of your first steps, your first meals, your first words. Laius, please do not resent me. As the queen of the elves, I cannot allow my kin to discover my liaison with a human that resulted in your birth. Thus, I had no choice but to ask your father to take you away from the elven forest." As Laius absorbed her mother's words, the mature-looking elf gradually faded back into the magical array, which then retracted into the pocket watch. Yang Xiu, momentarily stunned, never anticipated Laius's noble lineage. Her mother was the queen of the elves. How fortunate must her father be to have won the affection of such a queen. "My sincerest apologies. I had no idea this pocket watch contained such secrets," Yang Xiu said awkwardly as he untied Laius's bindings. "Return my pocket watch and consider the other 2 items compensation," Laius stated coldly, extending her palm. Yang Xiu, resigned, offered the pocket watch with both hands. "We owe each other nothing now, release Botsy," Laius said, retrieving her cloak and draping it over herself, quickly concealing her enticing figure. She secured the pocket watch and approached the still-dazed Botsy. "Hey, are you leaving?" Yang Xiu lamented, having finally encountered a stunning elven maiden in the desolate plains, reluctant to let her depart, especially since he had inadvertently garnered her disdain. As he pondered how to mend the situation, Laius had already freed Botsy from his restraints. "Botsy, Botsy!" Yet, no matter how Laius called out, the orc remained entranced. Frustrated, she returned to Yang Xiu's side. "Hey human, how can we wake Botsy?" Laius asked urgently. Just splash some water on him," Yang Xiu replied, rushing to fetch a cactus pouch from the Kodo beast, dousing Botsy with water as he had done with Laius earlier. Laius quickly wiped the moisture from Botsy's face. "Did I activate the frenzy power, Laius?" Botsy asked, bewildered. "I'm afraid not. That Agdi priest is quite the fraud," Laius admitted sheepishly. Laius, we must retrieve the gold quickly. Without activating the frenzy power, I can still buy you the oasis flower," Botsy said, gazing at Laius with an innocent expression, resembling a bumbling giant. Yang Xiu felt a twinge of discomfort as he observed the affection in Laius's gestures towards Botsy and the tenderness in Botsy's gaze towards her. Goodness! They say orcs are indifferent to relations with any humanoid beings. Could it be that these two have already become involved? Thoughts of a Beauty and the Beast scenario, with stark contrasts between the robust and the delicate, the elf and the orc, flooded Yang Xiu's mind. "Never mind, gold can be earned again. As long as Botsy is fine," Laius said, helping Botsy to his feet and, seemingly unconcerned, led him in any direction. At this moment, Yang Xiu could only watch helplessly as Laius's figure receded into the distance, with Botsy standing beside her, appearing all the more conspicuous. Yang Xiu muttered, "This world is utterly outrageous." Chapter 26. Night Raid of the Wasteland Wolves. As the blazing sun sank below the horizon, the wasteland gradually succumbed to an eerie darkness. The cries of wild beasts echoed across the plains, heralding an ominous presence that was silently encroaching. Dulongda and his companions approached Yang Xiu atop their Kodo beasts, their weapons poised and ready. "What's wrong? Is there danger?" Yang Xiu inquired, as the encroaching night rendered visibility to mere 5 meters. Noticing Boehner and Iron Hand arming themselves, he felt a sense of urgency. "Not yet, but it's hard to say. It may come soon," Iron Hand replied gravely. The night in the desolate plains was perilous. Certain light-averse magical beasts would remain hidden during the day and emerge from their lairs under the cover of darkness. Having gone a day without food, their hunger would drive them to become even more frenzied and vicious in their hunt. To prevent anyone from becoming isolated in the dark, it was imperative that everyone remained together for maximum safety. "Is the night on this desolate plain always this dark?" Yang Xiu gazed up at the cloud-laden sky, an oppressive darkness enveloping everything, devoid of even a sliver of moonlight, which struck him as peculiar. Indeed, it is customary for no beastmen to venture away from their tribes at night. Only the wargs, with their remarkable speed and keen night vision, are capable of hunting in the darkness of the desolate plain, Durongda replied. Night vision. Yang Xiu suddenly recalled the peculiar phenomenon he experienced during his time in the Nightwolf tribe, where all living beings appeared to him as red stick figures, their crimson hue undoubtedly a reflection of the blood coursing through their veins. He pondered whether this ability could prove useful in such obscurity. As if in response to his thoughts, the eye of the blood priest on his forehead widened, transforming his perception. The world before him faded into utter darkness, save for Durongda, Banal, and Taizho, along with 4 red-hued Kodo beasts, which distinctly illuminated his vision. Yang Xiao turned his gaze toward the distance, where he noticed a multitude of red dots converging toward him. He hastily warned, "Everyone, be on guard. Something approaches from ahead." "Chief, are you certain?" Durongda queried, his brow furrowed in confusion as he peered into the nothingness that surrounded them, where silence reigned supreme. "There are countless creatures, though I cannot discern what they are. They are definitely heading our way, likely to arrive shortly from our left," Yang Xiao pointed out. "Countless? Could it be?" Taizho began, only to be interrupted by a sudden, thunderous howl nearby. "Awoo! It's the wild wolves!" Banal exclaimed. "Indeed, I never anticipated encountering this pack so soon after nightfall," Durongda replied, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings, weapon in hand, ready for any confrontation. "What are wild wolves?" Yang Xiao questioned, having never witnessed such palpable tension among the 3 beastmen. Even when they encountered the wasteland raiders in the Yellow Earth Long Gorge, they had not displayed such anxiety. They are a species of nocturnal wolves unique to the wasteland, characterized by their black and yellow coats, large heads, and short bodies, roughly the size of hunting dogs. Their bite force is terrifyingly powerful, capable of easily shattering a beastman's leg bone, Durongda explained. "Are they truly that formidable? Can we contend with them?" Yang Xiao inquired, unable to suppress his concern. "I neglected to mention, Chief, that wild wolves exhibit pack behavior. A single den typically houses over 500 of them. They hunt collectively at night, and with just the 4 of us, accompanied by our 4 Kodo beasts, it will be exceedingly difficult to fend them off," Taizho answered decisively. "Then why aren't we fleeing? The Kodo beasts are moving so slowly. Shall we allow the wild wolves to devour us?" Yang Xiao exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious as he observed Durongda and the others leisurely riding their Kodo beasts, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent threat. In his desperation, he struck the war drum strapped to the Kodo beast's side with surprising force, the resounding thud echoing in the night. "Stop!" The 3 beastmen were taken aback, but it was too late to intervene. Upon hearing the drum's call, Yang Xiao's Kodo beast became agitated, letting out a resounding roar as it surged forward with powerful strides. Huff, huff! The Kodo beast exhaled plumes of white vapor from its nostrils, charging directly toward the red dots that signified the wild wolves in Yang Xiao's vision. "Chase, Chief! It's dangerous!" Durongda and the others rang the war drums of their Kodo beasts, hastening after Yang Xiao, who had vanished into the night. The Kodo beasts, known as war mounts among the beastmen, possessed tough scales and a massive physique, coupled with formidable horns that granted them astonishing ramming power. Ordinarily, Kodo beasts are gentle, sluggish creatures, yet when their war drums are struck, their combative instincts awaken, driving them into a frenzied state where they seek out any creature for battle. In such a state, the Kodo beasts become uncontrollable, which is why the beastmen generally avoid striking the war drums. Durongda and the others had not anticipated Yang Xiao's impulsive action, which had now unleashed the Kodo beast's fury, spiraling the situation out of control. "Awoo!" The rampaging Kodo beast moved with an unmatched speed, propelling Yang Xiao within mere blinks of an eye to a mere 10 meters from the pack of wild wolves, a distance trivial for both parties. Yang Xiao returned the eye of the blood priest to its normal state, and mere meters away, he could perceive countless eerie green wolf eyes coldly fixated on him, sensing the hunger-driven blood coursing through their bodies. Moo! Bam! The Kodo beast charged into the heart of the wolf pack, akin to a war chariot traversing the battlefield, scattering wild wolves in its wake. Those trampled beneath its weight were reduced to a gruesome sight, and remnants of limbs and mangled bodies splattered across Yang Xiao, showering him in blood. Tui! Spitting out the remnants of blood and gore, Yang Xiao stared in disbelief at his blood-soaked attire. Well, it's not as if there was a place to wash up, and now, covered in blood, if he didn't clean himself before the sun baked him all day, he feared he might attract maggots. Moo! After charging 30 meters into the wolf pack, the Kodo beast's speed began to wane, its previous momentum dissipating as it encountered resistance from the wild wolves. Now bloodied and adorned with 2 long-dead wild wolves impaled upon its horns, the Kodo beast had lost one of its war drums in the chaos, rendering the scene utterly tragic. Yang Xiao surveyed his surroundings. The number of wild wolves had not diminished significantly due to the Kodo beast's rampage. Instead, the remaining wolves commenced their assault on the slowing Kodo beast. These creatures, with their terrifying bite force, leaped upon the Kodo beast, mercilessly raking at its flesh. Yang Xiu kicked away one wild wolf lunging at him and swiftly stood, utilizing the power of the blood priest to drain the blood from the malevolent wolves clambering onto the Kodo beast. Yet, despite his efforts, the Kodo beast was soon left battered and bleeding, wounds deep enough to expose bone. Moo! No matter how it thrashed, turned, or twisted, the Kodo beast could not evade the wild wolves' relentless bites. Even as it crushed several wolves underfoot, it was but a drop in the bucket, as more wolves continued to surge toward this delectable prey. At that moment, a roar echoed from the periphery of the wolf pack. Countless wild wolves were sent soaring into the air, only to be intercepted and slain mid-fall by Durongda, Banal, and Taizho. The trio, along with their beasts, charged toward Yang Xiu with the ferocity of a harvesting machine, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in their wake. "Chief, we've come to rescue you," Banal bellowed, swinging his massive axe in a whirlwind, instantly cleaving through any wild wolves that dared approach. As Yang Xiu siphoned the blood from a wild wolf, Durongda and the others reached his side, their expressions filled with concern upon seeing him drenched in blood. "Chief, are you injured?" "I'm fine. This blood isn't mine," Yang Xiu chuckled. Just as the nearby wild wolves prepared to launch another suicidal assault, a high and clear howl resonated from the distant expanse of the wasteland. The entire pack of wild wolves suddenly moved as if directed by an unseen conductor, encircling Yang Xiu and his three companions along with their beasts. The silent wolf pack sat on the ground, their eerie green eyes fixated on these four individuals who had slain numerous members of their kin. "This is not an ordinary pack of wolves we are facing. It appears that this pack is led by a wolf king," Iron Hand remarked in astonishment. "Wolf king?" Yang Xiu pondered. He understood that wolves are highly social creatures, and within a pack, there are typically 4 to 5 lead wolves. Among these, the most charismatic and capable is chosen as the wolf king. Usually, the wolf king is not the strongest wolf in the pack, but rather the wisest. A pack with a wolf king is akin to a computer equipped with a GTX 980 graphics card compared to one with a GTX 840. The disparity is significant. If we do not eliminate the wolf king, it seems unlikely we will return to the tribe alive, Du Longda stated gravely. "But we have no idea where the wolf king is. How can we possibly defeat him?" Ban Er glanced around at the surrounding wolves, frustration evident on his face. "Don't forget, our chieftain has become a blood priest. Though we cannot distinguish between the wolf king and ordinary wolves, the chieftain should be able to utilize the blood priest's abilities to locate the wolf king," Du Longda asserted confidently. "Ah, me?" Yang Xiu was taken aback. Chapter 27. Breaking Through the Encirclement. Though he had inadvertently gained the powers of a blood priest from the priest's bones, Yang Xiu was still unfamiliar with most of the abilities, aside from being able to draw blood from living beings and entering a sort of stick figure mode. According to Du Longda, discerning the difference between the wolf king and ordinary wolves felt far beyond his current capabilities. "I am not yet adept enough to wield the blood priest's powers as you suggest. With so many wild wolves surrounding us, I fear I cannot accomplish that," Yang Xiu replied, his expression troubled. "Ah, chieftain, you must be jesting. If we cannot kill the wolf king, we have no hope of escaping the pack alive," Du Longda exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "I am not joking. The blood within your bodies appears to me as a mere torrent of liquid. I cannot perceive any elements of lineage. All I can do is extract blood from others," Yang Xiu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Before Du Longda could respond, Iron Hand interrupted. "The role of blood priest has been absent from orc history for decades. Many abilities remain unknown even to orc priests. The chieftain has recently become a blood priest and is still human. Do not burden him with excessive expectations. Indeed, let us focus on how to break through the wolf pack. It seems the number of wild wolves is increasing," Ban Er exclaimed from the side. Yang Xiu quickly activated his blood priest's eye and observed that, indeed, a multitude of red dots was converging towards their location, the surrounding crimson glow intensifying. The number of wild wolves that had previously been decimated by Yang Xiu and his companions had been replenished, even surpassing their prior numbers. "More wild wolves are approaching. We must break free at once. The longer we delay, the worse our situation will become," Yang Xiu said, tending to the bleeding wounds of his Kodo beast, realizing that some injuries were beyond recovery. "Very well, we charge now. Ban Er, you have the longest weapon. Lead the way. Iron Hand and I will guard the flanks. And chieftain, you shall remain in the center," Du Longda instructed, and Ban Er and Iron Hand immediately formed a protective circle around Yang Xiu. Sensing the encircled prey beginning to struggle, the wild wolves rose to their feet, baring their teeth and growling menacingly at Yang Xiu. "Are you ready?" Yang Xiu asked softly. Upon receiving nods from Du Longda and the others, he shouted, Sound the war drums. A howl erupted from the distant Wolf King, and instantly, the wild wolves surged forward as if liberated from their chains, charging towards the encircled four. Boom! 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 Yang Xiu struck the last remaining war drum with vigor, and Du Longda and the others joined in, causing the four Kodo beasts to surge forward with a fervor akin to a drug-fueled frenzy. Ha! Ban Er swung his massive axe, cleaving two approaching wild wolves in half. The Kodo beasts require a moment to build up speed for their charge. We must not let these wild wolves impede their momentum. Once their speed is gained, we will have our chance, Iron Hand cautioned, his experience evident. Every wild wolf that leaped at them was either pummeled into submission by Iron Hand or cleaved in two by Du Longda's axe. Occasionally, a stray wolf slipped through, only to be drained of its blood by Yang Xiu. As the Kodo beasts began to pick up speed, the Wolf King let out another roar. Before Yang Xiu and his companions, a multitude of wild wolves stacked upon one another, forming a formidable wall of flesh, attempting to halt the Kodo beasts' advance. The Wolf King's intelligence is astonishing. Yang Xiu marveled at the sight. If this wall was not breached, the Kodo beast's acceleration would inevitably be thwarted by this resistance, making it increasingly difficult to organize another charge to escape the wolf pack. Leave this to me, Du Longda bellowed, leaping off his Kodo beast while activating his inner frenzy, transforming into a towering giant 3 meters tall. With heavy footfalls, Du Longda leaped atop the mass of wild wolves, raising his dual axes high above his head. He struck down on the wall formed by the bodies of the wild wolves. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the axes cleaved through, sending blood and flesh scattering, Du Longda's muscles bulging with effort as he utilized all his strength and weight, cleaving the wall in two and clearing a sizable space. The Kodo beast seized the opportunity and accelerated. Ban Er, riding the leading Kodo beast, fervently drummed on the war drum behind him, inciting his mount into a frenzy, its eyes ablaze as it charged towards Du Longda. Be careful, Yang Xiu couldn't help but warn, only to see Du Longda place one hand on the face of the Kodo beast. Offended, the beast violently shook its head, attempting to throw Du Longda off, but he skillfully used the momentum to land back onto his Kodo beast, retracting his frenzy. Truly, he was the foremost warrior of the Black Iron tribe. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, as if rehearsed, prompting Yang Xiu to nod in admiration. Thanks to Du Longda's contribution, all the Kodo beasts gained a moment of distance to build up speed, thundering across the ground, crushing any wild wolves that dared to stand in their path. If all went according to plan, Yang Xiu and his companions would soon burst through the wolf pack, finding hope for escape. Suddenly, the wild wolves let out a simultaneous wail, their previously diminutive bodies gradually transforming into robust figures, resembling young calves standing on the ground, their eyes glowing a deep crimson, as if some transformation had occurred. What is happening? Does the wild wolf still possess such abilities? Yang Xiu inquired, bewildered by the scene before him. Hiss! What is this? Interestingly, Du Longda and the others were equally perplexed, each one gasping in astonishment at the sight of the wild wolves, whose size had suddenly swelled to more than 3 times their original dimensions. Quick! Run faster! Run faster! This unexpected transformation plunged everyone into a profound sense of crisis. The thought that these 4 types of wild wolves had morphed into such a form sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to beat the war drums hanging from the Kodo beast's waist with renewed vigor. Boom! 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 The sound grew increasingly thunderous, and the Kodo beast quickened its pace. Yet, for the recently mutated wild wolf pack, the impact of the Kodo beast was no longer the deadly collision it had once been. Each wild wolf that was forcefully struck aside by the Kodo beast fell into the surrounding pack, only to be swiftly replaced by new wild wolves, rendering the situation increasingly dire. What has happened? I had no inkling that the wild wolves could undergo such a change. This is indeed the most dreadful news. Boehner bellowed in agitation. We can only charge forward. We must not stop here, or these beasts will tear us to shreds. Iron Hand replied grimly. At this moment, the situation was precarious. After the mutation, Du Longda and the others found their attacks could no longer inflict fatal wounds on the wild wolves. At best, they could only leave shallow cuts on their bodies, while only Yang Xiu possessed the capability to deliver a fatal blow to a wild wolf. Chief, how far are we from the outer edges of the wolf pack? From Yang Xiu's previous 2 warnings, Du Longda understood that this human chief had the ability to see in the dark, prompting him to inquire. Yang Xiu gazed into the distance, observing a vast expanse of crimson ahead, approximately 200 to 300 meters away from the outer dark perimeter. About 300 meters, Yang Xiu replied. Upon hearing this, Iron Hand fell into contemplation. What appeared to be a mere 200 to 300 meters now seemed exceedingly distant, trapped amidst the wolf pack. Huh? Yang Xiu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the surrounding layers of crimson light, a solitary red dot quietly lingered in the outer darkness, devoid of any nearby creatures. What is it, Chief? Durongda asked. I believe I may have found the Wolf King, Yang Xiu replied, a hint of joy in his voice. Really? In which direction? This unexpected good news instantly invigorated the survival instincts of the 3 beastmen present, prompting them to voice their inquiries. Yang Xiu pointed out the location of the red dot, which was situated directly to the left of the Kodo beast's charge. Boehner forcibly adjusted the Kodo beast's trajectory, leading the group toward the direction of the Wolf King. A wild wolf, covered in festering sores, lay quietly on a slab of blue stone, its front legs short and hind legs long, forcing it to rest its forelimbs upon the stone to maintain balance. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence. Upon noticing Yang Xiu and the others abruptly changing direction, it realized its hiding place had been discovered. With a howl that echoed through the skies, the entire wild wolf pack surged into motion, surrounding their position in an attempt to thwart Yang Xiu and his companions' intentions to capture the Wolf King. Unfortunately, this Wolf King underestimated the ferocity of the beastmen empowered by their fervent strength. Boehner, leading the charge, swung his axe with unprecedented ferocity, cleaving through the mutated wild wolves that rushed forward, creating a gap in the pack. Chapter 28. The Final Opportunity. The group broke through approximately 100 meters toward the Wolf King's position, but the relentless onslaught of mutated wild wolves, rushing to their doom, had nearly drained the energy of Yang Xiu and the others. Iron Hand's armor was caked with decaying flesh, while Durongda and Boehner's axes were soaked in blood, and Yang Xiu was gasping for breath. Chief, how much farther? Boehner, having been clearing the path for an extended period, could no longer bear the ache in his arms and couldn't help but ask. 100 meters. Yang Xiu responded decisively. In such a critical situation, failing to provide Durongda and the others with a glimmer of hope could very well lead to being trapped amidst the wolf pack. The long night stretched on, and no one knew that a fierce battle for survival was unfolding somewhere in the wasteland. For the wild wolves, if this battle ended in failure, they would lose their chance to feed and would have to continue searching for their next prey. Yet for Yang Xiu and his companions, losing this battle would mean losing their lives. No one wished for death, not even the 4 Kodo beasts, who tirelessly pressed forward in their quest to survive. A mutated wild wolf broke through Iron Hand's defenses, lunging towards the Kodo beast beneath Yang Xiu, sinking its massive jaws into the already battered hind leg of the Kodo beast. The creature yelped in pain, desperately shaking its hind leg to dislodge the accursed wild wolf. But the wolf's astonishing bite force had driven its fangs deep into the Kodo beast's flesh. In a single violent shake, a chunk of meat was torn away, revealing a gaping wound down to the bone. Damn it! Yang Xiu had momentarily overlooked the situation. The wild wolf had already vanished into the throng with the Kodo beast's hind leg meat in its jaws. The severely injured Kodo beast began to falter, limping as it ran, quickly falling 2 to 3 meters behind the other 3 Kodo beasts ahead. Chief, Durongda glanced back, noticing that Yang Xiu had become separated from the group. In that 2 to 3 meter gap, 5 mutated wild wolves surged in, intent on completely isolating Yang Xiu from Durongda and the others. Durongda, my weapon is ill-suited for breaking through the wolf pack. I will stay back to protect the chief. You and Boehner go kill the Wolf King, Iron Hand insisted, blocking Durongda from leaping off the Kodo beast. The armor lacks the killing power of an axe in a breakthrough, so Iron Hand voluntarily offered to remain behind. Very well, be sure to protect the chief. Durongda nodded, solemnly fist-bumping Iron Hand before he leaped off the Kodo beast, his 3-meter-tall frame charging towards Yang Xiu's direction. Wild wolves attempted to impede Iron Hand's progress, but each was sent flying with a single punch. My Kodo beast's left hind leg is injured. It likely cannot move further, Yang Xiu remarked as Iron Hand reached his side, gesturing towards the Kodo beast's wounds. Then we can only wait here for Durongda and Boehner to find the Wolf King. Iron Hand positioned himself protectively in front of Yang Xiu, ready to fend off the wild wolves. In the meantime, the two were swiftly encircled by the wild wolves, and a fierce battle was imminent. Durongda, do you think the chief and Iron Hand will be all right? Boehner asked, looking back with concern. I trust them. Right now, our priority is to kill the Wolf King as quickly as possible, Durongda replied, his expression steely as he fixed his gaze ahead. Durongda, what is it? Can we please conserve our energy for breaking through the wolf pack to kill the Wolf King? No, I suddenly realized that without the chief, how would we know the Wolf King's location? Durongda was left bewildered. As Yang Xiu repeatedly harnessed the powers of the Blood Priest, he grew increasingly adept at manipulating blood. The wild wolf that dared to approach him for an attack was swiftly reduced to a desiccated corpse, dying in utter confusion. In contrast, Taisho's attempts to slay wolves were far less efficient, as each punch drained his stamina, and even with the activation of his frenzy power, he found it unsustainable. "How are you faring over there, Taisho?" Yang Xiu inquired, turning his back to him. "I'm fine, I can hold on a bit longer," replied the orc warrior, steadying his rapidly heaving chest as he continued to wield his iron fists. "It's truly perplexing. We must have slain hundreds of wild wolves by now, yet their numbers appear unchanged," Yang Xiu muttered in confusion. "At the very least, each pack of wild wolves consists of 500 members, with each pack led by an alpha wolf. Only when there are more than 5 alpha wolves does a wolf king emerge. Since we have encountered a pack commanded by a wolf king, it indicates that there are at least thousands of wild wolves in this vicinity," Taisho explained sagely. "Thousands? Then what of Dulongda and the others? Will they be able to kill the wolf king? Aren't there other alpha wolves within the pack? Once the wolf king falls, the remaining alpha wolves will rally their kin, preoccupied with vying for the wolf king's position. Consequently, these wild wolves will scatter without the wolf king's guidance. Thus, eliminating the wolf king is our sole hope for survival." Taisho sighed. It suddenly occurred to me, without my presence by their side, and with the night so dark, will Dulongda and the others even be able to locate the wolf king? Taisho was left bewildered. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Iron Black tribe, Derek sat with an orc whose face was marred with green spots, gathered around a fire. Jemri quietly nibbled on a piece of white melon, listening attentively as Derek recounted tales of the orc shamans. "Was, you possess the potential to become an orc shaman, and you must firmly engrave what I am about to share into your mind," Derek said, gazing at the seemingly simple-minded orc beside him. "Yes, I understand," Was nodded, as Derek, once a shaman himself, informed this orc who had lived a life of petty crime for over a decade that he was qualified to ascend to the status of shaman, guiding him to sit by the fire. "The orc shaman is an ancient profession. When our kind once dominated the richest lands of this world, we were referred to as shamans by the other races. We could communicate with the divine, possessing the ability to foresee the future and guide our kin out of confusion. Of course, we also wielded immense power to punish those who dared challenge Orcish authority. Orcs firmly believe in 4 deities: earth, fire, gale, and storm. Hence, the power of our shamans is derived from these 4 elements." Derek extended his arm, and from the animal hides spread upon the ground, a substantial amount of sand began to coalesce in his palm, forming a perfectly round sandball under his watchful gaze. Meanwhile, his other hand reached towards the fire, causing the flames to dance vigorously, rising to 3 meters high and taking on the form of an Orcish figure that bowed respectfully to Derek. A cool breeze brushed past the 3 by the fire. A trickle of clear water flowed from the white melon that Jemri was devouring. Jemri was taken aback. He had always perceived orc shamans as mere charlatans. The shamans he had previously encountered seemed only capable of performing trivial rituals and administering strange potions to the ailing orcs, lacking the finesse exhibited by Derek. Earth, fire, wind, water. These are the sources of the orc shaman's power, Derek declared as he withdrew his hands, causing all manifestations to vanish. As time passed, some shamans speculated that there must be other potential deities and unknown forces in the world. However, the majority opposed this notion, asserting that only these 4 deities existed. Subsequent history proved their beliefs erroneous, as the legendary orc shaman Jalagis discovered the pulsations of life and the lament of death, 2 new forces. Life brings hope. Derek pointed a finger to Was's forehead, and a warm white light began to glow atop his head, causing the green spots to fade away as if they were melting. And death, on the other hand, instills fear. Derek suddenly exhaled a breath of dark mist towards Jemri, which coalesced into a raven with a skull-like head, landing on Jemri's shoulder. The flesh of one side of his body began to decay at a visible rate, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. Upon witnessing this grotesque sight, Jemri instinctively leaped up, the raven dissipating like a bubble in place, while his decaying body gradually restored itself. These 2 forces birthed 2 even rarer professions than orc shamans. The Black Priest and the White Priest, Derek explained with a smile. "That's incredible," Was exclaimed, astonished by the transformation he witnessed in Jemri. Derek appeared to be an immensely powerful orc shaman without a doubt. "Now, let us see what kind of shaman you can become," Was, Derek said, biting into the skin of his left hand, allowing a few drops of fresh blood to flow from the wound. He then drew a pentagram totem upon Was's forehead. Fiery red, deep yellow, crystal blue, and soft azure. These 4 colors danced within the pentagram totem before ultimately balancing themselves within it and gradually dimming. Derek, what does this mean? Gemry asked curiously. This indicates the most common shamanic talent. Mastery of the 4 elements, allowing perception of each element, yet unable to reach their utmost potential, Derek replied, a hint of regret in his voice. You seem rather dissatisfied, Gemry remarked, noting the lack of joy on Derek's face. Perhaps you should speak less, Derek chuckled, casting a glance at Gemry before erasing the pentagram totem from Wass's forehead. Chapter 29. The Unraveling of the Elemental Bloodline. It is uncertain whether Delongda and Boehner were simply too fierce or if Yang Xiu had drawn all the fire, but Delongda, following closely behind Boehner, broke through the encirclement of the mutated wild wolf pack, with the path ahead symbolizing freedom. What should we do? How can we know where the Wolf King is? Boehner gazed into the pitch-black expanse, where nothing could be seen even 5 meters away, let alone the hidden Wolf King. I have no idea, Delongda shook his head. The 2 orcs, blind in the darkness, lacked both vision and illumination, rendering them incapable of devising a sound strategy. Just then, a howl echoed from the distance, identical to the previous call of the Wolf King. Delongda exchanged a surprised glance with Boehner. The good news arrived unexpectedly. It seems the sound is coming from that direction. Boehner pointed towards a specific direction. Let us hurry. The chief and the others are still trapped inside. Delongda, unwilling to waste time, dashed towards the source of the sound. Upon the blue stone, the Wolf King of the wild wolf pack lay quietly, its haunting green eyes watching Delongda and Boehner approach. A triumphant smile crept across the wolf's face, clearly indicating that the preceding howl had been intentional. Delongda, look, Banel pointed towards the distant wolf's eyes, utterly astonished at how effortlessly he had located the Wolf King. Be cautious. Observe its stillness. Something feels amiss, Delongda warned, restraining Banel, who was eager to approach the lurking Wolf King hidden in the shadows. As the 2 remained hesitant, the Wolf King descended from the azure stone, its front legs shorter than its hind legs, resulting in an unusually awkward gait. This is the Wolf King. Quickly slay it, and the chieftain and Iron Hand shall be saved. Banel exclaimed with delight, gazing at the creature before him, which bore little resemblance to an ordinary wild wolf, his mighty axe trembling with anticipation in his grasp. Something is not right. Why does the Wolf King lack even a single guard? Have you not noticed that it seems to be luring us closer? Delongda questioned, perplexed. What does it matter? The chieftain is in grave danger. We cannot afford to waste time like this. Step aside. Banel forcefully pushed past Delongda's obstruction, raising his colossal axe to strike at the Wolf King. With a sound akin to mockery, the Wolf King deftly leaped aside, evading Banel's attack, and with a powerful kick from its hind legs, flung a clump of dirt into Banel's face. Awoo! The Wolf King gazed triumphantly at Banel, as if relishing in the orc's folly. Damn it! I shall tear your hide off for this humiliation. Banel discarded his axe and lunged at the Wolf King with bare fists, preferring this visceral form of combat over weaponry. As the distance between Banel and the Wolf King dwindled to mere steps, an ominous premonition surged within Delongda. Suddenly, a shadow, larger than Banel himself, materialized behind him, extending a massive hand towards the orc, who was still advancing towards the Wolf King. Danger! Delongda cried out, but it was too late. The enormous hand seized Banel around the waist, akin to a human grasping an egg. Banel! Delongda's eyes widened with fury, as he witnessed Banel being dragged into the darkness. Hastily, he hurled his twin short axes at the shadow's arm and quickly retrieved the discarded giant axe, rushing towards the looming figure, determined to rescue Banel from its clutches. You dare to interrupt my meal, orc? A thick arm swatted away the 2 axes thrown by Delongda, and a colossal face emerged from the shadows. A head bereft of hair, a mouth resembling that of a hippopotamus, and 4 elongated tusks sharp as spears, grinning menacingly at Delongda. Upon seeing this monstrous visage, Delongda involuntarily halted, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had confronted the deepest fears lodged within his soul. Bibi Meng, Delongda murmured in disbelief. Iron Hand Yang Xiu, meanwhile, was caught off guard as a wild wolf leaped onto his back, seizing a substantial chunk of flesh from his shoulder, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. With an impassive expression, Iron Hand swiftly grabbed the wild wolf and flung it to the ground, crushing its skull beneath his foot. Chieftain, this cannot continue. We cannot possibly slay all the wild wolves. Iron Hand lamented, seeing Yang Xiu staunching his shoulders bleeding. There is no choice. I wonder if Delongda and the others have found the Wolf King, Yang Xiu mused, having drained the blood from no less than 100 wild wolves, while the overwhelming wolf pack continued to surge forth, rendering the deaths of 100 or 2 utterly inconsequential. Chieftain, during my participation in the resistance, I once heard a blood priest say that the power of blood priests stems from bloodline elements, a force more potent than the four elements combined. It can reduce a superior race to nothingness or bestow immense strength upon the weak, all through proficient control of the bloodline elements. The priest mentioned that altering bloodlines requires awakening a capability known as bloody perception, which allows one to perceive the flow of blood within others and discover the bloodline elements within. I do not know if this will aid you, but if I do not speak now, there may never be another chance. Iron Hand's extensive exposition resonated with Yang Xiu. For, in the absence of Du Longda and Banal's success in defeating the Wolf King, the power of the Blood Priest represented the hope for their survival amidst the relentless sea of wolves. Iron Hand subtly encouraged Yang Xiu to glean some insight into the Blood Priest's abilities. I understand. I shall attempt it, Yang Xiu declared, activating the Eye of the Blood Priest. The bloody perception that Iron Hand spoke of must indeed be this Matchstick Man mode. Indeed, in this mode, Yang Xiu could perceive the flow of blood within any creature, yet the nature of the bloodline elements remained an enigma. Within the blood of the wild wolves, he could discern nothing but the crimson liquid coursing from the heart to every corner of the body. Bloodline elements, Yang Xiu muttered, directing the blood within a wild wolf towards its brain. Instantly, the creature collapsed, succumbing to cerebral congestion, and from its heart vibrant specks of light erupted. This unprecedented spectacle piqued Yang Xiu's interest, but as he shifted his gaze, the colorful points vanished almost instantly. Could this be? Yang Xiu pondered excitedly, quickly directing the blood of another wild wolf into its brain. Indeed, once more colorful specks appeared at the location of the wolf's heart, though this time, their duration was even shorter than the last. Iron Hand, hold on. I believe I have discovered the bloodline elements. Yang Xiu alerted, positioning himself atop the injured Kodo beast, commencing a meticulous examination of every wild wolf nearby, inducing cerebral congestion solely to investigate those enigmatic colorful specks that might be the bloodline elements. Iron Hand valiantly defended Yang Xiu from the onslaught of approaching wild wolves, but with Yang Xiu's hands no longer in action, the pressure of resistance intensified. Iron Hand sustained several deep lacerations, and a chunk of flesh was bitten from his thigh. These colorful specks only emerged when the wild wolves succumbed to cerebral congestion, compelling Yang Xiu to fixate intently on the heart of each wolf. After prolonged observation, he suddenly realized that his gaze began to magnify like a microscope. After magnifying beyond measure, he discovered that the previously scarce colorful specks filled every nook and cranny of the wild wolf's body. Each drop of blood contained multitudes of these vibrant points. Through multiple observations, Yang Xiu discerned the characteristics of these colorful specks. Each one was a perfect hexagonal prism, their interiors teeming with a double helix structure, reminiscent of DNA found on Earth. Although these hexagonal prisms resided within the blood, Yang Xiu found himself unable to manipulate these mysterious forms, let alone the double helix elements contained within. What to do? Those double helices must be the so-called bloodline elements. Yet encased within these hexagonal prisms, I cannot exert control over them. Frustration washed over Yang Xiu as he gazed at the isolating prisms, feeling akin to guarding a bank vault without a key, so close to grasping the bloodline elements, yet obstructed by the prisms that prevented any action. The chieftain, how are you? Iron Hand could not help but inquire, prompting Yang Xiu to withdraw his gaze from his study of the hexagonal prisms. At that moment, he witnessed the brutal collision between Iron Hand's armored arm and the head of a wild wolf, resulting in the wolf's skull shattering, its brain matter splattering across the ground. So this is how it can be done. This vivid scene instantly sparked a new avenue of thought for Yang Xiu, who promptly returned to his observational mode. He guided the two hexagonal prisms to collide forcefully, and the previously impervious surfaces of the prisms began to develop fine cracks. Success. Under Yang Xiu's controlled impact, the two hexagonal prisms shattered completely, and the bloodline elements surged forth through the ruptures, flooding Yang Xiu's mind with newfound knowledge about the wild wolf race. Chapter 30. The Long-Lost Legend. Wild wolves, social creatures with formidable biting power, exhibit a vicious and fearless approach to combat. The bloodline elements seeping from the hexagonal prisms granted Yang Xiu profound insight into the habits and innate abilities of every wild wolf, as the escaping bloodline elements corroded the prisms they touched, releasing their stored essence. It was akin to dropping ink into clear water, the flowing bloodline elements voraciously eroding the hexagonal prisms within the wild wolf's body. The wolf remained frozen in place, its body beginning to twitch uncontrollably, fur falling away as 7 bulging tumors sprouted from its back, which then burst open with a loud pop, revealing 7 wolf legs. Success. Yang Xiu rejoiced. Although he still found himself in the dark regarding the manipulation of bloodlines, he had at least uncovered the bloodline elements, believing that with time and careful study, he could eventually unveil their mysteries. The bloodline elements, now free from the confines of the hexagonal prisms, surged wildly within the wild wolf's body, gradually beginning to corrode its internal organs. The wolf, now sprouting 7 legs, melted before Yang Xiu's eyes, transforming into a puddle of flesh. These bloodline elements possessed such corrosive properties. Could it be that the hexagonal prisms were designed to protect the host's body from being eroded? A thought struck Yang Xiu, prompting him to cease exhausting his efforts to drain the wolf's blood, instead focusing on releasing the bloodline elements trapped within the hexagonal prisms. This venomous essence left no wild wolf unscathed. Each wild wolf that overflowed with bloodline elements began to undergo grotesque transformations, some sprouting additional limbs, others altering in size, and ultimately, all succumbed to decay. Chieftain, what is happening? This widespread mutation immediately caught Iron Hand's attention, as over 20 wild wolves nearby were reduced to mere puddles of flesh, their deaths exceedingly tragic. Haha, with just a flick of my wrist, I can slay dozens of wild wolves. I should be able to hold on until Durongda arrives to rescue us. Yang Xiu chuckled. Under his control of the bloodline elements, not a single wild wolf could approach him or Iron Hand, and the atmosphere grew considerably lighter. For reasons unknown, a sudden unease regarding Durongda's situation crept into Iron Hand's mind. Sensing that something was amiss, creaking and cracking, Durongda watched helplessly as the behemoth devoured Banner, savoring every bite, paralyzed by fear and unable to act. The cunning Wolf King approached Durongda, a mocking expression etched across its face. Behemoth, why is there still a behemoth? Durongda's inner turmoil spiraled as he questioned how a creature, once confined to myth and remembered by every orc, now stood before him in the flesh. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a powerful race known as behemoths, colossal beings capable of swift movement and earth-shattering strength. During that era, the orcs served merely as sustenance for the behemoths, their innate fear of these creatures lingering until the behemoths mysteriously vanished from the world. No orc could fathom why this formidable race disappeared, but it marked the beginning of the orcs' dominance over the world, subjugating elves and humans as their vassals and slaves. Ultimately, the orcs were driven into desolate plains by the rising humans, having long forgotten the humiliating era when they were ruled by behemoths, each orc now yearning to reclaim their former glory. Truly, what a familiar scent, the behemoth remarked, spewing forth a mist of blood as Durongda averted his gaze in distress. The scent of orcs is an indelible memory. The behemoth, addicted to the taste of Banner's blood, brought its fingers stained with crimson to its gaping maw. Flee! This was Durongda's immediate instinct. He knew alone he could never hope to match the behemoth. With Banner devoured, he summoned his strength and turned to flee, seizing the chance while the behemoth reveled in nostalgia. Capture him. None shall survive. The behemoth coldly commanded the wild Wolf King, its form vanishing into the shadows. The Wolf King howled, promptly giving chase. The behemoth's appearance undoubtedly posed a grave threat to the orc clans, and only Durongda was privy to this secret. He had to warn others, for the orc's greatest nemesis had returned. The Wolf King relentlessly pursued Durongda, remaining within a 10-meter radius, calling out to its kin as they ran. Is that you? Durongda, upon hearing the wolf's howl, glanced back and saw 2 eerie green eyes tracking him from the darkness. Uncertain if the behemoth was in pursuit, he resolved to confront the Wolf King, realizing that if he did not eliminate him, the chieftain and the others would not survive. Spotting the wolf pack ahead, Durongda halted and turned to face the approaching Wolf King. His previous weapons lay abandoned with the behemoth, leaving him with only his fists, which he charged at the Wolf King in a fit of rage. The wild Wolf King, gathering its hind legs, leapt forward, jaws agape to bite down on Durongda. Some wild wolves, having responded to the Wolf King's earlier call, had arrived, and in his desperation, Durongda landed a punch on the Wolf King's abdomen, only to be met with a fierce bite on his shoulder. The wild wolf's powerful jaws sunk deep into Durongda's flesh, causing him to feel as though his shoulder blade would be crushed. Quickly, he grasped the Wolf King's head with one hand while the other pressed down on its lower jaw, prying its mouth open with sheer brute force. As the Wolf King's jaws were forcefully pulled apart, it began to struggle in desperation. Without your kin, you are nothing but a waste. Durongda's arms bulged as he tore violently, ripping the Wolf King's mouth from its lower jaw to its chest, instantly extinguishing its life. Chieftain, the Wolf King's voice still echoes. It seems Durongda and the others have yet to locate him, Iron Hand reported, his body battered and bruised. The Kodo beast that Yang Xiu rode was already slain by the wild wolves' attack, and even Yang Xiu himself was in a wretched state, suffering greatly. Just hold on a little longer. I believe they will come, Yang Xiu reassured, albeit wearily. Such intense resistance would challenge anyone, and Yang Xiu had long lost count of how many wild wolves he and Taisho had slain. No sooner had he finished speaking than the assault of the surrounding wolf pack suddenly ceased, each wild wolf gazing at one another in bewilderment, before retreating into the darkness like a receding tide. Instantly, the area around Yang Xiu and Taisho became desolate, with not a single wild wolf in sight aside from the carcasses that littered the ground. Had Durongda and the others succeeded? The abrupt dispersal of the wolf pack left Yang Xiu momentarily stunned, a profound sense of exhaustion washing over him as if he had been reborn from calamity. Fatigued, he paid little mind and simply collapsed onto the lifeless body of a kodo beast. It appeared that Taisho's legs had given way beneath him, causing him to sit down on the ground. The pile of wolf corpses surrounding them stood 3 or 4 meters high, a testament to the sheer number of wild wolves they had dispatched. From the depths of the darkness, a figure slowly approached Yang Xiu. It was Durongda, his expression grave as he dragged the corpse of the Wolf King behind him. The appearance of the Baiman and the death of Bainer loomed over him like an inescapable shadow. The orcs were at a significant disadvantage, caught between the humans, who were like a mountain tiger outside the desolate plains, and the Baiman, which had emerged as a formidable force within. This was something he had to report to the chief, Durongda thought. On the horizon, a faint rosy sunlight spread across the earth, illuminating the desolate plains. Yang Xiu observed as the heavily burdened Durongda approached him, holding a golden-furred wolf with no chin. Durongda, where is Bainer? Yang Xiu inquired, lifting his gaze. Durongda's mind was flooded with the image of Bainer being snatched away by the massive hand of the Baiman, and he trembled as he replied, "It's all my fault. I lacked the courage to save him. My cowardice cost him his life." After speaking, Durongda struck his own head with his fist, leaving Yang Xiu bewildered. What on earth happened? What transpired when you confronted the Wolf King? Taisho felt an inexplicable unease. Bainer had not returned with Durongda, and he feared the worst. We followed the Wolf King's call in the darkness and found him, but we did not anticipate it was a trap. Bainer. He was consumed by the Baiman. The Baiman? Taisho exclaimed. How could that be? Hadn't it vanished long ago? I witnessed Bainer being devoured by that legendary Baiman. They have returned. This matter must be known to the 3 major tribes. Durongda insisted resolutely. Wait, first tell me, what is this Baiman? Yang Xiu could hardly fathom that during a mere wolf tide, he had lost one of his companions in such a bizarre manner, allegedly to a creature named Baiman. Precisely. The Wolf King was lying upon this rock. Durongda gestured toward the ground where weapons had fallen, casting a strange glance in the direction where Bainer had met his end. It was now barren, stretching into the wild, desolate expanse. Chapter 31. The Sky Eagle Rider. There were no footprints on the ground. If the Baiman had indeed stood here, there would be traces left behind. Yang Xiu observed the ground, where Durongda's 2 short axes lay abandoned. But I truly saw the Baiman devour Bainer, Durongda asserted firmly. Regardless, we should inform the 3 major tribes about this matter without delay, Taisho proposed. Indeed, Taisho is right. Since the Baiman is as formidable as you describe, it would be prudent to spread the word soon. Conveniently, we will pass through the oasis on our way to the coastal shores, and we can relay this information there, Yang Xiu said, his heart heavy as he looked at the long-handled giant axe that Taisho had picked up. This weapon, specially procured for Bainer, had barely accompanied its owner for a few days before being lost forever. The orc who had journeyed with Yang Xiu from the Black Iron tribe was now destined to remain on the road to the coastal shores for eternity. Taisho and Durongda summoned the remaining 3 kodo beasts capable of continuing the journey, placing Bainer's weapon on one of their backs, and set forth once more on the road to the coastal shores. On the desolate cliffs of the wasteland, Yang Xiu and his companions traversed a great fault line, with a dark abyss lurking beneath the sunken ground beside them. In the sky, a hawk raised by the orcs circled above, surveying the land below. 3 days had passed without encountering a single tribe, and Yang Xiu, hoarse from thirst, lay atop the back of a kodo beast under the relentless sun, feeling as if his body might ignite at any moment. Chief, just hold on a little longer. Look at the hawk above. It signifies that there must be an orc tribe nearby, Taisho remarked, his lips parched and cracked. However, the orcs had grown accustomed to such conditions after living on the desolate plains for years, unlike Yang Xiu, who appeared on the brink of collapse. Where is it? I do not care if there is a tribe nearby. I only want to know where it is. If I do not drink water soon, I shall perish. Yang Xiu exclaimed weakly. The group had been without water for nearly 2 days, and they had not encountered a single cactus along the way, rendering the prospect of even digging up a few cactus sacks to quench their thirst a daunting task. The hawk glided gracefully on its wings, silently observing Yang Xiu and the others below. After a sharp cry, it turned in the sky and disappeared into the distance, extending an arm to halt the hawk. A beast man adorned with colorful totems listened intently as the hawk called out in his ear. Once the hawk fell silent, he nodded seriously, shaking his arm to send it back into the air. Agano, have you discovered something? Another beastman inquired. I spotted several beastmen near that fault line, but they do not seem to be in good condition. Agano relayed the information he had gathered from the hawk. Beyond that area lies the wasteland. Recently, there have been many human hunting parties in that vicinity. Should we go and warn them? Yes, although they are not from the same tribe. We are all beastmen and cannot stand idly by while they perish at the hands of humans, Agano affirmed, moving toward a massive avian beast that stood nearby. The sky eagle is a unique flying beast of the desolate plains, each towering over 3 meters with wings that stretch up to 10 meters when fully spread. Its body, unlike that of ordinary birds, resembles that of a long serpent, with 2 eagle claws protruding from its abdomen, and its formidable beak is not to be underestimated. Agano approached one of the sky eagles, which immediately bowed down upon seeing him, allowing him to climb onto its back. As soon as Agano moved, 6 accompanying beastmen followed suit, mounting their own sky eagles. Once Agano took to the skies, they soared upward in succession. Unbeknownst to Yang Xiu, his group's movements had already been detected by others. At that moment, he felt like a mere shell of a person. Humans can survive a week without food, but without water only 2 days. Counting the hours, he realized that it was nearly 2 days without a drop to drink. His vision blurred, and he imagined a figure wielding a scythe beckoning him. Caw! A sudden cacophony of bird calls echoed through the sky, prompting Yang Xiu to muster some strength and gaze upwards. In the distance, 7 large birds soared towards them, their bodies undulating in the air like serpents. Each majestic creature bore a rider, an orc, and their flight path suggested they were heading directly towards Yang Xiu and his companions. Chieftain, we have visitors, Du Longda exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. Do you think they come seeking trouble? Yang Xiu inquired, lacking any motivation to resist as he reclined upon the back of the Kodo beast. It's hard to say, but given they ride giant eagles, they must be eagle riders, Du Longda replied. Eagle riders? What are they? Yang Xiu asked, curiosity piqued by this new term that had sprung from Du Longda's lips. Much like the Wasteland Raiders, Eagle Riders are a group that traverses the wasteland, but unlike the Raiders, the orcs among the Eagle Riders belong to established tribes. Their purpose is to patrol and assess the safety of their tribe's surroundings. It seems we have caught their attention, Iron Hand remarked, his tone measured. Agoner, riding a giant eagle, alighted before Yang Xiu and his group. Observing the weary orcs before him, he spoke. You lot are planning to leave the wasteland, aren't you? Yes, Du Longda nodded. Recently, numerous human hunting parties have emerged at the wasteland's borders, equipped with sophisticated weaponry. If you intend to venture out, exercise caution. If necessary, it would be wise to take a detour, Agoner advised. Thank you for the warning. By the way, do you have any water? Du Longda glanced at Yang Xiu with a troubled expression. We've been out of water for quite some time and have been unable to procure cactus pods from the tribe. Agoner removed a water pouch from his belt and tossed it to Du Longda. The other members of the Eagle Rider squad also generously offered their water pouches to Iron Hand. Just a few kilometers east of the fault line lies my tribe, the Flame Tribe. If you require supplies, you may find assistance there. I wish you good fortune, Agoner said, gently pulling on the reins of his eagle's neck, not bothering to reclaim his water pouch as he soared into the sky. The sudden appearance and equally swift departure of this group left Yang Xiu and his companions bewildered. However, the water pouches they left behind alleviated their immediate need. Yang Xiu eagerly opened one of the pouches, drinking deeply. Glug, glug, glug. After days of thirst, the sight of water caused him to disregard the propriety of moderation, and he emptied one pouch in mere moments, quickly reaching for a second. Chieftain, the Eagle Rider mentioned human hunting parties beyond the wasteland. Should we consider an alternate route? With just the 3 of us, we would surely be captured if we encountered them, Iron Hand suggested. How many humans are typically in these hunting parties? Yang Xiu asked. It's difficult to say. They could range from 30 to 100. However, since these hunting parties dare to approach the wasteland's borders, their numbers are likely substantial, Du Longda replied. Du Longda suddenly remarked, Chieftain, the humans who killed Chief Jess were part of a hunting party. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiu vividly recalled the day he arrived in this world, when humans wielding firearms had slain Jess. I will seek vengeance for Jess once I have strengthened the Black Iron Tribe. His death must not go unpunished, Yang Xiu declared resolutely. In this world, he felt no kinship with humans. In fact, he found himself more favorably inclined towards orcs. Shall we change our path or not? Iron Hand inquired, puzzled. Let us change it, Yang Xiu affirmed. Before proceeding, the three decided to head to the Flame Tribe, as suggested by Aegoner, to acquire some supplies. Following the geological fault's contours, Yang Xiu and his companions journeyed eastward, and true to Aegoner's word, after walking a few kilometers, they indeed stumbled upon an orc tribe. That must be the Flame Tribe. A tribe capable of training a squad of eagle riders for patrol must be quite significant, Iron Hand remarked, patting the back of the Kodo beast. In the oasis, Trevor, accompanied by several members of the Iron Song tribe, departed on giant wolves towards the wasteland. After learning from Amons that Derek was still alive, he had been grappling with a decision. As the former high priest of the Iron Song tribe, Derek possessed not only the identity of an orc priest but also the rare abilities of both white and black priests. His contributions were instrumental in the tribe's transformation from a modest medium-sized group to a sprawling tribe within the oasis. Unfortunately, the faction led by Anlacord and Derek opposed the tyrannical chief's plan for an orc rebellion, resulting in Trevor being ordered to discreetly eliminate the two. Trevor had believed his actions were flawless, only to discover that while Anlacord was dead, Derek still lived. Though this once powerful priest had been cursed by Trevor to be unable to wield his priestly powers through the intervention of humans, no one could guarantee that Derek would not find a way to return. Those who had conspired against Derek now trembled at the thought of this former high priest. The giant wolves moved swiftly, and at this pace they would leave the oasis and officially enter the wasteland within 5 days. Trevor, I've heard that many hunting parties have gathered at the border between the oasis and the wasteland, an orc warrior riding a giant wolf said, trailing behind Trevor. These humans have become increasingly arrogant. It seems that after acquiring formidable weapons, they have forgotten how they were once subjugated by orcs. This time, we shall give them a profound lesson, Trevor declared with a fierce glint in his eye. Chapter 32. Preparations. As Iron Hand had surmised, the Flame Tribe was a substantial tribe boasting a population of 8,000. The tribe's members had constructed a stone city in the wasteland using massive stones sourced from unknown origins. The entrance to the Flame Tribe featured a grand archway, flanked by a dozen or so orc warriors clad in iron armor, scrutinizing every individual entering the tribe. Things haven't been peaceful in the wasteland lately. Many small to medium tribes have been captured by human hunting parties, one orc remarked. Indeed, I witnessed a small tribe's members beheaded by humans with my own eyes. Another replied, those humans are insufferably arrogant. Absolutely. Blending in among the throng of entering orcs, Yang Xiu eavesdropped on their conversations. From their discourse, he gathered that the dangers in the wasteland had significantly escalated. This thought caused him to worry for the safety of the Black Iron tribe, whose whereabouts were unknown to him. I hope they do not encounter any human hunting parties, Yang Xiu silently wished. The Flame Tribe appeared to be thriving, with every orc warrior donned in armor that made them appear far more formidable compared to those of the Black Iron tribe. Du Longda, why do the inhabitants here possess such advanced equipment? Did you not say that iron is a scarce resource in the wasteland, commanding high prices? Yang Xiu queried, turning to face him. Chieftain, this area is near the oasis, where iron ore is abundant. The armor worn by these individuals is likely procured from the oasis. Moreover, the Flame Tribe is a large tribe and typically larger tribes control several open gold mines, Du Longda explained. In the lives of the orcs, apart from the barter system, the majority of the orc tribes prefer to utilize gold as their medium of exchange. This preference is not solely due to the convenience of carrying it for purchases, but also because gold is highly coveted by humans beyond the Steel Fortress. Some human merchants stealthily infiltrate the desolate plains to trade gold for salt, tobacco, fruits, and vegetables. Consequently, the orc tribes in the desolate plains actively seek out gold mines, both exposed and buried, to claim and exploit them. Indeed, if we were to seize that castle, could we not trade iron for gold? Yang Xiu suddenly suggested. Chieftain, it would be wise to reconsider that notion. Only the 3 great tribes atop the oasis can safeguard the iron mines in the desolate plains. Iron Hand responded with a faint smile. Iron is rarer than gold in these parts. If the Black Iron tribe were to sell iron, they would soon find themselves besieged by numerous mid to large-sized tribes at our doorstep. I see now. I had underestimated the complexity of this situation, Yang Xiu admitted, awakening to the reality. Each orc tribe forbids outsiders from bringing mounts into their territory. All steeds must be stored in designated stables. Yang Xiu and his companions entrusted their Kodo beasts to a few orcs reeking of excrement and hastily distanced themselves from the noxious area. The cactus juice is depleted, but we need not replenish it excessively. Once we reach the oasis, we shall find potable water readily available, Iron Hand remarked. Yang Xiu unfolded the animal skin map given to him by Derek. Following their encounter with the wild wolf pack, they had traversed much of the wasteland and had finally arrived at its borders. Closest to the wasteland's edge, marked on the map, was a dark dot representing a prominent tribe, standing out conspicuously as no other tribes inhabited that region. Yang Xiu inquired, "There are hunting parties at the wasteland's border. You mentioned altering our route. How do we do so?" Iron Hand leaned in to examine the map. A black line separated the wasteland from the oasis, serving as a boundary with a circular brown hollow marking the midpoint. Iron Hand pointed to the circle and explained, "We should take this route, the lair of the ground spider. The resource scarcity in the desolate plains has driven the local beasts to evolve in two contrasting directions, either relying on the sustenance provided by domesticated orcs or adapting to survive perfectly in harsh conditions, as exemplified by the ground spider, which has chosen the latter path. This monstrous creature possesses a massive spider-like physique, twice the size of a kodo beast, covered in purple fur that harbors nearly invisible toxic slime, potent enough to kill 10 orcs with a single drop. Its head resembles that of a fly, with two enormous compound eyes teeming with countless lenses, enabling it to perceive its surroundings, while its claw-like mandibles can pulverize any prey it ensnares. This species is social by nature and, being light-averse, typically selects dark caves to lay eggs and weave webs, ensnaring those beasts seeking refuge from the scorching ground. Are ground spiders truly that perilous? You intend to venture into their lair? Yang Xiu gazed incredulously at Iron Hand after hearing about the ground spider's lair. The thought of a creature as large as 2 kodo beasts, with poisonous fur, was beyond his comprehension. That lair was once a subterranean tunnel leading directly to the oasis, the only route to the oasis aside from crossing the wasteland's border. As for the ground spider, you needn't worry, chieftain. The orc shamans have already concocted temporary antidotes against the spider's venom. As long as we consume one before entering, we need not fear poisoning, Iron Hand assured. Temporary antidote? Indeed, a time-sensitive elixir. Once ingested, it remains effective for a limited duration, but it will suffice for our passage through the ground spider's lair. The only concern is that ground spiders are known to excavate rock formations. I wonder if the terrain of their lair has altered after all this time, Iron Hand mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. And if it has changed? Yang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Then locating the exit to the oasis becomes quite troublesome. Each ground spider crafts its lair like a labyrinth. Should we lose our way, we might find ourselves trapped within for an extended period, Iron Hand explained. The three followed the signposts lining the streets of the Flame Tribe and successfully located an orc apothecary, where the proprietor was polishing his glass vials. "Excuse me, do you have any antidotes against ground spider venom?" Yang Xiu inquired at the counter. "Of course. Would you prefer a permanent antidote or a temporary one?" The orc proprietor replied, setting aside the vials to arrange them on a shelf. "A permanent antidote? How much is that?" Yang Xiu's eyes lit up. Anything permanent seemed far more alluring than a mere temporary solution. Originally, a vial of the permanent ground spider venom antidote was priced at 12 gold beans, but today, "I shall offer it to you for just 10, the orc proprietor quoted. Yang Xiu's heart sank at the mention of the price. Previously, his coin pouch had been pilfered by Lias in the Night Wolf tribe, and they had forgotten to retrieve it upon leaving. Now, he found himself with only a single gold bean, hidden in his shoe. The short sword and whistle he had taken from Lias appeared to be worth a significant amount of gold beans. Yet Yang Xiu hesitated to part with these treasures, for while gold has a price, true treasures are priceless. "How much for the temporary antidote?" "I just need it for a short while," Yang Xiu said awkwardly. 1 gold bean per vial. "How many would you like?" The orc proprietor's enthusiasm noticeably waned as he resumed wiping the counter. "Let us purchase 6 vials, chieftain. That gives us 2 each with 1 as a backup," Iron Hand whispered to Yang Xiu. "I wish I could buy 100 vials. But alas, I only have a single gold bean." Yang Xiu shot a disapproving glance at Iron Hand, speaking in hushed tones to avoid drawing attention from the proprietor. "Chieftain, if all else fails, you might consider selling Boehner's weapon. It should fetch a fair number of gold beans," Durongda suggested. "Good idea," Yang Xiu nodded, turning to the proprietor. "Can we barter? How much is this axe worth?" Yang Xiu gestured for Durongda to raise the long axe that Boehner had wielded, a weapon for which they had paid a significant amount of gold beans in the Night Wolf tribe. Today it would contribute to their coastal journey. "Let me take a look." The orc proprietor examined the massive axe thoroughly, his expression shifting to one of satisfaction as he finally remarked, "A fine weapon indeed. I shall give you 20 gold beans for it. How many vials of the temporary antidote would you like?" 6 vials, Yang Xiu agreed, not concerned whether he was being shortchanged, as the initial purchase had also involved a bit of haggling. He had lost track of how many gold beans it had cost them. Very well, I shall return to you 14 golden beans. The orc proprietor nodded, retrieving 6 slender glass tubes from the counter, each filled with a dark brown liquid, their openings securely corked with crude wooden stoppers. Handle these with care. The glass is quite fragile, and any mishap would be your responsibility, the boss said bluntly, handing the 6 vials of antibody serum to Yang Xiu. Fear not. I shall be exceedingly cautious, Yang Xiu replied with a smile, tucking the antibody vials into the pocket of his shirt while accepting the 14 golden beans the orc had provided. Upon exiting the orc shop, Yang Xiu immediately inquired, "Is there anything else we need to purchase? With these antibody serums we should be adequately prepared to deal with the earth spiders, correct?" "That should suffice. We merely need to acquire some firestones," Iron Hand suggested. "The earth spider lair is dimly lit, and the creatures have an aversion to fire. Possessing flames will certainly ease our efforts." Chapter 33. The Source of Everything. Trevor and his subordinates traversed the jungles of the oasis for a full 5 days. The endurance of the giant wolves was insufficient for such a prolonged journey. Consequently, whenever a giant wolf lagged behind, Trevor would extract a glass tube filled with a red potion from his leather pouch and forcibly pour the liquid into the wolf's mouth. Aru. After being fed the mysterious elixir, a wave of revitalizing strength surged through the giant wolf, propelling it to continue running. "Trevor, these giant wolves have been running for 5 days. If we do not allow them to rest, they likely won't survive to reach the wasteland," one of the orcs remarked, observing that the wolf beneath him had bloodshot eyes and was drooling excessively, clearly exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Yet its 4 legs continued to race without any intention of stopping. "Keep moving. If they perish before reaching the wasteland, then let it be," Trevor replied coldly. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from a concealed area ahead, obscured by trees. Trevor instinctively restrained the giant wolf beneath him, but the beast, driven by sheer force, flung him off and dashed forward recklessly. As Trevor was hurled into the air, he managed to grasp the leather pouch on the wolf's back and executed a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. Bam! 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 As the giant wolf plunged into the thicket, the air was suddenly filled with the deafening crack of gunfire, followed by the anguished howls of wolves. Trevor's 5 subordinates could not control their own mounts, each emulating Trevor's actions and leaping down. "Trevor, it appears the hunting party has entered the oasis," one of the orcs said. "I am aware. I initially thought they were merely frolicking in the wasteland, but I never expected them to dare venture into the oasis as well. You all remain here," Trevor instructed, passing his leather pouch to one of his subordinates before diving into the thicket, vanishing without a trace. The 5 orcs exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Young Master Shigong. "Look, this is upper-class fur." A bespectacled, golden-haired man in exquisite armor eagerly approached a golden-haired youth. The youth, referred to as Young Master Shigong, donned intricately patterned light armor, draped in a grand crimson cape that enveloped him entirely, leaning on a massive sword planted in the ground, and with a proud grin declared, "What is this? Did they not say that the oasis is home to the 3 mightiest orc tribes? I intend to slay a few orcs to bring back as trophies." "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Shigong is the most formidable," they echoed. "Shuren, go and skin that giant wolf for me," Shigong commanded, drawing a finely crafted steel dagger from his waist and handing it to the golden-haired man. "But, Young Master Shigong, there are so many soldiers here." Shuren hesitantly glanced at the hunting party behind Shigong. "What, you dare defy my orders?" Shigong frowned. No, I shall do it." Shuren reluctantly accepted the dagger and slowly approached the giant wolf's corpse, feeling a lingering fear that the beast might suddenly leap up and rend him to pieces. After what felt like an eternity, Shuren finally reached the carcass of the giant wolf, locking eyes with its 2 bloodshot orbs. "Oh!" Shuren gasped in surprise, for the face of the giant wolf, shot by the gunfire, bore an expression of relief. Its pale tongue hung limply outside its mouth, and its face was marred with bulging veins, as if it had endured great torment. Unbeknownst to Shigong, who remained unaware of Shuren's discovery, he impatiently called out, "Are you going to make a move or not?" Startled by the shout, Shuren jumped, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Young Master Shigong, I shall be there in a moment," he replied, quickly bending to retrieve the fallen dagger, only to see a hulking figure reflected in the blade's surface. "Who is that?" Instinctively, Shuren looked up, only to find a towering green-skinned creature standing behind him. "You are a beast." Snap! Before Shuren could react, a pair of massive hands swiftly reached out, and in the next instant, his vision plummeted as he beheld a headless corpse standing not far away. "That armor, how does it resemble mine so closely?" As he watched Shuren's head be effortlessly severed by the sudden appearance of the orc, Shigong stared in shock at the head that the orc casually tossed to the ground, a wave of revulsion surging in his stomach. Ugh! Ugh! The memory of a once lively individual now lifeless before him haunted Shigong, the bewildered gaze from Shuren's head replaying in his mind. Disbelief washed over him. Shigong could scarcely fathom the scene before him, his body convulsing as waves of nausea gripped him, inducing a violent reaction in his stomach. Ugh! The remnants of his previous meal were expelled, leaving the acrid scent of bile filling his nostrils. This was Shigong's first venture into the desolate plains with a hunting party to slay orcs. The tales of their formidable strength and brutality were merely ancient stories he had encountered in human epics. He had always dismissed such accounts with disdain. In Shigong's eyes, no matter how formidable a race, they were but prey to a gunshot. If one bullet failed to fell an enemy, then 10 would surely suffice. No hunting party had ever dared to intrude upon the oasis. You are the first I have discovered, so consider yourselves fortunate, humans, for you shall all meet your demise upon this beautiful land. Trevor's form gradually expanded, his muscles visibly thickening, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as he surged from a height of over 2 meters to more than 3. Seeing Trevor unleash his berserk power, Shigong fought to suppress the convulsions in his abdomen and shouted with all his might, "Fire!" Behind him, the 30-man gun crew immediately aimed their firearms at the stationary Trevor, unhesitatingly pressing their triggers. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the cacophony of countless gunshots as Trevor mockingly observed the humans. His colossal form evaded the iron bullets with an unearthly swiftness. Seizing the moment when the firing squad was reloading, he sprang forth, his massive physique causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As he closed the distance to Shigong, merely 5 meters away, Trevor forcefully stomped the earth, propelling himself high into the air, arms outstretched as he lunged toward the encircled Shigong. Stop him! As Trevor approached, the spasms within Shigong intensified, pain driving him to dig his nails into his palms. In a fit of desperation, he roared at the descending Trevor. Boom! Before the soldiers could raise their shields, Trevor's immense body crashed into the crowd, crushing 3 soldiers beneath him. At that moment, Shigong found himself a mere 50 centimeters from Trevor. Your essence feels different, Trevor remarked as he lowered himself to the ground, locking eyes with Shigong. The proximity to the orc who had slain Shuren sent tremors of fear through Shigong's hands, forcing him to kneel helplessly before Trevor under the gaze of all present. And no, please don't kill me. The cowardly human's pleas resonated with a twisted sense of delight. Trevor silently opened his gigantic maw, akin to a laugh or a derision. With one hand, he lifted Shigong off the ground, pinning him under his arm, and fixed his ferocious gaze upon the nearby hunting party of 40, ready to commence his slaughter. The ground was littered with remains, blood cascading like a river, and as far as the eye could see, not a single human form remained unscathed. Each death was grotesquely vivid. Trevor set Shigong down, who now lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength, his spirit lost. Trevor, retracting his fervor, approached Shigong. Human, what is your name? Do you understand my words? Shigong, very well. It seems you have tasted the fruit of clarity. I dare say your hair does not suit you. Trevor squatted down and, with little regard for Shigong's struggles, yanked a clump of his golden hair from the roots, skin and all. Aya! The piercing wail was ineffable, and Trevor seemed to revel in it, as if listening to the most exquisite music, relentlessly tearing at Shigong's hair, savoring the agonizing cries that escaped his lips. When he finally stripped the last clump, Shigong's scalp was a bloody mess, his eyes vacant as he lay on the ground. This fleeting moment had undoubtedly become an unforgettable nightmare for him, his suffering transformed into Trevor's delight. Haha! It has been ages since I encountered a human who could amuse me. Given my boredom on the way to the wasteland, I shall spare your life for now, Trevor declared, hoisting Shigong's head and dragging his body into the thicket. Trevor? After waiting for an extended period, 5 orc warriors from the Iron Song tribe finally saw Trevor return unscathed, albeit with a bloodied human in tow. Nothing to worry about, merely a bunch of worthless beings. There are horses from that hunting party over there. While they cannot match the speed of dire wolves, we shall use them to traverse the wasteland. Once we reach the wasteland, we can buy a few dire wolves from another tribe. Trevor greeted them, continuing to drag Shigong toward the location of the human hunting party. Did you see that human? Trevor actually left a survivor? One orc remarked, eyeing the dragging Shigong with curiosity. Indeed, but honestly, in Trevor's grasp, living may be worse than death, another lamented. Shush! Let us not prolong this, hurry and follow him, lest we make Trevor impatient. Alright. Chapter 34. The mage within the hunting party after acquiring flint and torches in the flame tribe, Yang Xiao and his companions did not linger long, departing swiftly. Chieftain, how well do you grasp the abilities of the Blood Priest now? Fairly well, though there are still aspects I do not fully comprehend. I remain uncertain how to alter a race's bloodline elements, Yang Xiao said, activating the eye of the Blood Priest to gaze upon Delongda, whose inner Orcish essence manifested as colorful, cubic prisms, enveloped in numerous bloodline elements akin to the wild wolves. Typically, bloodline elements are encased in a transparent solid, preventing contact with your bodies. If I were to release them, your forms would be reduced to mere mush within moments, Yang Xiao explained. All matters concerning the Blood Priest would have to be unraveled by the chieftain himself, for it had been ages since any orc had heard news of such a figure. Iron Hand sighed, realizing that if Yang Xiao could master the Blood Priest's abilities, the Black Iron tribe could become formidable in an instant. At that point, he could easily instill the essence of a dragon's physique and human intelligence into orc bloodlines, rendering them invincible. Upon leaving the Flame tribe, the vast expanse of yellow earth unfolded before them. Due to a lack of water and the sun's relentless heat, the ground was riddled with cracks, and even the soil had warped under the scorching rays. The desolate plains environment, if one were to declare the worst, was undoubtedly the wasteland region. The coastal area enjoyed a more humid atmosphere, nestled against the Moros mountain range. When the temperature dropped, blizzards from the mountains would sweep down, freezing even the sea's surface. The oasis boasted woods and abundant freshwater springs, flourishing with fruits unique to the humans. In comparison, the wasteland was the least hospitable area, as Iron Hand noted. If that is the case, why do the orc tribes in the wasteland not migrate elsewhere? There are only 3 tribes within the oasis, Yang Xiao queried, perplexed. This has long been established as a rule. When smaller tribes in the wasteland grow into larger tribes, they may migrate to the coastal region if they deem their strength sufficient. The orc tribes there are of considerable size, and only upon gaining the acceptance of all tribes can they reside in the oasis. Once our Black Iron tribe becomes a large tribe, we may also migrate to the coast, Delongda explained. How formidable are the 3 tribes within the oasis? We are not entirely certain. The Battle Axe and Roar tribes have resided in the oasis for decades, while the Iron Song tribe only entered 10 years ago. At that time, the Iron Song tribe was exceptionally powerful, nearly conquering the entire coastal region before gaining the acknowledgement of all tribes to settle in the oasis. Conquered the entirety of the coastal region, Yang Xiao mused as he retrieved a map, revealing the far left area representing the coastal region, densely marked with black dots indicating the highest level tribes. Very well, it appears the Black Iron tribe has a long journey ahead. Yang Xiao resignedly tucked the map away. At the border between the wasteland and the oasis lay a plain overrun with low shrubs, where 7 human hunting parties were stationed. Soldiers unloaded ironclad roadblocks from their carts, placing them around to prevent Orcish Kodo beasts from charging through. A group of soldiers was busy butchering the recently hunted bison, while a large pot of boiling water bubbled vigorously beside them. Agano and his subordinates hovered 200 meters above in the sky on their celestial eagles, quietly observing the humans who had ventured deep into the desolate plains. Agoner, there are a total of 332 humans here, and it is highly probable that there are wizards still aboard the carts. There are 67 gunmen, and the remainder consists of ordinary soldiers. One orc reported the situation he observed through a monocular. The number of gunmen is rather considerable. Should they discover our tribe, we would inevitably suffer some losses among our kin. Agoner furrowed his brow. Ever since the advent of firearms, humans have been regarded by orcs as fragile beings that require particular caution. Though they are diminutive in stature and frail in constitution, humans armed with firearms can effortlessly slay a formidable orc. Moreover, the wizards among the humans are esteemed even more than the gunmen by orcs. In the 4 previous wars of resistance, human mages have demonstrated to orcs what it means to wield world-destroying power. Given time, those individuals can unleash various devastating spells to obliterate their foes. These humans have lingered in this area for many days, seemingly searching for something, remarked one orc. Did you know? Before I departed from the tribe, I overheard someone mention a colossal beast roaming the wasteland, one that preys on orcs. Wherever that beast treads, signs of human hunting parties appear. I wonder if these individuals are connected to that matter, another orc added. A creature that specifically hunts orcs? Such a beast exists in the desolate plains? I was entirely unaware, one orc responded. Indeed, aside from the bearmen who can match us in single combat, I have never encountered any beast capable of contending with orcs, another echoed. Silence. Agoner interjected, somewhat vexed by his subordinate's chatter. As a powerful Sky Eagle rider, his inner thoughts were inclined towards descending to eradicate these hunting parties. The gunmen's firearms would pose no significant threat to the scales of the Sky Eagles. Aegoner's concern rested solely on whether there were any wizards concealed within the carts. Aegoner, shall we descend to teach these humans a lesson for daring to venture here? One orc proposed. I am contemplating that as well, but what if there are wizards present? Aegoner replied hesitantly. What is there to fear? If wizards are present, we shall retreat. With the Sky Eagles, do you still worry about being pursued by these hunting parties? Let us go and slay a few humans for sport. Another orc urged, unable to contain his eagerness. Aegoner considered this. Indeed, with the swift and agile flying beasts at their disposal, the wizard's magic would struggle to accurately inflict harm upon them. Very well, let me state this clearly. If there are indeed wizards, we must leave immediately and cannot linger on the ground. Understood. The 6 members of the Sky Eagle Rider Squad responded in unison as they rode their Sky Eagles, diving towards the earth, sensing that a slaughter was imminent. Each Sky Eagle let out a resonant cry. Caw! Enemies! In the sky! Upon hearing the call from above, every human soldier immediately set aside their tasks and grasped their weapons, while the gunmen promptly aimed their firearms at the descending Sky Eagles. Bang bang bang! The iron bullets striking the scales of the Sky Eagles merely produced metallic clanging sounds, failing to inflict any damage. The Sky Eagle riders recklessly charged into the throng, commencing their massacre. Each Sky Eagle rider was equipped with a 10-meter-long iron spear, typically strapped to the Sky Eagle side, ready for combat when the time arose, allowing them to attack enemies from the back of their mounts. The 2 sharp claws of the Sky Eagle, akin to pincers, wildly snatched at the soldiers below. Those ensnared were often cleaved in 2 at the waist. In the instant 7 Sky Eagles entered the fray, over 20 humans were slain, and only then did the human hunting party begin to mount a defense, raising shields to protect the gunmen as they continued to fire upon the Sky Eagles and their orc riders. Aegoner, it seems there are no wizards. Do not rush to conclusions. You 3 go inspect all the carts. The rest of you, continue the slaughter, Aegoner commanded. The language of orcs is not mutually intelligible with that of humans. Only those humans who have consumed the translation fruit can comprehend the Orcish tongue. So Aegoner was untroubled that his orders would be overheard by the humans present, as the translation fruit is exceedingly rare, and not every human has the opportunity to partake of it. The 3 Sky Eagle riders directed their mounts toward the carts, but some soldiers attempted to rush forward only to be restrained by their comrades. Amidst the bewildered gazes of these soldiers, a cart suddenly emanated a crimson glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Aegoner immediately shouted, "Take cover!" However, it was too late. A colossal red magic circle materialized in midair, its rotating runes pulsating, as a massive flaming hand emerged, swiftly grasping 3 Sky Eagles and their orc riders. The flaming hand clenched into a fist and gradually retracted back into the magic circle, vanishing in an instant. Flee! A thought surged in Aegoner's mind, and he shouted loudly to the remaining Sky Eagle riders. Hurry! Do not look back! He took control of his Sky Eagle and soared into the sky, while the remaining Sky Eagle riders, initially taken aback, hastily urged their mounts to take flight in an effort to escape. But it was too late. Countless blue magic circles materialized in the sky within a 100-mile radius, as gigantic icebergs erupted from the circles, impaling the 3 Sky Eagles that had just descended, their purple blood cascading down towards the earth. Gunner, utilizing his reflexes and mastery over the Sky Eagle, deftly evaded the numerous icebergs that pierced forth from the magic circles, and he was on the verge of escaping into the horizon. Raph, there is still one orc alive. A voice, frail and ancient, emerged from the cart that had previously illuminated with a red magic circle. My apologies, Libdo. Zorn, could you assist that orc? Sigh, once again wasting magic. A youthful voice resounded from within the cart, as a purple magic circle appeared before it, rotating runes flickering with white lightning. A giant, radiating thunder emerged from the magic circle, wielding a lightning spear, charging in the direction Aegoner had fled. Once he reached a sufficient speed, the thunderous giant hurled the spear, a flash of electricity streaking through the air, and Aegoner, now a mere speck on the skyline, began to falter as he plummeted from the heavens, uncertain of his fate. Raph, Libdo, if you 2 allow another orc to escape next time, do not summon me again. Casting spells is exhausting, the purple magic circle dissipated, and the youthful voice complained in discontent. Haha, Zorn, I hardly believe a lightning spell of instantaneous casting would tire you. Libdo chuckled. Being with you 2 old fossils is devoid of any amusement. Had I known, I would have stayed in Marlin's imperial city to accompany those lovely noble ladies, Zorn lamented. Do not fret. Once we capture that behemoth, you can return, Raph assured him. Chapter 36. The Underground Glacier. No one knows the true expanse of the earth spider's lair. Ever since the earth spider took residence in this cavern, it has annually excavated a vast area to accommodate its laid eggs, and over time, the depths of the earth spider's lair have transformed into a colossal maze, with new passages emerging each day. Du Longda persistently brushed aside the cobwebs that dangled from the cave's apex, occasionally startling some luminous, translucent spiders that swiftly descended on a silken thread to the ground, quickly seeking refuge among a nearby cluster of spider eggs. How long will it take us to reach the exit of this subterranean spider lair? Yang Xiu inquired, seated in a cross-legged position atop the back of a kodo beast, scanning the surroundings with the eye of the blood priest, wary of the possibility of a spider ambush lurking in the shadows. If all goes well, perhaps a day, Taisho replied. A day? Is this spider lair truly that extensive? Yang Xiu exclaimed in astonishment, noting that at the speed of the kodo beast, they could traverse thousands of miles across the wasteland in a single day. This is different, chieftain. The interior of the spider lair has collapsed due to extensive excavation by the spiders. What was once a passage of only a few thousand meters has mostly sunk into the ground. To reach the exit, we must take a considerable detour, Taisho explained. Originally, the spider lair had but a single path leading directly to the oasis, but since the spiders established their nest, numerous side passages have been excavated, and the cave's topology has been altered year after year. To find the exit leading to the oasis, one must employ special methods. As Yang Xiu and his companions reached the bottom of a steep slope, 7 passageways of varying sizes suddenly appeared before them. Taisho retrieved a palm-sized ferret from his leather armor. After a moment's hesitation, it leapt from his hand and scurried towards the far-right passage. This prompted Yang Xiu to recall an incident from the Flame Tribe when Taisho had requested a golden bean from him, claiming it was for purchasing something, only to return with a ferret he had no idea what to do with. When I used to accompany others from the tribe to the oasis, we frequently traversed the spider lair. This particular ferret, unique to the oasis, possesses an acute sense of smell and is well acquainted with the oasis's scent, allowing it to find its way back solely by following its nose. To avoid getting lost, we always brought along an oasis ferret, Taisho explained, fastening a soft rope to the ferret's neck to prevent it from darting away too swiftly, lest they lose it in the dimly lit cave. The trio ventured into the passage selected by the oasis ferret, and an icy gust of wind greeted them, causing Yang Xiu to shudder involuntarily. What lies ahead? Why is this wind so frigid? Yang Xiu could not help but inquire. Taisho, puzzled, glanced forward and mused. Isn't the Moros underground glacier supposed to be situated further along the spider lair? How could we have encountered it so soon? What Moros underground glacier? Yang Xiu questioned. Isn't the oasis adjacent to the Moros snow-capped mountains? Beneath these two locations, numerous streams from melted snow flow into subterranean caverns. A few years ago, the spiders excavated too deeply, inadvertently breaching a cavern and releasing the glacial waters, which subsequently froze in the latter half of the spider lair, forming a glacier. Such cold only manifests in that specific area, and we are already feeling it upon our entrance. The landscape of the spider lair must have shifted again, Taisho remarked, placing the oasis ferret back into his leather armor. With the terrain's alteration, instability could easily arise. This was the only oasis ferret among the 3, and should anything happen, they would have to return to the Flame Tribe to procure another, for forcing their way deeper into the spider lair would only lead to disorientation within its labyrinthine depths. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed from ahead, accompanied by a drop in temperature within the passage, causing Yang Xiu to clutch his cloak tightly. As the group rounded a 90-degree bend, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. A colossal iceberg towered beneath the earth, its base surrounded by an ethereal, mist-laden ice lake, the water shimmering a deep blue akin to oceanic gemstones. To the right, at the end of the passage, a narrow mountain path, merely 40 centimeters wide, hugged the precipice. With a sheer cliff plunging downwards, a misstep could send one tumbling into the icy depths below. To the left, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down the mountain wall, the very source of the water sounds Yang Xiu had previously heard. Incredible! Who would have thought such a scene could exist within the spider lair? Yang Xiu mused, gazing in awe at the distant glacier, struggling to reconcile the sun-drenched, desolate landscape above with such a breathtaking snowy panorama below. The waterfall exuded an intense chill, and a few splashes struck the mountain path, instantly freezing into ice, dispelling any lingering thoughts Yang Xiu might have had about taking a bath. What on earth are these spiders up to? It seems they have excavated numerous underground caverns, allowing the melted waters from Moros to seep through, Taisho grumbled. Chieftain, it appears we must leave the kodo beasts here. This path is too narrow for them to pass. Indeed, will leaving them here pose no risk? What if spiders come upon them? Yang Xiu queried. Rest assured, they will find their way back, Tai Shou assured, unloading the gear from the Kodo beasts. Du Longda hoisted a Ganyuo onto his own back, and the Kodo beast, mooing softly, turned and retraced its steps. The narrow mountain path stretched endlessly, winding and treacherous, with a rock wall reaching the cave's apex above, periodically shedding loose stones. This looks perilous indeed, Yang Xiu thought as he observed Tai Shou leading the way with a heavy load. Du Longda followed closely behind, carrying a Ganyuo, while Yang Xiu hesitated, feeling an unwillingness to step forward. On Earth, any location with such cliffs would have staff erecting barriers to prevent tourists from accidentally falling. As he surveyed the narrow path, only about 40 centimeters wide, and the daunting height of the cliff below, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, his legs feeling weak. The absence of a barrier made the difference between safety and danger painfully apparent. Chieftain, keep up, Tai Shou called back, noticing Yang Xiu still lingering in the passage. This is life-threatening, Yang Xiu muttered, gripping the rock wall as he cautiously placed a foot onto the cliffside path, opting for a position that faced away from the precipice, allowing him to avoid the sight of the sheer drop behind him. Unbeknownst to Yang Xiu, traversing such a narrow path along a cliff requires keeping one's back against the wall for balance while watching the path ahead. Being the last in line and facing away from the cliff, he failed to notice a massive spider emerging from a crevice in the cliff below. The spider, wary of the torch in Yang Xiu's hand, approached with light-footed grace, and in the blink of an eye, was merely 2 or 3 meters beneath him. Chieftain, be careful. Tai Shou, glancing back to keep watch over Yang Xiu, suddenly spotted the spider's legs creeping onto the narrow path where Yang Xiu stood, maintaining an alarmingly close proximity. What? Upon hearing Iron Hand call out to him suddenly, Yang Xiu instinctively turned his head. He noticed both Delongda and Iron Hand wearing expressions of shock, their gazes fixed intently on the ground beneath him. Unable to resist the urge, Yang Xiu lifted the torch in his hand and directed its flickering light downward, only to behold a spider of colossal proportions, larger than a truck, quietly observing him. Its eyes, each the size of a basketball, were adorned with a multitude of blinking lids, inducing an unsettling feeling in his stomach. Gasp! Yang Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that this gigantic spider was merely 2 meters away from his body. It was a sight beyond imagination, and he found himself in a daze, staring back at the unmoving creature. Hastily, he extended the torch towards it while quickening his steps towards Delongda. Chirp! The spider emitted a sound reminiscent of a squeaking rodent. As it retreated a few steps at the sight of Yang Xiu advancing with the torch, it kept its gaze fixed on him while he moved closer to the 2 orcs ahead. Chirp! Chirp! A stream of white silk shot forth from the spider's mandibles, aimed directly at Yang Xiu's back. Just as the web was about to ensnare him, Delongda hurled his short axe with great force, severing the silk in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xiu dashed behind Delongda. Strange, in this brightly lit area, how could the spider dare to attack? Iron Hand extended his arm, grasping Yang Xiu's arm firmly and pulling him in front of himself to shield against another potential assault from the spider's silk. In the darkness above and below, a multitude of spiders began to emerge from the crevices of the rocks, converging on the trio. With only the torch's light illuminating their surroundings, it was impossible to discern how many spiders lurked nearby. Yang Xiu quickly activated the Eye of the Blood Priest, looking up to see enormous red dots densely clustered on the rock face above. Heavens! It seems we have encountered quite a predicament, Yang Xiu remarked helplessly, bracing himself for an imminent battle. Iron Hand placed their belongings at his feet, and retrieved a transparent glass jar filled with a black liquid. What is this? Yang Xiu asked, recognizing the object in Iron Hand's hands. This is underground black oil, enough to quench the thirst of these spiders. Iron Hand replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 37. The Transformation of the Spiders. Chirp! Unable to contain itself, one of the spiders was the first to expel a strand of silk, prompting all the other spiders to join in and weave a colossal web that descended upon Yang Xiu and the others against the cliff face. Unperturbed, Iron Hand uncorked the glass jar and raised it to his lips, drinking from it. As the web was nearly upon them, Iron Hand lifted his torch high, cheeks puffed out as he exhaled forcefully towards the flame. Whoosh! A burst of fire erupted from Iron Hand's mouth, engulfing the web in flames. The massive net clung to the cliff, leaving a gap where Yang Xiu and his companions stood. Run forward! Seeing the spiders climbing up the web towards them, Iron Hand shouted urgently. Instinctively, Yang Xiu took off running, perilously navigating along a narrow mountain path barely 40 centimeters wide, with the abyss waiting below. Iron Hand hoisted their belongings and, along with Delongda, sprinted after Yang Xiu, the spiders on either side quickly pursuing their quarry. Delongda, you run ahead. I'll give these creatures a taste of their own medicine. Iron Hand suddenly halted, pressing firmly against the cliff to allow Delongda some space to pass. Be careful. Delongda did not hesitate, weaving past Iron Hand and accelerating his pace. The mountain path stretched endlessly before them. As the lead runner, Yang Xiu found the torch illuminating only a few meters ahead, and he was too preoccupied to remember that the cliff loomed just below him as he continued to dash forward. As Iron Hand ran, he poured the black oil downwards, coating several spiders with the flammable liquid. Once the jar was emptied, he discarded it carelessly. Let us see how these spiders like the taste of fire. He tossed the torch downwards, and one overly eager spider collided with the flames, igniting the oil on its body. It burst into flames, frantically swaying on the cliff face, leading to a chain reaction as the other spiders collided into one another, ignited by the oil Iron Hand had scattered. The sudden blaze startled many of the spiders below, and the charred corpses could no longer cling to the cliff, plummeting into the icy lake below, instantly freezing into solid blocks of ice. This lake is so cold? Iron Hand remarked in astonishment upon noticing the frozen spiders, shocked by the terrifying power of the seemingly clear, azure waters. Whoosh! After running several hundred meters, Yang Xiu suddenly came to a halt as a chasm appeared just 5 meters ahead, leaving no path forward. What's wrong? The chief asked upon seeing Yang Xiu stop, with Delongda peering ahead at the situation. No way forward? Delongda stared in disbelief at the chasm. Due to this chasm, a ravine had formed between the mountain path Yang Xiu was on and the one opposite, with a drop of several hundred meters to the cliff's edge, leaving them with no escape. Why have you stopped? Iron Hand, responsible for bringing up the rear, arrived late and looked perplexed at the two who had halted. No way forward? Yang Xiu replied, glancing back at the spiders that had begun to ascend the cliff behind them. No way forward? Iron Hand was taken aback. That's impossible. The Oasis Weasel would never lead us to a dead end. Then what do we do now? Yang Xiu leaned against the cliff, exhausted from their prolonged run, feeling the dual pressure of both mental and physical fatigue. Staring into the icy lake below, he wondered how he had managed to run so steadily just moments ago. Chirp! Before they could utter another word, a swarm of spiders had already blocked their retreat, placing them in a dire predicament with a cliff ahead and spiders behind. I just observed this lake. Anything that falls in will freeze into ice blocks. Jumping down means death. It seems we must confront these spiders, Iron Hand stated, gazing at the encroaching arachnids. Can we do it? We have no idea how many spiders are here. You mentioned they can lay millions of eggs in a year, Delongda said, looking skeptically at Iron Hand. Then what do you suggest? We don't have wings. Are we supposed to fly across? Iron Hand clenched his fist, readying himself for a fierce battle. Iron Hand, didn't you say these spiders fear fire? Why are they still pursuing us even though we are wielding torches? Yang Xiu inquired. I don't know, Chief. This is my first encounter like this. I've passed by spider nests dozens of times and never saw as many as today, Iron Hand replied helplessly. Chirp. The spiders showed no signs of waiting for the three to finish their conversation. With their 8 long legs they climbed forward, their massive bodies swiftly encircling Yang Xiu and his companions, while the remaining spiders outside struggled to push to the forefront for a share of the feast. As we pressed forward, Iron Hand crawled along the mountain path, moving toward a colossal ground spider. The disparity in their sizes was staggering. One of the spider's legs was as thick as Iron Hand's waist. Upon noticing the diminutive Iron Hand daring to challenge it, the spider let out a deafening roar, swinging one of its legs toward him. The clash reverberated as the spider's limb struck Iron Hand's armored arm, sending a jolt through his hand and forcing him to stagger back. Fortunately, Delongda was quick to catch him, preventing him from tumbling off the precipice. How could this ground spider possess such immense strength? Iron Hand pondered in disbelief, realizing that even with his fervent power, he might struggle to overpower it. Could the spider be different from the ones he had encountered before? Yang Xiu inquired curiously. Indeed, it is remarkably different. Although the previous ground spiders were also of considerable size, they lacked strength. Even a single beastman could slay dozens of them. It was this realization that prompted my suggestion to traverse the ground spider's lair. If each spider possesses power beyond that of a fervent beastman, then they would be the mightiest species on the desolate plains, hardly seeking refuge underground. Moreover, have you not noticed? These ground spiders pursuing us exhibit little fear of fire, which makes me suspect something unusual is afoot, Iron Hand remarked enigmatically. Are you implying that these are no longer ordinary ground spiders? Yang Xiu asked. Precisely. Although I am unsure of the events that have transpired, it is evident that these spiders have undergone significant transformation. Upon hearing Iron Hand's words, Yang Xiu quickly amplified the blood priest's eye to scrutinize the spider he had battled. Within this spider's body, he observed spherical, transparent solids coursing through its blood, with the bloodline elements radiating a brilliant golden light. This starkly contrasted with the dim bloodline elements found within beastmen and wild wolves, as if infused with newfound vitality. Yang Xiu turned his gaze to the other ground spiders, and indeed, each one exhibited golden bloodline elements, their brilliance detectable even through the translucent spheres. They are undeniably different. The appearance of the bloodline elements within these spiders is unlike anything I have ever witnessed, Yang Xiu relayed to Durongda and Iron Hand after retracting the blood priest's eye. It appears as though the bloodline elements have been enhanced, rectifying their inherent racial flaws, such as strength and light aversion. However, I cannot fathom the reason behind this change. Yang Xiu mused, leaning against the mountain wall in contemplation. Chief, do you believe you could eliminate these ground spiders as you did with the wild wolves? Iron Hand queried. Indeed, I shall give it a try, Yang Xiu replied, activating the blood priest's eye once more, manipulating the spider's internal transparent solids to collide and release the radiant bloodline elements. With a satisfying pop, the golden-hued bloodline elements were successfully extracted, flowing into the spider's body. However, contrary to Yang Xiu's expectations, no corruptive phenomena occurred. Instead, the golden bloodlines melded with the spider's flesh, causing its form to swell dramatically, increasing in size by more than threefold, resembling a small mountain. What is happening? Durongda and Iron Hand exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by Yang Xiu's actions. The situation is not as we anticipated. The bloodline elements within the spider are non-corrosive and seemingly catalyze a form of evolution, which is the result of my earlier efforts, Yang Xiu explained, indicating the spider undergoing transformation. Its body continued to swell uncontrollably, shedding its toxic bristles until none remained. The skin began to crack extensively, giving rise to jagged triangular scales adorned with a dark base and purple edges, appearing grotesque. Two massive eyes gradually integrated into the spider's head, followed by a smooth human cranium emerging from the hollow where the eyes had been, its expression blank as it regarded Yang Xiu and the others. I am. The disembodied head emitted a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of various beasts Yang Xiu had encountered in the wasteland. To his astonishment, the last utterance was in the language of the beastmen, though only 2 words were spoken. Nevertheless, Yang Xiu, Durongda, and Iron Hand, having consumed the mind translation fruit, understood it perfectly. It can speak. Chief, you are truly remarkable, Durongda exclaimed in awe. Just a trivial feat, Yang Xiu replied awkwardly, gazing at the grotesquely mutated ground spider, aware that no one could predict what would transpire next. Chapter 38. The Wonders Beneath the Earth. With a chitter, an impatient ground spider lunged at Iron Hand, its pincer-like fangs suggesting that a single bite could cleave him in two. The mountain path was narrow, flanked by a precipice, leaving Iron Hand with no escape. He braced himself and swung his armored arm at the spider's fangs. The impact jolted through him, numbing his entire arm, yet he quickly retaliated, seizing the spider's curved fang and twisting it until it snapped. In pain, the spider became enraged, its thick legs darting toward the culprit who had severed its tooth. Iron Hand could only defend against one strike, knowing that the other would inevitably pierce his body. Durongda swiftly raised his axe to intercept the second leg. In that narrow mountain path, a fierce battle ensued. Iron Hand and Durongda, hindered by the terrain, were forced to retreat repeatedly. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, Yang Xiu extracted the spider's blood from its midsection, causing it to lose vitality and plummet into the depths of the chasm. As the mutated giant ground spider loomed ever closer, the trio found themselves gradually retreating to the edge of the cliff, which dropped hundreds of meters below. Chief, we have no choice but to jump, Iron Hand said, peering downwards. Surely not. That height. Yang Xiu fretted, casting a glance at the icy lake below. He shuddered at the thought of being frozen solid, and even the height alone was enough to induce vertigo. He was not one to brave roller coasters, and the prospect of jumping down sent his head spinning. This ground spider has undergone such a mutation that we are no match for it. We have no options left. Even if jumping leads to freezing, it is better than being captured by the spider. If it ensnares us, we would be doomed. They relish binding their prey with webs, waiting until the victim is too weak to resist before consuming them, Iron Hand stated gravely. Perhaps the chief could extract the blood from these spiders? Durongda suggested. Do you truly believe the chief could drain so many spiders? Iron Hand retorted. There are likely thousands nearby, and before Yang Xiu could act, the three of us would be ensnared in webs. Let us heed Iron Hand's counsel. Aside from jumping, we have no alternatives. Yang Xiu conceded with a nod. Charge. The mutated giant ground spider commanded, and all the spiders surged forward. Yang Xiu leaped backward, plummeting toward the cliff's edge. Ah! Feeling the rapid descent through the air, Yang Xiu could not help but shout out loud. He could see the icy lake drawing ever closer, and with a resounding splash, he plunged into its depths. Thud! Thud! Du Longda and Tai Shou followed suit, leaping down after him, while a group of ground spiders roared in discontent below. Thanks to a swimming class he had attended during his final summer before graduation, Yang Xiu kicked his legs and surfaced from the lake's bottom. The water's frigid temperature exceeded the trio's expectations. As he entered, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantly. Yang Xiu felt his body grow numb, ice beginning to form at the soles of his feet, rendering him heavier and pulling him downwards. Du Longda, Tai Shou, how are you? Yang Xiu called out into the surrounding waters. Bubbles continuously rose to the surface not far away, and soon Du Longda's head emerged, coughing profusely, the condition of Agano behind him unknown. What about Tai Shou? Did he not jump down? Yang Xiu inquired. I'm here, just wait for me to throw down the rope. Then grab it quickly to come up, or else you'll end up frozen solid. Tai Shou's voice suddenly rang out from above. Yang Xiu looked up to see a thick vine extending from a cliff several meters above the ice lake, its roots emerging from a narrow crevice, perfectly catching Tai Shou as he fell. Quickly, Tai Shou, he tossed a thick rope down to Yang Xiu. The ice had already formed a thick layer around Yang Xiu's calves. Using the strength of his arms to paddle, he saw Tai Shou throw down the rope and quickly grasped it, then swam towards Du Longda. Du Longda, hold on to the rope, Yang Xiu urged, passing the end of the rope to him. Once Du Longda had a firm grip, Yang Xiu began to climb up. With a surge of fervent strength, Tai Shou pulled on the rope, causing the vine beneath his feet to sag under his weight. Du Longda, still submerged in the icy water, was yanked to the surface, although his lower body had already frozen solid. Above Yang Xiu, the persistent ground spiders continued their descent. Tai Shou quickly pulled Yang Xiu, who was encased in ice, into the crevice. Is it safe to walk here? The crevice stood over 2 meters high, leading into an unknown abyss. Unable to stand due to his frozen legs, Yang Xiu picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and began to hammer at the ice encasing his feet. You two are really heavy, Tai Shou remarked as he hoisted Du Longda and Agano up, glancing at the approaching swarm of ground spiders. He hastily tossed the two into the crevice, then bent down to embrace the vine, retreating into the narrow space, effectively sealing off the exposed entrance. Let us hide here for now. Once you two break free from the ice, we can explore further, Tai Shou said, collapsing onto the ground, clearly exhausted. A ground spider crawled past the crevice's entrance, and Yang Xiu could clearly see the patterns on its abdomen. The three of them remained utterly still within the crevice, fearful of attracting the creature's attention. The invaders have informed the king. A mutated ground spider, seemingly enhanced by Yang Xiu's influence, called out from outside, prompting a chorus of roars from the others as they scattered. Once silence fell outside, Yang Xiu could not suppress a soft question. Did they leave? I'll check, Tai Shou said, peering out from the crevice. There was no sign of any ground spiders nearby. For now, it seems safe. Chief, Du Longda, break the ice off your bodies. I'll take this opportunity to scout ahead, Tai Shou suggested, pointing deeper into the crevice. He took out an oasis weasel from his pocket and set it down. Its keen nose twitched in the air, leading it straight into the darkness ahead, indicating that the path was not a dead end. Taking advantage of Tai Shou's scouting, Yang Xiu and Du Longda immediately began the arduous task of freeing their legs. If they remained frozen for too long, it could lead to a loss of sensation in their lower bodies, which would be problematic. As both had fallen into the water, the two remaining torches had been extinguished, leaving Tai Shou to navigate the dark path by touch, frequently stumbling over protruding rocks and vines. Without the guidance of the oasis weasel, he might have lost his way entirely. After an indeterminate time in the darkness, the oasis weasel, which had been leading the way, suddenly halted, its small eyes fixated ahead as if something awaited them. Tai Shou's expression grew serious. Adjusting to the darkness allowed him to discern some shapes, and ahead, a faint red glow emanated from a cave, its purpose unknown. Should I return to inform the chief? Tai Shou pondered, uncertain about the cave's nature. If anything were to happen inside, the chief would remain unaware of his fate. Just then, the oasis weasel, not waiting for Tai Shou to decide, tugged him forward into the cave. The red light from within illuminated the cave's interior, revealing pulsating ground spider eggs. not only littering the floor but also densely clustered on the ceiling. Where could this red light be coming from? Taisho wondered, perplexed by the seemingly impossible source of illumination in the darkness. Resolute, he pressed deeper into the cave. Crack! Yang Xiu hammered a stone against the ice binding his legs. Need help, Chief? Du Longda asked, having already shattered the ice encasing himself using his fervent strength and now assisting Agano. Seeing Yang Xiu struggle, he offered to lend a hand. No worries, just help him for now. I'm almost free, Yang Xiu replied, shaking his head. With Taisho still absent, he wasn't in a hurry and had already managed to break through nearly half of the ice. Why is Taisho taking so long? Yang Xiu mused, glancing towards the depths of the crevice. Logically, Taisho, lacking any light source, should not have ventured too far. No one could have anticipated that Taisho was delving deeper into the cave, gradually losing track of time, the oasis weasel leading him tirelessly onward. At last, the cave revealed its exit, where a searing heat washed over him, and Taisho found himself gazing upon a vast ocean of molten lava, the source of the earlier red glow. Incredible! How could the ground spiders have excavated such a thing beneath their nest? Taisho stood frozen in awe before the sea of magma. Chapter 39. The Secret of the Lava Sea. It was hard to fathom that just moments ago he had witnessed an underground glacier, and now, beneath that very glacier, lay a seemingly inexplicable sea of lava. The stark contrast between ice and fire astonished Taisho, and while the number of spider eggs had diminished, many had been desiccated by the intense heat, their young reduced to mere desiccated husks. What have you brought me here for? Is there an escape from the ground spider nest? Taisho crouched down, grasping the oasis weasel by the neck and lifting it up. Chirp! Chirp! The oasis weasel ceaselessly writhed its body, shaking its head towards the right hand of Iron Hand. Let us first return to find the chief and the others. We can only seek an escape later, Iron Hand said with resignation as he set the little creature down and stood up, preparing to retrace their steps. Chirp! Chirp! The weasel stubbornly attempted to scurry to the right, pulling Iron Hand several steps forward. There, at the right side of the cave's entrance, he noticed a distinct rock path, evidently carved out by human hands, ascending in steps along the rock face, extending deep into the molten sea. Could this be an exit? Surely, someone must have passed this way. The earth spiders could not have excavated such a staircase. Iron Hand stepped onto the earthen steps of the path, finding them remarkably solid and smooth, likely having borne the weight of many travelers. Chirp! Chirp! The oasis weasel exclaimed, eager to ascend the rocky path, but Iron Hand cradled it in his arms, saying, Let us first return to bring the chief and the others. With that, he carried the reluctant weasel and started back along the path. The molten sea? Yang Xiu held a chunk of ice the size of a mobile phone in his hand. Iron Hand had just mentioned seeing molten rock deeper within the cave. Indeed, the earth spider's lair was quite diverse in terrain. Did you find an exit? Delonda inquired, shouldering a Gano. Yes, I discovered a pathway that seems to have been dug out by someone. It appears to lead deep into the molten sea, and this oasis weasel is desperately trying to climb up, so I believe it may be a route of escape, Iron Hand replied. Well then, since there is a path, let us not waste any time. We must hurry. Yang Xiu eagerly stood up, shivering in his soaked clothing from having fallen into the icy lake earlier, wishing to stand beside the molten sea to dry himself in its warmth. Alright, let me grab the luggage. Iron Hand lifted the beast skin bag from the ground, which contained the cacti pouches and some dried meat, along with firestones acquired from the flame tribe. Ah! Yang Xiu instinctively reached for his chest, realizing that the 2 antidote vials he had previously kept there had vanished. Oh no, the antidote is gone, he said sheepishly. You must have dropped it when you fell into the icy lake. No matter if the earth spiders we encounter next are as formidable as the last, we likely won't need the poison to deal with them. Iron Hand chuckled nonchalantly, leading the way into the depths of the rocky crevice. Molten rock is a substance only found deep within the Earth's core, typically flowing in a liquid state at temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Celsius, symbolizing extreme heat. Yang Xiu and Delonda stood beside the molten sea, their damp clothes drying quickly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The contrast of cold and heat was exhilarating. Chief, there is the path I discovered. Iron Hand pointed to the right, where a stone staircase had been carved into the rock face, winding towards the far side of the molten sea. Chief, you should take the middle path this time, Delonda suggested, noting the chaotic terrain of the earth spider's lair, riddled with uneven and pockmarked ground, perfect for the spiders to conceal themselves. Alright, Yang Xiu agreed. Iron Hand led the way with the oasis weasel in his arms. Yang Xiu positioned himself in the middle, and Delonda took up the rear, the 3 of them cautiously traversing the rocky path. The presence of such human engineering indicated that the Earth spider's lair was not solely inhabited by spiders, but also by a group of mysterious individuals whose identities remained unknown. Below the winding path lay the molten sea, and Yang Xiu walked with trepidation, fearing the sudden appearance of a swarm of Earth spiders. At that point, leaping into the abyss would be the only option, but plunging into the molten sea would mean certain incineration. Chirp! Chirp! The oasis weasel joyfully hopped along the stone steps, occasionally poking its head over the edge to gaze into the red ocean below, only to be swiftly pulled back by Iron Hand. At this moment, the trio had completely lost their bearings within the Earth spider's lair. Under such circumstances, it was imperative that the oasis weasel encountered no misfortune, lest the three of them be doomed to wander beneath this desolate land forever. Yang Xiu glanced back, realizing they had traversed several hundred meters. This was merely a fraction of the journey, as the path ahead seemed endless, suggesting they would not reach the end without several hours of travel. Hey! Delanda suddenly exclaimed, prompting Yang Xiu to turn and ask, what is it? It seemed like something just emerged from below. Delanda replied uncertainly, having inadvertently caught a glimpse of the molten sea, where he vaguely saw a smooth, red semi-spherical object rise momentarily before quickly sinking again. The speed was so swift that Delanda doubted his own vision. Something? Yang Xiu was taken aback. You must be mistaken. This is molten rock. Even a dragon would perish within seconds if it fell in. Iron Hand remarked without turning his head. Teasing. Perhaps I might have been mistaken, Delanda admitted sheepishly. Wait, let me take a look. Delanda, support me. Yang Xiu leaned against the rock wall and activated the Eye of the Blood Priest. In this mode, apart from living beings emitting a red glow, the world before him was shrouded in darkness. Fearing he might fall from the path, he requested Delanda's assistance for safety. Feeling a large hand on his shoulder, Yang Xiu leaned over the edge of the path. To his astonishment, aside from Delanda, Iron Hand, and Agano, there was a massive red light in the darkness below, its size dwarfing even Delanda by a factor of at least 100. Beneath the molten sea lay a colossal creature. Yang Xiu quickly shut off the Eye of the Blood Priest, his back drenched in cold sweat. For someone who had grown up on Earth, Delanda's height was comparable to that of Yao Ming. But who had ever witnessed a creature 100 times larger than Yao Ming? Yang Xiu could not recall anyone. The revelation of this mysterious behemoth lurking beneath the molten sea left him profoundly shaken. If this creature decided to attack the three of them, he could hardly fathom any chance of survival. Chief, have you discovered something? Sensing Yang Xiu's alarmed expression, Delanda and Iron Hand simultaneously inquired. Shoo! Yang Xiu gestured for silence. Speaking in hushed tones, lower your voices. There is a monster below. A monster? So, Delanda was not mistaken after all? Iron Hand glanced down at the molten sea. Indeed. Although I cannot discern what it is, I can tell that its size is immense. Even the earth spiders beside it would seem like mere toys. We must hurry. Let us not provoke it. Yang Xiu wished he could communicate with these two orcs in a more casual manner, fearing to disturb the giant creature dwelling within the molten sea. Chirp! Chirp! Just as Yang Xiu made a face indicating silence, no one noticed that the oasis weasel at Iron Hand's feet was pushing a basketball-sized stone towards the edge of the path. Thud! The stone struck the still surface of the molten sea with a resounding splash, leaving Yang Xiu and his companions utterly bewildered as they watched the weasel gleefully rolling on the edge of the path. Yang Xiu swore that had it not been for this creature's ability to lead them out of the earth spider's lair, he would have already kicked it off the path into the molten embrace. Who is it? Dare to disturb the slumber of Jalagis? Within this expansive subterranean cavern, a tremendous roar reverberated from beneath the molten sea of lava. A hemispherical island slowly emerged from the very center of the molten expanse, rising to a height several dozen meters above the surface of the lava. Only then did Yang Xiu discern the form of this colossal creature. It was, astonishingly, a humanoid being, crowned with two enormous bull-like horns atop its skull, its face a grim visage of skeletal white bones. Its body was composed of dark red lava, and from its lower half sprouted 12 thick, black tentacles, thrashing furiously in the molten sea. The creature's immense strength sent scalding lava splattering against the surrounding rock walls, producing a sound akin to sizzling flesh. The hemispherical island previously observed by Delanda was likely the head of this monstrous being. Run! Yang Xiu shouted, startling the dazed Iron Hand. Delanda and Iron Hand, both orcs, had been rendered speechless by the creature that introduced itself as Jalagis, standing frozen like two statues. At Yang Xiu's command, Iron Hand snapped back to reality, seizing the cause of their predicament from the ground and sprinting with all his might. Yang Xiu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though the scene had merely shifted to a different setting. "Oh, 3 tiny ants have ventured in," Jalagis remarked, observing Yang Xiu and his companions fleeing along the cliffside path. To Jalagis, the trio appeared as insignificant as mere ants. "Since you have come here, may you forever slumber by my side." Chapter 40. A narrow escape. The tumultuous waves of lava surged toward the fleeing trio, the scorching droplets striking the rock walls with a hissing sound. A droplet of lava grazed Yang Xiu's scalp, instantly incinerating a section of his cloak and singeing his hair. Jalagis glided through the molten sea, supported by its 12 tentacles, while the 3 tiny ants struggled futilely in his eyes. No one could escape the grasp of Jalagis. In mere strides, Jalagis was upon Yang Xiu and his companions, extending his fiery hand toward them. The approaching heat caused Yang Xiu's cloak to ignite spontaneously. Crap! Yang Xiu quickly tore off his burning cloak and cast it aside. The creature emerging from the molten sea clearly surpassed Yang Xiu's understanding of the power dynamics of this world. The combat prowess of Jalagis was on an entirely different level. If Yang Xiu was akin to a player just emerging from the novice village, then Jalagis was the ultimate boss of a top-tier dungeon, inevitably leading to their demise. "Get down!" Iron Hand shouted, and at the sound of his voice, Yang Xiu and Delongda quickly dropped to the ground of the path. They witnessed Jalagis' fiery hand swipe over them, crashing against the rock face, the scorching heat singeing Yang Xiu's hair. Thanks to Iron Hand's quick thinking, their positions were perfectly wedged between Jalagis' fingers, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Crack! The fiery hand gradually retracted, and the trio quickly rose to their feet, continuing their desperate flight. "Ha!" Jalagis expressed mild surprise, not expecting to find his strike so fruitless. "You have some skill," he exclaimed, noticing the 3 tiny ants still alive and striving to escape. He plunged his tentacles into the molten sea below, seemingly preparing for a grand move. "Chief, look!" Iron Hand suddenly yelled mid-flight. Yang Xiu turned his gaze forward to see a minecart, reminiscent of those used for transporting iron or in caves, a few hundred meters ahead on the path. However, the path ended abruptly, leaving only a precarious iron track suspended above the molten sea, swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. No way out? Yang Xiu's heart sank. In this perilous moment, while they were being pursued by the creature claiming to be Jalagis, the only escape route had been severed halfway, effectively choking off their means of survival. The few hundred meters of path vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no avenue for escape apart from the iron track, which extended from the end of the path, resting on the molten sea, its destination unknown. Molten wave. Just as Yang Xiu, Delongda, and Iron Hand stood at the end of the path in a state of despair, Jalagis, having inexplicably paused, roared, causing the molten sea beside him to erupt to heights of several dozen meters before crashing down, unleashing a torrent of surging waves that barreled toward the trio. This wave of lava loomed like an impenetrable curtain, offering no gaps for refuge, rendering Iron Hand's previous escape tactics futile. "Get in." Scanning their surroundings, Yang Xiu saw no option for escape besides the minecart and the seemingly overburdened iron track. He hurriedly climbed into the cart, frantically working the lever to start it. This minecart was of an older design, square in shape and accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals. At its center was a seesaw-like lever that required continuous up and down motion to function. Iron Hand and Delongda quickly followed suit, leaping into the cart just as the molten waves drew within 10 meters of their position. Clank! As if it had not been operated in years, the wheels of the cart screeched against the track, slowly beginning to turn. Rusty metal flaked off the cart's body with each jolt. "Hurry! Faster!" Yang Xiu could now clearly see the fiery glow in the molten waves, feeling the searing heat rushing toward him. His vision blurred as they approached the inferno, knowing that without a blink they would be reduced to ash. Just as the molten tide was about to engulf them, the mine cart slid down the track, narrowly escaping the edge of the path and pulling Yang Xiu and the others back from the brink of death. The iron track, unable to bear the weight, groaned under the strain as the cart traversed, bending downward precariously, seemingly poised to snap at any moment. As the cart accelerated along the iron track, it swiftly distanced itself from Jalagis, racing deeper into the molten sea. "Stop!" Jalagis bellowed, incredulous that these 3 ants had not perished in the molten tide, but rather had managed to escape. With that thought, Jalagis glared at Yang Xiu and his companions, his 12 tentacles thrashing wildly as they pursued their quarry. In the molten sea, Jalagis' speed reached its zenith, resembling a ship slicing through waves, closing the gap between him and the mine cart at a terrifying pace. "Do not think to escape the grasp of Jalagis, insects!" he roared, extending his colossal hand to seize the iron track above the molten sea. The heat of his grasp melted the iron track into liquid metal, which cascaded into the molten depths below. Taking advantage of the acceleration at the start, the minecart sped past the sinking track, forging ahead into the unknown. Yang Xiu exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, deftly manipulating the lever as the four wheels of the minecart sparked against the iron tracks, producing tremors of fiery light. "Chieftain, ahead lies a cavern," he remarked, as they approached a protruding reef amidst the molten sea. At the center of the reef, a circular cave beckoned, its entrance seamlessly integrated into the railway. Without hesitation, Yang Xiu and his companions stooped low, and the entire minecart swiftly darted inside, emerging moments later from the other end. The molten sea was littered with black reefs of varying sizes. Some towered over 10 meters, while others were as small as grinding stones. The tracks wove intricately among these formations as the minecart sped through, with Yang Xiu keeping his head down to avoid being struck by the jagged rocks. Boom! Jalajis thundered into the reef-laden expanse, shattering any obstructive stones in his path with brute force as he relentlessly pursued the cart. Ahead lay a leftward-turning gorge, where the tracks resumed a straight course. The towering cliffs on either side were adorned with colossal rock formations. As the minecart rattled along the tracks, the resonant sound of friction echoed through the gorge. Under Yang Xiu's watchful gaze, countless ground spiders emerged from the crevices of the cliffs, swiftly crowding the rocky walls. They screeched at the passing minecart, expelling strands of silk in an attempt to ensnare Yang Xiu and his companions. Boom! Jalajis followed closely behind, entering the gorge with immense force. The colossal creature braced itself against the canyon walls, using its limbs to navigate. Some unwary ground spiders, changing their target, scuttled toward Jalajis, only to be incinerated by the searing heat emanating from the beast's body. With a roar, Jalajis bellowed at Yang Xiu and his companions, perhaps feeling humiliated by their repeated escapes from his grasp. This slumbering lava demon was determined to exact vengeance and quickened his pursuit. As the minecart exited the gorge, Yang Xiu marveled at the scenery beyond. Outside the gorge lay a vast, enclosed cavern, where a towering earth mound blocked the flow of lava, keeping it contained within the gorge. The cavern floor was covered in white sand, dotted with sharp wooden stakes, while densely arranged wooden platforms and ladders adorned the surrounding cliffs. Numerous humans stood upon these platforms, their gazes fixed upon the minecart that had just entered. What astonished Yang Xiu the most was the massive block of blue ice protruding from the rock layers above, its sheer size astonishing, even though only half of it was visible. The minecart eventually came to a halt at the end of the tracks on the sandy ground, and before they could disembark, everyone on the nearby platforms blew their horns, the deep resonating sound echoing throughout the cavern. What is happening? Yang Xiu wondered, glancing around in confusion. The humans standing above wore minimal clothing. The women were only draped in fabric around their most modest areas, while the men wore shorts, each face reflecting a somber expression as they stared towards the gorge's exit. How could there be so many humans beneath the ground spider's lair? Iron Hand, equally perplexed, could not fathom why their entrance into the lair had led to such unexpected circumstances. The roar of Jalajis echoed from outside the gorge, growing ever closer. "You have awakened Jalajis ahead of schedule. You are sinners." Suddenly, a voice from the cliff shouted down at Yang Xiu and his companions, a furious expression etched upon his face. "Prepare yourselves. Since Jalajis has been roused, today shall be the day we eradicate him once and for all." An elder, clad only in loose shorts and positioned on the highest platform, declared loudly. As he spoke, Jalajis' immense figure emerged from within the gorge, fixated on Yang Xiu and his companions at the cavern center. "Do not think of fleeing, insects," Jalajis roared. Chapter 41. The Ice Entombment. Jalajis regarded the sandy ground with intrigue, noting the absence of lava. He would need to step onto the sand to capture Yang Xiu and his companions. Standing at the gorge's exit and glancing up at the ice overhead, Jalajis hesitated, sensing an inexplicable danger in this place. The humans on the cliffs watched the indecisive lava demon with tense expressions, the horn's sound subsiding. "Elder, what if Jalajis refuses to leave the lava?" A middle-aged man inquired beside the previously speaking elder. "We have painstakingly constructed bait tracks across the molten sea to lure the awakened Jalajis here for his annihilation. However, certain elements remain incomplete, and these three unknown interlopers have prematurely activated the bait tracks. Most of the external rails have likely been destroyed by Jalajis. If we cannot eliminate him here today, we shall have to wait many years to reconstruct the tracks. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Relay the message. Seal off the exit of the gorge. We must ensure Jalajis steps onto the sand." The elder spoke resolutely. "Understood." On the peaks of both sides of the gorge's midpoint, dozens of humans gathered, their expressions devoid of emotion as they peered down at the molten sea, performing strange gestures with their hands while murmuring incantations. After some time, a brown magic circle appeared before each individual, from which massive stone arms extended toward their counterparts on the opposite side. The canyon, several dozen meters wide, saw the stone arms gradually connect, intertwining before swiftly merging together. When the time was right, both groups of humans shouted in unison as the stone arms exerted force against one another, causing the canyon floor to tremble violently as it rapidly shifted toward the opposite side. With a resounding crash, the cliffs collided, forming a natural barrier in the gorge's center, leaving no gap behind. Thus, Gelagis would find himself trapped in this designated burial ground. Yang Xiu observed the lava demon inexplicably pausing at the gorge's exit, hesitating to step onto the sand, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed they had narrowly escaped this crisis. "Young man, quickly, leave that place and come here," an elderly woman on the distant cliff called out, beckoning Yang Xiu. As he caught sight of her gesturing, he prepared to move toward the cliff, where the minecart had halted directly at the center of the sandy ground, right beneath the massive ice above. The sight was unnerving. The ice appeared as though it could tumble down at any moment. For safety's sake, Yang Xiu deemed it wiser to seek refuge on the wooden platforms along the cliffs. However, their movement had drawn Gelagis' attention. As he watched Yang Xiu iron hand, and longed to venture deeper, his impatience grew. Although the sandy ground instilled a sense of danger, he pressed forward, 12 tendrils extending from the molten depths, slithering onto the sand like an octopus. Tack! With Gelagis finally entering the sandy expanse, the elder laughed triumphantly, gesturing with his arm. The horn players immediately sounded their horns in response. Upon the mountainside, the gathered individuals heard the ominous sound that heralded an assault. They stood frozen in place, reciting the ancient incantations that had long been forgotten. When Yang Xiu ascended the wooden ladder and reached the side of the elderly woman, he beheld an ethereal space filled with countless magical circles of various sizes and vibrant hues materializing out of thin air. These magical formations unleashed a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, water arrows, and earth spikes, which rained down upon the formidable figure of Gelagis like a tempest. The wretched creature, Gelagis, was barely affected by these rudimentary spells. They merely created ripples upon his form, akin to a mere tickle. In a fit of rage, Gelagis climbed to the nearest cliff face, where his molten hand struck down upon the spellcasters, instantly shattering a vast wooden platform and incinerating the unfortunate humans upon it into charred remains. The demonic matron, witnessing this devastation, ground her teeth in frustration. "What manner of beast is this?" she seethed. Yang Xiu noted the palpable animosity etched upon her face, clearly indicating a long-standing grudge against Gelagis. "Young man, you must have ventured here from the outside world," the elderly woman remarked, her gaze fixed upon Yang Xiu. "I am astonished that anyone could still find their way here after all this time. Have you been here long?" "Long enough that I have forgotten the visage of my homeland," he replied. "What are these creatures?" The woman's attention shifted to Durongda and Ironhand, who had ascended the ladder alongside Yang Xiu. Curiously, it seemed she was unfamiliar with the Orcish race. "You do not recognize an orc?" Yang Xiu inquired, astonished. "Orc? Is this a newly emerged race from the outside?" The elderly woman's expression reflected utter bewilderment. It was a century ago that orcs were banished to the desolate plains, long after humans had been subjugated by them. Why, then, did this woman seem oblivious to their existence? Yang Xiu pondered in perplexity. "I never imagined that the world beyond has changed so drastically. I yearn to venture out and witness it," the woman mused, her curiosity piqued by the towering green-skinned orcs, even casting several glances at Agano, who rode upon Durongda's back, his eyes filled with wonder. "Have you never considered leaving this place?" Yang Xiu asked. "Young man, your thoughts are naive. This locale is fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to death. Escaping is not as simple as it may seem. At the exit lies a creature more powerful than Gelagis." The elderly woman gestured towards the molten fiend. "Gelagis? I have heard that name from this beast," Yang Xiu interjected. "This is a magma demon birthed from molten rock, and its emergence is shrouded in the mists of time. By the time I was born, the seas of magma beyond the canyon were already under its dominion, controlling this molten territory," the woman elaborated. "Is this structure intended to slay it?" Yang Xiu pointed at the wooden platform and the stakes protruding from the sandy ground, though they appeared ill-equipped to withstand a mere strike from Gelagis. "Beyond simply vanquishing it, we aim to carve a new path," the elderly woman replied with a smile. "Thunder Dragon Strike, Ice Domain, Gale Blade Technique." On the cliffs surrounding the sandy expanse, A kaleidoscope of spells erupted from the various magical circles, all striking the enraged Jalagis. Realizing that their low-level spells were ineffectual against the magma demon, the mages shifted their focus to incanting longer, more potent spells, hoping to force Jalagis back to the center of the sandy arena. With a roar, Jalagis, stripped of his molten essence, was rendered incapable of casting any destructive spells, gradually being pushed beneath the towering ice structure. The flow of magma that constituted his body dimmed under the relentless barrage of advanced spells, revealing the obsidian-like skeletal structure beneath, with deep crimson streaks of blood coursing along his bones. Noticing these blood-like substances, Yang Xiu discreetly activated the eye of the blood priest for closer inspection. Within Jalagis, he discerned dozens of slow-moving crimson veins. Magnifying his vision, Yang Xiu observed the elemental bloodline of Jalagis in stark clarity. Within a black prism, fiery elements coursed through its body. Much like the previous earth spider, Jalagis' elemental bloodline did not corrode his form. Instead, it endowed him with tremendous power. As a blood priest, Yang Xiu could even sense the latent terror within Jalagis' elemental bloodline. Release. As Jalagis positioned himself directly beneath the ice structure, four mages atop the highest wooden platform began chanting incantations, causing the ice to tremble violently, visibly emerging from the rock strata before descending. No! Jalagis finally comprehended why the mages had driven him to the center of the sandy expanse. But it was too late. The ice plummeted with increasing velocity, casting a shadow over the ground. In a desperate attempt, Jalagis writhed and flailed his tentacles in a bid to escape the ice's descent. Yet the stakes embedded in the sand effectively impeded his movement. With a thunderous crash, the ice fell, burying the unprepared Jalagis beneath its weight. The force of the ice sent a gust of wind that scattered sand everywhere, blinding all present, compelling them to shut their eyes tightly. Have we succeeded? The thought crossed the minds of the onlookers. At last we have slain this demon, the elderly woman exclaimed with fervor. Yet Yang Xiu remained gravely contemplative, fixated upon the ice. From the flowing elemental bloodline within Jalagis, it appeared that a formidable power lay concealed within his form. However, based on Jalagis' prior actions, he had not exhibited any truly astonishing abilities, suggesting that something vital was amiss. Some had already descended the ladder in jubilation, racing towards the towering ice structure, eager to dance in celebration nearby. No, something is amiss, Yang Xiu thought, noticing a flickering red light emanating from beneath the buried Jalagis. What is it, young man? The elderly woman inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Come back, quickly. He is not dead. It is dangerous. Without pausing for a response, Yang Xiu leaped down from the ladder and shouted towards the distant figures. What is that coward saying? Jalagis is not dead? How is that possible? Laughter erupted among those gathered around the ice, and one individual was about to mock Yang Xiu when suddenly the ice began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. Chapter 42. The Evolution of Bloodline Elements. Crack, crack. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, spiderweb-like fissures spread across the surface of the ice, causing it to shake violently. Run! Retreat! Yang Xiu shouted in desperation, for the red glow beneath the ice was intensifying, glowing brighter than before. With a sudden crack, a gaunt arm burst forth from the ice, seizing several individuals who were unable to evade in time. Jalagis' voice resonated from beneath the ice, as half of his body emerged, roaring with fury. I shall bring you death. Jalagis bellowed, one of his horns shattered in two. His skeletal visage adorned with fragmented ice, revealing the rocky framework within as the molten substance had nearly entirely drained away. Seize him. We cannot allow him to escape. The elder atop the platform shouted, realizing that Jalagis had not perished beneath the ice. Suddenly, vast expanses of magical circles reappeared nearby, unleashing spells as if they were free, targeting Jalagis, who had only partially extricated himself from the icy prison. His emaciated arms bore numerous crimson streaks, resembling small serpents, each pulsating with a vibrant glow. Jalagis, having seized a human from earlier, voraciously devoured him, relishing every bite. Amidst the agonizing screams, drops of molten-like blood oozed from the red streaks on his arms, radiating an intense heat that warmed the air around the ice, causing a thick mist of steam to rise. After enduring countless spells, the ice encasing Jalagis finally melted away, allowing him to extend his antennae and summon two orbs of white flame that coalesced like a thick paste, unyielding in their form. Let me show you the taste of melting. Jalagis laughed at the onlookers on the mountainside, swinging his arms vigorously as the two white flames hurtled toward a wooden platform. Danger! The elder shouted, but it was too late. The two orbs of white flame struck the mountainside with a resounding crash. In an instant, the impact area erupted into two infernos, consuming the wooden platform and reducing it to ashes, as the occupants within melted away like wax candles at a visible pace, creating a horrifying spectacle. The adhesive nature of the white fire was so potent that even the rock face ignited, and Yang Xiu watched helplessly as the flames flowed down the mountainside like water, leaving behind a massive pit in the sandy ground below. To kill Lord Jalagis, you would need to plan for another 100 years. Jalagis bellowed with hubris, his palms continuously summoning the white fire, hurling it towards those who sought to end his life. Elder, what should we do? Even the ancient ice we painstakingly unearthed cannot subdue this magma demon. Panicked individual rushed to the elder's side. The fact that Jalagis had not perished beneath that colossal block of ice was utterly unexpected. It was intended as their ultimate weapon against him. At this juncture, we have no choice but to deploy the scroll that was meant for that creature, the elder said with difficulty. You wish to use the scroll? But what of the future if Jalagis continues his assault? We shall all perish here. Without lives, what future remains? It must be done, the elder said earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on his companion's shoulder, retrieving a soft leather scroll from his shorts. In the annals of human magical history, the advent of magical scrolls stands as a monumental milestone. This technique, which encapsulates the spells cast by mages within scrolls, enables even those devoid of magical affinity to unleash formidable spells. One merely needs to unfurl the scroll toward the target, and the sealed spell activates effortlessly. The soft leather scroll in the elder's hand was indeed a magical scroll, containing the ultimate spell, an invaluable scroll of the ice giant. Unlike any other race, the elemental bloodline within Jalagis burned with a fierce flame. Whenever new white fire manifested in his hands, Yang Xiu observed the elemental bloodline within Jalagis momentarily coalesce before dispersing, a phenomenon that captivated his attention. He had long sought to uncover the true secrets of the bloodline elements. Why the bloodline element of the wilderness wolves led to their physical decay, while that of the earth spider facilitated its evolution to a new realm. Should Yang Xiu unravel this mystery, he might realize the transformation of bloodlines that Iron Hand once spoke of. Silently manipulating the crystalline structures housing the bloodline elements within Jalagis, Yang Xiu watched as the burning elements flowed forth from the prisms. Would Jalagis meet the same fate as the wilderness wolves, succumbing to corruption, or would he, like the earth spider, undergo evolution? As a powerful magma demon, Jalagis, unlike the wilderness wolves or earth spiders, sensed a peculiar change within his body almost instantaneously, glancing instinctively at his lower half. He witnessed the 12 tendrils suddenly withering, retracting slowly back into his form, as a massive spinal column erupted from his waist, extending over 30 meters before halting. Before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd, veins and muscles sprouted along the spine, adorned with skin and scales, resembling an enormous serpent. This abrupt transformation left onlookers in stunned silence, with Jalagis himself being the most astonished. Never before had a magma demon sprouted a serpentine tail, a development that could lead to his potential renunciation of the magma demon title, giving rise to a new race. No, this cannot be, Jalagis muttered incredulously, feeling his serpentine tail. How could this happen? As the instigator, Yang Xiu gazed in wonder at his creation. The enigmatic and ever-changing nature of the bloodline elements opened his eyes anew. The overflow of bloodline elements from Jalagis appeared to guide him toward evolution. Unlike the earth spider, which had merely grown in size and sprouted a human head, Jalagis was undergoing a transformation of his lower half. Elder. The crowd turned their eyes toward the elder who had just procured the scroll. I am at a loss as to the cause of this. I have never heard of a magma demon growing a serpent's tail, the elder stammered, momentarily uncertain whether to unfurl the magical scroll in his grasp. The burning bloodline elements disseminated throughout Jalagis' body, causing the prisms to shatter, releasing even more bloodline elements. These elements, having lost their containment, came into contact with the blood and began to dim, extinguishing the flames that had once burned brightly. Jalagis stared in panic at his hands, realizing he could no longer summon even a flicker of flame. Now is the moment. The elder, noticing a glimmer of dazed confusion on Jalagis' face, seized the opportunity to unfurl the scroll. A dazzling blue light emanated from the scroll, and before the eyes of the onlookers, it floated into the air, unfurling itself to reveal an ice-blue magical array the size of a basketball court. Countless snowflakes and blue luminescent orbs danced across the array, resonating with ethereal hymns, as a colossal ice giant, resembling a mountain, emerged from the array, standing expressionless before Jalagis. Eliminate your adversary, the elder commanded loudly. Upon receiving the elder's order, the ice giant's hands shimmered with white light, transforming into the shape of long blades as they swung down toward Jalagis's form. Faced with an adversary towering over him by two heads, Jalagis displayed little trepidation. Despite the recent monumental transformation he had undergone, it did nothing to quell his fury to annihilate everything in sight. Crack! As the ice giant's dual blades struck against the arms Jalagis had raised to block, the sharp ice blades penetrated deeply into his bones. Yet, the magma demon did not flinch. Instead, his serpentine tail lashed out, swiftly entwining around the ice giant's body, constricting it tightly. Crack! The immense force generated by the encircling tail produced a resounding crackle from the ice giant, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. However, as the ultimate spell sealed within the magical scroll, how could the ice giant possess only such limited power? Suddenly, two beams of blue light ignited from its eyes, and an abundance of ice spikes erupted from its entire body, instantly impaling Jalagis with a multitude of wounds. In pain, Jalagis withdrew his arms from the giant's icy blades and fiercely struck the creature's head, causing shards of ice to explode from the ice giant's face, forming a network of spiderweb-like cracks. The battle between the two titans raged intensely upon the sandy ground, capturing the undivided attention of all present, while Yang Xiu meticulously observed the flow of bloodline elements within Jalagis. The absence of the fiery flames in Jalagis' bloodline elements suggested that he had lost the ability to produce the viscous white flames. Following the evolution bestowed upon him by Yang Xiu, Jalagis was now compelled to rely solely on his physical prowess to combat his foe. An unprecedented fleshiness manifested upon him, and after being pierced by the ice giant, a copious amount of crimson blood flowed from Jalagis' serpentine tail. Observing his own body, Yang Xiu noted that, as a human, the bloodline elements within him appeared rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive shape. Previously, the bloodline element of the earth spider had been golden, while Jalagis was ablaze with flames. Yang Xiu pondered how one might transform ordinary bloodline elements into such extraordinary forms. The strength of a creature is often determined by the intricacy of its bloodline elements. The more formidable the being, the more refined the elements within. When infused with crystalline prisms, these elements could lead to unknown transformations in their host. Change, evolution, death. Yang Xiu recalled Jalagis, the earth spider, and the wild wolf. The unlocking of their bloodline elements corresponded precisely to these three transformations. Jalagis underwent change, the earth spider experienced evolution, while the wild wolf succumbed to death. Chapter 43. The Evolution of the Flame Man. With a resounding crash, the ice giant was thrust against the mountain wall by Jalagis, causing the entire cavern to tremble and numerous platforms to collapse. The local inhabitants regarded the ice giant as their last hope. Yang Xiu climbed back to the wooden platform where he had previously stood. An Iron Hand immediately approached him. "Chieftain, we should flee while we have the chance." Iron Hand whispered urgently in Yang Xiu's ear. The sharp-eared elder woman's expression shifted dramatically as she seized Yang Xiu's arm, exclaiming, "It was you who lured Jalagis here ahead of time. You cannot leave. Your trap failed to kill Jalagis, did it not?" Yang Xiu, perplexed by the elder woman's drastically altered demeanor, questioned her. "We have prepared for many years to eliminate Jalagis. It was you who prematurely activated the tracks before we were ready. If we could have waited a bit longer to excavate the dark river, the situation would not be as dire." Feeling the elder woman's grip tighten on his arm, Yang Xiu found himself in a predicament. Their arrival had been involuntary. Had they not activated the minecart, he and Durongda, along with Iron Hand, would likely have perished at Jalagis' hands. What if the summoned ice giant cannot defeat Jalagis? Shouldn't you have considered your earlier plan for the exit you mentioned? Iron Hand attempted to reason. Exit? You intend to pursue the idea of Murskazan? The elder woman gazed at Iron Hand in astonishment. That place may offer an escape, but no one can flee from there. Our objective in slaying Jalagis is to claim his heart and harness his power to forge a new exit. The name Murskazan sent a chill through Yang Xiu. Judging by the elder woman's expression, its owner seemed exceedingly fearsome. "Can you tell us where that exit is?" Iron Hand inquired. "It would be futile to tell you. That place is sealed by the Great Elder. Without his direct intervention, no one can enter." The elder woman released Yang Xiu's arm. "Is the Great Elder that individual?" Yang Xiu gestured towards the highest platform, where an elderly mage wielded a magical scroll. "Indeed, he is the most powerful mage among us." After persuading the elder woman, Yang Xiu successfully had her guide the three of them to the Great Elder. Along the way, the local inhabitants glared at Yang Xiu and his companions with resentment. Had they not prematurely activated the minecart, Jalagis would not have arrived so soon. As Yang Xiu ascended the wooden ladder, the fierce melee between the ice giant and Jalagis reached a boiling point. The ice giant's form began to crack due to the constriction of the serpentine tail, revealing hidden magical sigils within its body. Meanwhile, Jalaji's scales were scraped away by the icy blades, cascading like rain onto the sandy ground. Yet, on the surface, it appeared that Jalaji's held the upper hand, prompting concern among the onlookers. "Great Elder, these outsiders wish to see you," the elder woman announced respectfully as they approached the old man. "So, these are the individuals who prematurely set the plan in motion." The elder turned, scrutinizing Yang Xiu with a stern expression. "I apologize. We truly did not intend for this to happen. Under the circumstances, had we not boarded the minecart, we likely would have perished by now," Yang Xiu expressed remorsefully. "Apologies cannot rectify the errors you have committed. Due to the premature activation of the plan, I am uncertain of the eventual outcome." The elder gestured towards the struggle between the ice giant and Jalaji's. "Do you have any viable suggestions? Let me ponder this." Yang Xiu discreetly activated the eye of the blood priest to observe the great elder. As a fellow human, the bloodline elements within the elder gleamed with a vibrant crimson glow, pulsating energetically within the prisms. This presented yet another peculiar circumstance. Yang Xiu was astonished. Based on previous experience, any aberrant bloodline elements entering a host were likely to induce evolution and transformation, while dull elements would lead to death. An idea struck Yang Xiu as he realized he had yet to witness the effects of bloodline elements overflowing within a humanoid being. With this thought, Yang Xiu manipulated the elder's blood, causing the prisms to collide with one another, allowing the red bloodline elements to merge into the elder's blood through the breach. "Ugh!" The elder suddenly gasped, clutching his throat tightly, his complexion turning ashen as he collapsed to the ground. "Great Elder!" The onlookers rushed towards the elder, casting wary glances at Yang Xiu, suspecting him of foul play. "Guh!" The elder began to vomit, expelling a copious amount of viscous red substance. "What is happening?" Yang Xiu observed as flames ignited within the elder's body, incinerating his flesh into a greasy substance, which was subsequently expelled. A fragmented red magical sigil emerged from the elder's body, floating into Yang Xiu amidst the crowd's watchful gaze. "You truly are the culprit. What have you done to the great elder?" The surrounding individuals exclaimed angrily. "Ah!" Before Yang Xiu could respond, the elder had expelled all the flesh within his body and spontaneously combusted, instantly melting into a pile of charred remains. "Great Elder, eliminate these outsiders." Witnessing the elderly man transform into a puddle of flesh incited a wave of outrage among the onlookers. In an instant 7 or 8 spells were hurled towards Yang Xiu, comprising fireballs and wind blades. "Chief, be careful," Du Longda and Tai Shou exclaimed, leaping to shield Yang Xiu. "Step aside," Yang Xiu replied calmly, remaining in place as a crimson magic circle materialized before him, effectively nullifying all incoming spells. Upon the shattered magic circle within the old man's body merging with his own, Yang Xiu felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. "Could it be that I have evolved?" Yang Xiu pondered, momentarily taken aback. Initially, his curiosity had merely driven him to observe the effects of the old man's bloodline elements mingling with his own blood. He had never anticipated that his inquiries would lead to the man's demise while he himself gained the ability to wield fire magic. "Fire," Yang Xiu declared, as white flames enveloped his arms, reducing his cloak and garments to mere tatters while leaving his skin unscathed. "Isn't this the white flame of the Grand Elder?" someone recognized, recalling that the Grand Elder was indeed a master of fire magic, and the white flame had recently been a unique spell of his. How could it possibly manifest in Yang Xiu? Is this what magic truly is? Feeling the power radiating from within, Yang Xiu suddenly found 7 magic circles appearing around him, intermittently releasing bursts of white flame. A spell inexplicably surfaced in his mind. 7 springs erupting flame. As the white light flickered within the 7 magic circles, 7 massive pillars of flame erupted, obliterating the platform beneath him into ruins. The sheer destructive force left the onlookers dumbfounded. Du Longda suddenly recalled, "Tai Shou, didn't that human mention that only this person could break the seal at the exit?" Tai Shou responded, "The Grand Elder met his end due to Yang Xiu's curiosity. Now, there is no second person who can break the seal at the exit. We must place our final hope in Jalaji's, who is still engaged in battle. I ask you, if I obtain Jalaji's heart, can a new exit be opened?" Yang Xiu queried, seizing an individual. "I will not disclose that to you," the person retorted with deep animosity. Frustrated, Yang Xiu cast the individual aside and turned to the elderly woman. "Demon, I brought you to meet the Grand Elder out of goodwill, and you have killed him." She glared at Yang Xiu, their animosity now irreparable. "There's no other option. I must deal with Jalaji's first before questioning you," Yang Xiu declared, shattering the prism within him as the bloodline elements surged forth. This shouldn't cause any harm, he thought, knowing that with his current power, he could not contend with Jalaji's. His only chance lay in evolving through the bloodline elements, yet anxiety gripped him, fearing he might share the fate of the old man. As the bloodline elements integrated into his bloodstream, Yang Xiu felt as if his body was being cooked. His blood turned scalding hot, the red bloodline elements merging with his flesh. Before long, his form began to melt at a visible rate, akin to a candle. This transformation mirrored that of the recently deceased Grand Elder. Chief, Du Longda gasped in horror. Within 10 seconds, Yang Xiu had transformed into a pool of red viscous liquid, the bloodline elements continuously infusing into his flesh. "The outsider is dead," shouted someone nearby. Just as the words left his lips, without a moment's reprieve, Yang Xiu's liquid form erupted into a boil, and suddenly, his head emerged from the liquid. The fluid continued to swirl, swiftly solidifying into a complete Yang Xiu. "Chief?" Du Longda and Tai Shou questioned uncertainly. "It's fine, do not worry," Yang Xiu replied with a smile, his body occasionally losing limbs that splattered into red liquid, igniting small flames, while new arms sprouted from the fiery remnants. "I shall go slay Jalaji's. You wait for me here." Flames suddenly engulfed Yang Xiu, transforming him into a figure of fire. Chapter 44. The root of the lava man. Jalaji's massive tail coiled tightly around the ice giant, squeezing its body with a cacophony of cracking sounds. With both arms restrained, the ice giant could only retaliate feebly, launching sharp ice spikes from its body to pierce Jalaji's. The obsidian-like arms relentlessly struck the ice giant's face, shattering half of its skull. Yang Xiu leaped down from the high platform, trailing flames that drew a straight line through the air before crashing down heavily. As he landed, his body began to melt away, akin to snow under the sun, and soon, his lower half had dissolved into a puddle of blood. With each step he took, the blood would solidify again into legs. The flowing blood slowly emitted steam, transforming into a molten-like substance. "It feels increasingly hot," Yang Xiu observed his body, noting that everything below his neck had become a flowing magma, igniting flames upon contact with the sandy ground. Over there, Jalaji's battle with the ice giant neared its conclusion. "Die!" Jalaji's delivered a final blow to the ice giant's head, instantly sending it flying, exposing the magic circle within to the air where it trembled violently before extinguishing. The massive icy form crumbled, scattering debris across the ground. Dragging his cumbersome snake tail, Jalaji's made his way towards a platform on the nearby cliff. "Jalaji's!" Suddenly, a voice called out to him from within the cave. Upon hearing his name, Jalaji's turned in confusion. He beheld a human figure engulfed in flames standing at the center of the battlefield, gazing at him. "Chief, is he going to be all right?" Du Longda expressed his concern from the high platform, watching anxiously. "I don't know. The changes in the chief are too sudden. I sense immense power within him, likely due to the blood priest," Tai Shou hesitated to say. In truth, Du Longda recalled a distant memory of a time when Yang Xiu had, due to a broken magic circle, acquired formidable power while facing a trio of hunting hounds sent by human hunters. Such a scene bore a striking resemblance to today. "Indeed, there was a time when the chief possessed such extraordinary power," Du Longda remarked. "Was that before I entered the Black Iron?" Tai Shou glanced at Du Longda. "Yes. But by dawn the following day, the chief had lost all his power and forgotten everything he had done. Was it due to the blood priest?" Tai Shou murmured to himself. "Jalaji's, here stands another opponent for you." Yang Xiu gazed upward, his initial panic now replaced with resolve. "You seek death." Jalaji's serpent tail lifted, poised to strike the diminutive Yang Xiu with great force. Boom! The massive tail crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound as clouds of dust erupted, leaving a deep indentation where Yang Xiu had stood. The humans on the cliff gazed in bewilderment at the sands below, puzzled as to why the outsider would engage in such an obviously perilous act. Jalaji's, as indifferent as one crushing an ant, continued his approach towards the nearby rock face. Suddenly, a massive bulge appeared at a certain point on the serpent's tail. As Jalaji's turned back in astonishment, the bulge erupted violently, spewing forth a column of molten magma that surged several dozen meters into the sky. On the surface of this molten column, countless anguished faces emerged, their mouths silently agape as if in a scream, and from those mouths extended a multitude of swaying arms. Yang Xiu's upper body emerged from the apex of the magma column, his entire form coated in molten rock. This is, upon witnessing the magma column, Jalaji's body trembled involuntarily. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a creature from legend, the lava root. It was said that in places where an excessive number of souls perished, vengeful spirits would manifest, and the first being born in such a location would become entwined with these spirits, ultimately merging the bones of the dead with the essence of the living to form a pillar-like amalgamation of the dead, known as the lava root. No one could have anticipated that beneath this sandy expanse lay a graveyard of bones, the number of spirits within reaching a terrifying magnitude. Yang Xiu sensed the mournful will emanating from the lava root beneath him, causing the molten substance to flow forth more rapidly, cascading down along the lava root. The lava root? How could the lava root possibly appear here? How could Muskazan allow such a multitude of spirits to be born? Jalaji's skeletal visage shook incessantly. I have warned you, Jalajis. I am your adversary. Yang Xiu's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as his head slowly plunged into the magma column. In an instant, the lava root swelled dramatically, forcibly widening the wound Jalajis had sustained. The surface of the lava root began to corrode continuously, its form gradually bending as two colossal arms extended from its sides, culminating in a rounded head adorned with 6 hexagonal red eyes that emerged, coldly fixating on Jalajis. With a resounding croak, the lava root opened a mouth reminiscent of a frog's. Even if you are the lava root, Lord Jalajis can still rend you to pieces. Jalajis, bearing the pain of the wound inflicted by the magma column, forcefully tore himself free, his serpent tail snapping in two. With a roar, the lava root swung its arms formed of molten rock towards Jalajis' head, countless skeletons bursting forth from the magma, shaking their frames as they were occasionally flung into the air, shattering into innumerable fragments like rain upon the sands below. Crashing his horns against the lava root housing Yang Xiu, Jalajis and the two titans locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding. Countless bones climbed up Jalajis' arms, these small ants mechanically clinging to him, gnawing at his obsidian skeletal structure with their feeble teeth. The body of the lava root enveloped Jalajis' serpent tail, swiftly consuming almost half of him. I require your heart. Yang Xiu's voice emanated from within the lava root's form, as the frog-like maw gaped wide, swallowing the unresponsive Jalajis whole. Muskazan will speak for me, the lava root intermittently conveyed, as Jalajis' entire being was consumed, leaving only his severed serpent tail behind. Deep within the lava root, Yang Xiu lay concealed amidst the molten rock, his body ablaze with white flames to shield him from erosion. Before his eyes, Jalajis' immense form floated slowly before him, frozen in time, suspended in the act of being devoured, while a multitude of gray spirits swam towards him. Do not touch him, Yang Xiu commanded, yet not a single spirit heeded his words, continuing their approach towards Jalajis' form. 7 Springs Eruption. 7 magical arrays layered upon one another, unleashed a colossal column of white flames that incinerated all the spirits before Yang Xiu, turning them to ash. Yang Xiu glided through the gap created in the spirit mass, approaching the center of Jalajis' chest, where, beneath the obsidian ribcage, lay a blue stone, seemingly no larger than Yang Xiu's palm. Few knew that the heart of a lava demon was disproportionate to its exterior. Yang Xiu pressed his fiery right hand against Jalajis' ribcage, charring a hole sufficient for him to enter, and the heart floated out through the opening Yang Xiu had created. This is Jalajis' heart? Observing the blue glowing gem in his grasp, Yang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration, promptly swimming out of the lava root's body. As he emerged, the lava root, bereft of Yang Xiu's control, melted away like ice cream hastily discarded onto a hot griddle, transforming in an instant from a colossal form into a pool of molten rock. Jalajis' body was entirely corroded into a massive skeleton, from which countless writhing bones emerged. The onlookers on the cliff stared in a daze, witnessing the downfall of the ice giant, the consumption of Jalajis by the lava root under Yang Xiu's command, and the subsequent conclusion. Had it not been for the blue glowing gem in Yang Xiu's hand, they would have deemed it all a mere illusion. The flames enveloping Yang Xiu began to extinguish, his body gradually returning to normal as a fragmented magical array emerged from his chest, shattering like a broken mirror into myriad pieces. The red elemental bloodlines began to emerge from Yang Xiu's flesh, coalescing into a crystalline prism that encapsulated these elemental essences. The chieftain observed as Yang Xiu ascended to the platform, with Durongda and Iron Hand hastening to greet him. For this time, Yang Xiu had exhibited a formidable power previously unseen. I have acquired Jalajis' heart. You shall reveal to me the method to open the exit, or else you shall find yourselves trapped here. Yang Xiu addressed the natives upon the platform. The heart of Jalajis is singular. Should I not relinquish it, even if they knew the way, they would remain unable to escape, and given their evident fear of Muskazan, they would likely refrain from attempting the exit. You truly killed Jalajis. The old woman gazed at Yang Xiu in disbelief. Chapter 45. Departure? Are you prepared to tell me how to utilize Jalajis' heart? Yang Xiu inquired. The crowd hesitated, torn between the hope of escaping this place and their fear of the slayer of their elder. It is merely the death of one individual. Why must you hold a grudge against yourselves? Do you not tire of this sunless underground? Yang Xiu chuckled, asserting that even after the demise of one elder, countless others would inevitably arise. The tree may fall, yet the monkeys scatter. Yang Xiu doubted that anyone would continue to uphold their stance upon witnessing the heart of Jalaji's in his hand. As long as one among the hundreds stepped forward to guide him, that would suffice. What? Is there no one willing to speak? Very well. Let us remain here together forever, Yang Xiu remarked nonchalantly, his other hand igniting a searing white flame, poised to incinerate Jalarajas's heart. No! A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd, as a young boy stepped forward, pleading, please, don't, pal. The old woman's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched on her face at the sight of a traitor emerging. I have waited long enough. Since the day I was born, I have yearned to leave this place, the boy exclaimed with fervor. He gazed around at the crowd, confusion etched on his face. Why won't you grant his request? Elders, how much longer do you intend to linger here? Astute indeed. Your name is Pal, is it not? Come over here. Yang Xiu beckoned the boy with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord, Pal responded eagerly, rushing to Yang Xiu's side, fearful of losing the hope of escape. How does this contraption work? How can we open a new exit? Yang Xiu inquired. Our ancestors resided here long ago. They constructed a magical array capable of penetrating the earth on the other side of the mountain. If we can activate it successfully, it will create a passage to the surface. However, initiating this magical array requires a magical stone imbued with immense energy. For years, we have sought suitable substitutes, ultimately settling on Jalarajas's heart, the source of the molten magic's power. Pal elucidated. So where is this back mountain? Yang Xiu surveyed the cave, noticing no semblance of a mountain. Follow me, my lord, Pal said, leading the way down from the platform. Dozens of boys of similar age encircled him, and dozens of colorful magical arrays converged upon Pal. You traitor! Pal, we shall not permit your departure. Someone shouted. Chief, should I deal with these individuals? Iron Hand whispered. No, let us see how Pal resolves this, Yang Xiu replied, shaking his head. Do not obstruct me, you fools, without Jalarajas's heart to activate the magical array. You shall remain trapped here forever. Pal shouted at his former companions in anger. But that outsider killed the Grand Elder, someone countered. So what? Just because the Grand Elder is dead, are you willing to forsake the chance to leave? Consider the world outside, the sun, the sky, the plants. If you never get to see it in your lifetime, will you not feel regret? Pal implored, wishing for nothing more than to leave this place with his friends and explore the world beyond. The young boys fell silent, having lived in this region since birth, drinking the fresh water from the dark river, consuming fish that swam within it, and learning the magic passed down from their ancestors. The outside world was utterly foreign yet fascinating to them. All they knew of the surface came from tales recounted by their forebears. Is it really possible to leave here? Someone asked uncertainly. Of course. Look at that nobleman. He holds Jalarajas's heart. With that, we can activate the magical array. Pal pointed towards Yang Xiu, sincerity shining in his eyes. Yang Xiu stepped slowly behind Pal and called out to the crowd below. Please believe me, I harbor no ill intentions. The incident with the Grand Elder was indeed an accident. If you are willing, I shall use Jalarajas's heart to take you away from here. The crowd exchanged glances, indecision clouding their faces. Do not trust him, he is an outsider. Who knows if he may secretly harm us again? A stubborn elder shouted, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Yang Xiu and his companions who had previously initiated the bait plan. Care not. Those willing to accompany me out of here are always welcome to join my ranks. However, should anyone attempt to impede my departure, I shall show no mercy. Pal, lead me to the back mountain, Yang Xiu stated, unwilling to squander time with those who had dwelled beneath the spider's lair for an indeterminate duration. He needed to hasten to the coastal area to retrieve the food magic hound. Understood, Pal replied, promptly ascending a wooden ladder. Yang Xiu, Dulandar, and Iron Hand followed suit, having witnessed Yang Xiu's formidable prowess in dispatching Jalarajas. For the moment, none dared to confront him, their eyes fixed on the path towards the back mountain. The so-called back mountain turned out to be a stone platform jutting from a high cliff, where the inhabitants had constructed a stone pathway along the wall, allowing access to the platform above. Is this the magical array? Yang Xiu and his companions followed Pal to the platform, where they beheld a vast magical array etched into the smooth stone surface. This array was carved in relief, with all the runes inscribed in grooves. At its center lay a circular pit the size of a basketball, presumably meant for the magical stone. "My lord, simply place Jalarajas' heart here," Pal said, crouching beside the circular pit. "Dulandar, Iron Hand, let us proceed together," Yang Xiu declared, carrying Jalarajas' heart as he approached and, following Pal's instructions, lowered it into the pit. With a sudden clang, the magical array erupted into a crimson glow, and Jalarajas' heart began to ooze red molten liquid, flowing into the grooves etched within the array. The entire array trembled violently, and Yang Xiu sensed something amiss, prompting him to inquire, "Is there a problem with this magical array?" "Impossible. My grandfather said this was our only means of escape," Pal quickly reassured. The red light grew increasingly brilliant, compelling Yang Xiu and the others to shut their eyes against its radiance. In that moment, the magical array shimmered and, with a flash, transported the four of them away, leaving the stone platform empty, the magical array vanishing without a trace. Second Elder, they must have arrived at that location by now. Several middle-aged individuals gathered around an elderly man with wispy white hair, gazing at the glowing red light atop the high platform. A smile crept across the elder's face. "Indeed, we have finally gathered enough to pay the price for the sacrifice. Muskejean should no longer trouble us. Alas, it is a pity for that child, Pal. If there were truly a way to leave here, would our clan have lingered in this place for so many years? Our arduous efforts to slay Jalarajas were solely to acquire his heart for Muskejean. Thankfully, the lies we spun for those children have finally borne fruit. Let Pal bear the blame," the second elder remarked darkly. As the crimson light dimmed and Yang Xiu reopened his eyes, he discovered himself in an entirely different location. "Where are we?" Yang Xiu exclaimed, taken aback by the sight before him. Surrounding them were enormous spider eggs, towering above Yang Xiu's own height, each containing fully formed spider larvae floating in a greenish fluid. The dense cluster of spider eggs filled every corner, and the four stood atop an egg the size of a truck. "It seems we have not left the spider's lair," Iron Hand mused, perplexed. "Pal, what on earth is happening?" Dulandar exclaimed, seizing Pal by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Cough. I do not know," Pal gasped, struggling for breath as Dulandar tightened his grip. "Release him, Dulandar. He likely has no knowledge of this," Yang Xiu interjected. Delongda finally released his grip, allowing Pal to sit on the ground, gasping for air. Observing the size of the earth spider eggs around him, Yang Xiu remarked, "I believe we have ventured deeper into the lair of the earth spiders." This place was illuminated by a faint light, emanating from an unknown source, just enough for one to discern the surroundings. "Chieftain, what shall we do now? It seems we are moving further away from the exit," Delongda inquired. "Let Iron Hand release the Oasis Weasel to investigate," came the response. Iron Hand nodded, producing the Oasis Weasel from his cloak and placing it on the ground. However, as soon as the small creature left Iron Hand's body, it began to tremble violently, curling up atop the earth spider eggs as if it had encountered something exceptionally terrifying. "What on earth is happening?" Iron Hand gazed at the Oasis Weasel in confusion, never having witnessed such behavior from it before. Suddenly, within the cave, the unsettling sound of bones scraping against the ground echoed. From behind the distant earth spider eggs, a colossal shadow emerged, and before the astonished eyes of Yang Xiu and his companions, a massive spider appeared. Its lower body was covered in thick, bony spikes, producing a dreadful noise as it moved, while its upper body bore a human form, adorned with deep purple runes across its skin. "I knew my offering would arrive. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment," it proclaimed, its gemstone-like black eyes fixated on Yang Xiu and his companions, its human spider form licking its crimson lips with anticipation. Upon seeing this monstrous figure emerge from the shadows, a long-buried legend resurfaced in Pal's memory, prompting him to exclaim, "It is over, Mskazan." Chapter 46. Mskazan. Within Pal's recollections, an elder had continually recounted an ancient tale. Deep within the earth dwelled an immensely powerful demon, possessing a spider-like lower body and a human-like upper body. Its eyes were gateways to the underworld, from which restless souls would emerge to seize the spirits of the living. None could maintain their corporeal form after encountering it. The name of this demon was Mskazan. It held dominion over the soul exit from the earth, and none could escape its watchful gaze alive. Now, this legendary demon stood before Pal, disbelief etched upon his face, his eyes wide with shock. "Is this truly Mskazan?" Yang Xiu inquired, observing the creature approaching them. "Indeed," Pal numbly nodded. The fabled Mskazan was a being of unspeakable terror. Save for deities, none could survive its grasp. With 8 spider legs traversing the surface of the earth spider eggs, Mskazan leisurely toyed with its own nails. As the overlord of the earth spider lair, It sensed the presence of Jalaji's. At Yang Xiu's feet, the heart of Jalaji's lay quietly, emitting a soft blue glow. It appears that the fool Jalaji's has already met his demise at your hands. Mskazan chuckled greedily, gazing at Jalaji's heart. You knew he would be slain? Yang Xiu asked, nonchalantly picking up Jalaji's heart. Did your elders not inform you? As long as you can procure Jalaji's heart for me, your kind, dwelling in the depths of the molten sea, shall no longer need to offer me living sacrifices each year. Mskazan replied with a grin. What? Each year? Pal exclaimed in astonishment. What is it, Pal? Yang Xiu asked, puzzled. Every year some of my kin go missing. The elders claimed that Jalaji's had taken them, which is why our tribe resolved to kill him, to free our people from such persecution. But now it seems the elders have long been in collusion with this demon, treating our kin as sacrificial offerings. Pal spoke through gritted teeth. Foolish humans, to naively believe I would spare them. Mskazan halted, extending its crimson palm towards Yang Xiu. Hand over Jalaji's heart, and I may spare your lives. I am afraid I have no intention of doing so. Your lack of integrity has already been revealed in your words. Yang Xiu replied, cradling Jalaji's heart closely. Human, you do not possess the right to refuse, Mskazan declared, reaching out its right arm towards Yang Xiu, the purple runes on its arm glowing ominously as a plume of toxic mist began to emanate. Yang Xiu swiftly handed Jalaji's heart to Pal, flames of scorching white igniting on his arms as he charged towards Mskazan's descending hand without hesitation. 7 Springs Eruption. With a fervent whisper, Yang Xiu unleashed the magical memory he had seized from the Grand Elder, conjuring 7 magical circles that appeared before him, each expelling a pillar of white flame directed at Mskazan. Suddenly, a green eye opened within the palm of Mskazan, which merely blinked at the oncoming pillars of flame. In an instant, the 7 white flames veered off course as if twisted by an unseen force, soaring past Mskazan's arm and crashing into the nearby cluster of earth spider eggs, incinerating hundreds of them in an instant. Get back! Yang Xiu shouted, realizing that his magic had been countered by Mskazan. He quickly grabbed Pal and sought refuge to the side, while Delongda and Iron Hand followed suit, escaping from the path of Mskazan's descending hand. With a thunderous crash, the enormous hand obliterated the earth spider eggs where Yang Xiu had just stood, splattering green ichor across the ground. The embryos within the eggs writhed and screamed, struggling to lift their frail 8 legs. What just happened? Yang Xiu stared incredulously at the eye within Mskazan's palm, astonished that his magic had been forcibly redirected mid-air. That green eye seemed to possess the power to distort magic itself. You are the first human in many years to dare defy me. Mskazan retracted its hand, appearing like a child who had discovered an intriguing new toy. Originally, it had merely sought to acquire Jalaji's heart swiftly, but now it felt no urgency. Outside the earth spider lair, several human hunting parties had gathered, the very group responsible for the annihilation of Agano Sky Eagle riders. Master Mage, we have discovered a charred soldier from the Sky Eagle hunting party. One of them reported, approaching the carriage occupied by the mages Lafu, Zorn, and Labudo. A charred Sky Eagle? Could it be the one Zorn dealt with? Lafu emerged from his carriage, approaching the lifeless Sky Eagle. Indeed, that is the one. I can sense the elemental aura of lightning, but how could the orc riding it be absent? It is impossible to survive Zorn's lightning magic, Labudo remarked, prodding the corpse of the Sky Eagle with his staff. Zorn, come quickly and take a look. It seems there has been an unexpected turn of events with your magic, the white-haired Lafu called out, noticing that Zorn had yet to emerge from his carriage. Alas, might I request that you refrain from summoning me for such trivial matters? With a disheveled appearance, Zorn emerged from the carriage, rubbing his tousled golden locks, his wizard's robe draped over him in a wrinkled state. Did you perhaps conserve mana while wielding the spear of the magical giant? Why are the Sky Riders absent? Lav asked with a grave expression. Oh, how would I know? Perhaps they've fallen from the sky. Zorn yawned nonchalantly. My lords, we have discovered traces of an intrusion at the entrance of the spider's nest. The ground is stained with the remnants of crushed spider eggs, and the liquid has yet to dry. It appears those intruders have not been inside for long. A soldier reported. Listen, we must hasten our entry. The royal court did not send us to the desolate plains merely to ponder the fate of the Sky Riders. We need to delve into the spider's nest and eliminate the creature lurking below, so we can return to Marin's capital at the earliest, Zorn remarked, feigning indifference, unwilling to engage in a futile debate with the meticulous Lav regarding the Sky Rider's disappearance. Zorn makes a valid point. We must not tarry, Libdo interjected. Very well. Lav conceded reluctantly, recalling the mission entrusted to them by the Marin royal family. The objective was to infiltrate the desolate plains and hunt down the legendary demon, Muskazan, dwelling in the depths of the spider's nest, and to extract the eye of anti-magic from his palm, along with the purple runes etched upon his skin. Muskazin resided in the innermost depths of the spider's nest, and should we proceed directly, we would surely alert the spider matriarch, Morava, and the magma demon, Jalagis. Lav. It seems the burden falls upon you, Libdo remarked with a smile. No worries. The silver-haired Lav replied as he began to inscribe a magical circle upon the ground with his staff, large enough for the 3 mages to stand within simultaneously. You shall remain outside. Ensure no orc enters the spider's nest, Zorn instructed as he stepped into the magic circle. Understood. The soldiers of the hunting party saluted, their gazes fixed on Lav as he activated the magic circle, causing Libdo and Zorn to vanish from sight. Boom! After narrowly evading Muskazin's sweeping arm, Yang Xiao and his companions found themselves scrambling over spider eggs, desperately attempting to evade the demon's attack range. The green hue of Muskazin's eye possessed the power to warp magic, rendering Yang Xiao's white flames ineffective against his formidable body, plunging them into a state of helplessness. In the face of this legendary demon, the might of Durongda and Iron Hand paled in comparison, and even after unleashing their fervent strength, they were sent sprawling by a single blow from Muskazin. Run faster! Muskazin bellowed with laughter, his massive form trampling countless spider eggs, causing green ichor to splatter in his wake. Suddenly, a shimmering white magic circle appeared between Yang Xiao and Muskazin, from which 3 robed figures descended, 2 elders and a youth, who regarded the pursuing Muskazin with impassive expressions. Is this Muskazin? Libdo inquired, producing a drawing depicting the demon's features as rendered by the royal artist. With the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a human, adorned with purple runes upon his skin and the eye of anti-magic in his palm. This must be the one, Zorn observed with keen interest, as it was his first encounter with this legendary demon. Who are these humans? Yang Xiao's mind raced with this thought, and seizing the moment while the trio remained unobservant, he quickly pulled Pal, Durongda, and Iron Hand behind a massive spider egg for concealment. You bear the scent of the outside world, Muskazin remarked, casting his gaze upon Libdo, Lav, and Zorn, who had emerged from the magic circle, their bodies radiating potent magical auras, particularly thick with elements of ice, lightning, and fire. Chapter 47. The 3 Great Mages. Be cautious. Muskazin's eye of anti-magic possesses formidable countermeasures against spells, Lav cautioned. Fear not. No matter how powerful the eye of anti-magic may be, it cannot simultaneously negate the attacks of 3 mages, Zorn declared, raising his right hand to reveal a golden magic circle manifesting within his palm. Thunder punishment, Zorn intoned, as bolts of lightning akin to divine retribution erupted from the golden magic circle, coalescing into 3 thick streaks that surged directly toward Muskazin's colossal form. Before he could raise his palm to activate the eye of anti-magic, Libdo and Lav unleashed their own spells, 1 blue and 1 red, as icy shards and crimson flames erupted from their respective magic circles, converging upon Muskazin from different angles. Ignorant, Muskazin's skin formed a barrier of runes, effortlessly repelling all magical assaults. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black and profound, resembling portals to an unknown realm, from which emerged half-decayed ghouls crawling forth. Grah! Like beasts, these ghouls clawed their way down Muskazin's body, heedless of their own lives as they scuttled toward the 3 mages from Marin. Inferno of flames, Libdo intoned, conjuring a massive fire magic circle beneath the advancing ghouls, igniting a towering inferno that incinerated any ghoul that dared to enter its domain. Lav, Zorn, we must first shatter that rune barrier with high-level magic before we can inflict any damage upon Muskazin. I shall handle these ghouls, you focus on the barrier, Libdo instructed. Understood, Lav replied, thrusting his staff into the ground, causing a massive magic circle, equal in size to Muskazin's form, to materialize beneath him. Countless sharp ice shards erupted from the magic circle but were thwarted by the runic barrier surrounding Muskazin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Essence of thunder. Zorn snapped his fingers, conjuring dozens of miniature magic circles, each the size of a human head, around Muskazin, each continuously unleashing bolts of lightning the thickness of a human arm. Ignorant! Ignorant! Muskazin swatted away the incoming lightning strikes, breaking free from the encirclement of ice shards, his runic barrier seemingly untouched. The power is insufficient. Zorn furrowed his brow, as the burden of dismantling Muskazin's rune barrier rested heavily upon him, a task greater than that of Lav, the ice mage. With Muskazin's rune barrier intact and Libdo preoccupied with fending off the ghouls, Zorn turned to Lav. I intend to unleash my ultimate lightning magic. Please assist me in timing the incantation, he requested. Very well. I shall hold off Muskazin during this time, Lav replied, erecting an ice wall before Zorn to shield him from external disturbances. For a mage, magic is categorized into incantation spells and instant spells. When a mage needs to utilize an incantation spell, they must concentrate deeply on reciting the incantation, lest they be interrupted, which could lead to failure and mental strain, leaving them in a state of lethargy. Summon the Frost Giant. Lav's staff's sapphire glimmered, as two ice giants towering over 4 meters emerged from the magic circle, clumsily advancing toward Muskazin. The gate of the underworld, under the control of Muskazin, flickered with 2 black 6-pointed stars in its eyes as a colossal black door materialized from the void. The ancient facade of the door bore the intricate carving of an elderly man seated upon a throne, gazing serenely at the world beyond. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened a narrow slit, releasing a torrent of dark mist that billowed forth. "Chieftain, let us take this opportunity to depart," Iron Hand urged, glancing at Yang Xiu. Truth be told, Yang Xiu was quite eager to witness the continuation of the battle between these individuals. The dazzling magic and diverse combat styles had opened his eyes to new realms of wonder, while the orcs' fighting techniques appeared excessively archaic, lacking any semblance of grace. "Chieftain, time is of the essence," Iron Hand pressed further. "Very well, let us go," Yang Xiu nodded, recognizing the critical importance of their lives. The Oasis Weasel remained in a state of terror, its trembling body finally stilled by Iron Hand's persistent reassurances. Tentatively, the weasel took a few steps forward before darting off in a specific direction, prompting Yang Xiu and the others to hastily follow, weaving through the clusters of earth spider eggs. With a sudden clap, a black hand emerged from the crevice of the stone door, heavily resting upon the threshold, while deep, resonant breaths echoed from behind the door. 2 frost giants lumbered forward, attempting to circumvent the stone door to assault Muskazin's true form. With a low hum, the stone door was pulled open by that massive hand, revealing a dark minotaur that stepped forth. It sported 2 formidable, curved horns and was cloaked in long black fur, with bulging muscles pulsating with visible veins. Without hesitation, the minotaur positioned itself before the frost giants, thrusting its horns towards them. With a sharp crack, one frost giant was impaled by the twin horns, while the other, witnessing its comrade's assault, retaliated with a punch aimed at the minotaur's head. "Moo!" Under the watchful gaze of Raph, the minotaur hoisted the frost giant it had impaled, lifting it into the air. With a flick of his staff, a tempestuous blizzard erupted from a magic circle that materialized above the minotaur's head, instantly encasing it in ice. The frost giant then delivered a kick that shattered the icy minotaur into countless fragments. Observing Raph's successful elimination of the creature that had emerged from the gate of the underworld, Muskazin's gaze shifted to Raph's side, where Zorn was intently reciting incantations. The elemental energy of lightning surrounding Zorn intensified, and Muskazin sensed an ominous presence. "I cannot allow this sorcerer to continue his incantations," Muskazin thought, realizing that the ghouls and the gate of the underworld had occupied the other 2 human sorcerers, leaving only this lightning mage free. A black spear materialized in Muskazin's hand as he aimed for Zorn's position and hurled it forth. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air accompanied the shadow of the black spear, which vanished and reappeared thrice, ultimately materializing just a meter in front of Zorn. "Be careful," Raph shouted, but it was too late. Zorn's eyes snapped open, unleashing a massive burst of lightning. Countless violet bolts flickered within the brilliant white radiance emanating from him. From his forehead, 33 varying-sized white magic circles emerged, stacking upon one another to form a colossal magic array. Before the black spear could near, it was obliterated by a flash of electricity. "Raph, cast a spell to draw Muskazin's anti-magic eye," Zorn commanded. Raph hastily unleashed an ice spear towards Muskazin, but it was distorted mid-air before it could touch him. Ultimate magic, Thor's hammer. At that moment, Zorn unleashed a spell he had been channeling for quite some time. A colossal golden hammer, crackling with myriad bolts of lightning, surged forth from his magic circle, hurtling toward Muskazin with unstoppable force. Due to the ongoing influence of the anti-magic eye on Raph's ice spear, the hammer charged directly at Muskazin. No! Realizing he had no time to evade, Muskazin activated the runic barrier inscribed upon his body in an attempt to withstand the oncoming hammer. As the shadow of the hammer loomed ever closer, Thor's hammer collided with Muskazin's runic barrier with cataclysmic force. Boom! As the ultimate lightning magic, Thor's hammer unleashed tremendous devastation. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 human sorcerers, Muskazin's runic barrier rapidly dimmed before ultimately shattering into countless purple motes of light. The runic barrier had finally been breached. "Libduo, have Raph handle the ghouls and distract the anti-magic eye. We shall directly assault Muskazin," Zorn declared, his magical energy dwindling after casting the ultimate spell. Now was the time to summon Libduo, the fire mage, to join forces against Muskazin. Alright, Libduo replied, taking over Rafa's position and joining Zorn. Among all elemental magics, fire magic ranked just below lightning magic in potency, which was why Zorn had insisted Libduo not remain idle against the ghouls. Under the guidance of the Oasis Weasel, Yang Xiao and his companions finally escaped the cluster of earth spider eggs. Ahead, the size of the eggs began to noticeably decrease. At last, we are leaving the earth spider's lair, Iron Hand sighed in relief. Why do you say that? Yang Xiao inquired, puzzled. Observe the size of these spider eggs. They are similar to those we encountered upon entering the lair. As we move further away, the eggs will continue to diminish in size, Iron Hand explained to Yang Xiao. Indeed, after following the Oasis Weasel for several hundred meters, a bright point of light finally appeared before them, and Yang Xiao could feel a warm breeze blowing from that direction. We are finally emerging. Upon stepping out of the earth spider's lair, Yang Xiao gazed at the expanse of forest before him, marveling at the sight. In the oasis, towering trees reached toward the sky, and lush green grass blanketed the ground, creating a stark contrast to the desolation he had grown accustomed to. What a splendid place! Yang Xiao exclaimed, looking up at the sky, where sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting a warm glow upon their faces. This is the oasis. Chapter 48. The Fall. In legend, Muskazin is said to be the gatekeeper of the underworld, while some claim he is the king of the undead that lurks beneath the earth. Yet the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. In the Royal Library of Marin, Libduo had perused several tomes chronicling Muskazin, which detailed, located in the desolate plains of the earth spider's lair, capable of summoning creatures from the underworld. The hope to defeat him arises only after the runic barrier is breached. Zorn, I will draw the anti-magic eye. You will deal the primary damage, Libduo stated. There's no need. Let us first use basic magic to attract the anti-magic eye. We shall alternate casting advanced spells, Zorn replied, shaking his head. The damage inflicted by fire magic was also substantial, and if Libduo were to replace him, it would serve no purpose to have him merely restrain Muskazin. Very well. Libduo's star-shaped staff began to spin rapidly, emitting a plethora of flame elements. He tapped the ground thrice with his staff, summoning a circle of fire runes that materialized into hundreds of fireballs the size of fists. In the celestial realm of the fire crow, hundreds of fireballs transformed into blazing crows at the mere gesture of Libduo, launching themselves towards Muskazin. Zorn, employing advanced magic, nodded subtly and began to chant an incantation. In a fleeting 3 seconds, he completed a formidable spell known as Thunderstorm, a high-level lightning magic. Upon witnessing the runic barrier surrounding him shatter, Muskazin's expression shifted ominously. Bereft of the protective shield, he realized the dire consequences that these two human sorcerers posed. With unwavering focus, Zorn directed his gaze towards Muskazin's colossal form, and inexplicably, a dark thundercloud began to gather above him. Before Muskazin could react, the cloud erupted with blinding flashes of lightning, unleashing thousands of bolts that struck him relentlessly. A deafening roar echoed through the thunderstorm, presumably a result of Muskazin's anguished cries, as he seemed to have imbibed an entire flask of despair. When the thundercloud dissipated, Muskazin stood before the trio, his body marred with wounds from the onslaught. Fuming with rage, Muskazin's eyes no longer birthed ghouls, and the shadow of the underworld began to fade, gradually vanishing from sight. Raf was instantaneously freed, and the 3 human mages swiftly encircled Muskazin, rendering him a captive in a precarious position. It is time for you to return to the embrace of the underworld, Libduo declared, addressing the massive figure. I cannot believe I am to meet my demise at the hands of mere humans. Muskazin lamented, dark red blood oozing from his wounds, pooling on the ground as the life force within him ebbed away. We are no ordinary humans, Zorn retorted with a smirk, already reciting another spell. Be cautious not to harm the eye of anti-magic or his skin, lest this endeavor be in vain, Raf warned, concerned that Zorn might unleash another devastating lightning spell. As a legendary demon of considerable renown, Muskazin would not cease his resistance so easily. Witnessing Zorn chant another incantation, he propelled himself forward with his 8 spider-like legs, launching a fierce attack towards the spell-casting Zorn, his sharp limbs aimed menacingly. Frost barrier. Rafa's staff moved with urgency, summoning a formidable ice wall that shielded Zorn from Muskazin's assault. The massive body collided with Rafa's magical ice wall, resulting in a thunderous crash as the barrier shattered into countless fragments. This brief respite allowed Zorn to continue his incantation unimpeded. You are too late, Zorn taunted, gazing at Muskazin now only 3 meters away. Heavenly thunderstorm. Stop, Zorn. Rafa's face paled at the name of the spell, and he quickly cast a flurry of white-blue powder that wafted towards Muskazin. In an instant, Muskazin was engulfed in a swirling mass of multicolored thunderclouds, disappearing from sight. Zorn, you will tear him apart, Labuto exclaimed, anger evident in his tone. Fear not, he is a legendary demon. He will not fall so easily to my hand. Zorn replied nonchalantly, if we fail to retrieve what the royal family desires, you shall bear full responsibility. Raf glared at Zorn, having previously cautioned him to temper his actions. Yet Zorn had opted for a high-powered lightning spell. Once the thunderstorm subsided after a prolonged duration, Muskazin's lifeless form finally re-emerged before the trio, encased in a thick layer of ice. Much of the ice had been shattered by the lightning, yet beneath it, Muskazin's body remained remarkably intact. Relieved, Raf and Labuto approached to examine him closely. The eye of anti-magic is yours, Raf. I shall take care of peeling Muskazin's skin, Labuto announced. The two immediately set to work, leaving Zorn to the side. Humph, how tedious, Zorn scoffed, perceiving their lack of desire for his assistance, clearly dissatisfied with his earlier actions. Proud by nature, he turned away to rest, having expended significant magical energy in the recent battle. Raf crafted a sharp ice dagger, piercing Muskazin's palm, and skillfully traced a circle along the shape of the eye of anti-magic. With a gentle twist, he extracted the entire eye, accompanied by several thick nerves. Meanwhile, Labuto swiftly utilized a searing fire dagger to remove nearly half of Muskazin's skin. After 2 to 3 hours of labor with Rafa's aid, they successfully stripped Muskazin of his entire hide. All done. Let us make haste, Raf remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Given Muskazin's immense size, the amount of skin they had collected formed a small mountain. Raf had to enlarge the teleportation magic circle to accommodate all the skin for their departure. In the wastelands, Trevor and a band of orcs trudged across the desolate earth, having emerged from the oasis. Trevor held a chain, the other end tethered around Shilon's neck, dragging him along like a dog. Trevor, we likely have another day's journey to reach the nearest flame tribe, one of Trevor's orc subordinates remarked, lamenting the loss of their mounts upon encountering Shilon's hunting party. Another day? What a waste of time, Trevor snapped, kicking Shilon, who had become his personal punching bag since his capture, enduring relentless torment. There are no tribes at the border between the oasis and the wasteland, an orc explained. This is all your fault, you know? Without you, we could have reached the nearest tribe riding those wolves, Trevor growled, seizing Shilon by the head and forcefully pressing him to the ground, dragging him a short distance. Ah! Shilon's anguished scream pierced the air. The sharp grains of the wasteland were merciless, and even the orcs would sustain injuries if they fell. Shilon's face, once smooth and unblemished, became a grotesque mask of blood and flesh as Trevor ground his face against the ground. Ha! Trevor found amusement in Shilon's disfigurement, laughing heartily, joined by the surrounding orcs. They remained oblivious to the seething hatred lurking in Shilon's mangled visage. In the Black Iron tribe, Derek, Chief, how long will they be gone? Jemri asked, idly seated next to Derek, the adept orc shaman instructing his chosen candidates for priesthood. If all goes well, they should return by winter, Derek replied. And if something goes awry? Jemri inquired once more. Derek cast a peculiar glance at the wargen. It should only return after the snow melts. Why do you ask? Have you managed to control the newly captured wargen? It's been taken care of for quite some time. I merely found myself with nothing to do and decided to stroll over here. So, can the new priest activate the fervor within the orcs of the tribe? Jemri chuckled. You need not concern yourself with that. I hope you refrain from seeking me out unless it's of utmost importance. I am quite busy, Derek replied, his expression impassive as he issued a dismissal. Jemri had no choice but to awkwardly exit Derek's tent. Bah! What a nuisance. Just because you're an orc priest. You think you're impressive? You've merely succumbed to a curse laid by humans. How audacious. Once my underlings are equipped with iron spears and set forth into battle for the chieftain, you'll be the one seeking my favor when you step out of your tent. Jemri muttered to himself, feeling inexplicably stifled. Ever since witnessing Derek showcase the powers of an orc priest, Jemri had been profoundly captivated by that wondrous magic, fostering an insatiable desire to learn it. Unfortunately, since that encounter, Derek had not demonstrated his priestly abilities in Jemri's presence, even choosing to instruct the new priest within his own tent, leaving Jemri restless and lurking nearby, hoping to glean some knowledge. Chapter 49. The Oasis of Souls. Hiss. Delonda laid Agano down gently. The once vibrant orc appeared gravely weakened after traversing the spider's lair with them. His breathing now labored. Chieftain, come quickly. He seems to be on the brink of collapse. Delanda exclaimed. Yang Xiao knelt beside Agano, and through the eye of the blood priest, he observed that the orc's blood had ceased to flow, gradually becoming congealed. Yang Xiao had developed a deeper understanding of the blood priest's abilities, and was no longer a novice in controlling bloodline elements. He placed his hand on Agano's chest, and with a crack, the dwindling bloodline elements within Agano were released, surging back into his bloodstream. A potent vitality erupted from the near-death orc, yet simultaneously, Agano's body began to decay, his skin withering away. This left Delanda and Iron Hand in shock. Upon Yang Xiao's command, the bloodline elements within Agano were once again gathered, crystallizing into a prism. After Yang Xiao completed his task, Agano slowly opened his eyes. What is this? He's truly awakened, Delanda exclaimed joyfully. The chieftain's mastery over the blood priesthood is indeed growing more profound, Iron Hand remarked, gazing at Yang Xiao in disbelief. You are human. Agano gazed at Yang Xiao in astonishment. After receiving the white flame from the elder, he had launched an attack on Jalaji's. It was then that Yang Xiao's cloak and mask were both burned away, revealing his true visage to Agano. You caught me, Yang Xiao shrugged. Who would have thought a human could coexist peacefully with orcs? Agano observed Yang Xiao curiously, without exhibiting any extreme reaction. Our objective is to reach the coastal area. We happened upon you outside the spider's lair and decided to bring you along. Now what will you do? Will you join us or return to the tribe? Iron Hand assisted Agano to his feet. After Yang Xiao activated his bloodline elements, Agano's injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to stand easily. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you any longer, Agano replied apologetically. What exactly happened to you? Why was your eagle struck down like that? Yang Xiao inquired. My squad encountered a human hunting party at the wasteland's edge. We, confident in our eagle's might, recklessly attacked them, only to discover they had a mage among them. Agano lamented, covering his face in despair. A mage? Why would they venture out from Marin? Iron Hand was taken aback, knowing that mages, much like orc priests, were not commonplace among humans. Each one was a noble being, and it was highly unlikely for a mage to enter the desolate plains. I don't know. They cast merely 3 spells, and my entire squad was wiped out. If not for you, I would have met the same fate. Agano expressed his gratitude with a customary Orcish gesture. I must report this to the chieftain immediately. Thank you for saving me. With that, Agano turned to re-enter the spider's lair. Hey, Yang Xiao quickly called out, knowing full well that the conditions within the spider's lair were far too perilous for Agano to survive. If you intend to return to the wasteland, you should take an alternate route. You won't make it out of the spider's lair on your own, Yang Xiao advised kindly. Don't worry. I've traversed the spider's lair many times. Agano misunderstood Yang Xiao's concern, believing he was merely worried for his safety, and continued on his way. My chieftain is not jesting. The monsters inside are far beyond your capabilities. Even a common spider is more formidable than an orc infused with fervor, Delanda interjected urgently. Agano halted, hesitantly turning back. Are you serious? You're not jesting with me? If it weren't for the chieftain, we would all have perished within the spider's lair. It is no longer what you once knew, Delanda spoke earnestly. After a moment of silence, observing the disheveled and worn state of Yang Xiao and his companions, Agano, as a sentinel, deduced that they must have endured considerable battles within the spider's lair, leading him to believe Delanda's words. Very well. I shall return to the wasteland via the other side of the oasis, Agano resolved. The oasis appeared minuscule on the map Derek had provided to Yang Xiao, yet upon entering, its vastness was such that it would take several days to traverse. There are only 3 tribes in the oasis: Iron Song, Battle Axe, and Roar. We are currently closest to the Battle Axe tribe, so let's head there first, Iron Hand remarked, having been to the oasis before and thus chosen as their guide. Though the oasis boasts beautiful scenery, countless dangers lurk within. Each year, many orcs perish here, Agano cautioned. Dangers? Could you elaborate? Yang Xiao asked. There are 3 types of unique magical beasts within the oasis: soul vines, woodback scorpion pythons, and tomb eagles. Every orc venturing into the oasis must be wary of these, or they may not even realize how they met their demise, Agano replied. If you notice different colored bark on the massive trees in the oasis, be cautious. That indicates a serpent resembling wood. Their tails bear scorpion-like stingers imbued with potent venom, and they may ambush passers-by at any moment. That is the woodback scorpion python. What about the soul vines and tomb eagles? Soul vines prefer to grow in areas devoid of sunlight. Their petals boast 9 vibrant colors, strikingly beautiful, yet gazing at them for too long can induce a stupor. If no one awakens you, you may be suffocated by the soul vines, drained of your blood. The perilous nature of this place intrigued Yang Xiu. He had initially believed that the oasis was a paradise, a sanctuary filled with flora and water, where even the air was several times fresher than that of the wasteland. To his surprise, it harbored such dangers. What of the grave carving? What does the grave carving look like? Among everyone present, it was likely Pal who was the most curious about the outside world. Here, there was no red molten lava, no acrid air, and the sky was not obscured by black rocks. Everything around him was a marvel to Pal. Agano cast a glance at the young human and shook his head. I too am unaware of the appearance of the grave carving. Few have ever laid eyes upon it. However, wherever the grave carving has appeared, death has followed. There was even a priest from the Roaring tribe who perished in the oasis. Sujarongda and Iron Hand both inhaled sharply. Let us hope we do not encounter such entities, Yang Xiu remarked nonchalantly, contemplating their arrival at the Battle Axe tribe. Chief, what will you and Pal do upon reaching the Battle Axe tribe? There will be no cloaks to shield your bodies. Sujarongda suddenly pondered. Fear not. Pal and I shall await you outside. Do remember to procure sufficient supplies and kodo beasts, Yang Xiu replied, placing a reassuring hand on Pal's shoulder. The forest was filled with the sounds of chirping insects, and the unusual quietness, aside from the footsteps of Yang Xiu's party, felt eerie. Do you sense something amiss? Yang Xiu halted, noting the peculiar ambience around them. Despite their prolonged journey, they remained ensconced within the forest, without even a glimpse of a magical beast. It does seem a bit odd. The Battle Axe tribe's location is near the Spider Den's exit, Iron Hand responded, scratching his head in confusion. Agano squinted his eyes as if struck by a thought. He approached a large tree and gently peeled off a piece of bark. It seems we have entered an illusion, Agano declared. An illusion? It must be the soul vine flower. Agano nodded in affirmation. How can that be? We have not encountered the soul vine flower you speak of, Pal exclaimed in astonishment. I neglected to mention that the soul vine flower not only enchants with its colors, but also possesses pollen that induces hallucinations. Considering the season, the pollen should be wafting through the air, Agano elucidated. What shall we do now? If our bodies become ensnared, it would be disastrous. The hallucinatory effects of the soul vine flower are potent. Only those with formidable mental strength can escape its grasp. Among the orcs, only the priests possess such mental fortitude. Aside from that, the only recourse is for someone from outside to rouse our bodies. Mental strength, Yang Xiu turned to Pal, who had been a mage since childhood, and inquired, Pal, as a mage, can your mental strength help us escape? My lord, I have never attempted this before, so I cannot say if it will work. Pal replied, looking troubled. Give it a try, we have no other options. Relax and do not rush, Yang Xiu encouraged. Yes, my lord, Pal complied, settling onto the ground, his youthful face contorting as he closed his eyes to meditate. When a mage meditates, their mental energy is at its most concentrated, yet they must not be disturbed, lest they fall into confusion and weakness. Do you think this child can manage it? Iron Hand questioned, a hint of concern in his voice. What do you think? I am not a mage. Surely the strongest mental presence here is Pal. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Xiu jested. Iron Hand awkwardly closed his mouth, conceding to the young mage. In the forest beyond the illusion, Yang Xiu and his companions stood as though frozen in slumber, their bodies utterly still. Meanwhile, from the nearby underbrush, countless tendrils emerged, slowly creeping toward them, adorned with vibrant blossoms that swayed gently in the breeze. Chapter 50, The Battle Axe Tribe. The soul vine flowers, like serpents, slithered up Yang Xiu and his companions, the multicolored blooms glimmering like lanterns upon their prey. From the flower buds, 3 white filaments probed forcefully into each person's body. Ah! Yang Xiu clutched his arm, a sudden pain radiating from an unknown source, feeling as if something vital was draining from him. It has begun. Our bodies outside the illusion have been targeted by the soul vine flowers, Agano remarked, feeling discomfort manifest in everyone. Pal, seated in meditation, displayed a fleeting expression of pain but quickly regained his composure. However, Yang Xiu noticed Pal biting his lower lip, evidently suppressing his discomfort. For now, we can only rely on this young human. Those ensnared by the soul vine flower's illusion seldom awaken without external assistance, Agano lamented. A loud sucking sound emanated from the flower filaments, which greedily siphoned the blood from each host. Soon, the skin on Yang Xiu's arm became translucent, the veins starkly visible. In Pal's meditative realm, his spirit had detached from his body, surrounded by a vibrant, iridescent membrane. Countless tendrils danced beyond this membrane, stretching into the infinite. Is this the key to awakening? Pal approached the membrane and slapped it with his hand. Splash! The membrane rippled at the point of impact, sending waves outward. Cannot be broken, Pal observed as the membrane quickly reverted to its original state and, in a moment of frustration, he kicked at it. Thump! The membrane caved in slightly, and a powerful rebound force propelled Pal back into his own body. Thud! Before Yang Xiu and the others, Pal suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, leaving them perplexed as to what had transpired. There must be another way to shatter this, Pal remarked, clutching his chest as he rose from the ground. The membrane's resilience seemed impervious to conventional attacks. A green magical array materialized in Pal's hands. He approached the membrane and pressed the array against it. Instantly, the membrane quaked violently, and a 1-meter-long fissure tore open, revealing the tendrils beyond. It opened! Pal exclaimed with delight, hastily squeezing through the gap, aware that time was of the essence, and his companions awaited his rescue. As Pal opened his eyes in reality, his presence vanished from the illusion, prompting Yang Xiu and the others to exchange bewildered glances. Only Agano's eyes sparkled with realization. He has succeeded. He has escaped the illusion. So, this is the soul vine flower? Pal observed the tendrils tightly entwined around him, with several colorful blooms embedded in his body, siphoning his blood. A gust of wind surged from Pal's hand, slicing through the tendrils with ease. The soul vine itself was inherently weak and fragile. It was merely the hallucinogenic pollen that ensnared others in peril. Once freed from the illusion, the soul vine returned to being an ordinary plant. With a flourish of his hands, Pal conjured 2 palm-sized azure magical arrays, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that severed the tendrils, ensnaring Yang Xiu and the others into fragments. A fierce gale swept through, clearing the air of the soul vine flower's pollen. Yang Xiu opened his eyes, and one by one, the others gradually awoke as well. Had they emerged from the illusion? Or were they still ensnared within it? Du Longda inquired with uncertainty. Agon Nua picked up a sprig of soul vine flower from the ground and shook his head, saying, "Do not worry, we have escaped. This is the soul vine flower that lured us into the illusion." How remarkable, thought Yang Xiu, to have such a plant that can ensnare one in a trance without their knowledge. Why do the 3 great tribes not send someone to eradicate it? Yang Xiu questioned, puzzled. The soul vine flower reproduces prolifically. A single seed can grow into a sprawling mass of dozens of meters. It is virtually impossible to eliminate all the soul vine flowers in this entire oasis, Agon Nua explained. I see. Yang Xiu mused as he plucked a flower from the soul vine, examining it closely. Suddenly, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and in an instant, he found himself alone in the forest, devoid of any companions. Du Longda, Taisho, Par, and Agon Nua were nowhere to be seen. Oh! Yang Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Before he could survey his surroundings, he felt his body begin to tremble violently, and the world before him shook and spun. Unable to withstand the sensation, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw Du Longda and the others standing nearby, their faces etched with concern. Under no circumstances should you fixate on the soul vine flower's bloom. You will not know when you might slip back into the illusion. Be cautious, Agon Nua warned, retracting his hand from Yang Xiu's shoulder, evidently the one who had roused him from the illusion. But I have already plucked this flower. Why does it still retain such an effect? Yang Xiu asked, hesitant to gaze at the colorful bloom in his hand, ultimately tucking it into his pocket. That is the nature of the soul vine flower. It can endure indefinitely. Unless burned, its hallucinogenic properties remain potent, Agon Nua elaborated. After enduring such an ordeal, the group became exceedingly cautious as they traversed the forest. Par frequently employed wind magic to purify the air, preventing the pollen of the soul vine flower from inducing further illusions upon their party. After some time, a magnificent stone city emerged in the distance, its towering walls manned by armored orc warriors. The spears they wielded gleamed dazzlingly in the light, and a grand archway was set into the stone wall, requiring any would-be entrance to ascend a staircase leading upward. Atop the city gate, 2 massive battle axes forged from steel crossed into the wall, emblematic of the battle axe tribe, a symbol of honor and dignity. Chieftain, you and Par should wait here while Taisho and I proceed. The battle axe orcs will see us if we go any further, Du Longda suggested. Very well, you may go. But do not linger too long, Yang Xiu replied, feeling a sense of caution in the presence of such a vast tribe of tens of thousands. Since learning about the blood priest's capabilities, he had grown wary of the orc priests. No one could ascertain the true extent of power held by those venerable priests who had garnered fame over the years. The 3 orcs bid Yang Xiu farewell and made their way toward the stone city of the battle axe tribe. My lord, that city is truly magnificent. Why can't we go and take a look? Par exclaimed eagerly. yearning to accompany Du Longda and the others. Par, in the outside world, orcs and humans are adversaries. An irreconcilable enmity exists between them. Observe their physiques, do they not starkly differ from ours? Yang Xiu gestured toward the departing figures of Du Longda and his companions. Orcs? Are they truly orcs? Why do they harbor hatred toward humans? But you, my lord, are human, yet you seem to have a good relationship with them, Par questioned, embodying a childlike curiosity. Having spent his childhood in the depths of a spiderous lair, the outside world was unfamiliar to him. Yang Xiu patiently explained, this world is vast, much like the place where we currently stand, known as the Silent Plains. Orcs did not originally inhabit this land. Their homeland lies in a faraway place. However, a century ago, humans drove the orcs from their homeland and confined them here. How tragic for the orcs. Do they not resist? Par asked with sympathy. Yang Xiu extended 4 fingers. The orcs have launched 4 rebellion wars, but all ended in failure. With time, humans grew increasingly powerful, and the orcs' desire to return home began to dwindle. How could humans be so cruel? Par gazed at Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu could not help but chuckle, patting Par's head. Child, have you forgotten that you are also human? My lord, is there any way to help the orcs return to their homeland? Par inquired, cradling his head. Why do you wish to aid the orcs? They are not of your kind, Yang Xiu replied with a bemused smile. Then what about you, my lord? You have such a good relationship with Du Longda and the others. Surely you too must be thinking of helping them, Par retorted. Par's statement prompted Yang Xiu to recall the night when old Gus had bestowed upon him that iron ball. Truthfully, in the matter of orcs and humans, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Humans drove the orcs into the Silent Plains, often hunting them like prey, which indeed sounds merciless. Yet, in times long past, when orcs viewed humans as vassals, they too committed acts that enraged the divine. The actions of both races were driven by the primal instinct for survival, and all they upheld were the privileges of victors. I conquer you, thus I may slaughter you at will. You defeat me and I become your vanquished. Complaints are but the excuses of the defeated. Previously, Yang Xiu held no interest in the animosity between orcs and humans. He merely sought a mundane existence. However, there was one orc who, through his sacrifice, left Yang Xiu indebted to him, compelling him to fulfill the last wish before his death. The last wish? Yang Xiu sighed as he glanced at Par, speaking contemplatively, to lead my tribe, uniting the orcs, and breach the iron fortress erected by humans, reclaiming the homeland of the orcs. Of course, before that, I must first strengthen my tribe to such an extent, Yang Xiu lamented, gesturing toward the imposing stone wall of the Battle Axe tribe. Chapter 51, Turmoil. My lord, I too wish to assist, Par exclaimed excitedly, his innocent enthusiasm oblivious to the formidable challenge of transforming a tribe into one as grand as the Battle Axe tribe. Once we conclude our business at the coast, you shall accompany me back to the Black Iron tribe, Yang Xiu said, ruffling his hair. Though still young, he was, after all, a budding mage. Estimating that Du Longda and the others would be occupied for a while, Yang Xiu took the opportunity to examine the heart of Jalagis. As a demon of comparable rank to Muskazan, Jalagis had been inadvertently slain by Yang Xiu at the hands of the Lava Man. A loss that was indeed regrettable. What purpose does Muskazan have for this heart? Yang Xiu pondered, tapping the basketball-sized heart in his hand, which glimmered blue where he had touched it, before quickly dimming. My lord, there lies immense energy within, Par exclaimed. Do you know how to utilize it? Yang Xiu inquired. I am uncertain. The elders merely stated that Jalagi's heart could activate the magical array, allowing us to find a way out and escape the underground, Par replied. They were not misleading. Indeed, we have escaped. Well, I shall inquire with Derek when we return. Curiosity sparked in Pal as he inquired. My lord, who is Derek? He is an orc priest, much akin to your sorcerers. The stone city of the Battle Axe tribe emulates human cities, adorned with exquisitely constructed streets and buildings, replete with human craftsmanship. At the very heart of Stone City lies a crystal-clear pool, from which a fountain soars to a height of 2 to 3 meters, cascading back into the pool below. Numerous orcs squat by the water's edge, cradling clay and glass jars to collect water. This is the freshwater source governed by the Battle Axe tribe, one of the 3 major freshwater locations in the oasis. To the east of Stone City stands a triangular edifice atop a 10-meter stone platform, where a sphere of swirling colors, green, red, brown, and blue, gracefully rotates above. This is the residence of the High Priest of the Battle Axe tribe. Should you encounter any pressing matters, you may seek his counsel. Agano, with a rather amiable disposition, paused as they arrived at the Battle Axe, while he, a ghoul, prepared to return to the Flame tribe. Are you departing, Agano? Iron Hand inquired. Indeed. I regret that I cannot accompany you to the coastal region. I must report matters concerning the Sky Eagle Riders to the chieftain. When you return, should you visit the Flame Tribe, do remember to seek me out, so that I may express my gratitude. Agano replied with a smile, bidding farewell to Durandal and Iron Hand before turning towards another gate of Stone City. Observing Agano's retreating figure, Iron Hand and Durandal approached the 10-meter stone platform. The triangular structure, forged from steel, was clad in a layer of silver, inscribed with cryptic runes. Contrary to its distant appearance, this building was indeed colossal. Facing the sun were two massive iron doors tightly sealed, bearing 3 distinct claw marks, as if they had been assaulted. Iron Hand, how do we gain entry? Durandal queried, gazing at the imposing doors. I am not quite certain. Perhaps we should attempt to knock. Iron Hand suggested as he stepped forward and struck the iron doors with his armored arm. A resounding clang echoed from the doors, reverberating throughout the vicinity of the stone platform. Before Durandal and Iron Hand could react, they were swiftly encircled by hundreds of armored orc warriors. From whence do you hail? Orcs? This is no place for those outside the Battle Axe tribe, bellowed the leading orc. We bear urgent tidings for your high priest. This matter is of grave significance. Concerning the future of the orcs upon the desolate plains, Durandal asserted earnestly, stepping forward. You fool! We orcs have dwelled upon the desolate plains for so long that nothing has ever instilled fear in us. Even human hunting parties dare not provoke us within the oasis. The high priest is not one to be seen at whim. Seize them, commanded the orc leader, gesturing for several warriors to apprehend Durandal and his companion. As 3 orcs restrained him, Durandal struggled fiercely, yet his efforts were in vain. 2 blades pressed against the nape of his neck, a chilling reminder that any further movement could result in his demise. The 2 were forcibly led down from the stone platform. Suddenly, Iron Hand turned back towards the triangular structure, shouting, Behemoth! We have discovered the behemoth, and already someone has been devoured. A nearby orc warrior swiftly struck Iron Hand across the face, sending him crashing to the ground, his visage swelling instantly. The sphere of light above the triangular edifice became chaotic after Iron Hand's utterance, as the 4 colors collided and intertwined. The massive iron doors creaked open. Let them enter, came an ancient voice from within the triangular structure, as a multitude of multicolored lights drifted forth. Upon hearing this command, the orc leader performed a respectful gesture. Yes, Great Priest Elder. Release them. We shall proceed, he ordered, and promptly, the orc warriors vanished from the vicinity of the stone platform. Enter, beckoned the opening iron doors, revealing an expansive interior where a cloaked orc stood before an immense iron cauldron, large enough to serve as a swimming pool. The interior of the triangular building was spacious, its corners cluttered with rare materials and the desiccated remains of animals. Apart from the great cauldron, there were no other facilities to be seen. Durandal helped Iron Hand to his feet, and together they stepped through the iron doors, which seamlessly closed behind them. Are you the high priest of the Battle Axe tribe? Durandal inquired, observing Elder's silhouette. I believe no one within the Battle Axe tribe would dare impersonate this position, Elder replied, turning to reveal a scarred visage. He produced a deep green potion from his cloak and tossed it to Iron Hand. Drink this. It will alleviate the swelling on your face. I apologize on behalf of my guard. Please forgive his rudeness. Iron Hand silently regarded the potion, consuming it, and the swelling from the orc's blow dissipated immediately. I shall not forget the face of that brute. I will ensure he tastes this potion himself, Iron Hand remarked, his expression unyielding as he shook the glass vial. You are unlikely to have such an opportunity, Elder retorted mockingly, for he did not detect any totems of their tribe upon Durandal and Iron Hand, indicating they hailed from a clan not even graced with a priest. I have permitted your entry due to the intelligence you bring. Speak and let me hear your tale, Elder said, tossing a weasel's desiccated corpse into the cauldron. It was thus. One night, while traversing the wasteland, we were beset by a pack of wild wolves. My companion and I charged forth to slay the Wolf King, and it was then that the unexpected occurred, Durandal recounted, vividly recalling the scene of the behemoth devouring Boehner. What unforeseen event transpired? Was it the behemoth? Elder inquired. Indeed, Great Priest, it was the behemoth, the creature of Orcish legend which has re-emerged. With a single hand, it seized my companion and unceremoniously devoured him. Durandal's voice trembled as he spoke, recalling the moment he lost all courage, helplessly witnessing Boehner being torn apart. Are you certain it was truly the behemoth? I am certain. It matched the description from the legends precisely, Durandal affirmed. Could the passage to that place have reopened? Elder unconsciously uttered, as if he had already heard whispers of the behemoth's return. Great Priest, what shall we do about this? All orcs must be made aware of this matter, We possess no courage to resist the behemoth. If we neglect this, we shall find ourselves once more as its prey, urged Durandal. I am aware of this matter. I shall have someone notify Tai Gu and the Roar. I need to discuss this issue with the high priests of both tribes. Currently, we face the enemy of humanity on the Silent Plains. An unrest cannot be permitted to arise within. Eldra nodded, retrieving 2 vials of potion from beneath his cloak and presenting them to Delanda and Iron Hand. I deeply appreciate the intelligence you have provided. This is your reward. As long as the individual is not deceased, consuming this life potion will mend any injury. This is truly invaluable, Delanda remarked, accepting the potion. Such life potions are the most precious among Orcish remedies, obtainable only from the 3 major tribes within the oasis, each vial costing thousands of golden beans, and sometimes, even wealth does not guarantee availability. This intelligence was exchanged for the life of your fallen orc comrade. It is worthy of this reward. Eldris snapped his fingers, and the colossal iron door gradually creaked open. Upon witnessing this, Delanda understood that the high priest was signaling for their departure, and he swiftly bid farewell to Eldra alongside Iron Hand as they exited the triangular edifice. Once they had left, Eldra promptly shut the massive door. Have the behemoths returned? Or is someone scheming in the shadows? Sodalin, I only hope that your ideas materialize swiftly, Eldra murmured in the darkness, as the flames beneath the cauldron danced restlessly. Chapter 52. A reunion with Leas. A cloaked figure dashed rapidly through the streets of Stone City, clutching a bulging fabric bag, the contents within a mystery. Damn it, how could Botsy have been discovered? Leas exclaimed in frustration. After parting ways with Yang Xiu and the others, Leas had journeyed to the oasis with Botsy. Due to an uninterrupted journey, she arrived a few days earlier than Yang Xiu and his companions. I stole the oasis flower. They will surely not spare Botsy. What should I do? Hesitating, Leas halted and glanced back at the path she had traversed. Lizas is a renowned merchant of the Battle Axe tribe, commanding an entourage of 50 orc subordinates and holding a significant position within the tribe. Leas had originally planned to steal the precious medicinal ingredient, the oasis flower, from him. The operation was supposed to be flawless. Not only had Leas successfully obtained the oasis flower, but she also escaped right under Liza's nose. However, just as she intended to seek out Botsy, she witnessed him being seized by several burly orcs and dragged into Liza's residence. If I attempt to rescue Botsy alone, the multitude of orc guards within Liza's abode makes it impossible for me to extricate him. What should I do? Leas pondered anxiously. Just then, 2 familiar figures emerged around the corner of the street ahead. A glimmer of hope ignited within Leas as her lips curled into a slight smile. Iron Hand, winter is fast approaching along the coastline. Should we not procure some fur blankets? Additionally, we ought to purchase 2 cloaks for the chieftain and pal, Delanda remarked, scrutinizing the stalls lining the street, pausing to inspect anything that might prove useful. Before entering Stone City, Yang Xiu had entrusted him with all his golden beans for the purpose of buying supplies. No need. Purchasing 2 thicker cloaks will suffice. Did the chieftain provide us with such ample funds? Iron Hand replied with a dismissive expression. 14 golden beans, Delanda answered. That is only enough to buy 3 Kodo beasts. Do not squander money on unnecessary items. After acquiring the cloaks, a bit of water will be sufficient, Iron Hand insisted. Greetings. Iron Hand had just turned around when a small figure clad in a cloak stood before him, greeting both him and Delanda. Who are you? Iron Hand asked warily. Where is your human chieftain? I have matters to discuss with him, Leas said softly. Delanda's body jolted. He was taken aback to discover that this unexpected visitor recognized Yang Xiu. Iron Hand, however, coolly responded, You must have mistaken us for someone else, my friend. I know nothing of a human chieftain, and he attempted to pull Delanda away. Leas grew anxious, quickly grasping Iron Hand's arm, exclaiming, It's me. We met in the wastes, and I even took your coin pouch. Who are you? Iron Hand, suddenly recalling her words, exclaimed, Leas, the girl who was exploited by Yang Xiu. Yes, it's me. Do you remember? Please, take me to your chieftain. I have urgent matters to discuss, Leas implored, her face alight with joy. The chieftain is not here. We have unfinished business and cannot escort you. Iron Hand shook his head. What? I truly have an urgent matter. Can you inform me of his whereabouts? I can seek him out myself, Leas replied, momentarily taken aback. Delanda and Iron Hand exchanged puzzled glances, then stated, He is just beyond the northern gate within the woods. You should be able to find him there. Thank you. Leas expressed her gratitude and hurried toward the northern gate. Iron Hand, do you think this elf seeks the chieftain for nefarious purposes? Delonda voiced his concern as he watched Leah's retreating figure. With the chieftain's current strength, are you still worried that this elf could harm him? Iron Hand patted Delonda's shoulder, turning to head toward the Battle Axe tribe's beast pens. Chieftain, how did you acquire the White Flame, a power reserved for the Elder? Pal asked curiously, observing Yang Xiu idly manipulating the white flame in his palm. You mean this? Yang Xiu intensified the fire's glow, replying, I cannot quite explain it. Some things are beyond words. Was it when I witnessed a magical circle emerging from the Elder's body and entering yours? Is that the reason? More or less. It is a power I stumbled upon. Yet I still cannot fully harness it, Yang Xiu said, retracting the white flame. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the distant archway of Stone City, appearing to be running in his direction. Someone is approaching. Be cautious, Yang Xiu whispered, pulling Pal into nearby bushes as they crouched down to hide. The figure drew nearer, soon reaching the spot where Yang Xiu had previously stood. Human, are you there? The cloaked individual called out to the nearby trees, her voice revealing her gender. Are you looking for me? Yang Xiu stepped out from the thicket, keeping a wary eye on the mysterious cloaked figure. Human. Upon seeing Yang Xiu, Leah's excitedly removed her hood, revealing her enchanting elven features. It's you. What brings you here to seek me? Yang Xiu couldn't help but smile at the sight of the half-elf. I encountered your 2 orc subordinates in the city. They informed me of your whereabouts. Human, I seek your assistance. Please help me, Leah's implored, rushing to Yang Xiu's side and grasping his arm with a pleading expression. What is it? How can I assist you? Yang Xiu inquired, puzzled by the urgency in her tone. Batsi, the orc who accompanied me, has been captured by the orcs of the Battle Axe tribe. If no one intervenes, he will surely be slain. Can you help me rescue him? I know humans are the wisest. You must have a plan, Leah's insisted, her delicate fingers tightening around Yang Xiu's arm, causing an unexpected rush of warmth to envelop him. So, does Batsi hold significant importance to you? Yang Xiu instinctively questioned. Significant, she said, gazing earnestly at Yang Xiu. He saved my life. He is my dearest friend. Are you not in that kind of relationship? Yang Xiu suddenly seemed to grasp something, as if his thoughts had strayed from the outset. What kind of relationship? Leah's looked at him, puzzled. I mean like lovers, Yang Xiu awkwardly remarked. Ah, ha ha ha. What on earth have you been thinking all day? Leah's couldn't help but double over with laughter, playfully patting Yang Xiu on the shoulder. Human, when did you start harboring such notions? Was it the day you met me? Not exactly. Yang Xiu attempted to clarify. Leah's extended her hand to cover his mouth, her bright almond-shaped eyes shimmering with emotion as she continued. When I first arrived at the desolate plains, I had no one to rely on. Every orc was fixated on me, the elf. I spent each day in terror. One day, I was forcibly taken into the wilderness by 3 orcs, who intended to. Leah's lowered her gaze, her voice softening. In my moment of despair, Batsi appeared. He saved me, but he was gravely injured by those men. From that day forth, I regarded him as my benefactor. I see. He truly is a good person. Yang Xiu sighed, touched. Therefore I implore you to save him. Batsi was captured because of me. I beg you, human, if you can rescue Batsi, I will do anything you ask, Leah said, her words dripping with ambiguity, causing Yang Xiu's eyes to widen in astonishment. Very well, I promise to help, my lord. But you cannot enter the city, Pal whispered from the side, discreetly reminding him. Indeed, that poses quite a dilemma. Yang Xiu mused, resting his chin on his hand. Where is that thief? I do not know. Suddenly, a long knife was thrust into Batsi's shoulder, causing a torrent of blood to flow from the wound. At that moment, Batsi was confined in a secret chamber, seated on a wooden stool, his hands and feet securely bound with ropes. A beam of white light illuminated his position, making it strikingly visible. If you do not disclose the whereabouts of the oasis flower. Emerged a tall orc from the darkness outside the beam of light, clad in smooth leather armor, adorned with thick golden chains around his neck, exuding an air of wealth. My name is Lays. You and your companions should be familiar with me, yet you still have the audacity to steal my goods, Lays said with a sinister smile, extending his hand to receive a silver needle. Do you know what I despise most about thieves? Those who know me typically do not dare to touch my belongings. Lays suddenly plunged the silver needle into Batsi's right cheek. Ah, what a delightful sound. Lays relished the agonizing scream that escaped Batsi's lips, caressing his own face with a twisted expression, trembling in delight. Again, Lays said coolly, and another hand from the darkness presented him with another silver needle. Are you now willing to reveal the thief's whereabouts? Batsi clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Seeing this, Lays struck again, piercing Botsy's left cheek. Do not cease your screams. I must not hear your pleas for mercy, Lays exclaimed, manically driving the silver needle into Botsy's ear, thigh, foot, thumb, and armpit. Soon, Botsy's body was riddled with needles, the ground awash in blood. Do you wish to speak now? Lays inquired, lifting Botsy's head, only to find him unconscious. Bring someone to staunch his bleeding and mend his wounds. I shall return shortly, Lays commanded indifferently before stepping back into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 53. The rescue mission. As Yang Xiu and Pal boldly followed Liaz past the guards stationed at the city gate. The guards seemed oblivious, ignoring the two humans as they entered Axe City. Liaz, you possess such remarkable items. How did I not notice last time? Yang Xiu marveled, touching the blanket draped over him. This seemingly unremarkable object had the ability to render one invisible. It was precisely thanks to this effect that Yang Xiu and Pal could infiltrate the city to rescue Botsy. How can you say that? You merely stole a pouch from me, yet you allowed me to lose something passed down from my mother, Liaz retorted, exasperated. Haha. Yang Xiu chuckled awkwardly. Liaz's tone hinted at a desire to reclaim what was rightfully hers, but those two treasures were clearly of immense value. Once they were in his possession, returning them seemed out of the question. Do you know where Botsy is being held? Pal suddenly inquired. Liaz pondered seriously. I saw Botsy being taken by Laze's subordinates. He should currently be held at Laze's residence. Is Laze's influence considerable? Does Axe tribe not interfere when he captures people? Yang Xiu asked. Laze is a renowned supplier of medicinal herbs within the Axe tribe, wielding substantial influence. Botsy's capture is entirely my fault, Liaz said, touching the storage pouch at her waist, which contained the stolen oasis flower from Laze. The trio navigated through Axe Stone City, swiftly reaching a tall wooden building, heavily guarded and emanating a potent aroma of herbs. Outside the wooden building, two 3-meter-tall bear warriors clad in heavy armor stood immobile, wielding massive axes resembling door planks. Those are bear warriors? I heard Delongda mention them. He said they are the mightiest race on the desolate plains. If not for their low reproductive rate, the orcs would not hold dominion here, Yang Xiu remarked softly, gazing at the entrance. Botsy should be confined within that wooden structure. To gain entry, we must pass through that door, Liaz stated, looking at Yang Xiu. Is there no other way? If 3 orcs cannot overpower a single bear warrior, how can we confront 2? Yang Xiu exclaimed, astonished. There is none. Laze is exceedingly fearful of death. His residence is fortified like a fortress, and no other passages exist. Liaz shook her head. It seems we must rely on your cloak of invisibility to sneak in, Yang Xiu suggested. That's futile. If it were that simple, I would have entered myself long ago. This wooden building is protected by a magic suppression totem, rendering any magic ineffective within. The cloak I gave you is imbued with an invisibility spell, but once inside, the totem will expose your presence, Liaz explained. Yang Xiu felt exasperated, realizing that the task he had agreed to was far from simple. Pal quietly crouched down, a palm-sized miniature magic circle materializing in his hand. Under Yang Xiu and Liaz's puzzled gazes, Pal pressed his palm to the ground. Touch of the wind. Pal's eyes glimmered a soft green, and 3 gusts of wind spiraled from the magic circle, dispersing around the wooden structure. Yang Xiu, what is he doing? Liaz asked, confused. I am not certain, Yang Xiu shrugged. The wind spiraled around the wooden house several times before suddenly dissipating into the air. Pal quickly shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were veined with blood. Master, I have made a discovery, Pal exclaimed with a smile. Ah, there is another entrance nearby, just over there. He gestured towards a narrow alley beside the wooden house. With a clank, he lifted a metal plate resting on the ground, revealing a murky drainage channel below. Is this the entrance you found? Liaz cast a skeptical glance at Pal. Yes, the wind is flowing outward from here, Pal affirmed with a nod. But it's so filthy. As an elf, Liaz had an aversion to dirt, and the drainage was filled with black sludge and waste. The thought of crawling through it sent a shiver down her spine. Botsy, are you still willing to help? Do you think you can sneak past those 2 bear-like warriors if we don't enter from here? Yang Xiu was the first to leap into the drainage. Splash! The murky water surged, engulfing Yang Xiu up to his waist, and a nauseating stench permeated the entire channel. How foul! Yang Xiu instinctively covered his nose and called up to Liaz and Pal. Hurry down! Reluctantly, Liaz jumped down, followed closely by Pal, and together they ventured deeper into the drainage. No one could fathom how much filth had accumulated beneath Laze's dwelling. The darkness of the drainage was overwhelming, and the noxious odor compelled the 3 to cover their mouths and noses tightly. Unidentifiable viscous liquids dripped from the stone slab above, and it wasn't long before Yang Xiu's face was smeared with it. From the depths of the drainage, a searing gust of wind occasionally rushed past, as if this channel led to a boiler room. "Master, the wind is blowing from ahead," Pal spoke up in the darkness. Yang Xiu conjured a white flame, illuminating their surroundings, revealing floating refuse and remnants of food atop the sewage. 10 meters away stood a steel wall, from which visible waves of heat emanated through iron bars. "It appears to be that way," Yang Xiu remarked hastily, eager to leave the abominable stench behind. The iron bars seemed to have been in place for many years, with rust covering the screws. Yang Xiu melted the screws with his white flame, and the entire iron barrier promptly fell into the waste. A square passageway appeared before him, emitting a faint red glow and covered in cobwebs. "Master, allow me to go first," Pal interjected, preventing Yang Xiu from crawling into the passage. He then slipped inside. "Be careful," Yang Xiu cautioned, aware they were intruding on someone else's territory, and any misstep could lead to peril. "I understand," Pal replied, nimbly making his way through the passage, quickly covering nearly 10 meters. Yang Xiu and Laius followed suit, their figures disappearing into the tunnel. In a dim chamber, Batsi sat quietly in a chair, the silver needles that had pierced his body removed by Lei's underlings. His wounds had been staunched by effective healing potions, leaving only the still wet blood on the ground as a testament to the torment he had just endured. Creaking echoed in the darkness as the door was pushed open, and Lei's towering silhouette re-emerged. "You seem to be recovering well," Leis remarked, inspecting Batsi's scabbing wounds with satisfaction. "Are you now willing to disclose the whereabouts of the oasis flower?" Batsi silently regarded Leis, slowly lowering his head. Very good," Leis smiled, moving to a corner of the chamber to retrieve a metal tray filled with an assortment of iron nails, large and small, glinting ominously in the light above Batsi's head. "This time, I shall ensure these remain within your body," Leis announced with a sinister grin, slowly inserting a nail the thickness of a finger into Batsi's rib. "Ah!" Batsi involuntarily groaned at the sharp pain in his chest, feeling the nail plunge deep within him. Noticing Batsi's lack of the expected reaction, Leis frowned and forcefully drove another nail into Batsi's jaw. "I have entertained many stubborn souls here, yet each one ultimately begged for mercy. You shall be no exception." Leis tightened his grip on Batsi's throat, a nail piercing through his nostrils. "The oasis flower, hehe, you will never retrieve it," Batsi laughed weakly, speaking causing the wound on his nose to split, resulting in an oddly painful smile. "Rest assured, he will never leave Battleaxe Stone City alive with the oasis flower," Leis stated, continuing to insert nails into Batsi's body with relentless speed. "Yang Xiu, please refrain from kicking my head," Laius, who was at the rear, complained as Yang Xiu's foot occasionally landed on her head, tangling her hair. "Oh, I thought I kept stepping on something soft," Yang Xiu chuckled. "How far is the exit? Can you see it?" Laius inquired. "Pal said we're not there yet," Yang Xiu replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The passage was thick with heat and mist, and it wasn't long before they were all drenched in sweat. Laius, clad in her cloak, was the most miserable of all, as her clothes beneath had grown entirely soaked, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. "Master, there are voices ahead," Pal suddenly halted and whispered. Yang Xiu and Laius immediately stilled, straining to listen to the sounds coming from up ahead. Indeed, voices broke the silence within the passage. "I heard the oasis flower has been stolen, and Leis is furious." "Who could be so bold as to steal from Leis?" "I don't know, but Leis has captured the accomplice of the thief and is currently interrogating him in the chamber." Chapter 54. The Power of the Totem. At the end of the road, Yang Xiu, Laius, and Pal crouched by a metal grate, peering stealthily at the scene beyond. Two orcish figures, bare-chested and wielding hammers, relentlessly struck the coal on the ground, while others scooped the shattered pieces with shovels and tossed them into a massive steel furnace. The heat generated by the burning coal was mostly drawn into a pipe above, its destination unknown, while the remainder spilled out from the furnace, explaining the warmth in the passage where Yang Xiu and the others stood. "This seems to be a boiler room," Laius whispered. "I see that too," Yang Xiu glanced at her. "It appears these orcs are discussing Batsi." "Yes. We need to extract specific information from them," Laius remarked, reaching to pry apart the wires of the iron grate. "Please hold on. This matter requires careful planning." Yang Xiu scrutinized the situation within the boiler room. There were 5 orcs inside, one of whom was positioned dangerously close to the entrance, making it easy for him to escape. If they failed to subdue him and he fled to alert Louis, the rescue operation would be a total failure. "Pal, do you possess any magic that can control others?" Yang Xiu inquired of Pal, who was standing nearby. Yes, I can cast wind binding, which will immobilize him in place. Pal replied. Good, then you will be responsible for subduing the orc near the door, Yang Xiu directed, pointing at the target. Understood, my lord. Pal nodded solemnly. Lias, what abilities do you have? Yang Xiu turned to Lias and asked. Stealing, assassination, she replied. Huh? Lias nonchalantly waved her hand, and a resplendent jade comb materialized before Yang Xiu's eyes. When did you? Yang Xiu was taken aback and instinctively reached into his pocket, where he found only a short sword remaining. I shall not reclaim that sword. Consider it compensation for stealing your coin purse and this remuneration. This comb was a gift from my father. I apologize for not being able to give it to you, Lias said with an enchanting smile. Very well, but your abilities seem of little use now. I will handle the remaining orcs, Yang Xiu declared as he placed his right hand upon the iron wire. Soon, the entire iron grate began to show signs of melting, the central wires gradually liquefying into molten iron, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Pal, execute, Yang Xiu shouted, leaping forward and swiftly entering the melted opening. As soon as Yang Xiu entered, Pal pressed his hand against the ground, conjuring a magic circle from which a thick azure chain writhed forth, rapidly following Yang Xiu and crashing into the orc beside the door. 7 Springs Eruption. Given the relatively small area of the boiler room, Yang Xiu was concerned that the magic's power could cause destruction, so he tempered the intensity of the 7 Springs Eruption, merging 7 magic circles into one and directing it at the orc nearest to him. Intruder! The orc instinctively shouted as Yang Xiu burst in from the vent of the boiler room, but before he could utter more than 3 words, he was reduced to ashes beneath the white flames. Die! Yang Xiu activated the Blood Priest's Eye, seizing control over the bloodline elements within the remaining 3 orcs and instantly releasing those elements into their blood. Strangely, these 3 orcs did not perish from the invasion of the bloodline elements. Instead, they awakened their inner frenzy under Yang Xiu's instigation. Damn human! How dare you sneak into the oasis? The orcs retrieved their work tools and surrounded Yang Xiu. Why isn't it working again? Curious. What is the principle of this bloodline element? Yang Xiu thought, gazing at the 3 ferocious orcs before him, his arms ablaze with fighting white flames. I will take you to meet Louis. One of the orcs swung a heavy iron hammer at Yang Xiu's head with ferocity. The voice of Pal floated in from beyond the iron grate. Gentle wind. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath Yang Xiu's feet, and 2 gusts of wind enveloped his legs. With just a thought, Yang Xiu deftly evaded the orc's attack. What incredible speed! Yang Xiu marveled at his legs. The magic Pal had cast significantly enhanced his velocity. My lord, is there anything else you require of me? Pal called out from beyond the grate. No need, Yang Xiu replied. With the terrifying heat of his white flames coupled with the speed bestowed upon him by Pal's magic, he felt more than capable of contending with the 3 orcs. Altogether, 1 orc shouted, and the 3 charged forward, blocking Yang Xiu's vicinity and swinging their hammers and shovels with abandon. With the assistance of the gentle wind, Yang Xiu quickly dodged 1 orc's attack, but the weapons of the other 2 were perilously close. Stop! Yang Xiu bellowed, thrusting his hands, ablaze with white flames, toward the incoming hammer. The moment their weapons met, a hissing sound of molten steel filled the air as scorching iron dripped onto the ground. It's a human mage, the orc exclaimed in shock. Without waiting for their reaction, Yang Xiu lunged forward, his hands aiming for the faces of the 2 orcs. As his hands drew within mere inches of their faces, the battle axe tribal totems etched upon their bodies suddenly glowed with a dazzling black light. Boom! Yang Xiu was caught off guard, sent flying by the eruption of black light, crashing forcefully against the wall of the boiler room. It's the power of the totem. The orcs rejoiced, watching as the black light enveloped their bodies like a war cloak, ultimately forming a layer of exoskeletal skin that appeared exceedingly fearsome. Yang Xiu, observing through the Blood Priest's Eye, noted that within the orcs' bodies, the bloodline elements were being drawn out by an external force, coalescing into that exoskeleton, a composite of countless bloodline elements. The battle axe tribe is invincible. The 2 orcs, now infused with totem power, howled madly, abandoning their weapons and lunging at Yang Xiu like wild beasts. 7 Springs Eruption. Yang Xiu hastily retreated, conjuring 7 magic circles to counter the orcs' assault, this time without holding back. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted within the confines of the boiler room as Yang Xiu's 7 Springs Eruption violently collided with the orcs, generating a thick cloud of smoke. My lord? Pal gazed anxiously into the boiler room, where the figures of Yang Xiu and the orcs were enveloped in darkness, obscuring their fates. Phew, Pal, use magic to clear this place. Yang Xiu's voice emerged from the smoke, sounding unscathed. Once Pal dispersed the smoke with wind magic. He and Laius were finally able to discern the situation within. They beheld Yang Xiu sprawled on the ground, looking rather disheveled, while the orcs' exoskeletons lay shattered all around, indicating that they had not fared well in the recent clash. This armor formed by the bloodline elements is remarkably resilient. Yang Xiu marveled at his hands, which were riddled with cracks from overextending the use of Seven Springs eruption. Human mages are truly formidable. One orc couldn't help but exclaim, acknowledging that without the protection of their totem power, they would likely have perished. Even the mightiest mage cannot contend with an orc head-on. Another orc asserted as he strode toward Yang Xiu, casually picking up an iron shovel from the ground and aiming it at Yang Xiu's calf. This is bad. Yang Xiu thought, his body slightly stiff from the earlier explosion of Seven Springs eruption, leaving him unable to evade the approaching shovel. Clang! Just as Yang Xiu resigned himself to breaking through the bloodline element barrier encasing him, a figure dashed in from the side, wielding a gem-encrusted short sword to block the orc's shovel. I apologize, but this short sword was bequeathed to me by my mother. I believe it is not suitable to be kept in your possession. Laius turned to Yang Xiu with a smile. When did you? Yang Xiu hastily reached into his pocket. And as expected, the short sword had vanished without a trace. How is your body? Can you still move? Laius inquired. It's merely a temporary numbness. I shall recover shortly. Yang Xiu indicated towards his legs. My lord, are you all right? Pal crawled in from outside the iron bars, rushing to Yang Xiu's side with concern. I acted impulsively. Had I known, I would have allowed you to subdue those beastmen, and I could have dealt with them one by one. Yang Xiu grasped Pal's outstretched hand and, with his assistance, stood up. My lord, let me handle such matters in the future. Your approach is far too perilous, Pal said while supporting Yang Xiu. What peril? I have slain even a magma demon like Geologisai. Yang Xiu nonchalantly patted Pal on the shoulder and turned his attention to Laius's combat. Laius, who claimed expertise in assassination, indeed exhibited remarkable prowess in combat. The short sword in her hand left the three beastmen overwhelmed, as she danced like a butterfly amidst flowers, each strike carving a deep, bone-exposing wound upon her foes. It wasn't long before the three beastmen were left battered and bloodied, the ground soaked in crimson. Dark moon sword dance, Laius softly uttered, her toes spiraling on the ground, instantly transforming into numerous afterimages as she swiftly struck each beastman. Suddenly, the surviving four beastmen bore deep sword wounds on their throats, an abundance of blood gushing forth, having had their tracheas severed by Laius's strikes. Chapter 55. The Imprisoned Knoll. Witnessing the four beastmen fall, Yang Xiu couldn't help but remark, you were rather ruthless. You too have slain one. Laius sheathed her short sword, concealing it within her cloak. Yang Xiu chuckled awkwardly, and the group immediately set off toward the large door. Behind the door was a staircase leading upwards, flanked by walls adorned with torches that illuminated the path beneath their feet. My lord, allow me to lead the way and scout ahead, Pal suggested, noticing that Yang Xiu was now able to walk unaided. No need, you shall follow behind, Yang Xiu replied, shaking his head as he leaned against the wall and began to ascend the stairs. Laius interjected, blocking his path, saying, why insist on being strong? You are in this condition. Step back. With that, she bypassed Yang Xiu and ascended the stairs first. A strong woman indeed. Yang Xiu playfully whistled and followed closely behind her. The staircase spiraled upward, and after traversing around 100 steps, the trio reached the end, where a door forged of black steel loomed before them. This Lais truly fears for his life, having installed so many doors in his abode, Yang Xiu mused, the cold touch of the steel door sending a shiver through him. It feels peculiar. The elemental presence of ice is quite strong behind this door, Laius remarked, her brow furrowed, as her elven heritage granted her an innate sensitivity to natural elements. Ice element? Are you suggesting that there is an ice chamber behind this door? A drainage system, a boiler room, an ice chamber. We are indeed delving deeper into enemy territory. Yang Xiu chuckled. Enough jesting. Swiftly open this door. We are running out of time, Laius urged. Utilizing the intense heat of white flames, Yang Xiu melted a hole large enough for a single person to pass through, wisps of cold mist visibly emanating from the opening, quickly covering the staircase in a thin layer of frost. It is indeed frigid within. Yang Xiu peered into the doorway, tossing a ball of white flame inside, instantly illuminating part of the interior. Behind the door lay massive blocks of solid ice, within which several tightly sealed wooden crates were arranged. From seemingly nowhere, Laius produced a wooden tube, and with a gentle twist, flames erupted from within. She took a long stride and stepped directly into the ice chamber. The temperature inside the chamber was even more frigid than what the three had felt outside. And soon a light layer of frost began to form on Laius, with ice particles appearing in her hair. "Stay close to me," Yang Xiu beckoned. The white flames surrounding him emitted such high heat that he felt no chill at all. "Yes, my lord." Pal hurriedly moved closer to Yang Xiu, but failed to notice the icy surface beneath his feet, tripping over an unseen protrusion and tumbling heavily to the ground. Yang Xiu extended his left arm to assist him. "Yang Xiu, look over there." Just as Yang Xiu was about to touch Pal, Laius suddenly called out, pointing ahead. "What is it?" Yang Xiu looked curiously in the direction Laius indicated and saw a corpse frozen solid, lying quietly on the ground. The very arm of this corpse had caused Pal to trip. With the illumination provided by Laius's flames, Yang Xiu discerned the true appearance of the body beneath the ice layer. He beheld a grotesquely misshapen head, with large ears resembling fans flanking its face, a dog-like snout beneath a mouth bristling with whiskers, and a diminutive frame that appeared to stand only about 5 feet tall. What race is this? Thus far, Yang Xiu had encountered all the indigenous peoples of the desolate plains, and this dog-headed creature was certainly not a native. "I do not recognize it. I have never seen such a creature in Malin or the desolate plains." Laius shook her head. "To call the noble Knoll a monster, you vile half-blooded elf." Suddenly, a hoarse, mocking laugh echoed from the dimly lit corner of the ice chamber, and a small knoll emerged, its form shivering in the cold. "Ah!" Laius turned crimson upon catching sight of the scene before her, hastily averting her gaze and covering her eyes with her hands. The knoll stood completely unclothed, its grotesque form exposed to the air, swaying as it walked. Yang Xiu discreetly shielded Laius behind him, carefully scrutinizing this unexpected knoll. "Huh?" The knoll, observing Yang Xiu, voiced a question in bewilderment. "Human, is your father a knoll? You're the one with a big head. Your father is the knoll, your entire family is gnolls." Indeed. He disdainfully dismissed the notion of associating with humans, yet curiously questioned how this human bore his bloodline. "Do you know where the exit of this ice chamber is?" "We are here to rescue someone," Pal inquired of the knoll, which was even shorter than himself. "Why would I tell you? This place is specifically for storing corpses. All who enter eventually become ice sculptures. Just like my kin." The knoll looked down at its frozen compatriot. "What is your name?" Yang Xiu asked. "Toby, a hapless knoll." Toby sat atop the frozen form of his kin, and only then did Yang Xiu notice the 2 chains shackled to his feet. "I can assist you in escaping, provided you divulge all the information you possess regarding this place," Yang Xiu declared, his expression earnest. "Escape? Lays will never permit such a thing. I have never witnessed a captive elude his grasp. Should you fall into his hands, your fate will undoubtedly be dire. First, this half-blood elf will be subjected to his perverse and sadistic whims." Toby rummaged under his armpit, inadvertently tugging at a few sparse hairs. "You seem quite familiar with him?" Yang Xiu inquired, casting a glance at Toby. "After enduring his relentless torment for 2 years, you would comprehend him as I do." "Lays, that fiend, is akin to a demon by your human standards," Toby replied, patting the head of the dog-headed figure encased in ice beneath him. "The dog-headed tribe dwells at the world's end, in the frigid snowfields, a realm perpetually cloaked in snow, devoid of sunlight. The temperature is so frigid that no race besides the dog-headed can survive there. We are born unafraid of winter's chill, able to run bare across the snow-covered plains, bathe in the white drifts, and drink the icy waters that would cause ordinary beings to convulse. This fellow here is one such creature. Yet he was brutally forced to ingest numerous vials of sub-zero potions by Lays, resulting in the freezing of all his internal organs and leaving him in this wretched state." Yang Xiu and his companions were momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by Lays' sheer malevolence. "I heard you mention that you have come to rescue someone?" Toby asked Pal. "Indeed, a friend of ours has been captured by Lays' subordinates," Pal responded. "Do not attempt a rescue. Lays has likely already tortured him to the brink of death. Even if he lives, he is probably hanging by a thread," Toby warned. Upon hearing Toby's words, Leah swiftly kicked him to the ground, her gaze icy as she glared down at him. "Where is the exit? If you refuse to speak, you shall lie here forever, just like your kin." With that, Leah's unsheathed her dagger and pressed it against Toby's throat. "Go on, kill me. Your friend will join me in the realm of the dead," Toby said, a calm demeanor masking his indifference towards his own fate. "Rest assured, the gates of the netherworld shall open solely for you," Leah's retorted coldly. With a swift motion, she slashed her dagger across Toby's throat, ending the life of the frail dog-headed creature. Leah's, Yang Xiu said wearily, "There was no need to kill him. He had not wronged you. Botsi must still be alive, right?" Leah's expression shifted abruptly to one of distress, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might weep at any moment. Yes, yes, he is surely alive. Do not worry, Yang Xiu reassured her. Liaz dejectedly approached him and embraced him without a word. Will this rescue of Batsi allow us to reside in your tribe? Yang Xiu, taken aback by the unexpected closeness, felt a mix of emotions as he noted the elven maiden's lack of reserve. Of course, that would be no problem. My tribe is in need of members. Let me see, how many is this? Lays mused as he surveyed Batsi, who was now covered in an array of iron nails, before finding another gap to drive in a pure gold nail. Ah! Batsi cried out in agony. Lays had previously administered a substance known as the sensitivity potion, which heightened the user's awareness of their surroundings, making even the sound of a fly's wings audible. However, the side effect was that pain felt tenfold more intense. What would be a mere scratch became excruciatingly lethal. Fear not, I will not allow you to die. I shall establish a new record on your body. 1,000 iron nails. Lays chuckled, pouring a greenish potion over Batsi's wounds, which quickly coagulated, binding flesh to iron. Chapter 56. Punishment. Where is the oasis flower? Lays, unable to tolerate Batsi's defiance any longer, unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face, collapsing it under the force until even his nasal bones fractured. Damn it, if I fail to produce the oasis flower, those individuals will undoubtedly not spare me. A rare expression of fear flickered across Lays' face, suggesting that those he referenced instilled genuine terror in him. Lays, there are sounds of an explosion from the ice prison, and the boiler room has ceased to emit steam. Someone entered the dim chamber, standing in the shadows. A shiver of foreboding coursed through Batsi. Lays, momentarily distracted by the announcement, quickly regained his composure. It seems we have uninvited guests. I shall go entertain them, Lays remarked with a sinister grin, casting a glance back at the visibly unnerved Batsi before he exited the chamber. Yang Xiu and the others, unable to find an exit within the ice storage, ultimately decided to blast a large hole in the wall, revealing a room brimming with medicinal herbs. Without hesitation, the trio entered, and just as they vanished into the chamber, the corpse of the dog-headed creature that Liaz had slain began to stir. The foolish half-blood elf Toby struggled to sit up from the ground, his previously severed airway slowly mending. Soon it was as though nothing had transpired. After years of confinement, the moment to escape had finally arrived. Toby descended the stone steps leading toward the boiler room, the chains on his feet clanking rhythmically as he disappeared at the staircase's end. From the outside, Lays' residence appeared unremarkable. Yet within lay a labyrinthine expanse, rooms filled with herbs resembling a beehive, interconnected and endless. Truly, the renowned herbal merchant of the Battleaxe tribe dwells here. How many herbs could there possibly be? Yang Xiu mused, grasping a handful of unusually cool mint leaves. These are the herbs Lays intends to sell to the larger tribes, meant for the tribal beastmen priests to concoct potions, Liaz declared, biting into a vibrant red fruit. Do you even know what that is? Yang Xiu shot her a glance. Red dew fruit. It has whitening properties and can be consumed raw or used in soups. This herb only grows in the desolate plains, and many noblewomen of Marlin secretly seek to buy it from Lays at high prices, Liaz said, pressing a piece of red dew fruit into Yang Xiu's hand. You should have one as well. Look at your complexion. I, a grown man, need no whitening. Yang Xiu scoffed, tossing the fruit back. Sir, there are people approaching, Pal suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. Yang Xiu and Liaz immediately adopted serious expressions. They were currently within Lays' lair, unaware of the number of guards or traps present. A single misstep could spell disaster. How many are there? Yang Xiu inquired. Many. More than 10, Pal replied, attuned to the heavy footsteps echoing from ahead. Can you resolve this? Lias's combat style is excessively singular, making it all too easy to cause damage to the surrounding structures. The three of us have come solely to rescue Bachi, not to wreak havoc. Of course, Lias replied, pointing at Pal, but I require this lad to cast a speed enchantment for me. Pal, please grant her that. Yang Xiu nodded in agreement. Certainly, my lord. Pal obediently responded, bestowing 2 gusts of wind upon Lias's legs. Just then, the wooden door of the room was violently kicked open from the outside, splintering into 2 pieces. A group of robust orcs menacingly blocked the doorway, brandishing steel weapons. Intruders detected. Humans! Bellowed the foremost orc, stepping through the threshold, his imposing figure entirely filling the doorframe. Let me introduce you to my rampaging hammer. The orc boisterously swung his massive hammer, his heavy legs creating deep impressions upon the wooden floor, sending splinters flying. Fool! Lias, aided by the magic Pal had cast, swiftly dashed forward. With only 2 or 3 meters separating her from the orc, she leaped gracefully, soaring over the orc who was unable to halt in time. Like a bird in flight, she suddenly halted mid-air, pivoting to drive her short sword into the orc's nape. With a sickening sound, the orc's throat was pierced, and he instantly fell lifelessly to the ground, his towering frame collapsing in defeat. Using the orc's back as a springboard, Laius propelled herself toward the newly arrived orc guard. Lunar cross slash, she cried, swiftly slicing her short sword in a cross motion, unleashing a dark cross that hurtled toward her target. Seeing his comrade so effortlessly slain by Laius sent the remaining orc into a frenzy. Without a word, he unleashed the fervent power within him, bracing himself against her attack. The cross slash merely carved 2 shallow gashes into his body, its effectiveness evidently diminished. However, Laius was not taken aback. The disparity in strength between an orc empowered by fervor and one without was stark. The orc leading the charge had fallen prey to her due to his carelessness in not activating his fervent power. Moonlight purification. Before she touched the ground, Laius hastily recited an incantation, summoning a dual magic array that Yang Xiu had never witnessed before, appearing in her palm. May the moon goddess bless you, Laius intoned, as a full moon began to rise within the magic circle. All the orcs, fixated on the celestial orb, stood frozen, their expressions dulled by an otherworldly stupor. In swift succession, Laius drove her short sword into the moon. Crack! A network of fissures radiated from the point of impact. Boom! The moon erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. The sound echoed in Yang Xiu's ears, reminiscent of shattering glass, as the orcs blocking the door fell to the ground, rendered rigid. My lord, that young lady utilized a hybrid magic, Pal exclaimed, astonished. What is hybrid magic? Yang Xiu inquired, puzzled. It is a type of magic that encompasses multiple elemental forces. For instance, the moonlight purification she just cast combined light and wind elements. Such multi-elemental magic is categorized as hybrid magic, Pal explained. Magic can blend with other elements? Why have I never seen you use it in such a manner? Because I cannot, Pal replied. I once heard the elders mention that magic is divided into 3 categories: single-element magic, hybrid magic, and multi-layered magic. Single-element magic is the most commonly observed, mastered by most magicians, whereas the latter 2 types are beyond the grasp of ordinary magicians. Pal pointed at Yang Xiu. Your 7 Springs Eruption Flame is classified as multi-layered magic, achieved by stacking several magic arrays together to unleash tremendous power. Is 7 Springs Eruption Flame a multi-layered magic? Then does that mean I am already a powerful magician? Yang Xiu felt a surge of pride, astonished that he possessed such advanced prowess beyond that of ordinary magicians. My lord, your 7 Springs Eruption Flame is merely the most rudimentary form of multi-layered magic. Pal promptly tempered Yang Xiu's exuberance. You employed only one elemental force when casting it. The elders have stated that formidable magicians can combine several hybrid magics into a multi-layered spell. Such magicians are akin to divine beings. As Yang Xiu conversed with Pal, Laius returned. How did I not notice sooner that you are capable of hybrid magic? Yang Xiu remarked with a thumbs up and a smile. If I had revealed that, my status as a magician would have been a failure of concealment, Laius replied, taking a bite of a red fruit. It appears our infiltration has been discovered by Lays, or else there wouldn't be so many orcs converging here. Kicking down the door without a second thought, Yang Xiu analyzed aloud. Then let us abandon stealth and charge out to confront Lays, demanding to know Bachi's whereabouts. Once we locate him, we shall whisk him away, Laius declared coolly. It seems we have no other choice. Pal, can your wind magic detect the presence of nearby enemies? Yang Xiu inquired. Indeed, my lord. Leave it to me, Pal replied, employing the wind magic that had previously guided him to the location of the drainage system. Several gusts of wind surged forth from the magic array, darting toward the door. Lays, the enemy has been discovered, over by the storeroom. I've dispatched guards to intercept them. A gentlemanly goblin, no taller than Lays's waist, approached him, appearing quite comical. Joss, can you tell me where they entered? Lays asked, his expression inscrutable as he toyed with a smooth iron ball that reflected his visage. They likely crawled in through the drainage system, which connects directly to the boiler room, and above that is the ice prison. The routes are consistent, Goblin Joss responded. I distinctly remember stating that I required an airtight residence, where not even a fly could enter. Now you tell me a group of people has reached my storeroom without using the front door? Why did you build the boiler room next to the drainage system, Joss? Lays suddenly seized Joss by the neck, lifting him with ease. Cough, cough. I apologize. This is my oversight, Joss gasped, struggling for air. But Lays's grip was as unyielding as iron, constricting his throat and blocking any air passage. Were it not for the years of service you have rendered, I would have cast you into the serpent's den today, Lays declared, casually tossing Joss to the ground. Bring me those intruders, alive. Joss scrambled to his feet, disregarding his need for breath, and bowed respectfully to Lays. I shall attend to it at once. Chapter 57. The Lackey of the Tyrant. My lord, there are many people hastening toward us, Pal reported, having sensed the wind's news and promptly opening his eyes to speak. In which direction did Yang Xiu cast a glance at him? Pal immediately pointed to a location. Can we evade them? Leah asked. No, this house consists of 4 levels. 3 are above ground and 1 is beneath. We are currently on the first subterranean level, and there is only one path leading upwards, Pal explained. Leah's residence is bustling with many subordinates. We cannot afford to linger too long, or the orc numbers will only increase. Leah expressed her concerns. After alerting the guards, rescuing Baki would become exceedingly difficult, and the 3 of them were still unaware of Baki's whereabouts. Do not fret. I have a plan. Yang Xiu climbed onto a nearby wooden crate. The ceiling of this room stood approximately 3 meters high, and after standing atop the crate, he was still some distance away from the ceiling. With a determined leap, he struck the ceiling above with his arm enveloped in white flames. Boom! Instantly, the ceiling trembled slightly, revealing a charred mark. You intend to break through the ceiling and ascend to the next level? Leah was somewhat astonished. Yang Xiu's idea was indeed a commendable one. Yes, this is the quickest method, but why is it so sturdy? Yang Xiu was surprised to see that his white flames only inflicted minimal damage. Have you forgotten? Leah's residence is protected by an anti-magic totem. No magic can take effect. I have been pondering why we were still able to use magic after entering, and it appears that the 3 levels above ground are the true core of Leah's. Leah remarked, observing the area Yang Xiu aimed to destroy. She leaped onto the crate he stood on and casually pushed him down. Your physical strength is too feeble. Without the aid of magic, you cannot breach this wall. Allow me, Leah said as she retrieved a small gray pouch from her cloak and secured it beneath the ceiling. With a swift motion, she pulled out a white cotton thread from the pouch. Step back. Be wary of the explosion, Leah cautioned Yang Xiu and Pal as she picked up the previously used torch for illumination. Explosion. Yang Xiu quickly dragged Pal to a corner of the room, just as Leah ignited the cotton thread and swiftly jumped down from the crate, racing toward their position. Before Leah could cover much ground, the flame traveled along the cotton thread into the pouch, filling the air with a sharp scent of gunpowder. Boom! The small pouch ignited with a flash of white light and exploded, sending a shockwave in all directions. Leah was flung away by the blast, but Yang Xiu managed to position himself just in time to catch her, preventing her from crashing against the wall. Did we succeed? Leah asked, leaning against Yang Xiu. I cannot see clearly. The smoke is too dense. Yang Xiu shook his head in response. Pal summoned the wind to disperse the smoke from the explosion, revealing a hole the size of a cartwheel in the ceiling. At that moment, sudden, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the room. Hurry! Leah dashed towards the hole, leaping up to climb the ceiling, then shouted down to Yang Xiu. Extend your hand. You should pull Pal up first, Yang Xiu urged as Pal climbed onto the crate. And Yang Xiu grasped his legs, lifting him up just enough for Leah to grab hold of him. Stop them! A few orcs rushed in from outside, charging toward Yang Xiu in an attempt to seize him and drag Pal, whose upper body was already climbing through the hole, back down. Up! Yang Xiu exerted himself, pushing Pal's entire body upward, while the orcs were now mere moments away. Sir! Yang Xiu! Leah and Pal called out as they watched Yang Xiu become encircled by a dozen orcs in a matter of seconds. It's fine. I can handle this, Yang Xiu assured as he assessed the orcs around him. The orcs, protected by the totem's power, were immune to elemental corrosion, which only made them stronger. Thus, Yang Xiu's blood priest abilities proved ineffective in this situation. Humans dare trespass on Leah's territory. You shall pay for this, the orcs charged forward, their muscular forms swaying as they ran. 7 springs erupting flame. Yang Xiu invoked the only spell he knew once more, this time directing it not at the enemies, but at his own feet. 7 flames erupted like rocket boosters, propelling Yang Xiu into the hole in the ceiling as the orcs below collectively missed their target, erupting in furious roars. Let us go. Yang Xiu glanced down at the orcs, who were attempting to climb up through the hole Leah had blasted open. Where do you think you sneaky rats are trying to escape to? Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind them. A goblin, dressed quite elegantly and adorned with a tall hat, had appeared at an unknown moment not far from the trio. Is this a goblin? Yang Xiu observed the goblin before him, noting that unlike the 3 goblins confined to the underground mines of the human castle, this one displayed no signs of servility, instead regarding the 3 of them with disdain. Lowly humans, you shall address me as Lord Joss. Joss removed his hat and produced a black cane from midair, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be a leg bone of an unknown creature. You were allowed to infiltrate Leah's residence, and he is quite displeased. I, Joss, shall bear the first punishment. Leaning on his cane, Joss lightly tapped the floor 3 times, summoning 5 large black dogs that swiftly raced in from a nearby passage. Encircling him, each dog was significantly larger than the diminutive goblin. This is Joss, the steward of Leah's residence, responsible for managing everything here. Be cautious. These 5 dogs are bred specifically to subdue intruders, each possessing the bloodline of a wild wolf, making them formidable in their biting capabilities. Even orcs would find them troublesome if ensnared, Leah warned. As they stepped into this level, the trio's magic had been rendered ineffective by the anti-magic totem, leaving Leah as the only one capable of combat. Thus, she stepped forward, shielding Yang Xiu and Pal behind her. Tack, Joss commanded, and the 5 agile black dogs lunged forward like shadows. Leah gripped her short sword cautiously. She was aware that she could not contend with all 5 dogs simultaneously, especially while burdened with 2 companions rendered powerless. It was highly likely that all 3 would falter here. Woof! One black dog, unable to restrain itself, pounced at Leah's body from the side, its fangs and claws gleaming with a silvery light in midair. Leah swung her sword upward, barely managing to block the dog's fangs, forcing it down from the air. The remaining 4 black dogs, witnessing Leah's action, swiftly circled around her, targeting Yang Xiu and Pal. Not good. Leah felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. There was no time to save Yang Xiu now. A horrific image flashed in her mind of Yang Xiu and Pal being torn to shreds. Pal, seeing the 4 vicious dogs charging toward him and Yang Xiu, quickly positioned himself in front of Yang Xiu, shouting, "My lord, run!" Upon finishing his words, he himself closed his eyes, adopting an expression as if he were prepared to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. Yang Xiu found this amusing and could not help but chuckle aloud. Suddenly, 5 black hounds involuntarily halted their movements, scratching incessantly at their own bodies, some parts already beginning to rot, emanating a nauseating stench. Laius retreated hastily, noticing that the black hound she had been contending with was entirely decayed, its entrails and heart exposed to the air, soon reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. Joss was incredulous as he witnessed this sudden turn of events. His 5 carefully nurtured guard dogs seemed to have inexplicably succumbed to a curse. A curse could be considered a form of magic, and given the presence of the anti-magic totem, it was implausible for anyone to have cast such a spell. Quickly retreating a few steps, Joss warily scrutinized Yang Xiu and his companions, unwilling to meet the same fate as the black hounds. You are the steward here, are you not? Speak honestly about the whereabouts of Lays, and I assure you, I will not allow you to meet such a grim end, Yang Xiu declared, pointing at the 5 lifeless dog skeletons on the ground. Was it you who orchestrated this? Joss fixed his gaze on the seemingly unremarkable human, cautiously backing away. Laius, seize him, Yang Xiu commanded. Joss immediately turned to flee, but alas, his goblin legs were too short, and he was quickly caught up by Laius, who pinned him to the ground with a swift kick. At that moment, Yang Xiu and Pal approached, forcefully snatching the bone staff from Joss's grasp. Return my belongings, Joss protested, struggling against Laius's firm hold, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched his beloved staff being confiscated by Yang Xiu. Tell me where Lays is, or I will end your life, Yang Xiu said, crouching to meet the diminutive goblin's gaze, pressing the staff against his throat. If I tell you, Lays will kill me too, Joss retorted defiantly. Chapter 58. The Death Raven. Did you capture an orc? Laius demanded, gripping Joss by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Their purpose for entering was solely to rescue someone, and finding the location where Botsy was held would be the perfect outcome. Orc? You mean the one who stole the oasis flower? Joss recalled, realizing that Lays had recently captured an orc, subjecting it to daily torment in the torture chamber. Yes, that's the one. Tell me where he is, and I will set you free, Laius exclaimed with excitement. So you are the accomplices of that orc. Lays has been searching for you. Those who dare to cross him never meet a favorable fate. Joss laughed enigmatically, seemingly relaxed. You will answer her question properly. Unnecessary chatter is unwarranted, Yang Xiu warned, striking Joss lightly with the staff. Fine, I will lead you there, but you must promise to release me once you see the orc, Joss conceded, leading Laius toward a nearby passage. My lord, do you think he is deceiving us? Pal whispered to Yang Xiu, trailing behind Joss. I'm not certain. This goblin's drastic change in demeanor is rather suspicious, Yang Xiu replied quietly, covering his mouth. The 3 followed Joss, unaware that a sinister smile had crept onto the goblin's face. Lays, the intruders have been discovered. They are a few humans, Joss reported, unsure why he was guiding them toward the torture chamber. Lays, residing on the top floor, listened to his subordinate's report, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Humans are delightful. It has been so long since I have tormented one. Gather everyone and direct them to the torture chamber. Not a single intruder shall escape. Under Joss's guidance, Yang Xiu and his companions meandered through the corridor without encountering a single guard, eventually arriving at the staircase leading to the upper level. The torture chamber is on that floor. Lays likely isn't here right now, as he prefers to torment prisoners in the afternoon and evening, Joss explained, leisurely ascending the stairs. Has Botsy been tortured? Laius inquired anxiously. To my knowledge, there have been horrific howls emanating from the chamber these past few days. As for whether it is the orc you mentioned, I cannot say. I dislike that place. Joss replied. The trio climbed the stairs and continued straight, arriving at a wall draped in black fabric. With a swift motion, Joss rose onto his toes and yanked down the black cloth, revealing a striking oil painting clearly crafted by human hands. Help me rotate this painting. The torture chamber is a concealed room, Joss instructed. Yang Xiu stepped forward as directed, turning the painting to the right. Suddenly, the wall emitted a series of clicking sounds, parting inward to reveal an iron door behind it. Beyond that door lies the torture chamber. The orc is confined within. According to our agreement, I am free to leave now. Joss looked at Yang Xiu and his companions. Not so fast. We have yet to confirm whether Botsy is truly inside. Who knows if you are lying? Yang Xiu pushed Joss forward, stating, open that door, and we will release you once we have taken Botsy. You are overly suspicious. Joss retorted nonchalantly, stepping up to the iron door and pushing it open. Creak. As the door swung wider, the scene inside the torture chamber came into view. Botsy, seemingly unaware of his predicament, was seated on a wooden chair, his body bound by chains, illuminated by a beam of white light from the ceiling, his form flickering with countless glimmers. Laius dashed into the torture chamber, followed closely by Yang Xiu, who was concerned about potential dangers lurking within. My lord. Pal glanced back at Joss, who wore an innocuous smile as he exchanged glances with Pal, saying, according to our agreement, I am now free human. Suddenly, Joss slammed the iron door shut, trapping Yang Xiu and Laius inside the torture chamber. You. Pal was taken aback, rushing to push the iron door open. Not a chance. Await Lays's arrival, Joss lunged forward, tackling Pal to the ground. The goblin's small frame suddenly unleashed an astonishing strength, pinning Pal down and rendering him immobile. Botsy, how could this happen? Laius looked on in despair at Botsy, whose body was riddled with iron nails. No one knew the extent of the torment he had suffered. He seems to have lost consciousness, Yang Xiu observed, testing for breath at Botsy's nostrils, noting only a faint whisper of life remaining. Gazing upon the orc's bloodied and bruised form, now beginning to scab over, with the nails embedded deep within his flesh, it would be exceedingly difficult to remove them in the future. Lays is truly a monster. How painful must this have been? Yang Xiu pondered. We must carry him out and find someone to treat him, Laius declared, drawing her short sword to sever Botsy's chains. At that moment, Yang Xiu realized how remarkably sharp the blade was, slicing through the iron chains as if they were mere paper. Pal, come help, Laius called. But when Yang Xiu turned to look, he discovered that the iron door to the torture chamber had been closed, and Pal was nowhere to be found, seemingly having not followed them inside after all. Alas, the door has been shut. Yang Xiu hurriedly rushed to the entrance, only to discover that this door could not be opened from the inside. Only those outside could unlock it. Laius, it appears we have been ensnared by that goblin. Yang Xiu lamented helplessly. Meanwhile, Laius had already helped Botsy rise from his seat, her petite elven frame struggling to support Botsy's towering figure. What shall we do? If Botsy is not treated soon, he will not endure much longer, Laius anxiously remarked, casting a worried glance at Yang Xiu. I do not know, Yang Xiu replied. The magic suppression totem has rendered me unable to cast spells, and this door remains obstinately shut. He knocked on the heavy door, calling out Pal's name, but there was no response from outside. Unbeknownst to them, Pal was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with Joss on the ground. They are over there. Suddenly, the voice of an orc echoed in the corridor, as a group of orcs surrounded a tall orc clad in leather and adorned with a large gold chain. Lihis, I have captured 2 intruders and confined them to the torture chamber. Joss exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Lihis. Seize that human, Lihis commanded, pointing at Pal, and immediately 2 orcs stepped forward, grasping Pal by the shoulders and lifting him effortlessly. Well done this time, Joss, Lihis nodded in approval, nonchalantly striding towards the door of the torture chamber. A mysterious black mist began to rise from his shoulder, coalescing into a raven with a skull for a head. Let us see our new toys, Lihis said with a smile as he pushed open the heavy door, revealing Yang Xiao and Lias, who were warily supporting Batsi. Welcome to my abode. I am curious, among you, who has stolen my oasis flower? Lihis obstructed the exit of the torture chamber, leaning casually against the threshold, surveying Yang Xiao and Lias like a hunter eyeing its prey. You are Lihis? Yang Xiao recognized the figure that had been spoken of by many. The iron nails embedded in Batsi were the handiwork of this cruel individual. Human, I admire your audacity in trespassing into the oasis, but alas, you shall not live to return to Malin. Lihis snapped his fingers, and the raven on his shoulder flapped its wings, soaring towards Yang Xiao. Whoa! As the raven darted towards him, Yang Xiao instinctively extended his arms to shield himself, but found that the skeletal raven dissipated into a cloud of black mist, passing through his palms, only to reconstitute itself and infiltrate his body. A sensation indiscernible in words surged within Yang Xiao's heart. Dizziness, nausea, weakness, and the prickling of his limbs. These debilitating states overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to his knees, unable to suppress a wave of vomit. Yang Xiao? Lias called out in concern, but received no reply. At that moment he seemed cursed. He has fallen victim to my death raven. He can no longer hear your words. Lihis approached, his eyes igniting with a black flame as he ominously declared, hand over the oasis flower. The oasis flower is not particularly rare. Must you be so anxious over a mere blossom? Lias retorted, dissatisfied. If she possessed golden beans, she could easily procure the oasis flower without resorting to theft. It seems you truly believe that was an ordinary oasis flower, Lihis replied calmly. Do you not realize that the one you stole is a mutated variety I have nurtured with deathly power for many years? There is but one in the entire desolate plains, and that person. Lihis abruptly halted, realizing he had let slip too much and refrained from revealing more. Instead, he extended his hand toward Lias, demanding, hand over the oasis flower, or you shall all perish here today. If I return your flower, will you allow us to leave? Lihis regarded the elf hidden beneath her cloak with amusement, sneering, do you still wish to survive? I will transform you into something akin to this orc. He gestured towards the unconscious Batsi. Then I shall have no choice but to kill you, Lias proclaimed, placing Batsi gently on the ground, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Having witnessed the torment inflicted upon Batsi by Lihis, Lias resolved not to spare him. Even if she managed to escape today, she would return to assassinate this blight. You wish to slay me? Upon observing Lias brandishing her dagger, prepared for battle, Lihis casually shed his leather attire and removed his golden chain. Very well. Let us engage in a little play. Chapter 59, The Resurrection of the Dead. As an orc, Lihis possessed a physique sculpted with robust muscles. Upon shedding his leather garb, his presence became sharply imposing, causing Lias to sense an immediate threat. Lihis is formidable. Suddenly, an inexplicable handle protruded from the outer side of Lihis's thigh. Grasping it firmly, he yanked it outward, producing a long bone dagger with a sickening aura. The blade was stained with blood, exuding a malevolent energy. Yet, Lias was undeterred by Lihis's actions. Relying on her speed, she lunged towards him, her dagger inexplicably glowing with a blue light. The blade extended by more than a meter, transforming into a longsword. Swift slash, Lias exclaimed, wielding her longsword to unleash a flurry of rapid strikes. Each slash sent forth a blue crescent towards Lihis's position. Cross slash. Lias did not relent. She executed the dark moon cross slash, sending two massive waves of sword energy, crossing over the myriad of blue crescents as they hurtled towards Lihis. Boom! Strangely, Lihis did not evade. Instead, he stood resolute, bracing himself against Lias's onslaught. The explosion enveloped his location in smoke, obscuring visibility. Just as Lias intended to approach and ascertain his condition, a voice emerged from the haze. Such feeble swordsmanship. A figure emerged from the smoke. Lihis himself. To Lias's astonishment, not a single significant wound had been inflicted. Only a few superficial scratches marred his skin. Ugh! Yang Xiao lay sprawled on the ground, feeling as though he had succumbed to the world's ailments. His head throbbed painfully, his eyes burned and itched, and his nasal passages were obstructed, causing a stinging sensation with each breath. The afflictions permeated every part of his body, rendering him powerless as he watched Lias and Lihis engage in combat, feeling as though he was enduring a living hell. How is this possible? Lias gasped in disbelief, astonished by Li He's remarkable resilience. In mere moments, Li He had closed the distance, arriving before Laius, and before she could react, he struck her in the abdomen with a mighty punch. Ugh! The force of the blow sent Laius crumpling to the ground. Li He retracted his fist, lifting Laius's cloak with his bone dagger, revealing her elven countenance. It cannot be. Li He gasped, quickly crouching to examine her. The elven race had long resided in the southern realms, having been driven into the desolate plains by orcs a century ago, making it exceedingly rare for orcs to encounter an elf. Die! Suddenly, Laius summoned an inexplicable surge of strength, gripping her long sword and thrusting it towards Li He, who stood merely a foot away. The elf casually seized Laius's wrist, and Lais looked at her face with excitement. Tormenting the elf would undoubtedly be a most entertaining endeavor, especially one as beautiful as you. Yang Xiu observed this scene, silently closing his eyes. At this moment, he could no longer afford to conserve his strength. The eye of the blood priest, Yang Xiu murmured inwardly, as the crystalline elements within him clashed and burst, infusing his blood with the essence of his lineage. Here it comes. The side effects brought on by Lais's death raven were swiftly dispelled by the lineage elements Yang Xiu unleashed. A powerful force surged from within him, and the white flame, previously restrained by the anti-magic totem, reappeared upon Yang Xiu's arms. Lais! Yang Xiu slammed his hands onto the ground with tremendous force, shattering a section of the earth beneath him. Utilizing the recoil, he soared toward Lais, his fist engulfed in white flames aimed directly at the back of his opponent. Impossible? Hearing the commotion from Yang Xiu's direction, Lais quickly turned to look, only to find that Yang Xiu had already broken free from the influence of his death raven. Sizzle. In a panic, Lais raised his bone blade, attempting to block Yang Xiu's sudden attack. While the lineage elements granted Yang Xiu immense power, they also rapidly eroded his body. The moment the bone blade met Yang Xiu's fist, it emitted a sound of melting, the point of contact visibly scorched and dented. Release her. Yang Xiu's skin, mid-air, began to melt like wax, large droplets splattering onto Lais. Ah! The scalding goo forced a scream of agony from Lais, his body grotesquely burned by Yang Xiu's touch. Frenzied, Lais forcefully drove the bone blade toward Yang Xiu, simultaneously activating the frenzy within him, the tremendous force piercing through Yang Xiu's chest and exiting from his back. Pay no heed to Lais's assault. Yang Xiu ignored the bone blade embedded in his chest, consolidating his hands into a fist and striking at Lais's face. Lais immediately relinquished his grip on the bone blade, seizing Yang Xiu's arms to wrench them apart. Crack! A bone-snapping sound echoed from Yang Xiu's arm, contorted at an unnatural angle, evidently broken. Yet Lais did not gain any advantage. The temperature of Yang Xiu's body was extraordinarily high, causing blisters to form instantly on Lais's hands. Crack! Yang Xiu grasped his dislocated arm, forcing it back into alignment, and, while Lais stood there dumbfounded, delivered a punch to his face. Impossible, you are certainly not human. What manner of monster are you? Lais clutched his left cheek, darkly regarding Yang Xiu, whose entire form was beginning to turn pale. 7 springs erupting flames. Yang Xiu pointed a finger forward, summoning 7 magic circles before him, each illuminating with a white radiance. A sense of imminent danger surged within Lais, prompting him to shout, "Rebirth of the dead!" Suddenly, a thick black mist erupted from his back, within which a shadow flickered incessantly. This figure crawled out from the mist, clinging to Lais's shoulder, its crimson tongue trailing down to the ground, 2 green eyes coldly fixated on Yang Xiu, whispering something incessantly. Yang Xiu paid no mind to the creature, as the 7 magic circles merged into one, erupting forth a fountain of white flames. Lais had no time to evade, becoming instantly enveloped by the white flames. Gurgle, gurgle. The creature's voice echoed within the white flames, a chilling wind blowing forth, freezing everything in its path. Even Yang Xiu's white flames became encased in ice. Yang Xiu gazed quizzically at the creature perched on Lais's shoulder. How can an orc wield such magic? You think I am an ordinary orc? Lais replied with a mysterious smile. Then what are you? Yang Xiu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Among orcs there exists a class known as orc priests, and I am the dark priest, even more formidable than any priest. Lais's dark energy suddenly coalesced into a dozen death ravens, perched silently upon his arm, their skulls fixated on Yang Xiu. Dark priest? Derek never mentioned that there was such a being among the orc priests. Yang Xiu was unaware of the abilities possessed by this dark priest, and at present, the lineage elements within him were burning through his blood, threatening to reduce him to mere blood sludge if he did not reclaim them shortly. Realizing this, Yang Xiu dashed toward Lais, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. The Raven Soul Sea. Laze's body moved. A multitude of death ravens surged toward him like a tidal wave, their cacophonous cries echoing throughout the chamber. 7 springs erupting flames. Yang Xiu, resembling a deity of fire, summoned magic circles at both hands, incinerating numerous ravens. Yet some still managed to evade, colliding with Yang Xiu's body. Bang! A barrier of white flames warded off the impact of the ravens, providing Yang Xiu the opportunity to charge forward, propelled by the flames, reaching Laze's side. The black creature stretched out its hand toward Yang Xiu, but before it could make contact, it was melted into a viscous liquid by the intense heat of the white flames. Though ignorant of what a dark priest truly was, "You are finished now." Yang Xiu extended his still solid right hand, wrapping it around Laze's neck, his entire body exploding into a searing white paste that enveloped Laze. Sizzle. At a visibly rapid pace, Laze's entire form was reduced to a pile of remnants, unable to utter a word before his demise. Gurgle, gurgle. Yang Xiu hurriedly controlled the lineage elements within him, reassembling them, encased once more by the crystalline structure, restoring his body to normal. Cough, cough, cough. The repercussions of forcibly releasing the lineage elements manifested. Yang Xiu's lungs ablaze, each breath laden with heat. Yang Xiu, are you all right? Laius sat up from the ground, her expression laced with concern. The power that this human unleashed was terrifying. The temperature of that white paste rivaled molten lava, instantaneously melting Laze away. There was an immense disparity between this strength and the one Yang Xiu typically displayed, as if it were borrowed from somewhere. You seem to harbor many secrets. Laius mused inwardly. Come, we must leave this place at once. Yang Xiu picked up the leather armor Laze had discarded, donning it over his form, as his original garments had become tattered and ineffective after the release of the lineage elements. Yang Xiu, look, what is that? Laius, with keen eyes, spotted something peculiar among the melted remains of Laze, immediately calling out. That is. Yang Xiu observed the familiar object amidst the pool of blood, bending down to retrieve it. Chapter 60. Departure. To the coast. This is. Yang Xiu gazed at the object in his hand, a figure of an orc standing with arms crossed intricately carved upon its surface. The key of Sadaron? Yang Xiu gazed at the statue in his hand with a sense of bewilderment. Upon entering the lair of the earth spider, he had entrusted the Sadaron key, given to him by Agd, to Iron Hand for safekeeping. If only the Sadaron key were within reach now, he would have relished the opportunity to compare it. Alas, casting aside that thought, he pocketed the Sadaron key and hurried to Baichi's side, assisting him alongside Laius in their exit from the torture chamber. Just as they stepped through the iron gate, they spotted Pal being grasped in the clutches of an orc, while a throng of orcs gathered outside the chamber. Among them stood Joss, the cunning goblin. How did you manage to escape? Joss exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Xiu and the others. He peered into the torture chamber, but did not catch sight of Laze pursuing them. Leave these individuals to me. You must have exerted considerable energy, Laius interjected, stepping forward. Indeed, ensure they do not harm Pal, Yang Xiu advised. Onward, capture them all. Joss retreated to the rear of the orc ranks, commanding a dozen orcs to charge at Yang Xiu, Laius, and Baichi. However, Laius was determined not to grant them that opportunity and bravely stood her ground. An orc, his hands entwined with barbed iron chains, lunged menacingly at Laius's petite frame. The elven maiden swiftly arched backward, executing an iron bridge maneuver to narrowly evade the orc's fist. Dark Moon Cross Slash. Laius aimed for the creature's heart, driving her sword straight through, embedding it deeply between the orc's ribs. Without hesitation, she withdrew her short sword, moving like a shadow in the night, weaving through the ranks of orcs. With each strike, a geyser of crimson erupted, the scalding blood gushing from the hearts of her foes. Dark Moon Strangulation. This phrase echoed in everyone's minds when a brilliant blue light flashed before them, causing each orc to collapse to the ground, leaving only Pal and Joss standing in their place. My lord, Pal hurriedly approached Yang Xiu, concerned. Are you all right? What could possibly happen to me? I am quite powerful, Yang Xiu chuckled, ruffling Pal's hair. Help support this individual. Once we escort him out, we can depart from the oasis. What has become of Laze? Joss inquired, his interest piqued as Laius approached him. He displayed no sign of alarm, merely focusing on Laze's fate. That individual is dead. You may join him in the realm of the deceased, Laius declared, raising her sword to strike. You cannot slay Laze. No one can kill the High Priest of Death, Joss murmured, closing his eyes. Laius's blade rose and pierced through his chest, and thus, this extraordinary goblin lost his life. At that moment, Yang Xiu and Pal assisted Baichi in moving forward, and Yang Xiu curiously asked, "What did he say to you earlier?" "Nothing of consequence. I did not comprehend him," Laius replied, shaking her head as the group retraced their steps. In a dimly lit chamber at the pinnacle of Leiza's abode, the sound of harsh breaths began to echo. A stone basin, exquisitely carved from black obsidian, brimmed with a viscous black liquid, waves rippling across the surface, splashing out and even spilling onto the floor. Suddenly, a head of indeterminate form emerged from the black water, stretching and greedily inhaling the surrounding air, its chest expanding and contracting rhythmically. As the black liquid flowed from the figure's face back into the basin, its identity was fully revealed. It was Leiz, who had perished at Yang Xiu's hands. That power! I understand now, that human is indeed the blood priest. If I could harness his strength, the plan. Leiza's thoughts abruptly shifted. No, the Sodaron key has been misplaced. Rising from the basin, he bore no signs of injury, as if the confrontation with Yang Xiu had never occurred. This matter must be reported promptly. It should mitigate my fault in losing the oasis blossom. Stepping out of the basin, tendrils of black mist enveloped him, forming a dark cloak. Without lingering, Leiz departed the room. Utilizing the invisibility blanket provided by Laius, Yang Xiu and his companions discreetly exited the battle-axe stone city in phases, pausing at the agreed location with Iron Hand. Baichi's injuries were severe, necessitating immediate medical attention. Yet the city was fraught with peril, teeming with Leiz's subordinates in search of them. "We cannot linger here for long," Laius warned Yang Xiu. "Where do you intend to take him?" Yang Xiu inquired. "The locations of the other two tribes are too distant. I am aware of a nearby gathering place for vagrants. I plan to take Baichi there for treatment," Laius expressed with regret. "I am truly sorry that I cannot accompany you back to your tribe." "I see," Yang Xiu replied, somewhat disheartened. At that moment, two orc figures appeared from the archway. Iron Hand and Durongda had finally returned from their shopping expedition, leading 3 robust Kodo beasts at a leisurely pace. "Chief, you haven't been waiting long, have you?" Durongda laughed heartily, extending a yellow fruit towards Yang Xiu. "Not at all." Yang Xiu refrained from divulging the harrowing adventure he had endured while they were in the city. He merely accepted the reins of a Kodo beast from Iron Hand. "Laius, you may use this to transport Baichi to the gathering place for vagrants." "Thank you, Yang Xiu." Laius expressed her gratitude. With Yang Xiu's assistance, she helped Baichi onto the Kodo beast's back. "We must not delay. You can find me at the Black Iron Tribe in the wasteland later," Yang Xiu urged. Iron Hand and Durongda exchanged puzzled glances at Baichi, who was now adorned in a shimmering attire. Their curiosity piqued as to how the orc had transformed in such a manner. However, they refrained from asking, silently watching Laius bid farewell to Yang Xiu before leading the Kodo beast carrying Baichi into the depths of the forest. "Chief, what business does that elven maiden have with you?" Durongda inquired curiously. "Just a trivial matter, now resolved. We must be on our way. Pal and I will share one Kodo beast, and you two will share the other. Winter approaches." Yang Xiu assisted Pal in mounting the Kodo beast before settling down behind him. "Chief, we have exhausted our golden beans. Acquiring supplies once we reach the coastal area will be quite troublesome," Durongda remarked before climbing onto the Kodo beast. "We will cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, our priority is to locate the Devourer Hound along the coast. I am still unsure what it looks like." Yang Xiu urged the Kodo beast beneath him onward toward the coastline indicated on the map. Across the wasteland, Trevor and the other orcs had ventured deep into the desolation. Having procured a giant wolf from the Flame Tribe, searching for Derek was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Their tribe's high priest had not disclosed Derek's whereabouts, leaving Trevor to undertake the search alone. "Trevor, is this search even feasible? The wasteland is larger than the oasis. Its tribes, large and small, are as numerous as the waters of the Western Sea. It would take years to locate him," one orc remarked, expressing his frustration. Trevor cast a glance at the speaker, irritation evident in his voice. "If we cannot find him, we will keep searching. We will eventually succeed. Spare me your complaints. I warned you all before we set out. However, the High Priest has not even provided us with a general location. If Derek is indeed alive, would he allow us to find him so easily? Fear not. Derek has now lost the powers of the Orcish priesthood, and he can only hide furtively in the wasteland. If we can locate him, upon our return to the Iron Song, the High Priest will bestow upon you the power of the Iron Song tribe's totem," Trevor enticingly proclaimed. The power of the totem. Every orc present was stirred with excitement at the mention of these 4 words by Trevor. Within the Iron Song tribe, not every orc is granted the totem of Iron Song. It is reserved for those brave warriors who have made significant contributions to the tribe. Seeing the orcs lost in their own fantasies, Trevor chose to say no more and lifted the young man, Ceylon, who sat behind him. Human, what shall we play today? Trevor asked as he extended Ceylon out towards the giant wolf. Beneath them, the ground moved swiftly. No, please don't. Ceylon desperately pleaded. Yet all he could see was Trevor's cruel smile. No. With a sudden release, Trevor let go of Ceylon, who immediately tumbled to the ground, rolling helplessly. An iron chain was fastened around Ceylon's waist, the other end firmly grasped by Trevor. Accelerate. Trevor forcefully struck the giant wolf's rear. In response to the pain, the wolf instantly quickened its pace, dragging Ceylon along the gravelly terrain, his body grinding against the surface, filling the wilderness with his anguished cries. Scream louder. Trevor, as if invigorated by some euphoric potion, reveled in the gruesome spectacle of Ceylon's body being reduced to a bloody pulp against the ground. Spare me, I beg you. Spare me. Ceylon, bound and helpless, could only gaze up in despair at Trevor, who sat atop the giant wolf, the very source of his torment, pleading for mercy to the one who had inflicted such suffering upon him. Before long, there was scarcely a patch of unscathed skin left on Ceylon's body. Yet he knew that once Trevor grew bored of his torment, he would apply a restorative potion to his battered form, ensuring he could continue to provide amusement for Trevor. Everything felt akin to hell. Chapter 61. On the branches. As the first wave of cold air drifted down from the northern Moros snow mountains, the breath of winter arrived unbidden. Frost began to appear on the ground, and delicate snowflakes fell from the sky like fine salt. Where the Moros snow mountains met the coastal shore, an insurmountable high wall stood, perpetually capped with unmelting white snow, occasionally visited by orcs seeking water. The coastal region was the only area amidst the desolate plains where one could witness the beauty of snowfall. Each orc residing here possessed a thick coat to fend off the biting cold of winter. During this season, the shallow waters of the West Sea would freeze solid, and to catch fish one had to break through the icy surface. No one had ventured into the depths of the West Sea, where the waters ran deep. Moya, how's the catch? On a fishing boat docked at the shore, two orcs sat comfortably beneath the boat's beam, each holding a can brimming with fish oil, occasionally sipping from it. We drilled through 5 ice holes this morning and didn't encounter a single school of fish, one of the orcs, feeling disheartened, remarked. The fish run has come far too late this year. This has never happened before. If we don't catch any fish soon, this winter will be unbearable. I heard that a group of outsiders has recently appeared near the mouth of the West Sea. Could they be causing trouble? Moya gazed into the distance of the West Sea, where several seagulls circled overhead. The frozen sea surface prevented them from catching the fish swimming below, leaving them futilely pecking at the hard ice. Damn this cursed place, Moya suddenly cursed. The West Sea was divided into shallow and deep waters. Typically, the coastal orcs could only navigate the shallows, while the deep waters remained both mysterious and perilous to them. Beyond the depths lay an unknown frontier. Once, an orc had attempted to traverse the deep sea to escape the desolate plains, only to become eternally lost within the West Sea, never to find their way back. It was a vast abyss, like the gaping maw of a demon, capable of swallowing all. Who knows when the 3 tribes governing the oasis will launch their rebellion? I'm almost accustomed to living here, Moya's companion expressed his concerns. The previous attempts at rebellion have all failed. We need a true leader. The 3 tribes of the oasis wish to unify the orcs, making it difficult to reignite the insurrection. Then what shall we do? The resources in the desolate plains are finite. Sooner or later we will consume everything, and when that day comes. Moya replied, the humans intended to drive us into the desolate plains just for this purpose, thinking they could extinguish the orcs through warfare. With their capabilities, they could never succeed. Upon reaching the coastal land, Yang Xiu and Pal donned thick cloaks, for the weather here was unsettling, the biting winds drying and cracking their skin, leaving wounds that felt as sharp as knives. Sir, what is this? Pal inquired, sitting before Yang Xiu, curiously observing the frost on the ground and reaching out to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky. To him, a child raised beside molten lava, this was an extraordinary sight. Snow, a particularly delightful phenomenon. It hasn't snowed enough yet. Once it does, we'll have a beautiful winter landscape, Yang Xiu reminisced, gazing at the snowflakes, recalling the heavy snowfall he encountered in Hangzhou during his sophomore year while returning home from school. Sir, look at all the ice elements in this snow, Pal exclaimed, pointing at the few snowflakes resting in his palm. Don't expend all your excitement here. At this rate of snowfall, it won't be long before we can have a snowball fight, and then you will truly enjoy yourself, Yang Xiu chuckled, imagining Pal's delighted expression, reminiscent of his own first encounter with snow. Chief, shall we proceed to search for the flesh-eating hounds now? Delanda asked. Let us hold off on that for now. We will first visit the Howling Wind tribe, Yang Xiu replied, pulling out a map, determined to return both keys of Sodaron to the Howling Wind tribe before focusing on the search for the hounds. The Howling Wind tribe? Chief, what do you intend to do there? Delanda inquired, puzzled by Yang Xiu's suggestion to visit a tribe he had never even heard of before. I will explain everything once we arrive at the Howling Wind. For now, I fear discussing it may lead to unforeseen events. Agd had mentioned a mysterious gang that specializes in ambushing convoys carrying the keys of Sodaron. I cannot afford to falter along the way. The coastal land lay adjacent to the West Sea. As Yang Xiu and his companions emerged from the dense forest, they beheld a vast expanse of sea, its surface frozen solid. Not far from the shore, a wooden boat lay docked, where two orcs were engaged in a discussion of some sort. Iron Hand, Delanda, the map does not indicate the location of the Howling Wind tribe. Go and inquire, Yang Xiu instructed, noting that Derek's map contained only a few black dots symbolizing the major tribes without naming each one. Hey, someone is coming. In the gaze of Moi and his companion, two kodos approached from a distance, bearing several individuals upon their backs. Among them, two figures were cloaked in garments that concealed their bodies, rendering their features indistinguishable to onlookers. Friends, do you know the way to the Howling Wind tribe? Durongda called out to the orc perched on the ship's mast. Howling Wind? Moi set down the fish oil in his hands and stood, stating, that tribe is quite a distance from here. If you continue forward, it will take you 3 more days to arrive. 3 days. Taisho couldn't suppress a gasp, pondering that by the time their party of 4 reached the Howling Wind tribe, heavy snow might block the path. You must have come from afar. If you seek supplies, simply head east for a few thousand meters, and you will encounter a tribe. There's no need to journey so far, Moi kindly advised. Thank you, my friend. Durongda and Taisho returned to Yang Xiu, relaying Moi's words once more. 3 days can only be 3 days more. I have made a promise to someone that I must fulfill by visiting the Howling Wind tribe. Yang Xiu waved his hand, signaling for them to proceed forward. Moi, why would those outsiders choose to venture into the coastal area after winter has set in? Moi's companion observed Yang Xiu and the others departing, casting particularly scrutinizing glances at Yang Xiu and Pal. And those 2 orcs riding the kodo seem rather small in stature. Who knows? Why concern ourselves with such matters? Moi finished the can of fish oil in one gulp and urged, no more resting, let us get to work. Today, let us aim to open 3 more holes. In the central region of the coastal area lies a valley formed by 2 parallel cliffs, where the wind rushes in from one side and swiftly disperses from the other, creating a sound reminiscent of bells ringing. Due to this unique phenomenon, nearby tribes refer to it as the Valley of Winds. Unlike other places along the coast where not a blade of grass grows, the Valley of Winds is lush with vibrant trees, filling the entire space. The Howling Wind tribe, which Yang Xiu sought, is nestled here. Unlike the stone city of the Battle Axe tribe, all the buildings of the Howling Wind tribe are constructed atop the treetops, resembling a city in the trees, exuding a distinct beauty. Is this the Howling Wind tribe? Yang Xiu's kodo halted at the valley's entrance, gazing at the orcs traversing the branches above. It should be. The orcs here typically reside in the trees, Durongda remarked. As Yang Xiu and his companions entered the Valley of Winds, the sentinels of the Howling Wind tribe had already spotted them. Dozens of orcs slid down from nearby trees, blocking their path at the entrance of the tribe. What brings you here? Don't you know that we do not welcome outsiders after winter? The orc guards shouted. Durongda and Taisho exchanged glances, genuinely unaware of this rule. We have come to seek your high priest. I have something to deliver to him, Yang Xiu replied, lowering his voice. What is it? The guard retorted. High Priest Ramon does not meet with outsiders casually. It is the key from the Nightwolf tribe. I have been entrusted by Agdi to deliver it. If you convey this to the High Priest, I trust he will be willing to see me, Yang Xiu stated calmly. Some of the orc guards exchanged uncertain glances with each other, but one turned and hurried into the woods, presumably to seek out their High Priest. Yang Xiu and his companions did not wait long. Soon, the departing orc returned, stating that High Priest Ramon wished to meet them and granted them entry. The entrance to the Howling Wind tribe was rather peculiar. A massive wooden plank was lowered from the treetops, and only by ascending this plank could one reach the canopy. We'll take care of your kodo. You just go on up, said one of the orc guards. With a creak, Yang Xiu handed the reins of the kodo to a guard and stepped onto the plank, which immediately groaned under the strain. Will it really not collapse? Yang Xiu hesitated, questioning the nearby orc guard. We've walked on it for years. It has never collapsed, came the forthright reply from the guard. Yang Xiu felt it improper to doubt their entrance, so he strode boldly onto the treetops. The Howling Wind tribe had made considerable modifications to the forest, constructing wooden walkways and railings throughout. Alongside the pathways were numerous quaint wooden houses, presumably inhabited by the orcs of the Howling Wind tribe. It has been a long time since our tribe has welcomed outsiders after winter, the leading guard remarked, glancing back at them. How long has it been? Yang Xiu inquired. Since the passing of the last High Priest Sodalin, the current High Priest Ramon has prohibited us from receiving outsiders during winter. Chapter 62. The Sage's Instruction. Following the orc guard through the treetop city, Yang Xiu and his companions were led to a straight walkway, where no other structures could be seen. At the end of the walkway stood a colossal ancient tree, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that the tree had been hollowed out, with a door and several windows carved into its trunk. At the top of the giant tree, numerous white orbs of light flowed among the branches, reminiscent of the sprites from the night elves in Warcraft, diligently felling trees. This is the residence of High Priest Ramon. You can enter directly to see him. Just remember to speak quietly, as Ramon dislikes loud individuals. The orc guard advised Yang Xiu before departing, showing no concern that Yang Xiu and his companions might pose a threat to their tribe's high priest. Do you wish to accompany me inside? Or shall I go in alone while you wait at the door? Yang Xiu asked Durongda, Taisho and Pal. Chief, I want to go in with you. Durongda immediately stepped forward, and Taisho followed closely, unwilling to let Yang Xiu enter the treehouse alone. Sir, I want to follow you too, Pal said, moving to Yang Xiu's side. Very well, let us enter, but remember to speak softly. Yang Xiu ascended the steps to the treehouse door and pushed it open. The floor was strewn with an array of blueprints, while the table was piled high with potions of various colors. The ceiling hung with the skulls of unknown creatures, giving the space an eerie resemblance to a mad scientist's lair rather than that of a beastly high priest. An elderly orc, hunched over, reclined in a rocking chair, holding a crystalline purple heart aloft. Excuse me, are you High Priest Ramon? Yang Xiu stepped into the treehouse, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he addressed the old orc. Come in, and please shut the door. I don't want insects flying into my house, Ramon said, glancing at Yang Xiu and the others and casually snapping his fingers. High Priest Ramon, I am here on behalf of Agdi to deliver the key of Sodalin. Yang Xiu presented the orc statue that Agdi had given him, placing it upon the table. Sodalin. Ramon set down what he was holding and rose from his chair, saying, Thank you for your efforts, High Priest Ramon. I am curious to ask, does this key of Sodalin truly hold the power to assist the orcs in escaping the desolate plains? Ramon's milky eyes fixated on the orc statue on the table, and suddenly, it seemed his thoughts drifted elsewhere, as he remained unresponsive even when Yang Xiu waved his hand in front of him. High Priest Ramon? Yang Xiu called out in confusion. The plans left behind by Sodalin were exceedingly meticulous. Should someone manage to extract the frenzy potion from the frenzied orcs, escaping the desolate plains would no longer be a mere dream. Ramon seized the key of Sodalin, twisting it around the wolf's head until the dragon's head detached, revealing a concealed compartment for storage. Inside, 3 pieces of animal hide were stuffed, inscribed with densely packed Orcish script. Agdi's ideas were commendable, yet lacked significant innovation. He remained obedient to Sodalin's line of thought. Ramon nonchalantly nodded and placed the animal hides upon the table. Now, we ought to have a proper discussion about you, human, Ramon stated. Indeed, you have discerned my identity, Yang Xiu replied, naturally removing the hood of his cloak and inquiring. After emerging from the wasteland, I traversed several tribes, and the Orcish priests among them immediately recognized my human identity, yet the ordinary orcs did not. What could be the reason for this? Essence, human. No matter how you disguise yourself, you still exude a human aura. For Orcish priests, discerning this essence is remarkably simple. Decades ago, assassins among your kind devised a technique called breath, concealing specifically to enhance their success in assassinating Orcish priests. It seems you are not familiar with it, Ramon observed, eyeing Yang Xiu with keen interest. Ah, so that is the case. It appears I must exercise greater caution in the future, Yang Xiu mused to himself. Human, you stealthily ventured into the desolate plains and have been roaming about, even intruding upon the coastal region. Are you not afraid of being captured by orcs? Ramon inquired. Well, to be honest, I am the chieftain of an orc tribe, and there are dozens of orcs within my tribe. My visit to the coastal region is solely to capture a flesh-eating hound. Yang Xiu scratched his head and replied. Oh, that is indeed an intriguing matter. Could you elaborate on this? Ramon regarded Yang Xiu with a kind expression. Very well, Yang Xiu recounted the events that transpired since his arrival in this world, briefly mentioning his experiences in search of the flesh-eating hound, omitting his transformation into a blood priest. Oh, by the way, I found the key of Sodalin. Yang Xiu produced the Orcish statue he had retrieved from the melted lays and handed it to Ramon. However, Ramon did not focus on this, casually accepting the key of Sodalin. Are you suggesting that Lays could summon the Death Ravens? Ramon furrowed his brow and remarked, only the Black Priests can command the Ravens, and it is said that the mysterious organization which sought to seize the key of Sodalin includes a Black Priest. Are you implying that Lays is a member of that mysterious organization? Alas, had I known, I would not have killed him, Yang Xiu sighed. No. If Lays were truly a Black Priest, you should not have been able to kill him. Each Black Priest possesses an intimate understanding of death. They wield the power of death and can resurrect from the pool of the dead after each demise. Lays is certainly still within the Battleaxe tribe, Ramon asserted. Not dead? Impossible. I reduced him to ashes. How could he possibly still be alive? Yang Xiu was taken aback. Ramon, if Black Priests indeed command the power of death, why have I never witnessed them fighting in the resistance war? Taisho queried, perplexed. This matter is rather lengthy. Orcish priests like myself venerate the 4 elemental forces of wind, water, earth, and fire, as this priestly system emerged earliest and is revered as traditional by all orcs. However, each race inevitably produces a few eccentric individuals who prefer to tread alternative paths, and orcs are no exception. Thus, the Black Priests who chant death and the White Priests who extol life emerged. The powers wielded by these Black and White Priests surpass those of ordinary priests, yet they do not favor sharing their strength for the benefit of all. Consequently, these orc priests departed their tribes, becoming wanderers in the desolate plains. At the onset of the resistance war, we could not find a single Black or White priest willing to participate. And what of the Blood Priests? Why are they willing to join the resistance war? I have heard orcs involved in the conflict state that Blood Priests are the mightiest of all priests, Taisho inquired, discreetly posing this question on behalf of Yang Xiu. You are aware of the Blood Priests? That is quite rare. This profession has long since vanished from Orcish history. It is evident that you must be a seasoned warrior, Ramon respectfully addressed Taisho. I have merely had the fortune of fighting alongside a Blood Priest, yet he ultimately perished at the hands of human assassins. Taisho sighed. The Blood Priest is a miracle bestowed upon orcs by the divine. Had we managed to preserve a few Blood Priests, the orcs would not be in their current predicament, Ramon lamented. Could you elaborate further on the Blood Priests? Yang Xiu requested. That was long ago. At the time, no one knew how the Blood Priests came into being. Each Blood Priest was remarkably powerful, capable of draining the blood from their enemies with a mere flick of their wrist, corrupting the bodies of foes while bolstering their allies. Yet, the most noteworthy abilities were the power to alter bloodlines and to extract legacies. Ramon smiled mysteriously. Alter bloodlines? Extract legacies? Yang Xiu was taken aback, realizing he seemed to lack these 2 abilities. Every race possesses a unique bloodline and legacy within them, such as the wings and physique inherent to dragons. This is their bloodline, while the dragon flames they breathe and dragon tongue magic belong to their legacy. Blood Priests can manipulate the bloodline elements within any living creature to alter the creature's bloodline, as well as extract the power of a creature's legacy to acquire their abilities. This is the true strength of the Blood Priests, Ramon elucidated. Now I understand. My ability to wield the Elder's white flame magic must have inadvertently stemmed from the legacy within him, Yang Xiu realized, comprehending the capabilities of the Blood Priest for the first time. Regrettably, Yang Xiu remained unaware of how to employ the abilities of altering bloodlines and extracting legacies on others. Ramon, how exactly does the Blood Priest alter bloodlines through bloodline elements? Sounds quite implausible, Yang Xiu asked, feigning indifference. I'm not entirely certain. I suspect only Blood Priests would know. In my memories, only one Blood Priest achieved such a level of power. Yet he met his demise at the hands of a dozen or so mages. Ramon patted Yang Xiu's shoulder and said, Thank you for delivering the key of Sodalin and the information. I will send someone to investigate Lays in the Battleaxe tribe. If he truly is a member of that mysterious organization, I believe he may possess crucial information. You're welcome. My goal is also to lead the Black Iron tribe away from the desolate plains. If you can develop the frenzy potion, it would be good news for the orcs of my tribe, and the late old Gus would surely be pleased, Yang Xiu replied. You mentioned that your journey to the coastal region was to seek the flesh-eating hound, correct? Ramon inquired. Chapter 63, The Flesh-Eating Hound. 2 small, black eyes, the size of green beans, curiously gazed at the human standing before them, while 2 fluffy little paws rested by its mouth, making a series of delightful sounds. Yang Xiu observed the little creature nestled in its wooden nest, memories of Ramon's earlier words before his departure from the Howling Wind tribe resurfacing in his mind. I am aware of the lair of a devouring hound and hope this information proves beneficial to you. Furthermore, I wish you success in leading the Black Iron tribe to the coastal regions. However, is this devouring hound not rather diminutive? How shall we contend with the sorcerer Yang Xiu if he merely pinches the pup with 2 fingers? This little creature squirmed in Yang Xiu's grasp, vocally expressing its dissatisfaction with its current predicament. Chief, could it be that Ramon is deceiving us? It appears to me to be an ordinary dog, Iron Hand remarked with perplexity. At this moment, Yang Xiu and his companions found themselves atop an unnamed desolate mountain, a location indicated by Ramon, who claimed it to be the dwelling of devouring hounds. Following Ramon's directions, they had arrived here, only to find no signs of life throughout the barren expanse. Ultimately, they discovered this small pup, which had only recently opened its eyes, within a cave. It is possible that the devouring hound has ventured out in search of prey, leaving its young behind in the lair, Durongda suggested. Never mind that, pal. I entrust this dog to your care, Yang Xiu said as he handed the pup to Pal, who stood behind him. Thank you, my lord. I shall look after it diligently, the child exclaimed, having no resistance against such a small pet, immediately cradling the pup as if it were a treasure and gently stroking its fur. Continue the search. Return to the tribe only upon finding the devouring hound, Yang Xiu declared, turning to make his way toward the cave's exit. As if choreographed at the moment he turned, a massive hound resembling a black panther strode in from outside, its back adorned with 3 sharp white bones, while its tail, reminiscent of an iron whip, swayed with each step. Most alarmingly, it carried in its mouth the lower half of an orc's corpse. Upon noticing the presence of unfamiliar intruders in its lair, the devouring hound emitted a low, cautious growl, slowly setting down its prey and coldly fixing its gaze upon Yang Xiu and his companions. The pup in Pal's hands, upon seeing the great hound, instantly erupted into cheerful yelps. The devouring hound, responding to the sound, swiftly dug into the ground and dashed towards Pal, clearly indicating that the little one was of great importance to it. Stop it. That must be its offspring, Yang Xiu urgently commanded, as Durongda and Iron Hand immediately positioned themselves in front of Pal, reaching out to intercept the rushing devouring hound. Woof! The devouring hound, frantic at the thought of its young being seized, felt a surge of anxiety, observing the 2 orcs attempting to block its path. The maternal instincts within the devouring hound ignited, illuminating its body with numerous white runes. 2 crescent-shaped beams of white energy surged forth from its claws, hurtling toward Durongda and Iron Hand. With a sharp thrust, the white crescents sliced through the air with incredible speed, one finding its mark in Durongda, leaving a deep wound in its wake. It can wield magic? Exercise caution, Iron Hand shouted as he activated the fervor within him, lunging at the devouring hound. As a magical beast, the devouring hound naturally possessed a unique lineage, ranking it high among magical creatures. Its fur provided a natural immunity to magic, rendering it a bane to sorcerers. However, as sorcerers acquired the protection of warriors, the devouring hound could no longer approach them, leading orcs to consider skinning them for their pelts to counter sorceress might. This relentless slaughter over the years had resulted in a significant decline in the population of devouring hounds, leaving only a few places where they could still be found. With a resounding thud, Iron Hand's fist struck the devouring hound's head, the sheer force driving it to the ground. Iron Hand pressed down firmly on the hound's skull, preventing any chance of escape. Yet, the devouring hound was no meek creature. It thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge Iron Hand's grip. The tremendous force caused Iron Hand to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Still wished to resist? Durongda had approached unnoticed, unleashing a powerful strike upon the devouring hound's head, akin to a hammer driving a nail, pinning it firmly to the ground motionless. The pup, witnessing its mother being assaulted by the intruders, emitted pitiful cries, desperately attempting to crawl toward the devouring hound, only to be restrained by Pal. Iron Hand, cease your assault. Allow me to ascertain if it is indeed a devouring hound, Yang Xiu stated, stepping closer to the creature. He directed a torrent of 7 springs flame at its head. As the white flames neared the devouring hound's body, mere centimeters away, a series of entwined white light strips materialized, creating a barrier that isolated Yang Xiu's flames from the hound. It truly can resist magic, Yang Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the devouring hound is the nemesis of sorcerers. When faced with unprotected sorcerers, this magical beast becomes an unstoppable force. Chief, can we now return to the wasteland? Durongda inquired, pressing a hand to his wound. Of course we shall return. I can hardly contain my excitement to seize that castle, Yang Xiu replied with enthusiasm. With the devouring hound at their side, they now had a means to confront the sorcerer lurking within the fortress. Ever since that day beneath the lair of the earth spider, when he had encountered the three human sorcerers, Yang Xiu had come to recognize the power dynamics of this world. While sorcerers had frail physiques, their magical prowess undeniably constituted one of the most formidable forces within this realm. The ability to unleash magic without restraint made sorcerers a terrifying presence. Hell, bind this devouring hound, Yang Xiu instructed, pointing at the creature. A surge of air elements coalesced in Pal's hands, forming ropes that ensnared the hound's limbs. Sorcerers possessed a unique talent for shaping nature's elements into the objects they desired, yet the effects differed among various elemental sorcerers. For instance, a fire sorcerer's flame rope would be incapable of binding a target, as the searing heat would incinerate it instead. "My lord, are we to return at once?" Pal asked. "Indeed, you shall soon witness my tribe. I expect you to contribute to the growth of the Black Iron tribe," Yang Xiu replied, ruffling Pal's hair, a sudden sense of longing for home washing over him. Woof. Although the devouring hound was bound by Pal's wind ropes, its gaze remained fixated on its offspring. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward either of you. I merely require your assistance with a task. Upon its successful completion, I shall restore your freedom," Yang Xiu assured the devouring hound. The creature seemed to comprehend his words, quieting down, though its eyes remained eagerly fixed on the pup in Pal's hands. "Durongda Iron Hand, carry it down the mountain." The two orcs lifted the devouring hound by its head and legs, striding out of the cave. At the foot of the mountain, the Kodo beasts awaited to transport the devouring hound. "Lord Sodeman, General Hagel's orders are for you to remain stationed at this castle." A group of soldiers, perspiring profusely, blocked the path of a middle-aged man clad in a sorcerer's robe. He bore a gaunt visage, accentuated by a pair of goat-like whiskers adorning his lips. "What is the meaning of this? Of the 5 armies that entered, for have returned. Why must I remain here with you inept fools?" Sauron, filled with rage, gripped his staff with an ironclad intensity. "We have no knowledge of that. It is merely what General Hygel has claimed," a soldier timidly replied, casting a wary glance at the furious sorcerer before him. "I have endured enough of this wretched place inhabited by orcs. There are no feasts, no balls, nor any gatherings of wizards. What am I even doing here?" The contempt for Hygel was palpable, and Sauron's fury could be likened to gritting teeth. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the soldier beside him and inquired, "Has the royal family of Marlin dispatched the 7 magi into the desolate plains?" "Indeed, my lord Sauron, the esteemed 7 magi have ventured deep into the desolate plains long ago," came the response. "Do you know their purpose?" Sauron pressed. A chorus of headshakes from the soldiers indicated their ignorance of the matter. "If I could discover the caravan of the 7 magi, I might find my way back to Marlin. At that point, even Hygel would have no grounds to object," Sauron mused, already plotting his course of action. "Go. Dispatch the sentinels to see if they can uncover the presence of human caravans. If anything arises, return immediately to report to me," Sauron commanded sternly, and the soldiers hastened away. "I am a noble sorcerer. Marlin is where I rightfully belong. Hygel, your orders cannot suppress me." A century ago, after vanquishing the orcs, humanity erected 3 grand cities at the heart of the continent: Gudeskai, Lisbong, and Elon Hill. These 3 cities encircle the royal city of Marlin like a fortified bastion. To enter Marlin, one must traverse through any of these 3 cities. Among them, Lisbong, nestled against high mountains and fortified with stone walls, stands as the most magnificent, its architecture resembling the terraced fields of China, cascading steeply as one ascends. Chapter 64. The Light of Technology. The synergy of technology and magic is the principal reason humanity triumphed over the orcs. In human society, craftsmen and sorcerers are the paramount professions, sustaining humanity's might and propelling technological advancement. Lisbong is a city teeming with craftsmen, a bustling hub of firearms production. The majority of human military firearms are manufactured here. Proximity to the Iron Fortress allows Lisbong's artisans to promptly deliver newly developed weaponry for testing by the guards stationed there, assessing their efficacy for mass production. This city epitomizes the lifeblood of humanity. "Hurry up! This batch of equipment must be delivered to the desolate plains today." Foreman Loren bellowed as he set to work. His laborers hoisted boxes, reinforced with steel, onto carts and quickly scurried back out. "Foreman, haven't the troops stationed in the desolate plains withdrawn?" questioned a perplexed assistant, recalling General Hagel's orders to retract the forces due to the orcs' annihilation of them. "There remains a contingent stationed in the wasteland that has yet to withdraw. They are humanity's sole stronghold," Loren replied impatiently, adjusting his ear. The assistant, now understanding, produced a wrapped cigarette and offered it to Loren. Just then, 3 weary battalions emerged from the depths of the desolate plains, their armor stained with dried blood, their weapons battered and worn, clearly having endured fierce combat. They approached the iron barricade in silence, awaiting the guards to lower the city gate. Marlin? A guard on the wall suddenly inquired. Phoenix? The soldiers below shouted in unison, creating an electrifying scene. Open the gate. We are allies. The guards immediately recoiled, and 10 soldiers responsible for operating the gate's mechanism swiftly engaged the axle, causing the massive iron door to creak open, revealing a passage into the steel fortification. The 3 battalions, disciplined and orderly, entered in succession, and soon the colossal gate was drawn back, crashing against its frame with a resounding clang. Yang Xiu remained oblivious to these developments, eagerly anticipating his return to the Iron Tribe. During this coastal expedition, he had not only captured a devouring hound but had also been fortunate enough to become a blood priest. Perhaps upon returning to the tribe, Derek could provide him with further insights into this vocation. As winter set in, a 20-centimeter layer of snow blanketed the coastal ground, making travel exceedingly cumbersome. The 2 Kodos struggled to navigate the snow, as one was burdened with the devouring hound, forcing Duranda and Iron Hand to trudge alongside, though their pace remained relatively unimpeded. My lord, it seems Aya wishes to get down. Pal, seated before Yang Xiu, suddenly turned to announce, clutching the squirming devouring hound, which persistently attempted to wriggle free, emitting incessant whines. Take care of it, Yang Xiu replied earnestly, then lowered his gaze to his map. In the howling wind and snow, it was all too easy to lose one's bearings. A moment's inattention could lead one astray, and correcting such misdirection could prove time-consuming. Yang Xiu wished to avoid such a scenario. My lord, may I join Duranda and the others on foot? Pal inquired. Oh, go ahead. Return if you tire, Yang Xiu waved dismissively, understanding that a child's inclination towards snow was innate, likely having longed to play in the white blanket covering the ground. Thank you, my lord. Pal nimbly leapt from the Kodo's back, landing with a soft thud. To be young again, Yang Xiu remarked, observing Pal's retreating figure, reminiscing about his own youthful urges to frolic in the snow, recalling how he would sneak snow down the necks of girls at that age. With a soft sigh, he mused, the joys of youth. Help! Murder! They're a killer. Suddenly, as Yang Xiu reminisced, cries for help echoed around him. He leaned forward, scanning the vicinity for any signs of trouble. Am I hearing things? He wondered, perplexed as he rubbed his ears. Chief, it sounds as if someone is calling out. Duranda and Iron Hand approached Yang Xiu, the unexpected cries instilling a sense of vigilance in everyone. Help! A monster is trying to kill me. A dark figure, frantically running through the snow, drew closer, revealing itself as a werewolf covered in gray fur. Why does this creature seem familiar? Yang Xiu mused aloud. Chief, I share that sentiment, Duranda replied, resting his chin on his hand, in agreement. Help! There is a monster after me. The werewolf sprinted towards Yang Xiu and the others, casting terrified glances over its shoulder. What is it so afraid of? There is nothing pursuing it, Pal remarked, puzzled. No, perhaps that entity resembles snow in every aspect. In Yang Xiu's eyes, behind the gray-furred wargen, a massive red mass was pursuing him, while in normal sight, all that lay behind the wargen was an expanse of pristine white snow. Suddenly, it seemed that Taizhou had recalled something, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction behind the wargen. Chieftain, look! That fellow has a mass of snow writhing behind him, Du Longda exclaimed loudly. The others followed his gaze and indeed, there was something white moving behind the wargen. It is the tyrant of the snowfield. Run! Taizhou immediately reacted, and a terrifying creature known along the coastline sprang to mind. He swiftly scooped up Pal and tossed him onto the back of a Kodo beast. Grasping the reins of 2 Kodo beasts, he turned and bolted away from the wargen. The gray-furred wargen, seeing Yang Xiu and company suddenly change direction to flee, maliciously followed suit. Yang Xiu had never seen Taizhou in such a state of panic and couldn't help but ask, Taizhou, what is the tyrant of the snowfield? Is it very powerful? Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from behind, scattering a thick layer of snow, and even from 100 meters away, Yang Xiu could feel the ground trembling slightly. He turned to look back and saw a vast expanse of snow cleared away, revealing a colossal white bear standing its ground. This bear was enormous, and even from such a distance, Yang Xiu could see its crimson eyes and 2 elongated fangs that resembled those of a saber-toothed tiger, evoking a sense of ferocity. Is that an Arctic bear? Yang Xiu instinctively blurted out, for its appearance was strikingly similar to the Arctic bears of Earth, save for the 2 fangs protruding from its mouth. That is the tyrant of the snowfield, a beast dwelling in the Moros snow mountains, Taizhou explained while running. Before winter truly arrives, Some tyrants descend from the mountains in search of food. If they survive the fall, they can find abundant sustenance along the coastline. Are they very strong? Yang Xiu inquired. Once, a tyrant of the snowfield invaded a large tribe, and that tribe was no more, Tai's Ho bluntly stated. Yang Xiu was taken aback. A large tribe typically boasted more than 4 orcs priests. Such formidable defenses were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a single tyrant. Pal, quickly cast speed-enhancing magic on everyone, Yang Xiu urged. He had no desire to confront such a terrifying creature. Yes, my lord, Pal replied earnestly as he invoked wind magic. Instantly, swirling gusts appeared around the legs of the 2 Kodo beasts, and their speed markedly increased. Du Longda and Tai's Ho experienced a similar boon, matching the pace of the Kodo beasts and swiftly distancing themselves from the pursuing tyrant by over 100 meters. I have a great secret. Save me. A very, very big secret. A familiar voice rang out, and the recognition sparked an image in Yang Xiu's mind. Lang? He marveled, glancing back to see the gray-furred wargen rolling clumsily in the snow, desperately trying to evade the enormous paw of the tyrant. It truly was him. What a coincidence. Yang Xiu chuckled, recalling how he had released this unfortunate wargen from the wasteland just months prior, only to cross paths again along the coastline. Pal, cast a speed spell on me. I will return shortly, Yang Xiu declared, rising from the Kodo beast's back, seemingly intent on rescuing the wargen. My lord, you cannot go back. It is far too dangerous, Pal cautioned. Nonsense, don't you know my strength? Hurry, Yang Xiu urged. Very well, Pal acquiesced, adding 2 wind spirals to Yang Xiu's legs and securing a wind rope around his waist. My lord, if the situation seems dire, I will pull you back. Agreed. Before Yang Xiu could finish speaking, he leaped off the Kodo beast, his light footsteps racing across the snow, leaving only shallow impressions. On the snowfield, a human with wind beneath his legs and a glowing blue rope around his waist charged recklessly toward the colossal white bear, known to the orcs as the Tyrant of the Snowfield. Chapter 65. Secrets. Secrets. How fast is the wind? Yang Xiu experienced it firsthand today. The wind's power surging through his legs propelled him forward several meters with just a slight step. As the figure of the tyrant loomed ever closer, Yang Xiu hastily halted his advance. Save me! Lang, now utterly terrified and collapsed in the snow, shouted in panic. Without waiting for the tyrant to react, Yang Xiu seized Lang by the neck and dashed back in the direction of Du Longda and the others. How dare you steal my prey right before my eyes? The white bear roared in anger, its massive paws striking the ground forcefully as it pursued the pair. In the coastal region, there was no misfortune greater than being chased by a tyrant of the snowfield after winter's arrival. This ferocious beast possessed remarkable stamina, and few could escape its relentless pursuit. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die! Lang clung tightly to Yang Xiu's arm. Due to the extra weight, Yang Xiu felt his speed diminish significantly, and gradually, the distance separating them from the tyrant shrank to a mere 10 meters. What are you doing running away from the wasteland to the coastline? Yang Xiu asked, amused. Is that you? Lang finally recognized Yang Xiu, the human who had taken his subordinates, now miraculously reappearing before him. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Isn't it? You mentioned having a great secret. Is that true? If it's a lie, I shall drop you, Yang Xiu remarked, glancing at the pursuing tyrant. It's true. I have a significant secret, Lang exclaimed, bobbing his head like a woodpecker, fearful that Yang Xiu might abandon him. Do tell, Yang Xiu urged. No way. If I tell you, you'll just drop me. Do you not trust me? Fine, fine, if there's no trust between people, I shan't listen to your secret. Down you go. Yang Xiu feigned disappointment, extending his hand to drop Lang. Realizing Yang Xiu's intention to pry his fingers apart, Lang quickly shouted, I believe you. I believe you. It's a secret. I'll tell you right now, just don't drop me. Now we're getting somewhere. Yang Xiu relented, retracting his hand and adopting an expression of eager anticipation. Near the area bordering the coastline and the Moros snow mountains, there resides a frost dragon, a female that is currently in her breeding period. Lang stammered out. What does that mean? What does a dragon laying eggs have to do with me? Yang Xiu questioned, puzzled. Heavens, human! Do you not realize what it signifies to encounter a dragon during its breeding period? Lang gripped Yang Xiu's collar excitedly. It means wealth. It means power. If we could steal a dragon egg, do you understand the significance of a dragon egg? What significance? Dragon blood. Within the dragon egg lies the essence of dragon blood. Should you consume it, you shall be bestowed with the noble lineage akin to that of a mighty dragon, and you may even acquire the ability to wield dragon tongue magic. You have indeed stumbled upon great fortune this time, remarked Lang proudly as he patted Yang Xiu on the shoulder. If it's so remarkable, why have you not pilfered a dragon egg? If it were truly that impressive, would you still be fleeing from the tyrant of the snowfield? Yang Xiu jested. It is precisely because I attempted to steal a dragon egg that I encountered this foolish bear. The frost dragon had its lair nestled within a mountain crevice, and as I was scaling it, this dim-witted bear leapt down from the Moros snow mountains. Had it not been for that, the egg would have already been mine. Lang lamented with frustration. Do you truly believe that the frost dragon would allow you to abscond with its egg so easily? Do you think dragons are simpletons? Yang Xiu suddenly leapt to the right, narrowly evading the massive paw of the snowfield tyrant that slammed down where he had just been standing. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. I assure you, human chieftain, that the dragon ventures out at a specific time each day to hunt for food. That was when I intended to execute my grand plan. There are 2 dragon eggs in that lair, and if you do not act promptly, others may discover them first, Lang said, wrapping his legs around Yang Xiu's waist. His head turned towards the pursuing snowfield tyrant, clearly treating Yang Xiu as a steed. Get off me! Lang's peculiar posture made Yang Xiu's heart race, and he hastily dislodged him, gripping Lang's ankle with one hand as he began to sprint. With Lang's legs still in Yang Xiu's grasp, the latter dragged him through the snow, leaving a conspicuous trail behind. Ugh! The snowfield tyrant's 4 legs flailed as it closed the distance between them, ultimately leaping over Yang Xiu's head and sliding a distance on the snow, using its massive form to intercept the 2 meager prey. We're doomed. I should have ditched you sooner. Now I can't escape, Yang Xiu complained to Lang. You cannot abandon me, human chieftain. I've divulged my greatest secret to you. You must save me. Lang clung to Yang Xiu's thigh, wailing desperately. Ugh! The snowfield tyrant opened its maw to bite at both Yang Xiu and Lang, a fierce gust of wind emanating from its jaws that stung Yang Xiu's face. Yang Xiu kicked Lang away and dove to the side. As a bear-like beast, the snowfield tyrant possessed tremendous biting power, and a single bite could tear flesh from even a dragon. Yang Xiu could not hope to withstand it with his own body, uncertain of how much damage his magic could inflict upon it. His sole thought was to flee. 7 Springs Eruption. With Lang tucked under his arm, Yang Xiu unleashed his magic in the opposite direction. Propelled by the explosive force of the flames, the 2 soared like a rocket, soaring over the head of the snowfield tyrant, heading straight for where Delanda and the others were located. The wind rope around Yang Xiu's waist yanked him swiftly toward Pal, and he needed no further control, as he and Lang distanced themselves from the snowfield tyrant. As a multifaceted spell, the power of 7 Springs Eruption was formidable, and the 2 found themselves several hundred meters away from the snowfield tyrant, already spotting Delanda and his companions. Incredible! Feeling his fur ruffled by the wind in midair, Lang could not help but shout downwards. Be quiet! You're making a racket! Yang Xiu retracted the 7 Springs Eruption, and in an instant, they lost their momentum, plummeting to the ground. Thud! Thud! 2 large impressions appeared in the snow. Delanda, noticing the situation behind him, promptly turned and rushed over, pulling Yang Xiu out of the snow pit. I'm fine. Just ensure you capture that old friend and don't let him escape, Yang Xiu said, brushing the snow off his body while pointing at Lang, who was still mired in the snow. Delanda hoisted Lang up, carrying him over his shoulder. Let us go. That bear will be on our tails again, Yang Xiu urged as he dashed toward the Kodo beasts. Without Pal's wind acceleration magic, the group would undoubtedly have been caught by the snowfield tyrant. Observing the beast lagging 200 meters behind them, Yang Xiu could not help but exhale in relief. Thank you, chieftain, Lang said, seated upon the Kodo beast's rear. Where is the lair of that frost dragon? Point the way. If I discover you are deceiving me, you shall meet your demise today, Yang Xiu said with a sinister smile, a small flame flickering quietly in his hand. It's in that direction, Lang pointed towards the north, his tone betraying a hint of hesitation. Pal, bind his hands and feet and toss him down, Yang Xiu commanded suddenly. Understood. Lang was promptly wrapped up like a dumpling, and Yang Xiu stepped on him, inquiring, will you speak the truth? With my foot down you can't escape. We agreed, didn't we? I save you, and you tell me your secret. Indeed, I've shared my secret with you, but I never promised to reveal the location of the frost dragoness lair, Lang protested, looking quite aggrieved. You dare to play word games with me? You've grown bold. Yang Xiu chuckled inexplicably, kicking Lang down, while still holding onto a rope tied to him. Swoosh! The clever wolfman slid across the snow, leaving a long trail, as large amounts of snow poured into his nostrils and mouth. Soon, Lang's body was completely buried beneath the white snow. Were it not for the wind rope, he would have been entirely invisible. Sir, will he suffocate like this? Pull him out. Pal expressed concern. You make a valid point, Yang Xiu said, yanking Lang from the snow layer. The wolfman immediately opened his mouth wide, gasping for the fresh air above. Do you have anything to say now, Lang? Yang Xiu asked, looking at him. Chieftain, wheeze, I'll tell you everything, I swear. Oh, if only you had this realization sooner. Yang Xiu pulled him back onto the Kodo beast's back, kindly brushing the snowflakes from Lang's body as he asked with a smile. Where is it? It's to the east. I assure you, this time I speak the truth, Lang gasped, his head drooping in exhaustion. Excellent. Dulanda, head east. Yang Xiu called out to Dulanda. The two Kodo beasts immediately turned and raced toward the eastern coastline, while the snowfield tyrant stubbornly trailed behind them. Chapter 66. Breaking Free. The coastal area lay adjacent to the Moros snow mountains, but the connection between them was a chasm that could not be crossed, rendering it impossible for the orcs to escape the desolate plains. Where the Moros snow mountains met the coastline stood a towering ice wall, reaching several thousand meters high, its surface smooth and devoid of any foothold, making it utterly impractical for anyone to climb. Yet precisely because of this, it had become a forsaken locale. It was by mere chance that the wolfman Lang stumbled upon this ice hollow, a dragoness lair hewn from the wall by the mighty dragon itself. The colossal frost dragon ventures out of its lair each day to hunt, and that moment presents the perfect opportunity to pilfer dragon eggs. Lang divulged everything he knew, realizing that if he did not yield, he might soon find himself abandoned by Yang Xiu, left to be devoured by that tyrant of the snowfield. Suddenly, he noticed that this fellow seemed rather fortunate, as if fate smiled upon him in every encounter. Yang Xiu gently patted Lang on the head. The wargen could only manage an awkward smile. At present, the foremost concern was to shake off the white bear, which proved to be quite troublesome. Yang Xiu frowned, his gaze fixed on the snowfield tyrant trailing closely behind them. This muscle-bound creature clung to their rear like an unyielding adhesive, refusing to relent. Even Pal's magic could not widen the gap between them. They were left with no choice but to keep it at bay. Chief, the snowfield tyrant will not abandon its pursuit until it has caught its prey. We need to devise an alternative strategy, Iron Hand shouted. Having trekked through the snow with Durongda for quite some time, largely relying on Pal's magic. Their own stamina was nearly depleted, and to make matters worse, the other Kodo beast was already occupied carrying the hellhounds, leaving no space for the two to rest. If they continued at this pace, it would not be long before Durongda and Iron Hand collapsed from exhaustion, even before the snowfield tyrant could catch up. My lord, do you require me to delay the white bear's advance? Pal inquired, having already covered several kilometers across the snowy expanse. Yet the relentless snowfield tyrant continued its pursuit. Should they confront it, none would stand a chance. Yes, do your utmost. If it becomes dire, I shall intervene, Yang Xiu nodded. Each time he unleashed the elemental bloodline, it bolstered his strength, but if the recovery of that elemental bloodline was not swift enough, it could lead to the complete erosion of his body, rendering him irreparable. This was precisely why Yang Xiu had opted for swift resolutions after releasing his bloodline elements twice. Prolonged delays could spiral out of control even for a blood priest. Beneath the underground lair of the earth spider, no one knew when that group of humans had settled there, but without a doubt, each individual was an exceptional magician. From a young age, Pal had immersed himself in the study of magic, and his control over it far surpassed that of Yang Xiu, who was still somewhat inexperienced. A magician possesses three essential tools to amplify their magical prowess: a staff, a robe, and a crystal of magical energy. Lacking any of these, Pal could only resort to the most rudimentary methods of spellcasting. He placed his hands upon the back of the Kodo beast, and two circles of magical runes, the size of plates, emanated from his palms, forming tattoo-like patterns upon the beast's skin. Wings of the storm, Pal's eyes gleamed with azure light, and two formidable gusts of wind burst forth from the magical circles, taking shape as a pair of wings composed entirely of wind under Yang Xiu's watchful gaze. With a whoosh, the wings flapped of their own accord, generating a gale that transformed the snow behind the Kodo beast into chaos, a veritable avalanche of white surging towards the snowfield tyrant. The massive creature collided forcefully with the snow tide, momentarily halting its advance, and its entire form involuntarily retreated several meters. The wind wings, however, did not enable the Kodo beast to ascend. Instead, they created a tempestuous wind that thwarted the snowfield tyrant's pursuit. A furious roar erupted from the white bear, witnessing its long-chased prey slipping from its grasp. Suddenly, its head trembled, and two tadpole-like runes appeared beneath its eyes. A blue magical circle materialized in its mouth, followed by the emergence of progressively larger magical circles, repeating this nesting pattern a total of 7 times, each circle larger than the last, culminating in 8 stacked magical circles aimed at Yang Xiu's direction. Multiple magic! Pal exclaimed in astonishment. The reason these creatures were termed magical beasts was their innate ability to wield magic, a hereditary trait that rendered their magical might formidable. The Snowfield Tyrant, as a high-level magical beast, possessed the legacy of multiple magic, leaving Pal stunned and momentarily at a loss, glancing anxiously at Yang Xiu. The 8 stacked magical circles of the Snowfield Tyrant radiated a brilliant blue light, each circle adorned with jagged ice spikes, beginning to rotate ominously. A blue energy sphere emerged from the smallest of the magical circles, growing larger with each successive circle it passed through. By the time it burst forth from the largest magical circle, the sphere had swelled to the size of an automobile. With a whoosh, the projectile hurtled forth, its approach so swift that none could perceive how it reached their vicinity. When they finally reacted, the immense sphere was but a meter from the Kodo beast. Watch out! Yang Xiu's eyes widened in alarm, blood vessels visibly proliferating within his irises, obscuring any trace of white. Within his chest, his heart began to thrum violently, as if powered by an engine, beating with such fervor that Yang Xiu could hear the ominous cracking of his ribs. Time seemed to freeze as he fixated on the approaching sphere, his heart producing fresh blood that surged through his limbs. The elemental bloodline within him erupted spontaneously, merging with his blood, and an indescribable sensation of power surged within him. Just as the blue sphere, shrouded in dense white mist and frost, was about to collide with Yang Xiu and his companions, 8 magical circles ablaze with white flames manifested before it. With a crackle, the two collided, producing a cacophony of sound as the 8 magical circles converged before Yang Xiu, successfully halting the blue sphere's advance. A furious roar emanated from the distant Snowfield Tyrant as the sphere detonated, unleashing a wave of intensely frigid blue mist that froze the very air into crystalline shards wherever it spread. 8 springs erupting flames. Yang Xiu gently tapped his index finger against the white flame magical circle, and a magnificent bird engulfed in white fire soared forth. The great bird extended its neck and let out a piercing cry, dispersing the surrounding blue mist into a cloud of vapor. With a thundering flap of its wings, the bird soared several circles in the air before crashing directly into the blue mist, igniting a cataclysmic explosion as the clash of heat and cold resembled a powder keg set alight. A tremendous blast erupted, sending waves of energy and steam surging outward. The Kodo beast beneath Yang Xiu was lifted into the air, its hefty form tossed about like a mere paper in the gusts, spinning several times before crashing down heavily onto the ground. With a splatter, Yang Xiu, already exhilarated from the influence of the elemental bloodline, was jolted by the impact, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood onto the snow, creating a vivid crimson splatter that stood out starkly against the white landscape. "My lord, are you unscathed?" Pal floated down from the sky, a true master of the air as a wind mage. "What do you think?" Yang Xiu hastily retracted the elemental bloodline within him. If he did not act soon, his body might explode from the excess excitement, reducing him to mere fragments. Not far away, Durongda and Ironhand helped the Kodo beast to its feet, while the Devourer Hound lay unconscious, having sustained significant injuries, with several of its wind ropes severed. "Chieftain?" Durongda rushed over to Yang Xiu, inquiring. "It's nothing at all. We must hurry. Otherwise, that white bear will catch up with us." Yang Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "Chieftain, the Wurg has vanished." Ironhand scanned the surroundings, noting that in the blink of an eye, Lang's figure had completely disappeared. "He must have escaped in the chaos just now." "Never mind him. We must leave quickly." Yang Xiu climbed onto the vacant Kodo beast, pulling Pal up alongside him, and urged the beast to run forward, with Durongda and Ironhand hastily following, dragging the Kodo beast that bore the Devourer Hound. Before long, the roar of the Snowfield Tyrant echoed across the snowy terrain once more, but by the time it reached the site of the explosion, all that remained was devastation, and the shadows of Yang Xiu and his companions had vanished without a trace. The Snowfield Tyrant surveyed its surroundings, ultimately choosing a direction to pursue. As silence enveloped the area, the falling snow slowly concealed the traces left by the explosion, shrouding them from view. At that moment, a peculiar bulge suddenly arose from beneath the snow. With a rustle, a gray Wurg's head emerged from within, revealing Lang. "Finally free from them. How unfortunate am I to have let that accursed human take the dragon egg I had in my grasp." Lang lamented, gazing skyward. Suddenly, the distant roar of the Snowfield Tyrant resounded, causing Lang to stiffen with alarm, swiftly executing a roll and diving back into the snow hole he had previously excavated. Chapter 67. The Moros Ice Wall. After successfully evading the Snowfield Tyrant, Yang Xiu and his companions journeyed eastward, traveling for nearly half a day before reaching the base of the Moros mountain range's ice wall. The towering Moros ice wall pierced the clouds above, obscuring its summit from view. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Yang Xiu and his companions resembled ants, peering up in search of the frost giant dragon's lair as described by Lang. The ice wall appeared an unremarkable blue, casting doubt in Yang Xiu's mind about Lang's previous assertions. Chieftain, we cannot ascend this place on our own. Long ago, orcs attempted to scale the Moros mountain range to escape human encirclement, but none succeeded. This ice wall has formed over many years of solid ice, and without the proper tools we cannot even break its surface, Iron Hand remarked. If the frost giant dragon makes its lair here, it would surely choose a high perch on the ice wall to avoid detection. We see no signs of a dragon's nest within our line of sight. Could it be hidden in the area shrouded by clouds above? Yang Xiu furrowed his brow as he gazed upwards, where the distance from the ground exceeded 1,000 meters. Just as Iron Hand had mentioned, it would indeed be challenging for them to climb. My lord, my magic cannot elevate us to such heights. If the wind elements are too distant, I will lose control, Pal replied, looking troubled. How curious. How did that Lang the Wurg manage to ascend? Could he know of another route? Yang Xiu mused, clicking his tongue. Had I known, I would have bound him to the Kodo beast's back. He likely harbors many secrets from us. Chieftain, perhaps he was deceiving us? Having lived in the desolate plains for so long, I have never heard of a giant dragon nesting in this region, Durongda said skeptically, eyeing Yang Xiu. That seems unlikely. I threatened him quite thoroughly. Under those circumstances, Lang would not dare to lie to me. Yang Xiu felt a twinge of doubt creeping into his mind. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the clouds above, and a dark silhouette gradually emerged from the mist. Quick, hide. A sense of impending danger washed over Yang Xiu, as if a great calamity loomed. He swiftly ushered everyone behind a large rock. As the clouds were dispersed by the fierce wind, a triumphant dragon's roar resonated through the air. A colossal creature descended from above the Moros mountain range, its body adorned with crystalline blue ice formations. Its massive wings blotted out the sky above Yang Xiu and his companions, instilling a profound sense of fear akin to encountering a natural predator. The frost giant dragon. Although none present had ever seen a dragon before, the sight of this immense beast elicited an instinctual recognition of its name in their hearts. There really is a dragon. Yang Xiu trembled involuntarily. This frost giant dragon was comparable in size to an airplane. The instinctive fear that struck normal individuals upon witnessing it was undeniable. Yang Xiu discreetly activated the eye of the blood priest, gazing toward the dragon in the sky. He observed that its bloodline elements were not encased within a crystal prism. Rather, they flowed freely within the dragon's very blood. Strangely, these bloodline elements did not corrode the dragon's body. Instead, they resembled a potent tonic, augmenting the dragon's strength. The frost giant dragon flapped its wings a few times above the group before soaring away into the distance, disappearing from sight in mere blinks. It appears that Lang spoke the truth. There must be a dragon's nest up there. We must seize this opportunity while the frost giant dragon is away to steal a dragon egg. Do any of you have suggestions? Yang Xiu glanced at Durongda, Iron Hand, and Pal. Chieftain, we currently lack the tools necessary for climbing. It will be quite difficult to scale the ice wall and locate the dragon's nest, Durongda remarked. My lord, I have a plan, Pal suggested, pointing at Yang Xiu. Your fire magic can melt openings in the ice wall for climbing, and I can use wind magic to lighten your body, allowing you to ascend swiftly. It is somewhat perilous. We have no knowledge of the dragon's nest's exact location, nor of how far it is from the ground. What if the dragon returns before the chieftain can descend? Iron Hand shook his head, skeptical of the idea. We cannot dwell on such concerns. We are merely wasting time. If we can steal a dragon egg, I may uncover the secrets of the dragon's bloodline elements, which would greatly benefit the Black Iron tribe. I must ascend, Yang Xiu asserted resolutely. In that case, chieftain, we shall accompany you. Absolutely not. My stature differs from yours. The distance between the openings melted in the ice wall would not suit you. To have you climb would only hinder my progress. You shall remain below to guard. Pal can accompany me, Yang Xiu shook his head. But Pal's height is not the same as yours. Durongda protested. I can float in the air using wind magic. Thus I do not need to climb through the openings my lord creates. Pal replied with a calm smile. The matter has been resolved. Seizing the opportunity while the frost had only just begun to settle outside, Yang Xiu immediately sprang into action. He summoned white flames that flickered on both of his palms, and with a gentle touch against the icy wall, it yielded as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. his entire hand sinking into it, with a torrent of melting water cascading down his arm. The agile Pal began to chant a brief incantation, and to Yang Xiu's astonishment, he levitated effortlessly above the ground, 2 verdant leaves subtly supporting him from beneath, a truly wondrous sight. In an instant, Yang Xiu and Pal ascended over 10 meters up the ice wall. With each of Yang Xiu's climbs, he gained more than a meter in height, while Pal floated closely behind, augmenting him with wind magic. Master, we are rising higher. I can feel the wind currents above intensifying, Pal remarked, gazing upward at the swirling mist. Their current altitude was already several hundred meters above the ground, with the figures of Durongda and Ironhand appearing as mere inconspicuous black dots below, while the mist drew ever closer. The chilling winds whipped around Yang Xiu, causing his garments to billow as if he might be swept away at any moment. Is your magic being affected? Yang Xiu inquired, though his voice was quickly whisked away by the gusts. Had Pal not been so near, he likely would have gone unheard. I am uncertain. I have never flown at such heights before, Pal responded, conjuring a wind shield around them, which significantly quieted the chaos outside. The howling winds halted at the barrier's edge. If you feel uneasy, you should descend and wait with Durongda and the others, Yang Xiu suggested. Absolutely not, that would be far too perilous, Master. What if the frost dragon returns unexpectedly? We would be unable to assist you, Pal insisted. Fear not. At that time I shall merge myself into the ice wall, and the frost giant will not detect my presence, Yang Xiu reassured, continuing his ascent. After fully unleashing his bloodline elements, he had previously faced the lava demon Gelagis, the dark priest Lays, and the tyrant of the snowfields, yet he remained uncertain whether he could hold his own against the frost dragon. I must accompany you, Master. Pal stubbornly secured a wind rope around their waists, ensuring that should Yang Xiu accidentally slip from the ice wall, he could catch him mid-air. The two soon penetrated the mist, and at that moment, the surroundings turned frigid, the unrelenting cold seeping into their pores, a faint frost appearing at the tips of their hair. Goodness, how can it be so cold? Yang Xiu could not help but intensify the white flames enveloping him, hoping to raise the ambient temperature. Master, this chill is carried by the winds. I can sense that these currents originate from a single location. Perhaps that is where the dragon's lair lies, Pal remarked. Is that place far from us? Somewhat distant, we must ascend further. Very well, Yang Xiu gritted his teeth. Despite Pal's magical enhancement, climbing nearly 1,000 meters up the sheer icy wall was an incredibly exhausting endeavor. Simply suspending his body against the vertical surface made his hands feel as though they might fracture. With Pal's assistance, Yang Xiu managed to scale another 500 to 600 meters, and had his hands not been lodged firmly in the ice, he would likely have fallen due to exhaustion. Master, look, suddenly Pal exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Yang Xiu quickly turned to see a cavernous opening on the ice wall not far above, evidently carved out by some external force. The cave continuously expelled visible azure mist, which instantly froze the air, turning it into shards of ice that exploded into countless crystalline fragments. The dragon's lair. Yang Xiu felt a surge of energy coursing through him, swiftly propelling himself towards the cave's entrance. To avoid being ensnared by the blue mist and frozen solid, he intensified the white flames on his arms, even burning away part of his sleeves, revealing his bare arms. As Yang Xiu entered the cavern, an overwhelming stench emanated from its depths, an odor beyond description. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he stepped further inside, with Pal closely following. Inside, the cavern was spacious, littered with white bones, seemingly discarded remnants of creatures consumed by the frost dragon, alongside partially devoured animal carcasses, their unfinished portions already beginning to decay. It was clear that the foul odor Yang Xiu had detected earlier stemmed from this gruesome scene. Chapter 68. The Birth of the Frost Wormling. Do dragons truly care so little for the hygiene of their dwellings? Yang Xiu pressed forward, braving the onslaught of the rancid aroma. Above him, the stone ceiling had been frozen into bluish ice, stalactites hanging down like deadly spears. Wind spirits, arise, Pal commanded, gesturing behind him as 3 gusts of wind spiraled forth from his arm, sweeping the air ahead and alleviating the noxious scent. The dragon eggs must be inside. We should hasten, lest the frost dragon return and complicate matters, Yang Xiu urged. They had spent considerable time scaling the ice wall, and it was uncertain when the frost dragon would return from its hunt. At that moment, Yang Xiu and Pal felt as if they were suspended by a fine thread, a sword poised to sever at any moment, leaving them stranded in this place. The dragon's lair was eerily silent, each footfall echoing sharply against the ground. Yang Xiu led the way, with the oppressive darkness just 3 meters ahead, illuminated only by the white flames in his hands. Master, once you obtain the dragon egg, will you truly consume it as that wolfman suggested? Pal's voice wavered with uncertainty. Surely not. While I cannot ascertain the truth of Lang's claims, how could one waste such a treasure? I intend to study it. Who knows what secrets of the dragon's bloodline I might uncover? Yang Xiu responded with excitement. Altering bloodlines was the dark priest's ultimate skill, and if he could master the essence of the dragon's bloodline, his Black Iron tribe would become the mightiest in orc history. At that point, establishing a foothold in the oasis would be effortless. Even traversing the desolate plains would pose no challenge. After delving over 100 meters into the dragon's lair, the two finally reached the end, where the ground was covered with thick mounds of grass, and 3 colossal white eggs, towering as high as a person, lay nestled within, shimmering under the flickering firelight. Unlike ordinary eggs, the frost dragon's eggshell bore a rugged, uneven layer of white keratin, enveloping the egg in a protective embrace. Is this truly a dragon egg? It is indeed enormous. Yang Xiu couldn't resist extinguishing the white flames in his hand to touch it. Being a frost dragon's egg, it felt cool to the touch, yet not to the point of discomfort. Rather, it resembled skin cooled by air conditioning, smooth and pleasantly chilled. Master, there are 3 dragon eggs here. Should we take them? Pal inquired, peering curiously. One must always leave a margin. Greed is unwise. If we take too much, what if the frost dragon goes mad? We shall only take one. Yang Xiu replied, adopting an instructive demeanor as he reached out to pull the egg he had touched from its grassy nest. At that moment, a sound echoed, crack, crack. Before Yang Xiu could take more than a few steps while cradling the dragon egg, he noticed 2 barely perceptible cracks appearing at the top of the shell. Before the eyes of both Yang Xiu and Pal, these fissures rapidly spread, transforming the upper half of the dragon egg into a spiderweb of fractures. Could it be that? Yang Xiu mused in disbelief. Suddenly, the dragon egg trembled violently, causing Yang Xiu to topple to the ground as a wrinkled head emerged through the already cracked shell. The appearance of the frost dragon hatchling was far from the imposing majesty of its mother. Instead, it had a somewhat daft demeanor, with 2 horns no thicker than Yang Xiu's wrist and eyes that curiously gazed at the seated Yang Xiu. The hatchling eagerly extended its claws, vigorously peeling away the remnants of the shell, revealing its diminutive dragon form, before lunging onto Yang Xiu. Although this hatchling had just been born, it was not significantly smaller than Yang Xiu, writhing upon Yang Xiu's chest, its toothless mouth fervently licking his face, reminiscent of a child expressing utmost affection towards a loved one. Stop it! Don't lick me! Yang Xiu exclaimed, as his face became drenched in the viscous saliva, akin to glue that refused to wash off. The hatchling halted its actions and curiously scrutinized Yang Xiu, seemingly puzzled by the differences between itself and the person beneath it. Master, it's a dragon. You've awakened a dragon, Pal exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he watched the hatchling emerge. Stories of dragons had long been passed down in his clan, a species that reigned at the pinnacle of the food chain, now manifesting right before his eyes. The hatchling appeared quite fond of Yang Xiu, clinging to him as if it had no intention of leaving. With nearly 200 pounds of weight pressing down on him, Yang Xiu felt utterly overwhelmed. He had heard that some animals become dependent on the first being they see after birth, and it seemed this hatchling was no exception. Pull me out, Yang Xiu shouted to Pal, who quickly yanked him from beneath the hatchling's belly. The hatchling, unwilling to let Yang Xiu go, hurriedly scrambled back over. Master, it seems to regard you as its mother, Pal chuckled. Forget that for now, we need to hurry and get it down. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble when that frost dragon returns. But how do we get it down? We're over 1,000 meters above ground. Are you planning to carry it? Pal queried, perplexed. Ah, I completely forgot about that, Yang Xiu replied, suddenly realizing their predicament. Indeed, they were situated high above the earth, and having struggled to climb up, carrying the frost hatchling down would likely exhaust him before they could reach safety. Can your magic send it down? Yang Xiu asked, pointing at the hatchling. I can't do that. I can only manage to fly myself. If I try to carry another, I won't be able to fly very far. Pal shook his head. Wind magic was the only type that allowed flight, but carrying another being required a higher level mage, a feat Pal had yet to master. This is troublesome. This little one is quite heavy, Yang Xiu thought, glancing down at the hatchling clinging to his thigh, already contemplating how to handle the situation. The newly born frost dragon, blissfully unaware of the impending separation from its mother, lay on the ground, slowly drifting into slumber, completely at ease with Yang Xiu and Pal. Yang Xiu scanned the surroundings and, noticing the scattered bones in the corners of the dragon lair, suddenly asked, Pal, how much weight can you carry while flying? Huh? As Yang Xiu began to climb down the sheer ice wall, he tied one end of a wind rope to his shoulder and the other to Pal's waist. Between them, several wind ropes were secured to a makeshift litter crafted entirely from bones, which now swayed precariously in midair as it descended, with the frost hatchling comfortably nestled atop, lost in its dreams. For Yang Xiu and Pal, the task was arduous. They bore the hatchling's nearly 200-pound weight, and Yang Xiu felt his shoulder nearing numbness. "Master, my waist can barely take it," Pal complained. "Hang in there. I'm struggling too," Yang Xiu gritted his teeth in response. As they descended to within 200 or 300 meters of the ground, Pal finally ran out of strength, and the wind rope around his waist began to flicker dimly before disintegrating into countless motes of light, severing the connection to the bone litter carrying the hatchling. With the loss of balance from Pal's side, the litter, along with the weight of the hatchling, plummeted, and Yang Xiu felt a tremendous force yank him free from the ice wall, sending him plummeting straight down. Ah! Yang Xiu swore that even bungee jumping back on Earth had not been this exhilarating. Without any protective gear and burdened by an extra weight, he was in free fall from a height of 200 to 300 meters, accelerating rapidly as the wind howled past his ears. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, a pair of strong hands caught him. Yet, before Yang Xiu could express his gratitude, he heard the sickening sound of bones cracking. Ultimately, he landed in the snow, but fortunately, the arms that had caught him served to cushion his fall, leaving him with only minor injuries. "Chief, are you all right?" Durongda's figure appeared before Yang Xiu, his arms positioned at an unnatural angle, clearly indicating a serious injury. "You're in such a state yourself. Asking me if I'm all right." Yang Xiu winced as pain radiated throughout his body, every bone feeling as if it were dislocated. He gritted his teeth and rose from the snow, noticing the imprint of a body where he had fallen. "Iron Hand, can you help him?" Yang Xiu asked, glancing at his comrade who had sustained such injuries while trying to save him, feeling a pang of guilt, momentarily forgetting about the hatchling. Iron Hand quickly examined Durongda's arms, and just then, Pal descended from above, looking remorseful as he spoke to Yang Xiu. "Master, are you hurt?" "It's nothing, you did your best. Go check on the dragon," Yang Xiu reassured him. "Chief, Durongda's arms are dislocated from catching you, and I can't tell if there's any muscle damage. But a beastman shaman should be able to heal him," Iron Hand explained. "That's good to hear," Yang Xiu sighed in relief. If Durongda were to be incapacitated because of him, Yang Xiu would likely be consumed by guilt. "Master, the dragon isn't injured, but the bones are scattered," Pal called out from beside the frost hatchling. "Let us hoist it onto the back of the Kodo beast. We must leave this place quickly," Yang Xiu ordered urgently. Iron Hand raised the hatchling with ease and placed it on the vacant Kodo beast, as the group hurriedly departed the scene, soon disappearing from sight. Not long after the crowd had departed, a dark speck appeared on the distant horizon, soaring through the air like the wind, drawing ever closer. It was none other than the frost giant dragon that had ventured forth.